This is a tale set in the Warhammer universe, depicting the story of a humble servant of the Emperor amidst a dark galaxy. As the time nears the end of the dark 41st millennium, he has toiled for the Emperor for 10,000 years. As an exemplary worker of the Imperium, he yearns for retirement, yet such desires are mere distractions from the Emperor's demands. Chapter 1. Prologue. In a distant future, the galaxy is engulfed in eternal warfare, an ancient Terran proverb states. In the cold void, there exists only war. The frigid emptiness has persisted through countless epochs, existing long before the first breath of life and the emergence of terrifying foes hidden within the shadowy expanse of the galaxy. Amidst the cosmos, a venerable fortress drifts in the void between innumerable stars and suns, its cold steel exterior shimmering under the icy glow of the galaxy, reflecting the light of countless suns and celestial bodies. Countless massive artillery pieces rise from the battlements, their great barrels aimed at the infinite darkness of the galaxy. Angelic statues stand sentinel between these mighty cannons and a myriad of weapons, their blades pointed toward the distant void, directing their gaze at the horrifying adversaries lurking within. Beneath a grand Gothic spire, an elderly man stands at the foot of a vibrant mural depicting the Emperor of mankind and his death angels. The colorful stained glass windows frame him as he gazes into the abyss, his aged yet piercing eyes reflecting the distant twinkle of stars. In this vast hall, a profound silence envelopes the air, akin to the void itself. The light of the galaxy casts upon his black robe, which absorbs the luminosity as if it were one with the darkness, save for the silver pendant that hangs upon his chest, glinting with a cold radiance. Bearing the letter, the figure emerges from the shadows, his left eye shimmering with a faint crimson glow. Clad in silver armor, he approaches the elder, joining him in contemplation of the profound, silent night. An explosive gun hangs conspicuously from his belt, a weapon once reserved for the Astartes, the Emperor's death angels, now wielded by the mechanized adjudicator after their divine blessing. His right arm, composed of steel machinery, glimmers under the galaxy's light, silently resonating with the blessings and authority of the machine god. High Judge Hater, the man greets, and the elder glances at him. Judge Grays, what news do you bring? A star message has traversed the cold void from the far reaches of the star sea, originating from the Victorious system in the extreme star domain. Disturbing phenomena have been reported. What kind of phenomena, Grays? We do not yet know, High Judge. The star message is uncertain and fluctuating. The head of the legal department on the home planet of Lavilia seeks the court's assistance, convinced that an issue has arisen that cannot be resolved with local forces, my lord. He seeks the aid of the Emperor's emissaries. As Haig-Tur spoke, he stepped aside, approaching the Emperor's shrine. He gazed up at the sacred effigy of the Emperor, illuminated by countless candles, as if the Emperor himself were present. Grace took a few steps toward the shrine, but soon halted. Your command, High Judge. Haig-Tur peered into the Emperor's eyes and then lowered his gaze slightly, turning to Grace. I believe one of the Emperor's many loyal servants is there, correct? Indeed, my lord. His name? Vito Constantine, my lord our Vito. Pray tell, how fares the young Constantine? The elder's interest seemed piqued, his words piercing the silence, bringing a touch of life to the empty fortress chapel. Yet, I believe he has likely departed the immediate sector. From my impressions of him, he would probably say, allow me to phrase it, my lord. Rather than linger amidst oil and explosive dust, listening to bureaucrats' endless drivel, he would prefer to seek the governor's daughter or engage with some alluring pirate. A philosophical matter, my lord. Precisely, that sounds like him. Haig-Tur chuckled. The light of the Emperor's shrine could not illuminate the vast hall. Darkness still prevailed in many corners, shrouding everything. Yet, the Emperor's loyal servants could bring forth illumination, casting light into the shadows. Haig-Tur picked up a candle, his frail, withered fingers clutching it as the flame flickered across his face. He turned, extending the candle to Grays, who naturally accepted it. Tell Vito to carry the light of the Emperor's truth to the Victorious system. If the Emperor wills it, he may find something of interest there. Grays nodded slightly before retreating into the darkness. Haig-Tur watched as the candlelight gradually faded into the void, the adjudicator lifting his gaze, turning toward the Emperor's effigy that he stood within the radiance, the only beacon amidst the boundless darkness. Chapter 2. The frontier of the Empire in the year 997 of the M41. Beneath the steel rectangle of the dome, myriad mechanical devices interlinked harmoniously. Driven by the blessed machine spirits, working in unison under the command of naval technicians and crew members, animating this colossal void beast. The cold sun illuminated the bridge, where Captain Cole Quake stood at the command podium, hands clasped behind his back, gazing through the immense glass at the dark cosmos beyond. The twin-headed eagle of the Empire shimmered above him, while his dark blue naval uniform blended almost seamlessly with the vastness of space. Unlike most naval captains, Cole did not don the ceremonial longsword emblematic of noble status. Instead, he wielded a chain's word and a lost pistol. For many captains, such attire would be deemed disgraceful, as naval officers were eager to delineate themselves from the Astra Militarum. Despite their shared allegiance to the Empire, this dichotomy had persisted for over a millennium. Approaching the edge of the command platform, he surveyed his bridge and nodded in satisfaction. "Report. I need to know the readiness of this mighty vessel." Captain Cole's youthful voice rang out, incongruous with the seniority typically associated with his position, yet his subordinates did not underestimate his authority. "Cobalt replenishment is proceeding smoothly. Fusion fuel is injected into the engines, my lord. The Mechanicus reports that the armor has been largely repaired, but they advise we dock soon for formal repairs and to pacify the machine spirits." The commander turned and spoke, gazing up at the sovereign of the ship. Cole slightly raised his chin and lifted a hand, a holographic display emanating from the servitor's cranial unit, an intricate tapestry of data and icons unfurling before him. With deft precision, he adjusted the interface until he found what he sought. As he perused the chaotic lines of data, he sighed in relief. The void shields were fully charged. He was weary of being exposed in the emptiness of the void, each moment a jolt to his nerves. Yet now, that fear had dissipated. This Martian-class battlecruiser was once again prepared to confront the Emperor's foes. "Captain, we have received a star communication," a disquieting voice announced, sending a chill down his spine. Cole turned to the servitor, its body riddled with conduits, the voice emanating from its faceplate in a cold, mechanical tremor reminiscent of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Furrowing his brow, Cole faced the soulless entity. "Did the Judicator provide a reason?" "No, my lord. I understand," Cole replied, turning to the helmsman below. "Set course for the extremist star sector, Victoria system, and activate the subspace engines. Prepare for full ship transition." With a deft motion, he pressed a button on the complex console, as if it were an extension of his own being, and clear communication signals flared to life. "Navigators, prepare to enter subspace. Identify star beacon coordinates, now." "Yes, Captain, I shall guide us," the navigator's voice echoed, tinged with an otherworldly quality. A radiant energy surged behind him as the captain stepped into the shadows beneath the archway. He was intimately familiar with this warship, though not its first captain. He proudly declared himself the one who understood her best. Every corridor, boiler, warehouse, and hangar bay, every mighty cannon and lance array, he knew her intimately. Every inch of her iron skin. Thus, Cole never lost his way. Even without a map, he could traverse the labyrinth of corridors and stairways with ease. And now he was acutely aware of his path and purpose. As he walked through the vast corridor on the ship's upper side, it resembled a grand palace. With towering archways propping up the immense expanse, countless statues lining the sides, and banners hanging down from above, symbolizing innumerable honors and victories. However, this impression was soon dispelled by a more tremendous sound of footsteps overshadowing his own. He halted before the towering giant. The giant paused as well, turning to gaze down at Cole, then breaking into a sincere smile. "Ah, Captain Cole, it is a pleasure to see you." Cole stood at attention, looking up at the giant's rugged countenance. "Likewise, Lord Olaf. In private, you may call me Olaf, dear friend." The Astartes warrior clad in power armor smiled, his black armor reflecting not a glimmer of light, save for the right shoulder plate, which bore the insignia of his former chapter, glinting coldly in the light. "You are as steadfast and cunning as the wolves of Fenris, Captain," Olaf remarked with a grin. Cole inclined his head slightly. "It is my honor, Olaf. Where are your brothers? I have yet to see Lord Lancelot and Lord Ragnar." "Ah, the wolf cubs and the lion cub are likely sparring in the training cage. I suspect they have clashed over some ill-timed jest," the old wolf sighed, shaking his head, though a smile returned to his face. "Regardless, we are still brothers, are we not? Therefore, Bel has already gone ahead to prevent any bloodshed from their antics. Of course. Have you seen the Judicator? I have matters to discuss with him," Cole inquired, his neck craning awkwardly due to the towering armor. Olaf considerate leaned down to ease his discomfort, glancing towards the grand door at the corridor's end, a golden gate reminiscent of the Astronomican's door, likely a replica. Though Cole had never truly seen the Astronomican's door nor visited Terra, I believe he is inside. The Judicator likes to spend some time alone after battles. Thank you. Go find your brothers, Olaf. I would rather they not dismantle the training servitor again. The quartermaster has already voiced his grievances to me sternly, Cole replied. The old wolf chuckled, rising to his full height. I shall do my best, Captain. They parted ways, and soon Cole stood before the Golden Gate, gazing up at its towering structure. At the pinnacle, the Golden Throne and its radiant occupant, the Master of Mankind, loomed above. Beneath it lay countless warships, stars, and planets, sculpted as if they were the sovereigns of the cosmos, reigning over the infinite expanse of brilliant stars. Clearing his throat, Cole addressed the servitor embedded in the wall beside the door. Open the gate, he commanded curtly. The servitor raised its head to regard him, followed by a cacophony of mechanical sounds as innumerable hydraulic structures and mechanical systems sprang to life. The golden door slowly creaking open with the low growl of the machine spirits. As the door opened wide enough for one to pass, Cole stepped through, impatient with the slow ceremonial unveiling. Standing outside on the Sabbath, waiting for the door to open with the crew had been a source of great annoyance for him. Cole strode purposefully within the majestic cathedral, the apex of the entire worship. As he cast his gaze upwards, he beheld the vast galaxy. An infinite array of brilliant stars twinkling above him, a masterpiece of unparalleled grandeur, the most resplendent mural in existence. Each time Cole gazed upon the celestial bodies, his entire being quivered with excitement. He yearned to conquer and explore those distant stars, much like the great figure from his homeland of Macarius who extended the will of humanity and the Emperor to the farthest frontiers. In a sense, he had indeed achieved this, for he was no longer merely an unofficial captain under the auspices of the Imperial Navy, possessing considerable autonomy to navigate the cosmos. Well, not entirely, as it depended on the whims of that unpredictable rogue. Cole paused beside a bench, lowering his gaze to the man seated in the front row, engrossed in a tome before the venerable icon of the Emperor. The man, with his head bent, was thoroughly captivated by the ancient book in his hands, while a chainsword and a bolt pistol hung from his waist, poised for the next eruption of chaos. Judge Vito, we have a predicament, Cole remarked. Vito lifted his head and cast a glance at him, then halted the motion of his fingers turning the pages. Have we encountered the Orc Wyak fleet again? Thank the Emperor, it's not that. I refuse to confront an Orc fleet with a single ship again, Vito. Do you comprehend the damage those ruffians inflicted upon my vessel? Well, Cole, didn't we emerge victorious? Besides, had we not dispatched that green-skinned pirate warlord, the Armageddon fleet would have met its demise, Vito replied with a grin, gesturing toward the book resting on his lap. This book is rather intriguing. You should take the time to peruse it. Cole sighed, then glanced at the crimson-covered book. What is its content? You know I am only interested in star charts and exploration literature. Indeed, my friend, trust me. This book contains topics that will captivate you, Vito assured. Who is the author? Perhaps I recognize the name. Well, I am somewhat skeptical. He is called Carol Cinderman, an ancient figure from a very, very long time ago, concerning the 63rd Expedition Fleet of the Great Crusade. The Great Crusade? I do not recall the existence of the 63rd Expedition Fleet. That is not surprising, Vito replied, closing the book and leaning back against the chair, gazing at the Emperor's icon. So what is the trouble? Cole stood beside him, hands clasped behind his back, both of them looking toward the resplendent icon of the Emperor. Old Haggard has sent us a star message, stating that the Victorious system requires our presence, though he did not specify the reason, merely suggesting that you might find something of interest there. A rather dismal task. Cole sighed. Vito chuckled, rising to pat Cole on the shoulder. Well, Cole, I presume you have already charted the course, correct? Of course, came the curt reply. Vito silently laughed and walked past Cole, who turned his head to shout toward Vito as he approached the exit. Go to the training grounds and keep an eye on those brutes. Don't let them damage my equipment. I shall do my utmost, Captain. Vito's voice echoed back from the distance, gradually fading from view. Cole exhaled in resignation and cast another glance at the Emperor's icon. Emperor, grant us your protection. Chapter 3. The Frontier of the Empire. The black vigil, the steel alloy hatch stood silently before him. Vito lingered outside, surveying the expansive training grounds, devoid of any personnel. Although the crew of the Mars-class battlecruiser was not extensive and, much like most products of the Mechanicus. The majority of the compartments here were modular and could be adjusted for functionality at any moment. It was still designated as a training bay. Yet, not a single soul was present. Vito recalled that Kor had recently ordered the armed sailors aboard to undergo intensive training, especially considering their lackluster performance against the orc ambush. Yet here, the training machines and shooting targets stood vacant, eerily silent as if this were a derelict spacecraft. It was precisely this silence that allowed Vito to distinctly hear the raucous voices emanating from within the hatch. The obscenities were unmistakably clear, not uttered in Gothic, but rather in a distinctive regional dialect from a frigid planet. With a resigned sigh, Vito pressed the switch and the hatch swung open, only to be met by a fierce gust of wind. To his astonishment, a large hand appeared before him, grasping a battle axe that had nearly cleaved his skull in two. As Vito peered at the razor-sharp blade, he leaned forward and beheld the source of the chaos. In the center of the training bay, within a metallic circular cage, two Astartes were engaged in fierce combat. Their muscular forms glistened with sweat as they wielded their weapons with blinding speed, even breaching the protective cage, which had nearly resulted in Vito's own demise. Was their solution simply to brawl here? Indeed, this was quite characteristic of them. Vito thought to himself, this is madness. Ragnar, I just stitched up your wounds. You're going to rip them open again, shouted the Astartes in white armor, distinctly different from Olaf. His voice a roar akin to a lion as he stood outside the cage, visibly furious. Come on, Bell, quit whining. I was bitten on the arm by a chest on Fenris, and I could choke a great wolf. What a little kitten to me? Ragnar retorted, laughing heartily as he was struck by a long sword and staggered back against the cage, his opponent advancing to pin him against the edge with the blade. Don't get too cocky, whelp. You haven't even triumphed over the Knight Caliban yet. The blonde Astartes grinned charmingly, but the son of Fenris, still defiant, lunged headfirst into that perfect face, causing Lancelot to stumble back. Both of you get down here. In the name of the apothecary, I command you. Bell bellowed, watching as the two warriors clashed once more. A smile crept across his face as he spat out blood. Come on, back on Lexos. It took you over an hour to patch me up, and I had to bear the explosive shotgun into battle. The Emperor above. Was that a mere injury? You were cleaved by a devourer. Vito chuckled, observing the chaos unfold. I command you to cease, and yet you persist. In the name of the Emperor and Terra, get down here, or I swear I will work myself to the bone. Vito stood aside with Olaf, sharing a knowing glance. How long have they been at it? He inquired. Since before I arrived, Judicator. I estimate nearly an hour, Olaf replied. Excellent, Vito remarked, drawing his explosive shotgun. With a deft motion, he fired a shot that shattered Ragnar's weapon and another that broke Lancelot's longsword, abruptly halting their combat. Both giants turned to him, seeing the still smoking muzzle of his shotgun. Vito lowered the weapon, shaking his head in exasperation. If I recall correctly, both of you swore an oath before Lord Robledorn that you would no longer be enemies. Yet here you are, drawing blades against one another? Olaf laughed, pushing Lancelot aside with a punch. A spar, Judicator. It's an ancient custom between our two chapters. When the Space Wolves and Dark Angels meet, each sends forth a warrior for a contest. Indeed, if I wished to slay him, I would have won long ago. Lancelot replied, tossing his damp golden hair back with a hearty laugh. Ragnar scoffed, retrieving a second weapon from the rack. Is that so? I'll be eager to see how you achieve victory. Very willing to demonstrate, came another gunshot, as Ragnar's hunting knife was obliterated. Enough. You two can compete over Zeno's kill counts next time. It's for the best of us all. And by the way, you've damaged the training cage again. Ragnar chuckled, draping an arm around Bell's shoulder. Skill never goes amiss. Why not learn? Get lost, Bell shot back. Ragnar laughed heartily, while Lancelot emerged, rubbing his neck and grabbing a towel to wipe his brow. Is there a problem, my Lord Vito? Aside from you two breaking things again? Vito replied. Yes, there is. We have a new mission. At that, all eyes turned to him. Vito stood before the assembled Astartes, one hand behind his back, adopting his signature pose. High Judicator Haggard has relayed that there is a need for us in the Victoria system. Victoria? Do we know what threat we face? Olaf inquired. The steady old wolf as reliable as ever. Vito glanced at his old friend and shook his head slightly. No, we do not. If High Judicator Haggard did not inform us, it implies that no one knows. Huh, splendid. I relish such battles. Ragnar exclaimed, brimming with excitement. It's just like hunting back in our homeland. Olaf, tracking prey across the snowy plains and achieving victory. I prefer a more cautious approach, Judicator. Do we have any intelligence? Bell asked, only to be interrupted by Ragnar, who leaned closer with a mocking grin. Don't be such a bore, Bell. Not everything must adhere to the scriptures. Lancelot chuckled as he donned his armor lining, hefting his power knight sword and casually tossing a chainsaw axe to Ragnar, who caught it with ease. All right, we should head to the bridge, don't you think? Old Wolf, I don't intend to miss the spectacle of the jump. Old Wolf Olaf chuckled in agreement. Indeed. Come on, Judicator, lead us forth. Vito exchanged a smile with Olaf before stowing his shotgun. Of course, but I suspect I'll have to endure some complaints first. Olaf, Lancelot, you've once again damaged my equipment, Cor grumbled. Though the burly giant in black armor wore a smile as he strode past Cor towards the command bridge. Olaf and Vito followed in his wake. Cor sighed, adjusting his collar before marching resolutely onto the bridge, where he stood among the four Astartes, the captain gazing down at the faces filled with awe, whether for him. The Astartes, or the Judicator, it was difficult to tell. Perhaps it was all three. Cor raised his eyes to the chaotic vortex appearing in the starry expanse. A maelstrom of lightning and energy waves swirling within. Attention, entering the subspace, commencing navigation, Cor announced, as Vito approached the edge of the bridge. Looking down at the gathered crew. Let the adventure begin. The colossal vector thrusters of the warship ignited into blue flames as the massive vessel completed its turn, sailing into the tumultuous waves of subspace, embarking on a brand new celestial journey. Chapter 4. The Empire's Frontier. The Thunderhawk gunship. The vessels of the Imperial Navy are immense, each one resembling a miniature world in itself, where one can find everything needed: shops, hospitals, schools, churches, entertainment venues, and even a black market. A veritable flying city in the literal sense. No one can claim to have knowledge of every nook and cranny of such a colossal ship without a map. Anyone traversing the intricate corridors and chambers may find themselves lost for days or even weeks until they fortuitously encounter a nearby crew member. Vito did not comprehend every part of this massive vessel, nor did he know if Cole could, but each individual aboard had their own familiar territory, which for Vito and the Astartes warriors of the Deathwatch was undoubtedly this place. The expansive hangar stretched across both sides, filled with numerous aircraft, transport vehicles, and heaps of various spare parts, thankfully devoid of munitions and fuel, lest someone face the lash. Vito leaned against the stair platform at the top of the hangar, overlooking the bustling servitors, ground crew, and tech priests attending to the divine machines, particularly the larger ones. The Thunderhawk gunship, Starshark fighters, and ground landing craft rested quietly, awaiting their next summons to the fray. Everything is in perfect order here, remarked Inquisitor Lancelot, standing behind Vito with his sword sheathed, the iconic winged helm of the Dark Angels tucked under his arm, though our torpedoes might require supplementation. Indeed, they had expended their entire stock as bait, infuriating Cole, who had berated Vito as a spendthrift that night. Vito shrugged in resignation, suggesting, I can procure a new batch at the next starport. Lancelot chuckled in response, gesturing with his armored finger towards a Thunderhawk. Then we must inform the responsible parties, you know, those tech-savvy lunatics. Vito smiled silently and motioned for Lancelot to follow him. Typically, Astartes despise being commanded by mortals, but here it was different. Lancelot immediately complied without hesitation or complaint. The towering giant, wielding a power sword, trailed Vito's heavy footsteps, and the personnel in the hangar bowed in respect. Vito greeted each with a smile, appearing far more congenial than the image of an inquisitor typically conjured in the minds of the imperial populace. No, I don't mean the kind who enjoys executing people like a madman, he mused, but honestly, such individuals are a rare breed even within the court. Why? Because they generally do not last long, for various reasons, you understand. They aren't particularly well liked. The two traversed the vast hangar, weaving between the machines blessed by the Mechanicus, sparks from welding and repairs cascading down like a peculiar snowfall, beside a blue Thunderhawk adorned with a shark motif. A tech priest clad in crimson robes was diligently attending to his tasks with several auxiliary mechanical arms. He turned his mechanical eye towards them, its various lenses glimmering like emeralds. Call me Omega, Inquisitor. I am a sage of the Mechanicus, not some flesh-and-blood octopus, the priest stated. Lancelot chuckled. You should ask old Wolf Olaf. He can regale you for ages about the colossal squids inhabiting their frigid, wretched sphere. That is clearly not my concern, Lancelot. Now, pray tell, why have you come to interrupt my work? Omega inquired, turning back to his tasks as sparks and scanning beams continued to emanate around him. Vito and Lancelot exchanged glances and shrugged. Vito approached the Thunderhawk, gazing up at the magnificent bird. How is she faring? I have repaired the damaged sections. Yet the machine's spirit remains restless. Next time, please do not charge headlong into an orc fleet. Inquisitor, this is a gunship, not a cruiser. I do my utmost, came the reply. Vito jested with a chuckle, then noticed something on a nearby workbench, an array of rough, unseemly contraptions. He walked over and picked up a massive firearm, so large it required both hands to wield. Have you figured out how the greenskins produce these abominable devices? Vito inquired, handing the oversized gun to Lancelot, who effortlessly hefted it, pondering, I still cannot comprehend how this scrap metal hasn't detonated. Nor can I. By Omnicia, I am unable to analyze these contraptions that defy fundamental laws of physics, much less the orc's so-called whack energy, Omega stated, stepping back to appraise the Thunderhawk. I have attempted to dissect an orc, yet the mysteries elude me. Do not strain yourself too much, my friend. Many things cannot be understood at once, Vito said, gently caressing the surface of the Thunderhawk, staring into the shark's eyes, then smiling. Omega regarded Vito before resuming his welding. Tell me, Vito, what do you require? You are not here to reminisce in your private library. Indeed, that is partly the reason. We have known each other for so many years, Omega. However, you are correct. I have come to seek your assistance. Vito continued to trace the contours of the aircraft. I need you to prepare her, as well as the ship. Soon, we will face new troubles. As I suspected, I recommend locating a starport swiftly, preferably one serviced by the Mechanicus, where we can make our final preparations. Vito smiled again, lifting his chin slightly. I have heard there is a vast shipyard near the main planet of Victoria, where you can resolve your issues with your fellow artisans. What has transpired, brother? Lancelot inquired. We do not know yet, but we must hurry. Decisions are imperative. The image of Belle faded, and Vito and Lancelot exchanged glances before shrugging. Just as Vito opened his mouth to speak, he was preempted. I will prepare the Thunderhawk for deployment. Go, Omega instructed, grabbing another component. Vito smiled once more and turned to leave with the Dark Angel, leaving Omega amidst the brilliant sparks of his labor. Chapter 5. The Frontier of the Empire. The first question, Imperial History, 997. M41. Cole stood before the holographic projector, his azure eyes fixated on the flickering formations displayed, his expression contemplative as he scrutinized something unseen. Beside him stood Belle, the towering son of Ultramar, equally absorbed in thought, pondering the same dilemma. The holographic display was alive with blinking beacons, and soon, new contemplators joined their ranks. Vito emerged from the archway of the bridge, accompanied by 3 remaining Astartes warriors, and approached the holographic projection, the imposing giants nodding in silent acknowledgement, forming a formidable wall around it. In front of Cole, Judicator Vito gazed intently at a crimson dot on the expansive star map, a diminutive yet disquieting glimmer. Speak, what is the situation? Vito inquired. Cole cleared his throat, seemingly to ensure that all present could hear him clearly. We have been navigating through the warp for over a month. According to the navigator and the divination instruments of the machine cult, we are nearing the fringes of the Victoria system, approaching the local Mandeville Point, and by the Emperor's grace, our timeline remains unwarped relative to the material universe. Is this not a positive development? Ragnar remarked, gesturing towards the display with his armored finger. If the Omnicia wills it, we shall soon depart this cursed place. Regrettably, Ragnar, it is not entirely good news, Cole replied, as a space station materialized against the backdrop of the starlit void. This was a common deep space probe station within the Empire, typically tasked with early warning and observation duties at the edge of a star system. Olaf pondered over the station, nodding thoughtfully. Are you suggesting that the station is in trouble? Indeed, old wolf, your wisdom remains unparalleled, Cole acknowledged, observing the station. He raised a hand, and the astropath received a message. As all were aware, the communication from astropaths often consisted of riddles and metaphors, akin to the vexing nature of the damned Eldari. Every time I hear them speak, I feel the urge to cleave those riddlers in twain, Ragnar jested, chuckling. Why not speak plainly? Lancelot shared a silent smile, and Vito felt gratified that the Caliban knight was not inclined to engage in a quarrel with the wolf cub, evidently aware that more pressing matters required their attention. Vito inclined his head slightly towards Cole, who then turned to the 2 towering warriors. You must understand. Even our esteemed astropathist could not decipher what was conveyed. She comprehended not a single word. The light-hearted atmosphere abruptly chilled, as the four imposing giants fixed their gaze upon Cole, who affirmed with a nod. This is not favorable news. Lady Olia is an exceptional astropath. She once confided in me that her training was conducted on Terra. If she too failed to grasp the astropathic communication, it signifies that the situation is far from straightforward, Olaf remarked, then glanced at the star map. Have we ruled out interference from the warp? We have. The powers of the warp did not hinder the astropathic message. In fact, it was significantly amplified. Lady Olia believes it was a desperate transmission from the opposing astropath, one made at the cost of their very life, exhausting all psychic energy, Cole stated. Vito stroked his chin, contemplating for a considerable time before speaking. What was the content of the message? Cole shook his head, his words faltering and unclear. But one sentiment was unmistakable: fear, sheer terror, and chaos. Bell, standing behind him and studying the star map, furrowed his brow. There are no detected signs of chaos activity in the vicinity, Judicator. I surmise it is not the work of chaos traders. One cannot discount the possibility that our star map is outdated. After all, our last update on the extreme star sectors was over a year ago, near the Ultramar sector. Cole summarized, his hands clasped behind his back as he absorbed the myriad points of light, all the information displayed firmly lodged in his mind. It was certain that the space station had endured an assault, though it could have been perpetrated by a small cadre of Chaos Raiders, or perhaps by alien pirates, or even human marauders, none of which were uncommon. Typically, a pair of escort vessels would be stationed nearby, designed to withstand minor attacks. If the station had been destroyed, it was likely not the result of a mere handful of weaponry. Is there any news from the primary Victoria planet? None. Our vessel has yet to receive any word from the planet. Do you believe they might already be aware? Quite likely, since we have received it, even in the warp. The primary planet should be informed as well, Cole concurred, nodding affirmatively as he pivoted to glance down at the bridge. Navigator, how far are we from Mandeville Point on Victoria? Cole activated the communication interface, swiftly selecting the receiving point. Astropath, send a message to the primary planet of Victoria, notifying them to prevent the sector fleet from mistaking us for enemies. No, Lady Olia, hold on. Vito interjected, stepping forward to halt Cole from closing the communicator. Cole glanced at Vito, his brow furrowing slightly as he comprehended the Judicator's intent. Lady Olia, do not send that message. Understood, Captain. It is not improbable. We have traversed this hive world numerous times, and everyone knows what resides there in abundance, Vito remarked. Lancelot chuckled mockingly. Greedy governors, discontented rebels against the Empire, and God knows how many mutants, chaos cultists, and the like. Ah, and occasionally gene stealers, Ragnar added. Both men laughed, as though it were a trivial jest. Indeed, gentlemen, if this is the result of traitors within the hive collaborating with the Empire's existential foes from the void, we must first ascertain who our enemies truly are. Ah, I despise this step. Can we not simply strike first? Ragnar complained, arms crossed in irritation. Old Wolf Olaf placed a reassuring hand on his brother's shoulder. Patience, brother. Your opportunity shall arise. Precisely, Old Wolf speaks wisely. Until then, I implore you to restrain your impulses and refrain from slaying anyone before I finish my inquiries, Vito replied. One hand clasped behind his back as he turned towards Cole. Engage the starship and proceed towards the space station. We shall investigate. In the meantime, maintain silence so as not to alert the locals to our presence. Cole nodded slightly, turning to issue immediate orders. Amidst the rising chatter of naval personnel, Vito raised his arm, activating the communicator on his wrist. Octopus, is our transport ready? The Thunderhawk is prepared for departure. Judicator, came the response. Vito looked towards the four Astartes, who synchronously raised their weapons, chambering rounds. Vito too drew his explosive sidearm, disengaging the safety. Let us embark on this venture. Chapter 6. The Empire's Frontier. The Imperial Space Station. The landing pad of the space station lay shrouded in darkness, with all lights extinguished, landing indicators, even the mere display lights of the hatches. A profound silence enveloped the area, chilling to the bone, resembling the void beyond the divine radiance of the Emperor's sacred beacon, where everything was cloaked in an icy stillness, floating in this desolation. Gradually, a flicker of light began to pierce the dark realm, evolving from dim blue glimmers to searing beams akin to the sun's brilliance. The Thunderhawk gunship glided out of its launch bay onto the landing pad, its vector thrusters belching flames that illuminated the darkness. With a resounding roar, the thrusters descended, gently guiding the Thunderhawk to rest on the pad. The gunship's hatch swung open with a thunderous crash, revealing a towering figure stepping forth, followed by another, and then 4 Deathwatch Astartes emerged, each donning the blackened helmets of their respective chapters. Brilliant lights emanated from their forms, instantly banishing the remnants of night. The Astartes bore explosive ordnance and melee weapons, encircling the deck of the Thunderhawk. From within the cockpit, Vito also emerged, adorned in a sealed helmet, his magnetic boots crackling with faint arcs of electricity with each step. The Judicator disembarked from the Thunderhawk, surveying the surroundings. It was evident that the gravity and life support systems had been severed or destroyed. Vito nodded slightly to Ragnar, who strode purposefully towards a partially ajar interior hatch. With a swift motion, Ragnar tore the door open, sending it spinning behind him as he advanced into the corridor. His blue visor scanning the area. All clear, brothers, his helmet's communicator reported, and he pressed forward, followed closely by the remaining visitors. The Space Marines advanced through the corridor, encircling Vito in their midst like an impenetrable wall, their heavy footsteps resonating in the station's eerie stillness, save for the vibrations of their iron boots. It felt as if the place had long been abandoned. As Bell passed a placard bearing internal announcements, it was clear the station had once buzzed with activity, at least before their arrival. Typically, such a station accommodates hundreds of personnel, even in the event of an attack. One would expect to see at least a single corpse. This place should have been bustling, Lancelot remarked, pushing aside a shattered tabletop, the fragments gently colliding with the wall before drifting away. I concur, Vito replied. It is evident that a skirmish occurred here. Ragnar turned his head, illuminating one side of the wall with his helmet's light, revealing several distinct bullet holes. Vito halted, and the 4 Space Marines followed suit, positioning themselves behind and beside him as they examined the wall's markings. Solid projectile weapons, not explosives, Lancelot deduced swiftly. Olaf tilted his head, glancing toward the corridor's edge. It seems someone was running and firing here. Perhaps the guards attempted to repel the invaders? If so, they surely wouldn't mind perishing alongside their foes. Ragnar's voice echoed from the far end, leading the group toward the sound. Before they reached the source, they beheld a massive breach in the hull. The corridor of the space station torn open, exposing the void of space. Vito crouched down, delicately tracing the shards on the wall with his fingers, observing the dust that clung to them. Rockets, hastily and recklessly fired. I suspect many did not perish from being sucked into the void, but were killed by the blasts. But we see no bodies. Do you think the invaders took them away? Or was it intentional? Olaf inquired in astonishment. What kind of enemy would do such a thing? The Dark Eldar's twisted kin? No, those perverts prefer the living, not the dead, Ragnar replied, slapping the wall with his palm. Moreover, we see no traces of Eldar weaponry. Their flamboyant devices leave marks easily. Uncertain, but I suspect we may find answers in the command tower, Vito declared, leading the way into the shadowy corridor. With the 4 Space Marines closely trailing behind, they encountered the command tower with little difficulty. All Imperial space stations were constructed according to a standardized template. Despite external variations, the internal structures were largely consistent. Having visited one station, one could reasonably navigate the rest. Vito and the 4 Deathwatch had traversed numerous space stations, many of which had been less than pleasant, requiring considerable time spent in gunfire and combat. However, this station proved to be relatively straightforward. They arrived at the command tower, which was similarly desolate. A semicircular expanse of massive glass walls lay before them, the Imperial Aquila suspended from the dome, beneath which countless mechanical instruments stood. Like many areas of the station, this place bore the scars of conflict. Vito approached the station master's seat, where a bullet hole marked the backrest, along with dried bloodstains on the leather. Furthermore, nearly the entire control platform had been vandalized, the assailants having brutally damaged the dials with firearms and blunt instruments. Each device and augury shattered. Bell, check for any surviving data. I suspect these fools lack comprehension of mechanical operation, Vito spoke, though Bell had already commenced his task. Utilizing the multifunctional tool on his arm, he sliced open a data terminal, extracting a black hard drive after a brief exploration. Clearly, these imbeciles believed that destroying the mechanical displays would obliterate the data. All heretics share the same folly. Let us hope the Mechanicum remains unaware, or those fellows will erupt once more, Ragnar chuckled, observing as Bell connected the hard drive, the elite warrior rising to scan the data within his helmet. The space station detected ominous signs a month ago. Data indicates anomalies from an indeterminate distance. What sort of anomalies? Vito inquired. Bell paused momentarily before responding. Certain constellations vanished or became unobservable. The station's technicians attributed it to a subspace storm and reported it to the station master. Was there anything else? The station master approved a warning to be sent to the homeworld during the upcoming window. Then the records cut off. Vito furrowed his brow. Gazing down at the command platform, every instrument lay in ruins, suggesting the invaders sought to prevent a warning from being issued, and succeeded. Aside from the distress signal from the astropath, perhaps due to the subspace storm, it was received by us, Lancelot remarked, fiddling with the control panel, which remained unresponsive. Guys, I think you'll appreciate this revelation, Bell announced as he approached the group. A shuttle departed from the space station, according to the last records, shortly after the skirmish. Olaf stepped forward, implying, this was an insurrection within the space station. The traitors slaughtered everyone and subsequently escaped aboard the shuttle. What shall we do to track them down? Ragnar inquired eagerly. Bell remained silent for a moment before responding. Data indicates the shuttle's fuel is severely limited. It appears most of it was siphoned off by an Imperial Navy vessel passing through, leaving the remaining shuttle low on fuel. Can you calculate their destination? Vito approached and inquired, to which Bell slightly nodded his white helmet. According to calculations, the shuttle's maximum fuel could enable the fugitives to reach the nearest Imperial planet, the agricultural world of Owen 4. Vito stepped up to the enormous floor-to-ceiling glass, gazing at the distant stars, and then activated the communicator. Cole, we have made a discovery. Set the coordinates for Owen 4. Vito paused, turning his head to glance at the perforated station chair. Do not let anyone find us. Chapter 7. The Empire's Frontier. Benevolent assistance. Golden fields of wheat stretch towards the horizon, an endless expanse of this golden sea enveloping the land. From the vantage of space, one beholds an extraordinarily beautiful tapestry. The interplay of gold, green, and deep crimson across the terrain is not a byproduct of toxic waste expelled by factories, but rather a manifestation of nature's vital force, nurturing the sustenance of the entire galactic populace. This is the agricultural world, an immensely significant domain within the human empire. Why, you may ask? The answer is quite simple. Without food, humanity succumbs to hunger, and prolonged starvation leads to death. Each agricultural world serves as a granary for entire star systems, supporting populations in the tens or hundreds of billions. Typically, there exists only one agricultural world, or at most, 3 within a star system. Thus, the survival of each agricultural world is intrinsically linked to the fate of its respective star system. Should an agricultural world fall, the imperial planets of that system, teeming with an unimaginable number of inhabitants, would erupt into civil war, chaos, and insurrection due to hunger. Forget about confronting looming external threats. They would turn on one another in a desperate struggle for the meager rations that remain, to satiate the ravenous appetite of these imperial worlds and avert widespread unrest. The agricultural world is devoted entirely to cultivation, forsaking all else. Mountains are leveled, oceans filled, and the entire surface of the planet is blanketed with crops, wheat, fruit trees, and all manner of genetically modified produce, meticulously engineered by agricultural biotechnicians. The bounty extends to the very limits of the land, with an abundance of harvests collected by the planet's populace, who, after reserving their share, submit the surplus to the planetary governor's office. Over the years, countless generations have seen innumerable transport vessels traversing the planet, ferrying its produce to various imperial worlds, resulting in congested orbital pathways and bustling starports and surface airports. Yet, amidst this flurry of activity, a silver shuttle found a moment of respite, gracefully descending through the air, its vector thrusters belching flames and stirring up great clouds of dust, creating a thick haze within the hangar. The elderly hangar manager emerged from his workspace, cursing as he waved away the dust before observing the shuttle's smooth landing. The thrusters gradually cooled, and the hatch opened with a soft thud. A man stepped down from the deck, clad in a black jacket and a red scarf, with an array of weapons and ammunition swaying at his waist, resembling a mercenary. What brings you here? The old manager inquired. The man smiled, tossing a silver imperial card to the manager. Take care of my ship. It needs refueling. The funds are all in there. As he passed by, he gave the manager a friendly pat on the shoulder. There's a little extra for you, so don't let the local ruffians steal anything, understood? The manager chuckled, pocketing the silver card. Understood. Your name? If you don't mind sharing. The governor mandates that all landing vessels must be registered. Of course, but no need for that. I'm Vito Constantine, a wandering merchant, he replied with a radiant smile. The old man nodded in acknowledgement. Of course, wandering merchant. Vito beamed with satisfaction before stepping out of the hangar, the brilliant sunlight streaming down, forcing him to shield his eyes with his hand to gaze at the sky. The weather on this agricultural world was indeed splendid, with clear skies unmarred by excessive pesticide use. The entire world exuded a natural harmony. It seemed that worlds near Otrima were indeed quite pleasant. Lowering his gaze, Vito surveyed the bustling streets, where most inhabitants were local farmers. Agricultural vehicles traversed the thoroughfares, while simple farmers wandered among the stalls and shops, procuring the day's fresh produce. As Vito walked, the weight of his weapon swayed against his thigh, and he took in the lively sights around him, astonished by the environment. The security in the Victoria system was surprisingly commendable. Unlike many Imperial worlds where the Justice Department would be in an uproar, here, the streets were devoid of patrolling Imperial law enforcers or armed mercenaries, rendering him a peculiar sight amongst the locals. However, Vito soon realized his initial judgment was hasty. As he strolled, he inadvertently stumbled upon 3 young street thugs gathered around a stall, shouting in coarse, guttural tones. Particularly that accent. Vito was certain that if Judge Amberly Vale were present, she would have offered some scathing commentary on their atrocious dialect. What has that girl been up to lately? The last time he encountered her was in Ramonda. He recalled how he and the lads from the Death Watch had assisted Amberly in dispatching the local gene-thieving cult leader. Vito remembered. Ragnar had been howling like a madman, firing indiscriminately while slicing through the purebred gene thieves with his chainsaw sword. Amberly had mentioned someone intriguing, a certain Commissar Kane, who piqued her interest. Yet, it had been years since he last saw the lovely Miss Vale. Well, perhaps it was for the best that they did not cross paths. That wild woman was no less trouble than he was. Vito had always been the one stirring up chaos, never the recipient of it. Old fool, I told you. You must pay taxes to the Harvest Gang. This is our turf, cried a bald young man, brandishing his fists. The elder scoffed dismissively. I've already paid you once. Go ask Locke. Rubbish. Locke is dead. He died months ago. And what does that have to do with me? I've already settled my dues. You should go ask him yourself. I don't care if that scoundrel has given you anything. It's not my concern. Now scram. You must pay us again. Otherwise, we'll break your feeble legs. Old man, shouted the young man with a peculiar hairstyle, brandishing a metal club that resembled those wielded by law enforcers. I have no money. You can kill me. But I have nothing. The elder declared, exasperated. Everyone seems to want a piece. I swear I'll go straight to Antonio and tell him what you idiots are up to. Clearly, the mention of Antonio's name provoked or intimidated them. But after a brief moment of hesitation, the thugs raised their clubs to strike the elder. The old man nearly toppled over in surprise, but soon realized he need not flee, for a hand had gripped the club, and all 4 turned to behold the newcomer, a man clad in a black jacket. Who are you? Get lost, outsider. The bald thug shouted in fury. Vito merely smirked at them, casting a glance at the bulging pouch at the thug's waist. Old man, I presume the local gang has already collected their dues, correct? Vito inquired. The elder nodded dumbly. Yes, they have. But they a bunch of self-proclaimed geniuses who think they can collect twice from the old boss, Vito chuckled. The bald thug, enraged, drew a dagger and bellowed. Who do you think you are? A tax collector? Enraged, the bald man lunged forward, plunging a knife into Vito's abdomen. In retaliation, Vito delivered a powerful punch to the face of the thug brandishing a baton, causing him to stagger backward as Vito seized the weapon. Rather than evading, Vito surged forward, bending the bald man's arm with a swift motion. Amidst agonizing screams, he heard the sickening sound of bone fracturing. The balding assailant, still cursing through his cries, found himself tripped and brought to the ground by Vito's leg. Vito then struck him forcefully on his shiny head with the baton. The bald man collapsed, unconscious, as another thug, sporting a distinctive hairstyle, cursed and swung a punch. Vito, quicker than his adversary, landed a blow to the thug's jaw, causing him to lose his balance and crash against the wall. Vito followed up with a series of relentless strikes to the thug's back, delivering blow after blow, as if he were striking a dog. Enough. Stop. The thug howled in anguish. Vito indeed halted, a playful glint in his eyes as he tossed the baton aside. He stooped to relieve the bald man of his heavy purse, then waved his hand dismissively, signaling his intent. The two remaining thugs, still able to stand, awkwardly dragged their comrade away from the scene. Vito opened the purse, tossing several golden Imperial coins to the elderly man nearby. The old man hesitated, examining the coins in his hand before looking up at Vito, who beamed a radiant smile and clapped his hands. Now, I have a question for you, good sir. How might I locate this Antonio? Are you involved with those thugs? The old man inquired, rising and rubbing his back. Vito shrugged, not exactly, but I wouldn't mind discussing your troubles with him. However, I have other matters to address. Could you kindly tell me where he is? He straightened his collar, exuding an air of nonchalance. The old man scrutinized Vito, momentarily taken aback by the sight of his explosive firearm. He is usually at the Green Lizard Tavern by the settlement, but I doubt the Tiger Claw gang will let you see him. Fear not. I have great confidence in my persuasive abilities and charm, Vito replied, waving his hand as he began to walk toward the end of the street. I wish you a pleasant remainder of the day. The old man watched Vito's retreating figure, then glanced at the telephone beneath the stall, hesitating for a moment before sinking back into his chair. Let them be, he muttered. Chapter 8. The Empire's Frontier, Intelligence and Trust to be Candid. Whether in the opulent districts atop the Hive or amidst the squalor of its lower depths, whether in the desolate wastelands of death or in some remote, untamed corner of the universe, despite the vast cultural differences, the diverse illusions, and even the vastly differing ways of venerating the Emperor, there exists one unwavering constant, the bar. Vito pushed open the creaking gate of the local tavern, its hinges clearly in need of repair. This particular spot in every bar is the most frequently damaged. As night descends and the Emperor's respite commences, farmers, laborers, and local soldiers from the Planetary Defense Force all push through the doors to enter. The atmosphere in every bar during the evening is exceedingly lively, a universal truth across all worlds. The more barren and devoid of modern civilization a place is, the more bustling its taverns become. After all, these establishments are the sole venues within a 10-kilometer radius where one can partake in the pleasures of civilized life. Moreover, bars serve a well-known function beyond entertainment and socialization, the gathering of intelligence. Vito scanned the tavern. It was relatively empty, with only the bartender polishing glasses and a few farmers scattered about. This was hardly surprising, as the sun still hung high in the sky. Once the Emperor's blazing sun sets, this place would surely come alive. Approaching the bar, Vito noted the bartender's skeptical gaze, clearly not welcoming toward this outsider. Yet, Vito was accustomed to such scrutiny. Despite being subjects of the Empire, the mutual exclusivity among different Imperial worlds remained prevalent. Would you like something to drink? The bartender inquired politely. Vito smiled, producing a few Imperial coins from his pocket and placing them on the counter. Just your local distilled spirits for me. Additionally, I am in search of someone. Who? Antonio. The bartender's expression stiffened, but he turned away to search the shelves, muttering, What do you want with Antonio? Business. If he is amenable, I believe I can offer him certain advantages. Vito watched as the bartender poured him a drink, only to hear the ominous sound of bullets being chambered behind him. Turning his head, he saw a group of local men brandishing guns, their dark barrels aimed squarely at his head. Vito turned back to see the bartender now wielding a shotgun, seemingly produced from thin air. He chuckled softly, taking a sip of his drink. Under the threat of having my skull blown open, I cannot decide whether to commend your composure or deem it foolish. A voice emerged from behind the bar, a man wiping a glass orb, who then casually took a seat at one of the tables. Vito smiled as he retrieved another glass from the bar, filling it with distilled spirits before moving to sit across from the man. He poured a drink for him as well, completely unfazed by the firearms pointed at him. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Antonio. The man named Antonio scrutinized Vito, leaning back in his chair with keen interest. I have heard that you dealt rather harshly with my men. Ah, yes, I almost forgot. Vito placed a pouch of coins on the table. Your men were collecting protection money on your behalf. Now, it has returned to its rightful owner. Antonio raised an eyebrow, glancing at the pouch and then back at Vito's smiling face. He snorted derisively, gesturing for his men to lower their weapons, which they did, albeit reluctantly. Antonio took a sip from his glass. I am a man of my word. Vito Constantine. Mr. Constantine, I shall return this money to the farmers. I only collect what is due and do what is required. Vito smiled slightly, sipping his drink. Fortunately, I too merely do what is required, Mr. Antonio. Ask the necessary questions. So, you have come to inquire. I am a helpful individual. You may ask around. They will tell you Antonio is a man willing to assist, provided it is mutually beneficial. Of course, I concede to this logic. So please, allow me to pose my question first. Vito swirled his glass. The spirits here are quite commendable, far superior to the wretched offerings of the hive world. Have you come to the main star, Mr. Constantine? No, I hail from elsewhere. But that is inconsequential. I wish to inquire whether you are aware of the whereabouts of a shuttle that recently arrived on this planet, as well as the whereabouts of its crew. As you can see, Mr. Constantine, this is an agricultural world. Countless transport ships and shuttles traverse its skies daily, including yours. That said, I believe a military shuttle would stand out quite distinctly, especially if its crew are also members of a space station. Vito's smile was enigmatic, shrouded in mystery. Antonio regarded this intriguing man, pondering whether he might be an operative from the Ministry of Justice or an employee of the governor's office. Or perhaps, no, that couldn't be. Antonio poured himself another drink, and after Vito swirled his glass, he filled one for his esteemed guest as well. Thus, I hope you can share some information with me, Mr. Antonio. Perhaps I can, Mr. Constantine. You see, we are not particularly trusting of outsiders. So I must first ascertain your reliability. Antonio gestured subtly for Vito to observe his surroundings. Indeed, everyone around was regarding him with suspicion, fingers hovering over their weapons. Even the bartender kept his shotgun on the table, wiping glasses while casting furtive glances. Vito shrugged slightly, appearing indifferent. So, how might I earn your trust? I hope it is not overly complicated. We are neither zealots of the state religion nor savages from some remote world. Thus, it is indeed not complex. You see, Mr. Constantine, this planet is not the peaceful haven it may seem at first glance. There are some locals here, true locals. Indigenous natives? I am curious. Why has the planetary government not eradicated them? After all, you know the Empire's stance on aliens. Vito shrugged nonchalantly. True enough. But I doubt the esteemed gentlemen on the main star have much interest in descending from their lofty mansions to address our affairs. The local Ministry of Justice is equally unable to manage them, let alone us. The lower hive and even parts of the mid-hive have many troubling whispers. Things worse than heresy, yet our dear governor seems oblivious to these issues. Vito squinted slightly, but soon his smile returned. Is there anything I might assist you with? Indeed. Those alien scum have stolen several of my transport vehicles, which contained a shipment of crimson essence we plan to sell on the main star. A highly effective hallucinogen. I've heard it is quite popular in the lower and mid-hives. I know not of what you speak, Mr. Constantine. Vito chuckled softly, his tone dripping with irony. Of course. The more Antonio observed Vito, the more he felt a sense of suspicion, yet he chose to set it aside, at least for the moment. Leaning back in his chair, he tapped his laser gun at his waist. Vito smiled, then rose, raising his glass in a toast. To our agreement, Mr. Antonio. Antonio stood as well, clinking his glass against Vito's. To our agreement. They downed their drinks in unison. Then Vito patted his trousers and turned towards the door. Until we meet again, Mr. Antonio. Antonio gazed at Vito with a furrowed brow, then took a seat, contemplating the contents of his glass. After a moment of reflection, he let out a deep sigh and poured himself a drink, ultimately deciding to down the wretched and perilous notion in one swift gulp. Chapter 9. The Empire's Frontier. Reclaiming property. Vito leaned against his crimson hover bike, a relic from Mars, quite literally a mechanical emblem of old Mars. How did Vito procure it from the Mechanicus, you inquire? I can assure you, it was certainly not acquired from the hands of the oil merchants. The young adjudicator, exuding casual elegance behind his sunglasses, held a drink in one hand, exuding the air of a vacationer in some verdant paradise, though that was a mere facade. For this desolate place was nothing but barren wasteland. Each agricultural world harbors such a locale, a land drained of nutrients by high-yield crops. Where once lush greenery now lay as desolate yellow hills, suffused with death and desolation, painting everything in shades of annihilation. It could be said that every imperial agricultural world is gradually rendering another into oblivion, as the nutrients of each planet are inexorably consumed by an ever-expanding population. Unless the Mechanicus is willing to undertake ecological reconstruction of the entire planet, otherwise, this world must be forsaken, stripped from the Ministry of Internal Affairs administrative framework. With a straw between his lips, Vito leisurely sipped his drink before raising a telescope, surveying distant targets in the abandoned agricultural town. Those carjacking abominations, or perhaps the irritable indigenous inhabitants. These beings donned ragged head coverings that obscured their faces, revealing only a pair of eyes, either veiled or mechanical in nature. Their dark, Bony fingers clutched crude weapons, yet overall, they remained humanoid. Adjudicator, a voice called out. Vito lowered the telescope and turned to see a Caliban knight, adorned with a winged helmet and sword at his side, striding over the sandy hills towards him. Let us hope Ragnar is not too incensed. Your hopes are misplaced. Ragnar, upon hearing you specifically requested me to descend, has already dismantled several combat training servitors in the training cage. Cole is currently cursing his 18 ancestors. Vito chuckled, shrugging mildly. If I needed a massacre, I would summon Ragnar, but this time we must execute our tasks swiftly and precisely, especially without allowing anyone to discern the involvement of the Astartes. Lancelot's laughter emanated from beneath his helm as he gazed down upon the dilapidated town and its peculiar indigenous denizens. Moreover, I hear your dark angels excel in covert operations, including erasing traces, Vito remarked, taking another sip of his beverage. Lancelot shrugged. I am uncertain what you imply, Vito, but I fear you speak of the Ravenwing and Deathwing. Not my own company. However, I believe I can also accomplish it. Vito smiled, setting down his drink. Very well. Good afternoon, everyone. All the abominations turned their heads, witnessing the audacious human striding down the street. They brandished their weapons, voicing a peculiar cacophony that mingled between a howl and a roar. Pointing their crude arms at the brazen, perhaps foolish man, Vito sauntered into the town's thoroughfare, arms swinging casually, a broad smile gracing his face as he beheld the assembly of abominations, who seemed to be cursing him. Apologies, my friends. I have yet to learn your unique language. But I believe you can comprehend my words, Vito chuckled, gesturing towards a large cargo truck on the street. It was an armored vehicle repurposed from a grain transport truck, its massive tires enabling it to traverse the wasteland, with tightly sealed doors safeguarding its precious cargo. Would you mind returning that vehicle to us? If you would, I would be most grateful. Before Vito could finish, a dozen weapons were aimed at his head, accompanied by the ominous clicking of chambers being readied. Vito chuckled helplessly, slightly shrugging. Very well, allow me to introduce you to my large friend. Before he could finish, a wall behind the abominations was violently shattered, and amidst the flying debris, Lancelot entered the street wielding an explosive shotgun, unleashing its deadly roar almost instantaneously. The explosive rounds obliterated several abominations, splattering dark blood, followed by a chorus of curses and roars as the abominations turned to face Lancelot, firing their crude weapons at him. Yet, those wretched arms left not a single mark upon the ceramite armor of the Space Marine. Lancelot expertly redirected his fire, the Emperor's wrath pouring forth with precision and swiftness upon each abominable foe. Vito too drew his explosive shotgun, firing at the backs of the abominations. As the creatures turned to retaliate against Vito, the adjudicator swiftly maneuvered, racing along the dust-choked street while pulling the trigger. Vito slid into a refuse container, the dilapidated structure splintering under the hail of bullets as an abomination wielding a large-caliber rifle unleashed a frenzy of fire towards him, intermittently shouting in an unknown tongue. However, the revelry was short-lived as its head erupted, quite literally bursting apart. Lancelot discarded the shattered corpse, his bloodied hand drawing forth his knightly sword, cleaving another abomination at close range, vaporizing flesh and blood in an instant, arcs of energy flashing amidst the dismembered remains, turning them to charred husks. Lancelot strode through the abominations, a harbinger of death amidst their futile resistance, with every swing of his sword claiming another life, their counterattacks proving feeble. Vito rose, accurately shooting two abominations attempting a final stand behind Lancelot with their solitary grenade launcher. He approached, moving briskly while aiming and firing, but as he neared the grenade launcher, an abomination wielding a curved blade leapt from a nearby rooftop, aiming a strike at Vito's head. Vito did not falter, seizing the grenade from the ground, unleashing their own explosive shells upon the abominations that had retreated into the antiquated general store, a conflagration erupting from the doors and windows, leaving only a shattered black hand upon the yellowed earth. Of course, aside from the abominations Vito had dispatched, Lancelot sheathed his knightly sword, joining Vito in gazing at the burning general store. I shall dispose of the remaining corpses within, incinerating them without leaving a trace. Vito approached the cargo truck, as Lancelot observed the adjudicator opening the vehicle's door, climbing into the driver's seat. When? Where? Vito ignited the engine, closing the door and leaning against the window while donning his sunglasses. Victoria Prime. Lancelot sighed deeply, surveying the scattered abomination corpses around them. Chapter 10. The Empire's Frontier. A new clue. Antonio poured himself a glass of wine, perusing several documents from the Imperial Ministry of Affairs. He savored a sip of the exquisite wine, intended solely for his own enjoyment rather than for guests. Saint Gennaro, a name that is both intricate and imbued with religious significance, is undeniably associated with this delightful vintage, typically gracing the tables of the Empire's nobles and dignitaries. Common folk might scarcely have heard of it, yet Antonio possessed an entire bottle. Oh, I do not intend to dwell on how he acquired it. My curiosity lies more with the documents currently in his hand. As Antonio leafed through the files, he noted a multitude of individuals bearing the surname Constantine. While this surname is not particularly common, given the vastness of the galaxy and the sheer scale of human civilization, it can be said to be as numerous as the stars. Moreover, Antonio was certain that the records he perused were merely the tip of the iceberg. Although a few individuals named Vito appeared among them, Antonio was convinced that none of them were the Vito Constantine of the present. Of course, it was also possible that he had assumed a false identity, a mere pseudonym, which is not uncommon. Nevertheless, Antonio was certain that this Vito was no ordinary mercenary or traveler. Why, one might ask. The answer was simple. The shuttle parked in the hangar was far beyond the means of an average citizen. Even Antonio, lacking professional expertise, could easily discern its exorbitance. The hangar's old custodian had remarked that the shuttle was equipped with a curvature acceleration engine, and while its exterior appeared unremarkable, it was clad in the same steel armor used on Imperial naval vessels. Even more astonishing was the fact that this private shuttle boasted a Titan-class void shield generator, as well as engines and subspace thrusters typically reserved for destroyers, making it perfectly suited for interstellar travel. Not to mention the array of armaments, plasma rifles, doomsday bombs, and automatic cannons, among others, all of which far exceeded the purchasing power of many nobles. This was undoubtedly not the possession of an ordinary mercenary. Antonio tossed the documents onto the table with a heavy sigh, just as a commotion erupted outside, the unmistakable sound of heavy transport vehicles. Rising from his seat, he stepped out of the inner room and nodded to his subordinates in the bar, who discreetly concealed their weapons and lazily followed him outside. Antonio scrutinized the transport vehicle, which bore no signs of bloodshed, damage, or even dust, remarkably pristine. Vito leaped down from the vehicle, patting its surface, declaring it unscathed and brand new, though the chassis showed some wear. Observing this enigmatic man, Antonio noted his nonchalant demeanor, as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll. He subtly motioned to his subordinate, who promptly circled around Vito to inspect the massive truck. With practiced ease, he opened the cargo bay and leaned in to take a look, subsequently providing Antonio with an affirmative nod. All accounted for, no need for concern. I have no fondness for dangerous goods, Vito remarked with a smile, politely nodding at Antonio, who wore a bemused expression. Glancing at his watch, Antonio noted the time. Barely half a day had passed, or more precisely, 3 hours. I presume you encountered the Sandmen? Sandmen. An amusing name. They do bear a resemblance to the Tallarans, though I am certain they are not, Vito replied. Indeed, I had a skirmish with them. He gestured to his explosive rifle, stating, as you can see, I stand here unscathed, so overall, the journey was quite enjoyable. Unscathed? No, he bore not a single scratch. His attire remained immaculate, and his explosive rifle was neatly secured in its holster, devoid of any semblance of fatigue one might expect after a confrontation with a horde of aliens. Were it not for the presence of the vehicle, Antonio might have suspected deception, yet it was impossible for Constantine to have procured a heavy-duty truck and filled it with blood-red substances merely to mislead him. Vito approached Antonio, gesturing towards the large truck. I have fulfilled my promise, Mr. Antonio. Now it is your turn. May I inquire how you dealt with the Sandmen? Sandmen. An intriguing designation. I have found that, regardless of the species, breaking their skulls typically proves effective, so you could say it transpired as you might imagine. Vito playfully mimicked a gun with his fingers, prompting Antonio to furrow his brow. Mr. Constantine, I assure you, Sandmen are not rabbits. They will not be dispatched individually within an hour. Vito chuckled, a smile that radiated a sense of discomfort, or rather, danger. Perhaps, Mr. Antonio, but I believe the outcome holds greater significance than the process, does it not? Antonio studied the man before him, who remained courteous yet exuded a palpable air of peril. His instincts, honed through years of combat, screamed that this man was extraordinarily dangerous. He understood all too well that probing into secrets that ought to remain hidden could have dire consequences. Antonio nodded slightly. The individuals you seek. Their shuttle crashed in a wheat field a few days ago. They subsequently hitched a ride with a group of well-meaning farmers to the starport, headed toward the home planet. What characteristics did they exhibit? Vito inquired. Excessive enthusiasm, resembling a band of missionaries. However, one individual stood apart, remaining silent and deeply unsettling. Vito let out a thoughtful hum, his smile briefly fading before returning with a quiet intensity. Thank you, Mr. Antonio. Might you inform me where the shuttle currently resides? Antonio hesitated momentarily before responding. The Ministry of Justice's Regulatory Bureau. The vessel is presently unlawfully grounded and detained. I doubt the arbitrator will relinquish it to you. I believe I can persuade them. Vito replied with an enigmatic smile. It has been a pleasure collaborating with you, Mr. Antonio. Until we meet again. Vito inclined his head slightly and proceeded toward the opposite side of the street, leaving with a meaningful pat on the heavy-duty truck. Antonio watched him retreat. Pondering for a moment before speaking up, Mr. Constantine. Vito halted, turning to face Antonio, who approached and handed him a pendant. Vito accepted it naturally. It was a silver serpent pendant, its fanged maw wide open in a menacing display. When you reach the home planet, visit a bar called the Half Nest and ask for a bartender named Silver Serpent. Present this to her, and she will divulge the information you seek. Vito smiled, tucking the pendant into his pocket. Thank you very much, Mr. Antonio. I shall remember your assistance. Waving goodbye, Vito continued on his way, and Antonio observed his silhouette for a prolonged moment before exhaling deeply and turning to summon his subordinates to relocate the truck. Meanwhile, our adjudicator turned a corner, gazing at the silver serpent pendant in his hand with a glimmer of intrigue in his smile. Ah, a most captivating adventure, he mused. Chapter 11. The Empire's Frontier. The shuttle electric sparks crackled and danced in every direction, illuminating the metallic surfaces around them. Amongst the chaos lay Vito, reclining on a disassembled seat, a fruit drink in one hand and sunglasses perched upon his face. Behind him stood 4 Deathwatch Astartes, their black armor absorbing the blinding light, as if devoured by a black hole, leaving only their faces illuminated in the glow. Unlike mortals, the Astartes possessed retinas capable of withstanding such brilliance without the need for sunglasses. Unlike Vito, the soulless servitors busied themselves around the great sage, whose mechanical hands emerged from beneath his robe, gracefully maneuvering an array of tools, spray guns, cutting machines, heavy pliers, and riveting guns, all working in seamless harmony under the sage's skilled direction. I believe we still have our wits about us, Lancelot remarked, scrutinizing Omega with crossed arms. Ragnar waved dismissively. How could a sensible man be so dull? Look at him, day after day, as mindless as a servitor, clearly devoid of intellect. Not to mention below the waist. On what basis do you draw that conclusion? Lancelot interjected. A man of substance could never be so lackluster, only captivated by machines. Ragnar chuckled, while Olaf sighed in resignation. Mind your tongue, brother. You know how the Mechanicus would react. Indeed, I am aware. Those tiresome oil-soaked fellows lack a sense of humor. Even our Caliban lad understands that. Ragnar laughed, patting Lancelot's shoulder with his armored hand, eliciting a smile from the latter. Our days are not merely filled with prayers and training, though. We are indeed rather serious, especially under Lord Asmodai. Lancelot shuddered at the mention of the punishment priest's name. Truth be told, anyone who could instill fear in an Astartes was undoubtedly a formidable individual. And Asmodai was among the most fearsome, even in the already unnerving Dark Angels chapter. Vito had heard many tales about this ruthless figure and certainly wished to avoid an encounter with him. I don't believe Omega poses any issues, my brothers. Rationality and efficiency are precisely what we require, Bell stated, though Ragnar impatiently waved his hand. Are you devoid of meat too? Bell. Your words echo those of a mere oil-soaked fool. Completed, Omega announced, halting his dazzling operations. He engaged a lever on the shuttle's shattered platform, intricately complex circuits interfacing with his cranial ports. His mechanical right eye flickered, streams of data coursing through it, while several servitor skulls flitted in from some unseen location. Commencing their scans of the shuttle, dark green beams of scanning light enveloped the shuttle, accompanied by a chorus of mechanical whirs. Vito rose from his reclined position, drink in hand, and approached Omega. You have misinterpreted the causal relationship. It is merely an illusion created by the human mind, Omega intoned in a captivating electronic tone. Vito chuckled and shrugged. Don't be so dull. Pray tell, great sage, have you discovered anything of substance? Omega raised his gaze, and the servitor's skulls departed. His face, nearly obscured by machinery, turned towards Vito, those icy eyes locking onto him. May the Omnicia bless you, Inquisitor. I have unearthed valuable insights. He strode to the holographic projector, deploying a small mechanical arm from his shoulder to connect his cranial data line to the device. As the connection established, intricate patterns materialized before the group. The Astartes gathered around, giants encircling the holographic apparatus, perplexed by the chaotic, convoluted data streams displayed. No offense, old friend, but this looks like the pie I once devoured. I can't discern its nature, Ragnar remarked, scratching his head in confusion before elbowing Lancelot. Do you comprehend it? Lancelot appeared pensive, then nudged Olaf. Do you understand? Olaf continued the chain, poking Bell. The apothecary sighed in resignation, turning to Omega. Sage, could you filter the accumulated data, isolating the segments pertaining to the space station crisis? I trust the Imperial security protocols can facilitate this. Correct, Bell. You ought to study on Mars to become an exemplary tech priest, Omega replied, initiating the process. The chaotic data began to rapidly diminish, becoming clearer. Scram, he commanded. And the disordered information transformed into succinct clarity, allowing all present to comprehend its significance. Vito raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise on his face. What in the world did those fools transport, given the severe overload? Indeed, the shuttle logs indicate that during the space station crisis, the traitors transported something aboard while fleeing, resulting in the shuttle's critical overloading. Yet, they evidently refused to discard that cargo, opting instead to forcibly launch the shuttle, which ultimately crashed on Owen, after exhausting its fuel. Some form of machinery? Or perhaps a relic? Lancelot inquired. However, the elder wolf, Olaf, shook his head. No, relics would not be stored in such a space station. And machinery is clearly beyond the trader's capacity to move or cram inside. Vito fell silent for a moment, resting his chin in contemplation. Are there any remaining visual records from the cabin? Regrettably, they were damaged in the crash, yet I have made another discovery. What is it? Omega extended a mechanical hand, presenting a fragment to Vito. Upon receiving it, Vito scrutinized it and soon realized its nature, a shard of bone, human bone. Indeed, there were many within the cabin. Along with dried bloodstains, Omega confirmed. Olaf furrowed his brow. Some malevolent ritual? Or perhaps a sacrifice? Is this the reason for the disappearance of the bodies? Perhaps it was the servants of chaos, seeking to invoke their loathsome deities through blood sacrifice to guide them to a safe planet? Olaf speculated, yet Vito shook his head. I have not heard of the fear cultists employing the blood of the deceased, and if it were the living, they would not confine them aboard the shuttle. Core. Vito spoke into the communicator. Received, go ahead. Are we nearing the home world? Approaching the designated point. I will position the ship behind the desolate world. Your shuttle may proceed from there. Excellent. Please refuel it. Chapter 12. The Empire's Frontier. The Nest World of Victoria. The Nest World, a hub of the Empire, stands as one of the most colossal and chaotic human settlements in the annals of civilization. Each Imperial star system boasts a singular Nest World as its capital, serving as the epicenter of administration, judiciary, religion, and economic production. Nearly all Imperial Nest Worlds trace their origins back thousands of years, dating back to the arrival of the first colonial starship on this planet, when the mechanic cult erected the inaugural plasma reactor, setting in motion the construction of a Nest World. Ultimately, centuries later, this monumental edifice would emerge. Some Nest Worlds even predate the Empire itself, originating in the age of technological darkness, long before the era of strife. These cities, born from humanity's earliest colonial endeavors, have existed like stars scattered across the cosmos. Countless cities, of various sizes, eventually coalesced into a singular entity, with the land filled to the horizon with towering structures. Spires and opulent upper edifices ascend towards the heavens, while beneath the surface, intricate urban networks have been meticulously constructed, layer upon layer, akin to a beehive, reaching down to the very core of the planet. This grand achievement of human civilization symbolizes the complete conquest of a world, as well as its destruction. When such a colossal Nest World is completed, it typically signifies that the planet's resources have been entirely depleted. Ultimately, the planet can no longer generate natural resources. The only asset it can provide is an inexhaustible supply of labor. Millions upon millions of individuals are dispatched to other worlds within the star system to exploit and extract their resources. Transported back here via massive orbital spaceports encircling the equator of the nest world, where they are ultimately processed in factories extending to the Earth's edge. Vito sat in the cockpit, gazing through the thick glass of the shuttle at the nest world below. The shuttle descended directly from low Earth orbit, and after breaking through the storm of the stratosphere, he arrived here, witnessing this behemoth firsthand. Thick smoke and toxic fumes billowed from the surface, tainting the sky with a sickly gray-green hue, while forests and mountains had vanished over generations, and the ocean left no trace of its former existence. Vito maneuvered the controls, guiding the sleek, elongated shuttle through the majestic architectural landscape. They descended in a straight line, entering the nest world beneath the opulent structures at the city's zenith. Vito surveyed his surroundings. The space was entirely filled with an array of towering buildings, stacked layer upon layer, interconnected by floating platforms and roadways. The sun's rays could not penetrate this realm, and all illumination emanated from an array of shop signs, streetlights, and the lights of passing vehicles, merging into a kaleidoscope reminiscent of a surreal dream. Ah, another nest world, Vito mused. He had visited numerous nest worlds, and honestly, not all of them felt so oppressive and unsettling. He adjusted the buttons on the dashboard, and after pressing a sequence of buttons, the vector nozzles began to rotate. The shuttle descended slowly, propelled by fierce blue flames, landing smoothly amid the turbulent airflow. The sturdy landing gear gradually lifted the hull, allowing the elegant interstellar shuttle to rest upon the platform as the vector nozzles cooled down. The surface spaceport, the first stop for all non-noble arrivals on this planet, was no exception for Vito. He turned his gaze to one side, where a massive heavy cargo ship, akin to a skyscraper, touched down on the colossal deck, releasing cooling gases and negative pressure into the air, enveloping everything in a thick white mist. Vito straightened his collar, looking ahead as the landing platform was steadily pulled into the spaceport structure, its robust reinforced concrete design resembling a fortress, isolating the planetary-scale city from the outside world. Inside the terrestrial spaceport, beneath a vast dome supported by colossal metal girders, the golden Imperial Eagle hung, suspended in midair, surrounded by numerous vessels docking at various points. Travelers, itinerant traders, and cargo ship workers bustled about, weaving through the hulking spaceships, their voices and the rumble of engines composing the predominant symphony of this locale. Purpose of visit? A languid administrator approached, holding a divination tablet and tapping at the screen with a stylus while mumbling indistinctly. Fortunately, Vito could discern his words. Sightseeing, visitors, and travel. Vito replied with a smile. The administrator rolled his eyes. Who would come to this godforsaken place for sightseeing? What do you think I should put down? I don't care. Just mark it as a private visit. 2,000 Imperial Eagle coins for docking and administrative fees, the young and lazy administrator stated, as a servo skull flew over, presenting a slot for payment. The skull departed, perhaps to collect a fee, while the administrator continued to scribble on the tablet, noting names and ship details. Vito chuckled, glancing toward the ship exit at the far end of the spaceport, where a vessel, emitting a slow plume of flame, glided onto the runway. From its insignia, it appeared to be the cargo ship from the previously visited Owen, for World. Beside the runway, several large cargo containers were stacked, and crew members were negotiating with a group of bald local individuals, each adorned with a tattoo of a snake, an intriguing species. But Vito was certain that all native species had gone extinct. The transaction seemed to proceed smoothly. The local gang members were already completing the payment, while the spaceport guards appeared oblivious, but Vito knew they were not blind. Vito slightly shook his head, pondering something, but the administrator grew impatient, exclaiming, "Hey, idiot, your name. Do you intend to waste my day?" Vito Constantine. This beauty is named the Eagle. Take good care of her, Vito said, receiving the registration form from the administrator, who shrugged helplessly. We will. Now go do whatever you wish. Hey, buddy, may I ask a question? Vito inquired. By the Emperor, ask quickly. The administrator barked irritably. Vito maintained his cheerful demeanor, pointing to the distant transaction scene. Over there, those local gang members. What is their gang called? The administrator glanced over, his brow twitching. The Pious Society. I advise you to steer clear of them. They're religious fanatics descending from the nest. Religion? State religion? Vito probed. Yes. But they're crazier than the lunatics in the church. Just stay as far away from them as possible. I'm curious, my friend. How is the state religion flourishing amidst the chaos beneath the nest? The administrator shouted irritably, waving his hand dismissively. Who are you? A scholar? Go ask those missionaries. Don't bother me. With that, he sauntered away, his demeanor exceedingly haughty and dismissive. Vito chuckled, hands on his hips, contemplating how the young administrator might feel if he realized he had just treated a judge with such disdain. Vito shrugged, feeling fortunate to not be among those neurotic colleagues. Thus, the young man would continue with his arrogant attitude until someday he might encounter a furious captain who would teach him a lesson. Vito stroked his chin thoughtfully, gazing up at the Imperial eagle overhead, patting the blaster at his waist as he headed toward the spaceport exit. Chapter 13. The Frontier of the Empire. The voice of the Emperor Vito traversed the dimly lit streets of the mid-nest, not due to a lack of light, for the sun's radiance could not penetrate this realm. Natural illumination was a privilege reserved solely for the upper echelons of the imperial nobility. The glow of the mid-nest emanated from human ingenuity, neon signs and street lamps lining the thoroughfares. These artificial lights brought a semblance of brightness to the locale. Vito observed the populace around him. This was the dwelling of the majority of the city's denizens, situated between the opulence of the upper nest and the chaos of the lower nest. Here, one could witness a confluence of two disparate imperial lifestyles, marked by glaring contrasts. As one descended the escalators and the spiraling aerial streets, the surroundings began to transform. In the higher echelons of the mid-nest, one encountered enthusiasm, ambition, and a sense of pride. Though the inhabitants did not occupy the highest offices, they lived in close proximity to the lives of the imperial elite. They were technicians, administrators, and members of the governor's office, as well as high-ranking clergy. Their existence could be deemed civilized. However, as one descended further, the brilliant sunlight faded, replaced by acrid industrial fumes and an uncomfortable temperature disparity. Vito leaned over the edge of the sky street, gazing down at the layers of streets and buildings encircling the deep well, where countless imperial vessels and aircraft navigated the abyss below. At the lowest depths lay the lower nest, or rather, the shadowy depths of despair. Fortunately, although this area lacked civilization, the might of the empire still held sway here. The young inquisitor, Vito, turned his head as he discerned a resonant voice emanating from several servo skulls hovering before the statue of the emperor. Clad in crimson robes and white clerical hats, the priests appeared incongruous, yet they recited and preached with commendable fervor and nobility. In the endless void of the galaxy, there exists but one, the master of humanity, the king upon the golden throne. Only his radiance can rescue us. Only faith can shield the masses from annihilation. The zealous priest passionately recited the sacred words of the emperor, a text he had long since memorized. Each time Vito witnessed this fervor, a sardonic smile involuntarily crept upon his face. After all, the sacred text originated from, well, as an inquisitor, perhaps he should refrain from discussing such matters. Naturally, he could not divulge this sentiment, for the citizens of the empire were not particularly adept at embracing or comprehending new thoughts and theories. One would likely be branded a heretic, a traitor, or worse, suffering a sound beating, with a significant likelihood of facing execution. Suffering and prayer, faith and redemption. Believe in him. It is through his light that we have received the great voice of truth. The priest's voice resonated through the servo skulls, amplified for all to hear, imbued with passion and incitement. Devout imperial believers fervently extolled the emperor, reciting phrases from the sacred text with such fervor that it seemed they intended to project their voices across the vastness of space, to reach the emperor seated on the golden throne light years away. Vito shook his head in bemusement, casting his gaze towards a younger cleric standing beside the impassioned priest under the statue, likely an apprentice. Vito approached the unassuming young acolyte, who looked up in surprise. "No, sir, I am merely an apprentice, assigned to assist Brother Endes in preaching." Vito smiled warmly. Every priest begins as an apprentice, including the fervent Brother Endes. "What is your name, young cleric?" "Caden, sir. My name is Caden." Vito leaned against the exhaust pipe beside Caden, tilting his head to observe the fervent congregants. "It appears your efforts are quite successful, Caden." "I am Vito, Vito Constantine." Caden nodded slightly, glancing at the hefty tome of the sacred text in his hands. "To be honest, does the emperor truly provide you with so many quotations?" Vito chuckled helplessly, folding his arms. "Your church resides in the upper nest, does it not? I saw the grand cathedral as I arrived. Of course, there are churches in the mid-nest, but they lack such splendor. Have you seen the Cathedral of St. Con? Indeed. Every time I behold that expansive cathedral, capable of accommodating thousands in prayer, it stirs my soul, Caden replied proudly, his eyes gleaming. Vito maintained his smile. Indeed, but regrettably, the mid-nest lacks such grandeur. After descending for quite some time, I have yet to witness much, particularly as I venture lower. Caden nodded slightly, a hint of resignation in his sigh. Yes, in truth, what you see here is already the edge of our missionary endeavors. We will not venture further down. Why not? Is spreading the light of truth too exhausting? No, we do not mind laboring for the faith of the Empire, but the lower nest is perilous. The inhabitants there do not accept the Church's beliefs. Vito pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. Would you mind sharing what you mean by fringe beliefs? Caden shook his head, closing the sacred text in his hands. I apologize, sir, but I know little. The Archbishop forbids us from discussing or engaging with the thoughts and members of the heretical sects in the lower nest, so I am entirely ignorant about them. For this reason, the Church does not permit us to cross the border into the lower nest to spread the Emperor's faith. Every time I think of it, I feel sorrow for the unfortunate souls there who cannot hear the voice of truth. But I've heard that the faith down there is quite fervent, albeit their veneration of the Emperor differs significantly from ours. Many elder clerics insist they are heretics, shameless traitors worshipping the gods of chaos. Chaos worshippers? Vito raised an eyebrow. And to this day, the Ministry of Justice and the Planetary Defense Forces have not eradicated them? They allow their beliefs to proliferate in the lower nest? Caden nodded, clearly perplexed. I do not understand either, but the Archbishop forbids us from discussing any related matters. My apprentice friends in the Ministry of Administration and the Governor's office say they are similarly prohibited from discussing these issues. Vito leaned against the wall, turning his gaze towards the fervent congregants. He then stood, smiling as he tossed a gold coin to Caden. The young cleric caught the coin, looking bewildered. Sir, we cannot accept money privately. As the Emperor states, greed is the beginning of betrayal. But the Emperor also said that true wealth should be used for righteous endeavors. Vito replied with a smile, concealing his explosive weapon beneath his coat. Caden eyed Vito's weapon, suddenly seeming to realize something. His eyes widened. And just as he was about to speak, Vito silenced him with a gesture. There were many rumors among the populace of the Empire, tales that inquisitors would disguise themselves as various individuals to infiltrate the citizenry, monitoring and eavesdropping for signs of treachery and heresy, erasing its sources. Like specters lurking in the shadows, though this notion was quite improbable, it circulated widely among the people. Often, it was invoked by mothers to frighten disobedient children. Yet sometimes, such rumors bore a semblance of truth, as was the case at this very moment. He smiled, raising a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. Please keep this between us, child. Do not disclose my presence or the content of our conversation to anyone, including your elder clerics, for the sake of the Emperor. The clamor of the faithful, along with the amplifiers serving to project their fervor, completely drowned out their conversations. No one could discern their words, nor would they pay them any heed, as the young cleric believed. I shall certainly pledge my allegiance to the Emperor, my lord. I will utilize the gold you bestow upon me for a noble cause. I swear it. I am confident, my child. Now, let us each attend to the necessary and righteous deeds that await us. With a dismissive wave, Vito departed, making his way toward the dimly lit end of the street. Cardon was aware of his destination, and with hands clasped in reverence, he performed the traditional imperial eagle salute. May the Emperor bless you. Chapter 14. The Frontier of the Empire. The faith of the Emperor. The orbital elevator descended rapidly amidst the thunderous clamor of its machinery. The mechanical platform aligning seamlessly with the gear indentations along the surrounding shaft, moving downwards in perfect coordination. Crimson warning lights flickered incessantly on either side, casting their unsettling glow within the eye sockets of decorative skull sculptures. The interior of the antiquated elevator was encrusted with rust, every surface bearing the marks of time. Even the Imperial Aquila insignia had nearly faded from view, its golden sheen reduced to a mere whisper, eroded by the depths of this lightless underbelly. Vito leaned against the control machine, his head encased in a metallic helmet connected to a myriad of tubes and wires, with his limbs entirely absent, leaving only his torso to navigate the confines of the platform. Nevertheless, he managed to operate the elevator, which had likely been neglected for ages. As it carried him down into the depths, Vito adeptly manipulated the aged device, only to find that there was not a single enforcer from the Department of Justice present in the vicinity. Thus, He gleefully appropriated the elevator for his descent. The elevator plunged further underground, akin to venturing into the terrifying abyss of fear, which in many respects was an accurate analogy. It came to a halt. The flashing red lights pulsating around the gate, and the corroded door creaked open. Vito surveyed his surroundings, greeted by a sprawling expanse of long-abandoned subterranean structures, massive storage tanks, towering metallic domes, and rusted machinery. The Underhive, the most chaotic and nefarious place in the annals of the Empire. Here, mutants, heretics, cultists, and dissenters thrived. A myriad of gangs existing in the shadows of the Emperor's light, these outlaws proliferating in their hidden nests. Even the enforcers seldom ventured into this realm. When the upper echelons of the Empire required action in the Underhive, they typically enlisted mercenaries rather than sully themselves with such indignities. Beneath the dim dome, only a few distant, dreamlike lights illuminated this subterranean world. It was eerily quiet, as if the very essence of life had been extinguished, and he found himself traversing the cold remains of a once vibrant existence. Vito turned to inspect a massive energy storage tank, unable to discern its contents. Yet the prominent mechanical insignia suggested he ought to refrain from prying. His silver-embroidered boots echoed on the long bridge as he gazed down at the distant ground below, truly a great height. As he peered into the distance, he spotted a flicker of flame, or more accurately, the glow of a candle at the bridge's terminus. Intrigued, Vito made his way toward the source of the light, discovering a shrine dedicated to a deity, an entity that appeared simultaneously familiar yet foreign. Vito crouched down, scrutinizing the statue of the deity. He couldn't help but note that the craftsmanship left much to be desired, yet he could still discern the figure's features. A human, he could ascertain that much. This divine figure sat upon a chair, a throne, an effigy of the Emperor? No, this was not the Emperor's likeness. As he reached out to touch the sculpture, he heard footsteps approaching. He halted and turned to the figures emerging from the dim corridor, illuminated by the flickering candlelight. Several residents of the Underhive approached, each brandishing weapons of varying quality. "Good sirs, how may I assist you?" Vito inquired with a smile, discreetly pressing the trigger of his explosive weapon. The leader, pointing with a mechanical finger, demanded, "Why do you not pay homage and pray to the Lord of Redemption, outsider?" Vito tilted his head, feigning confusion. The Lord of Redemption? Who is that? The leader stepped closer, his gaze fixated on Vito with a twitchy intensity, his pallid face resembling that of a corpse. "You are a heretic. This is the true visage of the Emperor. You must pray to him." Thugs encircled Vito, who assessed them. Each bore the sigil of a coiling serpent tattooed on their arms, akin to the thugs he had encountered in the starport above. "Pray, and worship him. Only thus shall you attain salvation," the leader proclaimed, resembling a fanatical preacher, armed and fervent. "May I inquire, what if I refuse?" Vito asked. "Then we shall enact his wrath upon you," the leader shouted, drawing his weapon and pressing it against Vito's chest. Vito regarded the gun with calm interest, scrutinizing the gang members before him. He smiled politely. "Might I ask a question?" "A question? About what?" the leader retorted, his eyes wild, seemingly under the influence of some substance. Vito maintained his smile, addressing the remaining gang members. "As I understand, you belong to the Pious Order. I presume there are more gangs operating here, am I correct? Just like in most Underhives." "Indeed, there are many more heretics, just like you," the leader shouted, his mechanical finger clicking ominously. "But for the Emperor, we shall lead them to the truth. We shall attain salvation, redemption from the stars." Vito's smile turned sardonic. Then, in such a chaotic Underhive, where gang conflicts and bloodshed are commonplace, much like in the vast majority of the Empire, what if, at this very moment, an unfortunate gang confrontation were to occur? "What do you mean?" the leader queried, but Vito offered a sincere smile. "Allow me to elucidate." Gunfire erupted violently, a deafening roar as a bullet pierced the leader's back. The thugs were taken aback, but Vito seized the leader's collar, his explosive weapon firing twice from beneath his arm, obliterating a thug's head and shoulder in a gruesome display. Redirecting his aim, he fired again, cleanly shattering another thug's arm. Amidst screams, the thug blindly squeezed the trigger, bullets ricocheting throughout the metallic corridor. The remaining two finally regained their wits and began firing at Vito, but he utilized the leader's corpse as a shield. The bullets tore through the lifeless body, yet Vito surged forward towards the remaining two. He hurled the body at one thug, the weight causing him to falter. In that fleeting moment, Vito raised his explosive weapon and accurately shattered the thug's leg. The thug collapsed, screaming as Vito obliterated his head, leaving the last one in a panic as he fired wildly, his fear only cultivating chaos. His aim was erratic, and none of his shots found their mark. Vito dashed towards him with remarkable speed, striking him with the butt of his weapon. He grasped the thug's collar, forcefully pinning him against the railing, his body teetering dangerously over the edge. Vito raised his weapon, delivering a fatal shot that shattered the last thug's dazed head. He loosened his grip, and the thug began to plummet, shrieking in terror. Three. Apart from us, there are the Hammer Gang and the Crime Syndicate. One controls the factories. The other oversees trade with the Upper Hive. Thank you for your cooperation. I wish you a pleasant day, Vito remarked, leaning over the railing to observe the fall. Oh, indeed, quite a significant drop. Well, it seems things are more complicated than I initially presumed, he mused, then fired a shot that obliterated the shrine, a smile gracing his lips. Let us embrace the complexity, then. Chapter 15. The Frontier of the Empire. Intelligence and opportunity amidst the dilapidated gasoline barrels. Flames flickered fiercely, illuminating the dimly lit streets with an ominous glow. The rusted barrels, riddled with holes, cast an unsettling ambience that mirrored the surrounding environment and its inhabitants, who were equally disconcerting in every conceivable manner. Most bore implants, all of inferior quality, with clattering transmissions and mechanical exteriors marred by rust and blasphemous engravings. Even those devoid of implants were adorned with contemptible tattoos, dressed in a manner that distinctly betrayed their status as law-abiding citizens of the Empire. It must be said, the outlaws, cultists, and heretics here were refreshingly candid, allowing one to easily discern their identities from afar, enabling a swift decision on whether to draw one's weapon. Vito approached the entrance of a bar nestled in this subterranean abyss, its sign illuminated by vibrant purple lights that cast an ethereal glow over the surrounding gloom, rendering the darkness even more surreal and dreamlike. He recalled the thrill of a certain purple-skinned girl, pondering how long it had been since their last encounter. Years? Months? Each moment spent in her presence seemed to warp time itself. With a chuckle, he shrugged and rubbed his neck as he pushed open the door of the bar, its name Silver Serpent inscribed in low Gothic script. Inside, the establishment was surprisingly well-maintained, standing in stark contrast to the chaos and decay outside. The tables were intact, the floors spotless, and the walls adorned with tapestries and decorations, with the iconic Silver Serpent emblem prominently displayed on the bar counter. Despite its incongruity as a low-tier establishment, the bar was bustling with patrons, predominantly locals, each unambiguously armed and openly displaying their affiliations. Vito surveyed the crowd, noting the intricate snake and hammer tattoos, as well as those adorned with blooming flowers. It appeared he had correctly identified them as members of the three rival gangs, which was amusing. These gangsters could manage to coexist in this space, at least sharing a drink without resorting to violence. With a playful grin, Vito approached the bar, where a barmaid was meticulously polishing a glass. She regarded her work with downcast eyes, her long lashes framing a face partially obscured by a peculiar mask, perhaps a gas mask? It was curious. The air here seemed breathable enough for most visitors to the underbelly, yet she chose to employ a filtering device. Leaning against the bar, Vito observed the beauty before him, who coolly met his gaze. After a moment, she set the glass down in front of him. "What will you have?" she inquired. Vito smiled, producing several Imperial coins from his pocket. "Something decent, please. No gutter trash, and no watered-down drinks." The barmaid retrieved a glass of golden-orange liquor from the shelf, filling it to the brim. Vito raised the glass, inspecting its contents before nodding in satisfaction. "Golden Pirate? How intriguing. This is a drink not typically served in the Empire, reserved for pirates and heretics, yet it possesses a delightful flavor." The barmaid, hands on her hips, chuckled softly. Vito took a sip, then placed a few coins on the counter, including a notable pendant, the Silver Serpent pendant. The barmaid paused to examine the trinket before looking back at Vito, who shrugged nonchalantly. "Pour yourself a drink, if you wish. It's quite good, and by the way, I'm inquiring about Antonio." With a quiet laugh, the barmaid filled another glass, taking a sip herself without clinking glasses with Vito. He shrugged again, taking another drink. "What is your relationship with Antonio?" he asked. "A cooperative one. I've assisted him with a matter, and now he is helping me with one in return. To be precise, he believes you may be of assistance, Miss Silver Serpent." She leaned closer over the bar, her silver-gray eyes locking onto his. Vito met her gaze, as if inviting her to peer into his very soul. He glanced at the rowdy patrons behind him, their boisterous conversation peppered with crude language, which was to be expected in this part of the underworld. How fascinating that members of these three gangs can coexist peacefully here, he remarked. Peacefully? No, this is a neutral bar. No one is permitted to draw weapons on my premises. And they abide by your rules? Vito asked, flashing a charming smile as he raised his glass in salute to her. She shrugged slightly, examining the crystalline structure of her drink. This is a place for information and negotiation. Vito Constantine, just Vito will suffice. I assume formalities are not customary here? It seems you trade information among the three factions. Miss Silver Serpent, provided the terms are right, tell me, how may I assist you? Surely, you are not merely here for a drink. Indeed, Vito replied, taking another sip. I came seeking information. A few weeks ago, a shuttle crashed on Owen 4, and its survivors have since arrived at Victoria Prime. Would you be so kind as to enlighten me on their whereabouts? They made their way to the underbelly, one individual. One? I was informed there were 6. Is that so strange? This is the underbelly. Of course not. Please, continue. They arrived here, all marked with snake tattoos, and the devout came to see them. They left with the devout, and if I am not mistaken, they are still in the hands of the devout. Vito stroked his chin in contemplation. Are you certain they are with the devout? While they may not resemble the denizens of the underbelly, I can discern that if you wish to locate them, you will need to extract them from the devout's grasp, which I presume will not be a simple task. The young adjudicator regarded the striking woman before him, a genuine smile gracing his lips, not a facade. What do you suggest I do? Gain their trust. The devout place immense value on that, Vito, but I suspect such opportunities. The Silver Serpent paused, her gaze shifting to several young devout who entered the bar, whispering amongst themselves before the entire group rose and stormed out, visibly agitated. Vito chuckled. An opportunity has presented itself. The Silver Serpent regarded him with admiration, her arms crossed as she shrugged. Then I wish you the best of luck, Vito. I have repaid Antonio's favor. Fear not. We shall cross paths again, he assured, draining his glass. The Silver Serpent's expression shifted to one of confusion and skepticism. If you wish to seek me again for information, you would do well to bring something of value, Vito. He waved her off as he made his way toward the exit of the bar. Chapter 16. The Empire's Frontier. The Battle of the Lower Nest. The flickering flames of gunfire intertwined with the searing red light of laser guns. As countless projectiles danced in the air, embodying the primal instincts of slaughter that lie deep within human genetics. In the depths of this abandoned factory, the deadly weapons performed a macabre ballet, a symphony of death and destruction. Two factions of gang members unleashed their firepower upon each other. These formidable creations, once intended to combat humanity's greatest foes, now turned against their own kind. Not long after the dawn of human civilization, when we were still mere primates, the first hominid fashioned a weapon from stone and beast bone, igniting mankind's long-standing penchant for using such inventions against one another. It is hardly surprising, is it? Whether on Earth or amidst the stars, the harsh environments and cruel beasts pale in comparison to the cunning and resourceful nature of our fellow humans. Especially in places devoid of anything but humanity. Vito leaned against a steel support pillar, pockmarked with numerous bullet holes, as projectiles and laser beams battered his surroundings. Yet, he remained unperturbed, standing calmly amidst the lifeless bodies strewn along the corridor, where several had succumbed to either the searing blasts of laser fire or the brutal impact of bullets. In the main hall of the factory below, the volatile members of the Iron Hammer gang operated a chainsaw gun with a primal roar, recklessly unleashing mayhem upon the members of the faithful who sought refuge behind dilapidated lathes and mechanical contraptions. Vito raised an eyebrow as he witnessed the heavy chainsaw gun obliterate an unarmored walking robot, causing the hidden faithful members to flee in panic. Though they scarcely managed to escape, they were soon riddled with bullets and laser fire, reduced to a state akin to a beehive. Vito stroked his chin, surveying the chaotic battlefield. He was certain that the mechanical cultists were nearby, vocally condemning the heretical intruders while charging in with their laser rifles. It appeared that he had ignited a subterranean war. By the Emperor's grace, an opportunity soon presented itself, as the faithful members retreated from their makeshift cover. The Iron Hammer gang, with an evident superiority in heavy weaponry, continued to rain destruction upon them. Among the beleaguered was a man pinned behind a battered machine, clutching his bloodied arm, while a nearby faithful member endeavored to break through and rescue him, though he too was caught in a suppressive fire. This man appeared to be a leader of sorts, though one could question his sanity for brazenly charging into the Iron Hammer-controlled factory. Perhaps their fervor had driven them mad. Inflamed by the desecration of their shrine by a heretic, Vito rose to his feet, retrieving a peculiar small device from his waist. Resembling an artifact of the Empire's common folk, the dark gray exterior bore the emblem of the mechanical cult, prompting Vito to shrug in bemusement. Do you truly need everyone to know that these trinkets are of your making, Omega Priest? Using a scanner, Vito examined the arm of a fallen faithful member, a blue beam illuminating the serpent tattoo upon its surface. He pressed it against his own arm, replicating the tattoo in an instant. Vito regarded the emblem with a smirk before discarding the device, drawing his explosive gun and aiming it at the object. Apologies, old friend. The gunshot echoed, sending mechanical fragments flying. Vito crouched down, observing the corpse and those around it. Each bore a small golden olive emblem beneath their serpent tattoos, a detail that differed slightly from what he had previously seen. Perhaps a means of distinguishing among the factions? At least the Star Warriors seemed fond of such methods. By the Emperor, a feeble voice croaked. Vito turned to find that what he thought was merely a corpse was, in fact, a weak and unconscious gang member. He approached and bent down, the man gazing up at him with confusion. Are you one of us? A member of M.O. Wynn's crew? I don't recognize you. I just joined, mate. Naturally, you wouldn't know me, and I certainly didn't expect, well, to be thrown into such chaos upon joining. By the Emperor, this is a foolish endeavor. Damn it, our gang's been wiped out. It's just you and me now. He weakly lamented. M.O. Wynn is dead. You must warn. Vito stood, a smile gracing his lips. Allow me to correct you, my friend. It's only me left. Raising the gun, he aimed it at the man's head, and in the latter's shock, Vito pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out, marking the end of M.O. Wynn's faction. Vito seized a laser gun from the ground and slung it across his back, stretching his arms before suddenly pivoting and leaping over the railing of the corridor. He sprinted along a pipe, the explosive gun roaring to life as projectiles erupted from the muzzle, shattering a skull within moments. Descending from the right side of the main hall, Vito landed amidst the Iron Hammer's ranks. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him, but their reflexes were no match for his speed. Almost instantaneously, he commenced his deadly dance, bullets echoing as they pulverized heads and bodies alike. The Iron Hammer members retaliated with fervent gunfire, yet Vito's swiftness was astonishing. He darted forward, confronting a gang member armed with a shotgun, firing his explosive gun point-blank at the man's jaw, obliterating half his face. Seizing the falling shotgun, he fired again, sending another gang member flying. He rolled to evade a laser shot, springing back to his feet after a series of tumbles to fire once more, causing a misfortunate foe armed with a laser gun to tumble from behind cover. A suppressed member of the faithful peered out, unable to see the chaos unfolding but hearing the cacophony of gunfire and screams. To his astonishment, he witnessed a man leap from behind cover, dancing atop barricades as if he were an actor on stage, firing with abandon. He vanished only to reappear suddenly, reminiscent of a specter upon the battlefield. Vito soared through the air, landing after a spin to retrieve a steel pipe from the abandoned machinery, knocking an Iron Hammer member to the ground. On the opposite end of the cover, a gunner operating a heavy chainsaw gun hurled the most vulgar curses while redirecting fire towards Vito's direction. Vito rolled backward to evade the initial shot, then sprinted towards a sturdy cover as heavy rounds exploded and flew around him. He took refuge behind a cargo truck that had yet to be fitted with wheels. The chainsaw gun battered the truck's frame, reducing it to splinters. A young member of the faithful, undeterred, seized his laser gun and aimed, unleashing a beam that cleaved through the air, instantly burning a hole through the gunner's skull. The suppression of fire ceased abruptly, and in that fleeting moment, Vito emerged. Aiming a makeshift rocket launcher, of uncertain origin, at the machine gunner and pulling the trigger of the device that could detonate at any moment. The rocket soared through the air, instantly obliterating the entire firing position. Vito discarded the launcher and sprinted away from the Iron Hammer gang's lines. As the young member of the Faithful Society unleashed a barrage of shots from his laser gun, dispatching several foes with precision. In the midst of furious curses and roars, a few robust men from the Iron Hammer gang maneuvered a heavy laser cannon, apparently salvaged from that Chimera vehicle, onto a makeshift podium. One of the burly men promptly leaped into the control position, awakening the dormant, fearsome machine spirit, which unleashed a deadly barrage that annihilated an entire row of Faithful Society members. Their cover disintegrated like paper. And as the young member witnessed the blinding red flashes of the artillery, he shouted, "You better hurry, mate." He continued to aim his laser gun, attempting to eliminate the laser cannon operator, yet the cannon shield deflected the beams, drawing the enemy's attention towards him instead. Astonished, the young man stared at the laser beam targeting him, but fortune smiled upon him as Vito lunged forward and tackled him just in time. The laser cannon fired above their heads, shattering countless mechanical components. "Run!" Vito shouted, pulling the young man along as they dashed beneath the searing red light of the cannon. Debris raining down around them, the laser beam now slicing through everything in its path. Vito dragged the young man into the hideout of the gang leader, who, despite his injuries, grasped the young member tightly with his remaining arm, narrowly avoiding the loss of his legs to the onslaught. The three took refuge behind the cover. As red flashes illuminated their surroundings, the intense heat of the laser drawing dangerously close, threatening to render their sanctuary ineffective. "By the Emperor, this is a foolish plan, Marshal. You were right. I should have," the leader groaned. Young Marshal steadied his gun against the leader, responding, "Don't say that, Chief. In the name of the Emperor. You did your best to counsel that fool, Rufus, and he has paid dearly for his stupidity. What of Mao&'s men? Is that child still alive?" "No, I believe he is dead. Rufus summoned us for assistance. But well, it seems I am the last left in my gang. That fool not only led us to significant losses, but also cost the lives of our brethren in faith. The gods above, he deserves no mercy." The leader cursed vehemently, yet the machine gunner appeared to redirect his fire elsewhere. Vito peeked out cautiously, muttering, "Curse him, Marshal brother, let us get the chief out." Marshal nodded affirmatively, hoisting the leader and maneuvering him to safety, while Vito rose to retrieve a laser gun from the roaring heavy weapon. Vito positioned the laser gun atop the shattered cover. His eyes focused through the sight at the laser cannon, his breathing steady as his finger poised on the trigger. Just one shot, he thought, inhaling deeply before squeezing the trigger in the next heartbeat. The round soared across the battlefield, flawlessly arcing through the gap between the cannon shield and barrel, striking the operator squarely in the head. Surrounding onlookers gasped in disbelief as Vito executed another headshot, then a third, and a fourth. The remaining adversaries fled in a panic from the laser cannon, seeking refuge in the nearest cover they could find. Vito hefted the laser gun, glancing at the fragmented machinery adorned with the Imperial Aquila, and smiled appreciatively. Chapter 17. The frontier of the Empire. Marshal stood under the porch, a laser gun slung over his shoulder, as he observed the devoted brethren struggling painfully into the hall, aided by their comrades. Within the ancient church, illuminated by countless candles and lamps, many injured brothers were already praying to the divine amidst their suffering and groans. The resplendent icon of the Emperor sat at the forefront of the church, where numerous worshippers and the wounded were supported nearby, receiving treatment from medical personnel. Under the sanctified radiance of the Emperor's likeness, they also found spiritual solace. Marshal was uncertain of the efficacy of the divine intervention, yet it seemed that the brothers bore less anguish, as if pain had abandoned their bodies. "It appears you do not require treatment, Brother Marshal," Vito remarked, stepping forward with his own laser gun. "Indeed, I do not. What surprises me more is that you too are unscathed, Brother Vito," Marshal replied, glancing at the weapon on Vito's back. "Your marksmanship is commendable. Were you once a member of the Planetary Defense Forces or the Stellar Army?" "No. I previously served in the Navy SEALs, the Outrammer Fleet," Vito responded, meeting Marshal's gaze. "And you? Your shooting skills are quite impressive." "I was part of the local law enforcement, but that is in the past," Marshal said, turning his attention back to the ancient church. Vito raised an eyebrow in jest, and then shrugged. "Rushing into the factory was a foolish idea." "I concur, brother. We paid a heavy price without securing the factory. However, the heretics will eventually pay for their transgressions. It's only a matter of time." "Of course, but I believe we should consider the pressing issues at hand, such as this." Marshal continued, "This is all your fault, Henry Moore. If your brother Mo had not failed to secure the flank, we would have taken the factory long ago." A bald man, whose head was adorned with some peculiar tubing, bellowed. The target of his ire was none other than Vito's rescued leader. Old Henry furrowed his brows, fixing his gaze on the furious man. "Mind your words, Mosley. He is your brother, a fellow believer and a member of our kin. A factory? That is one of the Iron Hammer Gang's primary strongholds. You know this well, Mosley. Or have you been in the space station too long and forgotten the affairs of our homeworld?" Mosley halted, glaring at Henry, who met his gaze unwaveringly, the tension palpable. Vito and Marshall approached, prompting Mosley to retreat a step with a growl. Rupert is dead, and now the lower nest must select a new leader. Between you and me, Mosley declared, moving to the center of the church and surveying the congregation of devotees. Brothers and sisters, today, here in this sacred abbey, we shall choose a new leader to guide us toward ultimate redemption. Mosley cried out, I, Mosley Fox, have heard the divine words in the void of stars. He has promised me that the final redemption is nigh. The great deity is on the horizon. The faithful erupted in a frenzy of cheers. Vito surveyed the ecstatic crowd, stealing a glance at Marshall, who, like him, remained composed. A smirk of amusement danced on Vito's lips as he turned his attention to Henry, who stepped into the central arena. Are you suggesting that you are the chosen envoy of the divine, and thus deserving of leadership? I am the chosen one of the gods. I have heard their voices and seen their forms. I am their messenger, Henry declared, gazing at Mosley, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Mosley was a family member and a core figure of the lower nest. Henry could not openly dispute with him in such a public setting. The messenger of the divine? Is that what you claim, Brother Mosley? Vito interjected, handing his laser gun to Marshall before stepping into the center of the abbey. Mosley regarded the unfamiliar youth with uncertainty. Who are you? What right do you have to speak here? No, let him speak, Henry insisted, gripping Vito's shoulder and surveying the surrounding brethren. Brothers, this is Brother Vito Constantine. He assisted us in our successful extraction from the factory and dealt a significant blow to the heretics. Cheers and applause erupted from the crowd as Vito looked at Henry, who nodded in affirmation. Vito stepped into the spotlight. Brothers, Mosley claims to be the divine envoy, having heard whispers of the divine at the galaxy's edge. But tell me, brothers, who among you has not heard his words? Have you not listened to him in prayer and faith? Vito countered, and the crowd nodded in agreement. We should rejoice in the imminent arrival of redemption, yet in Victoria. There is but one divine envoy, and that is the Archbishop. The crowd began to murmur, and Mosley's expression darkened. Are you suggesting that I am attempting to betray the Brotherhood by establishing my own faction? Have I? Vito challenged. Why would you say such a thing, Brother Mosley? Mosley, incensed, lunged forward, seizing Vito by the collar. His strength was formidable, far exceeding appearances. Vito raised an eyebrow, humorously regarding the furious man before him. I am a family member. You dare insult my loyalty. Mosley roared, but Henry stepped forward, pulling Mosley away. Vito regained his footing, and Henry placed a firm hand on his shoulder. What Brother Vito says is not slander. We must guard against the greed and treachery within our hearts. Mosley growled at Vito, who met his gaze with a quirked brow, pondering something before turning to address the assembly. Therefore, brothers, I believe the lower nest requires a leader, one who is truly adept at both struggle and unity, a leader who understands and is familiar with this place. Vito proclaimed, while Brother Mosley's faith is beyond reproach, he has been absent for too long. I propose we elect Brother Henry, who has fought alongside us and understands the lower nest, to bear this responsibility. Vito declared, extending his arms. Who stands with me? The congregation exchanged glances, and after a flurry of whispered discussions, many raised their hands, all eventually doing so. It is my honor, brothers. And now, Henry turned to Vito, Brother Vito, the last of the MO1 Brotherhood, the greatest contributor to the factory battle. I hope to welcome you into the Grand Council of the Lower Nest, and I wish for you to stand with me in defending and building our faith. Vito smiled and embraced Henry, the crowd erupting into cheers. While Mosley glared at Vito with ire, Mosley muttered under his breath, while Vito wore a subtle grin, reminiscent of a hunter witnessing his prey walk into a trap. Chapter 18. The Empire's Frontier. Compensation and gains. The golden and silver liquid swirled in the goblet as Vito observed it with keen interest. Have you really chosen to host me with such fine wine? He inquired. I extend the same courtesy to all my esteemed clients, and do not flatter yourself. Silver Serpent replied, pouring herself a glass as well. Leaning against the bar, she gazed over Vito's shoulder, spotting several members of the faithful seated at a nearby table. They were armed, distinctly different from the usual ruffians of the faithful, adorned in armor and more sophisticated implants. It appears you have ascended to a higher station, Vito. Silver Serpent remarked calmly. You know there shall be no gunfire or assassination within my establishment. I have no desire to disrupt that tradition. I, too, wish for peace. But the outside world is far different, Vito responded. The journey from the Lower Nest Monastery to here is no small feat, especially given the recent events. You mean after you blew up 2 of the Hammer boss's freight trains and pilfered an entire shipment of weapons from his underground station? Precisely. Vito chuckled playfully, while Silver Serpent shook her head, taking a sip of her drink. You have ignited a war, Vito, a war beneath the surface. My dear, that war has long been in motion. I merely added a touch of spectacle to it, he retorted, sipping his wine and leaning back in his high stool. And I have brought you considerable benefits, have I not? I provide you with intelligence on the faithful, while you furnish me with information on the Hammer Gang, and then proceed to sell that intelligence back to them. A win-win situation, indeed. Silver Serpent sighed in exasperation. That is precisely why I have been unable to procure good wine for the past fortnight, you fool. Your war has severed several trade routes between the central nest and the lower nest. Now, only the syndicate can supply it. And those suited scoundrels have hiked the prices several-fold. The young woman stood, placing her hands on her hips as she glared at the 2 imposing ogrins at the entrance. They were robust, strong creatures, their massive arms and muscular chests reminiscent of diminutive Astartes. The bar was now entirely occupied by the faithful. The original patrons had either been chased away or frightened off, leaving only a cadre of menacing members of the faithful, specifically the bodyguards of Vito Constantine. How long have you been part of the faithful? She inquired. Well, perhaps 2 or 3 months. Why do you ask? As a relatively new figure in leadership for 2 or 3 months, your presence seems rather grand for such a modest establishment. Vito glanced at the now empty bar, a bitter smile creeping across his face as he sheepishly scratched his head. I apologize. I shall be more discreet next time. But isn't this a form of advertisement? Advertisement? Silver Serpent replied incredulously. Certainly, the new leader of the faithful comes to engage in commerce with you. I suspect this afternoon. Hammer Gang leader Mal will arrive with an even more exaggerated entourage. Silver Serpent rubbed the bridge of her nose in silence, her beautiful eyes cast downward. What brings you here today? To admire the beauties and savor exquisite wine. Vito grinned, only to be met with her icy gaze. Vito whistled, and Marshall approached from a nearby table, shouldering a laser rifle, yet distinctively clad in a gray-green Astartes chest plate, unlike the other members of the faithful. Have the brothers step outside for a moment. Marshall nodded and gestured for the faithful guards to exit. The bar was left desolate, the tranquil space now occupied solely by the 2 of them. I have heard that the Hammer Gang has acquired some exceptional goods, am I correct? Vito asked. Silver Serpent leaned forward, resting her hands on the bar. First, tell me what information you intend to offer in exchange. The faithful is about to receive a new shipment of crimson substance, transported discreetly from the subterranean docks of the Path of Redemption, with minimal security. Recently, Mal had encountered turmoil among his factory workers who, for reasons unknown, had begun consuming crimson substance, resulting in riots within several factories. Silver Serpent's melodious laughter echoed softly, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Vito. I must admit, providing cheap crimson substance to factory workers, allowing them to indulge, and then influencing them through preaching is quite a clever strategy. Indeed, Vito had devised a scheme, one that the faithful had employed previously, yet had never envisioned as a means of weaponization. The crimson substance, while highly addictive, posed no physical harm. Rather, it induced vivid hallucinations in its users. The faithful referred to it as holy dust, a key to communion with the divine. Ultimately, consumers would succumb to the allure of splendid visions, the comforting presence of deities, and the multifaceted influence of the faithful missionaries, thereby converting into devoted adherents. However, the price of crimson substance was steep, which had previously hindered the rapid spread of the faithful's teachings. Vito had altered this dynamic by distributing vast quantities of the substance at a low cost, flooding the factories of the Hammer Gang and swiftly permeating the impoverished worker population. In due time, at a moment Vito deemed most opportune, chaos would erupt, facilitating the faithful's takeover one factory after another. Indeed, but it is quite costly, he acknowledged with a smile. Mosley has called me a spendthrift and a traitor during several meetings, but thankfully, I have managed to procure more valuable items to mitigate losses, thus allowing me to maintain my seat at the Council of the Faithful. Vito chuckled, resting a hand on the bar. Therefore, I plan to profit from this venture as well, of course, offering our dear Mal some tokens of consolation. I trust he will acquire them at a fair price. Silver Serpent smiled, brushing aside her silver-gray bangs, revealing the perfect curve of her face as she turned around. Mal Hammer had purchased 5 Sentinel Walkers from the Planetary Defense Force, outfitted with multi-barrel laser cannons and automatic weaponry. Vito whistled, his excitement palpable as he tapped his fingers on the table. Quite extravagant. I would like to procure a few for myself. With your underground Astartes warriors and the Astartes. Is that not sufficient? One can never have too much of a good thing, my dear. Where might I procure such treasures? By water. At the Kahalos docks on the path of truth, tomorrow at midnight. Vito laughed playfully, rising to his feet and brushing off his long black coat. You have successfully infiltrated the faithful, Vito, and with remarkable finesse. Would you mind revealing your true intentions? Ah, an intriguing question. Perhaps in the future, I shall share them with you, dear, but not just yet, after we have come to know each other better. Vito drained his glass, tapping it twice upon the table before waving his hand in farewell. Until next time, dear Silver Serpent. As Silver Serpent watched Vito depart the bar, she let out a soft sigh and slipped behind the bar, lifting her gaze to survey her collection of spirits. She intended to prepare for Mal's arrival that afternoon, only to realize an awkward truth. Damn it, I have already served him all the good stuff. Chapter 19. The Empire's Frontier. Courier cargo ships within the glimmering multifunctional reconnaissance telescope. A multitude of data charts and distance display units operated in seamless harmony, presenting the observed direction with impeccable accuracy to the user. Such telescopes were widely utilized throughout the Empire, especially favored by the Stellar Army, the Enforcers, and the Planetary Defense Forces, with artillery units particularly enamored by these individual telescopes. They could effortlessly calculate distances and artillery positions through an integrated infrared capturing unit, thus alleviating their burdens significantly. Unfortunately for Vito, he found himself unable to employ such features, primarily because he possessed no artillery and was currently situated in a low nest, with the crustal layers above him thick enough to baffle even the keenest of minds. The pupils of Vito reflected a ghostly green light. Beneath the surface, the underground canal system intertwined through the continent, further expanded and excavated under the mechanical church's transformation and processing. Each nest world, after centuries of passage, bore remnants long forgotten by mankind, even by the mechanical church itself, canals, railways, factories, and more. It must be acknowledged that the Empire often exhibited a considerable degree of wastefulness. Consequently, these forsaken realms in the dark subterranean depths became the assets of the lone nest gangs. Vito set down the telescope and sat cross-legged beside a cargo crate at the dock, while nearby, Marshall lay prone on the ground, aiming his finely crafted laser rifle at the target. Vito smiled, content as he gazed upon the massive barge moored at the dock's edge, where numerous members of the Hammer Gang busied themselves with cargo or engaged in idle chatter. The canvas covering several large objects hinted unmistakably at the presence of Sentinel Walker mechs. It appeared that delivery was punctual, as always. Marshall, do you think that man is truly interested in that woman? Vito quipped with a teasing smile, to which Marshall silently chuckled, finger poised on the trigger. Shall I initiate? Please. In an instant, everyone on the dock was jolted awake, their weapons turned towards the source of the commotion. Almost immediately, two men fell victim to laser beams, and a young member of the Hammer Gang nearby, shocked, raised his kinetic rifle, only for a blast to shatter his skull. At the dock's entrance, guards were likewise drawn in by the gunfire. Suddenly, 3 trucks roared down the highway along the artificial isthmus, crashing through the drop barriers and barreling directly into the dock. The members of the Hammer Gang stared in bewilderment at the incoming vehicles, from the back of which emerged fervent followers of the cult. The explosive flashes of traditional firearms and the searing red beams of laser guns illuminated the dim underground dock. Vito dashed out from the narrow confines of the cargo area, tilting his head in amusement at the chaotic scene before him. Countless beams of light and gunfire intertwined, as both sides began to seek cover amidst the shadowy dock. As Vito sidestepped, a glowing projectile struck the crate beside him, the searing laser cutting through the thin metal, leaving a darkening hole. He touched the back of his head. Wow, that seemed a tad premature, didn't it? It appears my grand speech is a lost cause. For the Redeemer. A frenzied roar echoed nearby. Vito turned his head, surveying the chaotic battlefield, spotting a member of the Hammer Gang rushing into the worker's office, shotgun in hand, following a nearly thunderous command from his leader. Raising an eyebrow, Vito seized his explosive rifle and sprinted forth, maneuvering swiftly across the open dock, constantly shifting his stance and trajectory as bullets and laser beams whizzed past him. His agility far surpassed that of an ordinary human, undoubtedly enhanced by the exceptional modifications of the tribunal. Ah, But perhaps there were also implants from Mars. Well, it would be futile to dwell on the exact number of enhancements Vito possessed. Abruptly halting, Vito narrowly avoided a bullet that whistled past his face. Turning, he beheld a robust Hammer Gang brute, roaring as he unleashed a torrent of fire from a lumberjack machine gun. An explosive round penetrated a concrete pillar, obliterating one of Vito's subordinates. Clearly, the brute had chosen Vito as his target. Vito dove to the ground, rolling several times to evade the explosions, debris scattering like fragments of the earth itself. Taking refuge behind a wall, he soon found it crumbling under the barrage of fire. "Marshal, silence him," Vito commanded through the communicator. No sooner had he spoken than a red beam flashed past him, the cacophony of explosions momentarily ceasing. Instantly, he leaped out, seizing his explosive rifle and firing in rapid succession. A full magazine erupted, raining down destruction upon those attempting to hoist the machine gun from the brute's head. Several fell lifelessly to the ground, while the surviving members scrambled to find cover. Vito chuckled, ejecting the magazine from his rifle. "Ogre, stop hiding and unleash hell. Just ensure you don't hit your own." "At your command, boss," came a rough, somewhat dim-witted voice. From the dock's shadows, a colossal figure emerged, an armored ogren, wielding an even larger lumberjack machine gun. The ogren's broad teeth bared in a savage grin, saliva splattering as he unleashed a torrent of firepower, illuminating the darkness beside Vito with fierce intensity. In an instant, a storm of bullets shattered numerous obstacles and claimed the lives of those behind them. A second ogren emerged from the shadows, brandishing an oversized shotgun. Vito swiftly replaced his magazine, grinning as he moved forth, advancing along the outer wall of the dock office. He leapt over a position held by the cult's marksman, charging directly towards the office's entrance. The leader of the Hammer Gang seemed to recognize Vito's intentions, bellowing commands to his subordinates to open fire. The boss crouched behind a sandbag, peering out to spot the flickering red light above the container dock. "Where's that sniper? Take him down." Amidst the leader's furious curses, a Hammer Gang marksman armed with a plasma weapon emerged from behind the wall, aiming towards Marshall. Blue plasma bolts screamed forth, striking the containers and erupting into a dazzling explosion of energy. Vito halted, gazing towards the container illuminated by dancing electricity. "Marshall, are you still alive?" he inquired. After a brief moment of static, a clear voice responded, "Alive, though not in the best condition." Low curses echoed from the communicator, and Vito chuckled. "Can you still fight?" In reply, a laser beam pierced the skull of a nearby Hammer Gang member, prompting Vito to retreat a step. "Pike, blast through the wall. Find me a shortcut." With a brutish roar, the ogren aimed his weapon, the enormous shotgun tearing through the office's outer wall, creating a gaping hole. Vito suddenly leaped into the fray, immediately spotting the young member of the Iron Hammer Gang, who was frantically manipulating the communication device while clutching a telephone. The young man looked at Vito in terror. With a slight smile, Vito raised his gun and pulled the trigger, splattering brain matter and shards of skull against the wall. He approached the telephone, picked up the receiver, and listened. Amidst the muffled static, it was evident that he had not yet connected. Satisfied, Vito chuckled, discarding the receiver. "Well, I thought I had mistakenly cut the phone line. It appears that fortune has favored me once more." In truth, Vito had merely severed a random line at the docks, not anticipating that he had indeed cut the right one. With a wry smile, Vito kicked open the inner office door and emerged from the deserted alley at the dock's edge. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any adversaries, and smiled contentedly before swiftly making his way down the vacant streets toward the bow of the barge. Amidst the intense and chaotic battle at the docks, no one noticed a figure leap across the wide canal with an almost superhuman force, landing directly on the barge. Vito rolled to his feet, dashed down the spiral staircase, and shot the crew member who was still processing the unfolding events, shattering his skull. He swiftly crossed the deck, firing at the unarmed, unfortunate crew members remaining on board. Vito reached a canvas-covered machine, unsheathing a dagger to sever the bindings, and pulled the canvas aside to reveal a large mechanized entity crouching beneath. He holstered his explosive firearm, grasped the handrail, and leapt into the cockpit of the Sentinel. Skillfully, he powered up the machine, the display on the dashboard illuminating as the Imperial Eagle insignia swept across the main screen. The bipedal contraption rose to its feet, its massive legs thudding against the barge's deck. Vito piloted the Sentinel to the edge of the vessel, amused by the astonished expression of the Iron Hammer Gang leader on the dock. With a wave of his left hand in farewell, he pressed the red trigger with his right. The dual-mounted lasers of the Sentinel erupted with a torrent of concentrated firepower, a dazzling array of red beams raining down upon the dock's edge. Wherever the laser swept, flesh was instantly vaporized, and steel was reduced to mere fragments. The Iron Hammer Gang leader and his subordinates were reduced to ashes. One remaining gang member, armed with the sole ion weapon, prepared for a final stand, aiming his plasma armament at the unsuspecting Vito. However, this time, fortune had run out. The plasma weapon's barrel suddenly swelled and exploded, engulfing him in a tempest of ionized plasma, leaving only a scattering of debris amid his screams. Vito raised a finger, observing the surreal scene before him. With a playful demeanor, he stood, resting one hand on the Sentinel's command framework as he watched the surviving members of the Faithful rise from the aftermath of the battle. Two ogres ceased their fire and approached the dock, while Marshall leapt down from a container, joining the others in a collective gaze of astonishment at Vito, who had somehow appeared on the barge and commandeered the Sentinel. "How did you get up there?" "You were just beside me," one of the ogres exclaimed, scratching his head in bewilderment, mirrored by the confusion of his companion. Vito chuckled, leaning over the cockpit of the Sentinel. "Let me impart a truth to you today. Only the plasma of the loyal will never overheat." Chapter 20. The Frontier of the Empire. The debate of faith even in the profound depths of the underground. The luminous faith of the Emperor once illuminated this realm. Thousands of years ago, this imperial monastery had already stood resolutely at the very heart of this desolate planet. Vibrant stained glass windows hung high above the inner hall of the monastery, casting a somber glow that pierced through the void, illuminating the four towering statues of silent sentinels adorned with hoods and wielding colossal swords. These statues, with their immense forms, upheld the very space they inhabited. The soaring dome loomed overhead, embellished with countless lily motifs and the majestic outline of a golden throne, radiating a boundless brilliance that transformed into an infinite array of prayers intricately carved upon the dome's surface. Beneath the dome, several senior members of the pious order gathered around a round table of peach wood, candles flickering in the center, casting wavering shadows upon their faces. Henry sat upon his chair, the table trembling under a cacophony of curses as the flames danced like a candle in the wind, while the head of the lowly order rubbed his nose in exasperation. "Mosley, brother, calm yourself. Calm. We have lost an entire ship of scarlet essence." "An entire ship?" Mosley, draped in a gray robe, bellowed. He had donned the garb of a priest, the emblem of three entwined serpents emblazoned upon his robe, along with metallic adornments around his neck. His furious gaze turned towards Vito. "This is all your fault. Vito Constantine. If it weren't for your scheme utilizing the scarlet essence as bait, we would not have suffered such a catastrophic loss. An entire ship, not to mention the previous batch we practically gave away for free. I had thought, as a priest, you would relish the expansion of our congregation, Brother Mosley." Vito replied with a smile. "Congregation? No. They assist us solely for the scarlet essence. Much of the populace relies on us to continue supplying it. Addicts. That is blasphemy against the divine. A disgrace." Henry cast a sidelong glance at Vito, who lounged back in his chair, casually resting a hand on the armrest. "Indeed. Brother Vito, this expansion of faith is exceedingly unstable. While we have indeed recruited many, we have also seized considerable territory. Blasphemy. It is indeed blasphemy. The factory must be overseen by missionaries so that the faithful may witness the true visage of the divine and hear their words. Presently, we are merely casting a herd of ignorant lambs into a chaotic whirlpool," Mosley exclaimed, rising and pointing an accusatory finger at Vito. "You possess not an ounce of faith. Vito Constantine, you are not a family member. You do not comprehend our truth." Henry observed the irate monk as he resumed his seat, then turned his attention to Vito. "You need to address this issue, Brother Vito, during this assembly." Vito chuckled, clapped his hands, and stood up, prompting Henry to take a seat and yield the stage to the young brother of faith. "You are indeed correct, Brother Mosley and Brother Henry. This preaching is exceedingly chaotic. Our new brethren are bewildered by the divine's words, ensnared in confusion." As Vito walked around the round table, the assembly watched him intently. "We have indeed suffered significant losses, and we remain oblivious to how the Hammer Gang became aware of the Scarlet Essence issue. No, we know. It's that woman. Silver Serpent. The woman you consort with." Mosley slammed the table in frustration. "Miss Silver Serpent is the intelligence nexus of the lower tier. We all seek her for information exchanges. The Hammer Gang must have received their information from her, but the question remains, how? Henry furrowed his brow, observing Vito as he moved about. Are you suggesting there is a traitor among us? That possibility cannot be dismissed. However, I suspect that the traitor does not reside within our order. I frequently visit Silver Serpent's bar, and I would have noticed if it were one of our own. Yet, I often see numerous lower-tier workers frequenting there, workers from the Hammer Gang. Vito paused, leaning against a statue. Dear brothers and sisters, I believe our traitor may be exchanging information with the factory workers, which ultimately reaches Silver Serpent. Of course, it's about money, Brother Henry. If they were to inform Mal directly, they would gain nothing. So why not sell the information to Silver Serpent instead? Humph, greedy individuals, Mosley scoffed, crossing his arms. Vito snapped his fingers. Precisely, greed. A substantial portion of our intelligence regarding the Hammer Gang has been relayed in this manner. We used the Scarlet Essence as leverage to procure a cadre of less than devout insiders, thus gaining valuable information. Therefore, our recent victories have been plentiful. This is a double-edged sword. Brothers and sisters, and we should be grateful that Mal has only recently begun to exploit this situation. The assembly began to murmur amongst themselves until Henry rapped the table to restore order. The leader of the lower-tier order looked at Vito with curiosity. Even Mosley appeared intrigued. How do we seize it? Observe. We have previously taken over too many factories. So Mal's attention is directed towards defending those mid-sized and small factories that he fears we might capture, while in his own stronghold, there are already some supporters among us. Vito smiled at Mosley. Brother Mosley, I have reserved the largest hammer factory for you. The workers there are awaiting your gospel and guidance. And I trust you won't be overly concerned about the risk of discovery, will you? Vito's subtly mocking smile incited Mosley's fury. He stood abruptly, slamming his palm on the table. Are you mocking me? Are you questioning my courage and resolve to serve the Redeemer? No, certainly not. I have great faith in you, my brother. Thus, I intend to assign you the most crucial task. Vito waved his hand dismissively, his smile unwavering. Mal has yet to notice the issues lurking beneath his own nose. I will dispatch my brethren to continue attacking his peripheral factories and strongholds, leading him to believe we are preparing to launch an offensive and diverting his focus. And you, brother, along with your priests, can infiltrate the hammer factory, inspiring the workers with faith and truth, inciting them to revolt, or whatever name you prefer, working in tandem to help us seize the factory. Henry furrowed his brow slightly. Perplexed. If what you say is true, Vito, amidst a series of peripheral offensives, how do we capture the hammer factory? We will lack personnel and weaponry. Vito clutched his belly, laughing playfully. That is precisely why we require so many. Though lacking in devotion, they are exceptionally brave new believers. Our new brethren will take on the responsibility of the peripheral offensives. Their numbers are vast, and combined with some of our elite brothers, it will be effortless to create the illusion of a large-scale offensive. And with the Scarlet Essence and the Divine's chaotic whispers, these individuals, as Brother Mosley aptly described, though lacking faith, are remarkably courageous, serving as our great sacrifices on the path to redemption. The assembly gazed at Vito, even Mosley displaying a hint of astonishment. Was this all part of a grand design? All these seemingly chaotic actions were intricately interlinked, logically coherent. Difficult to believe this was merely a spur-of-the-moment idea. However, based on my understanding of Vito, it was entirely possible that he had indeed conjured this plan on the fly, though no one could ascertain the true extent of his scheming mind. Henry peered through the flickering candlelight at Vito across the table, remaining silent for a moment. Was this all premeditated? Perhaps yes, perhaps no, but that is of little consequence. Vito raised a hand, displaying 5 fingers. I had acquired 5 impeccably equipped sentinel walkers, and with their assistance, we would surely seize the factory, especially with the aid of the Mosley brothers. Whispers began to circulate, and Henry was utterly astonished. Where did you procure the sentinels? He inquired, his memory failing him. Just this evening, prior to my meeting, I collected the goods. Dear Mal, Iron Hammer purchased 5 sentinels. And considering the considerable losses he has inflicted upon us, alongside the incident of the hijacked Crimson transport, I thought it only fair to seek some recompense. Vito playfully wiggled his fingers, adding, honestly, those behemoths are formidable. They will undoubtedly prove invaluable. The young members of the order turned their gazes toward the priest, their smiles tinged with insincerity, more provocative than genuine. Mosley brothers, when will you be prepared? If you require time, I can. No, we are ready now. They interjected, eager to embark on spreading the word of faith at any moment. Mosley accepted the challenge, compelled to do so. He could not allow this youthful member of the order to question his authority, revealing his own inadequacy. Henry furrowed his brow slightly, as if realizing something, yet chose to remain silent. He glanced at Vito, who responded with a genuine smile. Splendid indeed. Chapter 21. The Empire's Frontier. The plan commences. Mal, the Hammer, was in a dire state of mind, exceedingly troubled by the fact that he had lost 3 factories within a mere span of 2 months. Even considering the Emperor's favor, it was utterly outrageous. The leader of the Hammer gang strolled along the desolate pedestrian street above the abandoned mine, a place that once thrived as a significant source of uranium for Victoria Prime. In those days, Low Nest was not referred to as such. It was merely part of the Victoria metropolis, a monument to the planet's development and prosperity. However, as centuries passed and resources dwindled, this once heroic mining site was left to decay and be forgotten, much like Low Nest itself. Of course, Mal was not here to indulge in sentimentality. In the present empire, no one cared for such emotional matters. He was here for a meeting, a rather peculiar rendezvous. Mal walked along the winding road that had once been used by heavy trucks for the mines, remnants of their passage still visible after centuries. Yet, all these ancient relics paled in comparison to the beauty ahead. At the end of the road, a viewing platform held Miss Silver Serpent, silently gazing into the vast chasm below. Miss Silver Serpent, your choice of meeting place leaves much to be desired. You would fare better at my bar, Mal jested, chuckling with a coarse grin, approaching her and resting his sturdy mechanical arm against the railing. I assure you, my selection of spirits is unmatched, and you will surely wish to indulge in a couple of drinks before we converse. However, Silver Serpent merely chuckled softly and took a step back. I wouldn't want to disturb your enjoyment. I am here to meet with him. You. Mal cursed as he raised his mechanical arm, palms swiftly spreading apart to reveal a laser gun aimed at his head. The scoundrel before him remained unfazed, casually opening his coat to reveal an empty holster beneath. Mal could scarcely believe it. The man either had ambushes set up nearby or was merely a weapon in disguise, much like the wealthy elites of the upper tiers with their bionic limbs. Thus, Mal kept his wrist steady, still aiming at Vito, his face contorted with rage akin to Ragnar's fury at Lancelot's jests. I requested Miss Silver Serpent to arrange this meeting not for a shootout, Mr. Hammer, Vito remarked. Nonsense. I had no intention of meeting with you, you bastard. I came prepared to incinerate you. Vito chuckled lightly, sauntering closer to Mal. Undeterred by the weapon nearly pressed against him, he retrieved a bottle of liquor from his coat, took a sip, and then offered it to Mal. Drink up. It's not poisoned. I have no intention of killing you just yet. Mal hesitated, staring at the bottle, but did not reach for it, instead keeping his murderous gaze fixed upon the man who had caused him such great losses. Silver Serpent sighed in exasperation, stepping forward to seize the bottle from Vito, a stark contrast to her usual drinking habits at the bar, where she would typically remove her peculiar breathing mask to enjoy her drink. Here, however, she merely lifted a corner of the mask, sipped, and promptly replaced it, as if she were a soldier in a trench, attempting to quench her thirst amidst the noxious fumes of the demon's gas. Vito observed Silver Serpent as she passed the bottle to Mal, who, with his other hand, grasped the liquor and sighed while gazing into her gray-green eyes before taking a sip. Mal deactivated his weapon, the threatening mechanical arm retracting into a normal hand. For Silver Serpent's sake, Vito Constantine, I grant you an opportunity to speak, but you had better offer something of interest before my patience wears thin. Mal approached Vito, towering over him, and make no mistake, my patience is fleeting. Vito smiled. Let me cut to the chase. I will assist you in eliminating the crimson substance threat. Mal was taken aback, hesitating as he scrutinized the man before him. Are you on drugs? The crimson substance? No, I'm not. That stuff doesn't affect me. Vito shrugged slightly. You heard me correctly, Mal the Hammer. I will help you deal with Mosley and obliterate the crimson substance processing plant in Victoria, just as you desire. Why? I don't trust you. Vito chuckled, folding his arms as he regarded Mal. Mosley has become a threat to me. In fact, he stands as an obstacle on my path to ascendancy, as does Henry. I intend to eliminate both of them. The Crimson Substance Factory is beyond my control. Guess where it will be rebuilt after it's destroyed? Your 3 factories that you commandeered. No, I mean the Hammer factories. Before Vito could finish, Mal's muscles tensed, and he seized Vito by the throat with his powerful mechanical arm. I could kill you right here. You stole my sentinels. and now you seek to take my most vital factories. By the Emperor's name, I will end you. Calm down, Mal, calm down, Vito urged, patting Mal's arm. The lady is still present. Do not rush to murder. Mal glanced at the indifferent silver serpent, who stood with arms crossed, observing them. Vito straightened up, adjusting his disheveled collar. Taking the hammer factory is merely the beginning of my plan. It is the first step in dealing with Mosley and the foundation for subsequent strategies. Mal crossed his arms, his mechanical arm clicking ominously. You had better provide me with a compelling reason, a suitable justification for me not to kill you. Vito smiled, raising a hand. Let me lay it out for you. In 3 days, your peripheral factories will face a series of attacks. But the real objective is a riot at the hammer factory. Mosley will incite and lead the workers who have been indoctrinated by him. And my people will launch an assault from the outskirts, coordinating to seize the factory. Inside, Mosley will be all alone, or rather, he will think he is alone. I have provoked him. My friend, eager to prove his worth, will hastily deploy all his people in a bid to secure as much territory as possible before I arrive. But he won't go far, as he has another task. I informed him that he needs to open a long-abandoned tunnel gate from below. I suspect his plan was to mock me, flaunting that he had captured most of the factory while I was just entering. Vito chuckled sarcastically, his hubris leading him into a trap, and I will be there to fire the first shot of the hunt. Mal fell silent, scrutinizing the man before him. After a moment, he shrugged slightly. You still haven't told me, Vito Constantine, why I should allow you to seize my factory, especially considering you have already divulged your intentions. First, the factory's occupation is inevitable. Even without me, the devout will eventually take it down. I intend to give you an opportunity to evacuate all essential equipment, items, and personnel to minimize losses. Secondly, I require a chance. You see, the factory is in chaos. A few days ago, someone leaked confidential information to Silver Serpent, resulting in a crimson substance shipment being seized by our unfriendly acquaintances. Now, if that spy were to relay Mosley's whereabouts and information to Silver Serpent, what would happen if it reached Mal the Hammer? Vito chuckled, gazing at the hammer. That would be quite unfortunate, wouldn't it? After the battle, we would sadly discover that the Mosley brothers had vanished. Vito feigned a shake of his head, turning to gaze into the gaping abyss below. The site was rife with the gruesome aftermath of the battle, where both the factory and the newly acquired massive weaponry had wrought carnage, leaving behind a multitude of mangled bodies or charred remains reduced to ash. Thus, we could only surmise that the Mosley brothers had met an unfortunate demise. A sly smile crept upon his lips as he turned to face Mal, accompanied by several missionaries who had stood alongside Mosley. We had already resolved in our meeting that we would not wield the Crimson Serum without the presence of missionaries, thereby necessitating a halt to the offensive operations against the Iron Hammer Gang. Mal listened intently, exuding an air of patience, as Vito approached him with a grin. Ultimately, the Crimson Serum factory would require reconstruction, and the site selected would be the largest and most readily available Iron Hammer factory. The manager of the Iron Hammer factory, in light of the Mosley brothers' tragic passing, would become you, Mal stated, to which Vito smiled and nodded slightly. Why should I believe that you will honor our agreement? Are you suggesting that at some point you will eliminate Henry, ascend as the devout leader of the nest, and then negotiate a truce with me to delineate borders? Why would I trust that you wouldn't take the opportunity to strike while I am vulnerable? Vito clapped his hands together, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. You are a clever man, Mr. Mal. It is indeed a pertinent question. As he spoke, Vito gestured towards Silver Serpent, who produced a recording pen from an undisclosed location at her waist. The attractive bartender handed it to Mal, who received it with a look of astonishment. He regarded Vito with deep suspicion as the latter maintained his affable demeanor. You have bestowed upon me a formidable weapon, Vito, a lever potent enough to bring about your own downfall. Why are you not concerned that I might deliver this to Henry? Because I am the only one willing to collaborate with you, Mr. Mal. So how will you choose? Vito replied with a smile. Mal pondered in silence over the recording pen for a moment before tucking it into his coat and turning to leave. Silver Serpent, hands on her hips, teased Mal before casting a glance at Vito. Was today's meeting a success? You've made quite the gamble, Vito. The latter chuckled, wrapping an arm around Silver Serpent's waist and meeting her gaze. Fortunately, I have yet to lose a bet. Shall we schedule another rendezvous? Are you interested? Where? Silver Serpent, surprisingly unresistant, let out a sigh in response. What of the Iron Hammer factory? She smiled lightly, shrugging slightly. An unusual venue for a date, well, that could work. Splendid. But this time someone else will accompany us. Don't give me that look, and don't be quick to feel jealous. That person isn't female, and, well, I'm not even sure if he can still be considered human. Chapter 22. The Empire's Frontier. Approaching the truth, factories of the human empire generally share a singular characteristic. They are colossal, immensely so. Each factory resembles a small city, with massive boilers and casting production lines sprawling endlessly. This is hardly surprising, is it? Even civilian equipment factories, considering the vast population and territorial expanse of the empire, would find it insufficient to convert the entire planet into a mechanized foundry world, let alone meet the military-industrial capacity required for the ceaseless wars of the Dark Galaxy. Moreover, the relentless warfare spreading across the galaxy constantly annihilates countless production capabilities. One planet after another is engulfed in flames, bidding farewell to the Empire alongside its foundries. Consequently, the Imperial administration, the machine cult, and the military department are perpetually seeking alternatives. In the face of the legitimate factories' inadequacies, through the contemplations of the great Imperial overseers, numerous illicit factories controlled by gangs have emerged as valuable substitutes. It seems that the earlier Imperial elites also entered this circle in a similar manner. Oh, how familiar the Empire remains. Yet, as an ancient sage of Terra once proclaimed, where there is oppression, there shall be resistance, and this holds true here as well. Workers tread through the lower levels of the factory, navigating between the casting workshops that have lain dormant for countless years. Dark gray machines stand silently on either side. Shrouded in the murky shadows, these mechanical souls await awakening after their prolonged slumber. The workers traverse the long corridor that leads to the archway, where they are met by dozens of their peers, armed with kinetic rifles and laser guns. Two workers embrace each other. The armed individuals gesture for a path to be cleared. Enter, my brother. May the Lord of Redemption bless you. And may he bless you, brother. Upon entering the archway, they find a vast underground space already brimming with workers, some armed, others wielding daggers or metal rods. They gather here, exchanging greetings and embraces, adorning every corner with hymns of praise and candles of blessing. This dim underground chapel is illuminated by countless candle flames, the orange-red prayer papers reflecting a flickering glow. As the bells toll, the congregants raise their gazes, thousands of eyes fixed upon the steam pipes and hydraulic shafts, where a preacher cloaked in gray, adorned with a shimmering silver chain, ascends to the pulpit once commanded by past foremen. Surrounding him are several other priests, similarly clad in gray, their faces concealed beneath their hoods. The preacher removes his hood and proclaims loudly to the gathered faithful, brothers of faith, you have heard the voice of the deity. You have seen the path to redemption. Tell me, do you see that great shore? Do you see the magnificent dawn, free from suffering? The audience erupts into fervent cheers, their reactions bordering on ecstatic frenzy, akin to typical religious zealots. My brothers and I are honored to be here, spreading the light of redemption to this dark corner with our humble selves. But fear not, brothers, the Lord of Redemption has arrived. I have heard his voice at the edge of the universe. His redemption, his glory, and his hope shall return to this dark corner. Red smoke begins to permeate the space as the silent priests activate gas canisters, releasing vast amounts of pink dust that rapidly fills the hall. Another wave of cheers erupts as the workers scream with exhilaration, their faces coated in pink dust, eyes bloodshot, as countless weapons are raised high, forming a surging sea of limbs. Go, seize the factory, take it with your weapons and faith, vanquish the greedy and pitiful heretics. Take it all for the Lord of Redemption. Mosley turns to the silent priests. Go, my brethren, leave only our young initiates with me to open the underground passage. The rest, offer their slaughter for the Lord of Redemption. The towering, robust priests nod slightly, advancing toward the exits unarmed, or perhaps they themselves are weapons. Fearsome instruments of faith. Mosley exchanges nods with the two priests remaining behind before proceeding toward the passage behind the pulpit. The sounds of gunfire and battle cries soon echo above, and as Mosley walks through the tunnel, a satisfied smile emerges. Everything unfolds as he anticipated. His faithful army would seize the factory, and with the aid of his brethren, they would claim it all before that arrogant fool Vito. He would prove that only he, Mosley, the listener of the deity's words and their chosen one, could guide them toward the path of redemption, ultimately achieving the first and greatest salvation before the deity. With a thrill of excitement coursing through him, Mosley arrives at a grand door, nodding slightly to the young priest, who approaches a nearby gas valve. Together with his companion, they exert tremendous force to turn the valve. As the red metal valve rotates, a rush of negative pressure gas bursts from the exhaust, and the heavy mechanical lock begins to move before Mosley. With a rumble and clatter, the ancient metal door slowly slides open, revealing the entrance to the unknown underground tunnel. Mosley steps through the door with a sardonic smile, envisioning the scene of Vito and his impious subordinates waiting here for ages. Yet the reality is utterly different. Nay, completely opposite. As Mosley surveys the tunnel, he finds it deserted. The silence envelopes the empty passage, as if it were a completely moribund space. Right on time, Mosley, Vito chuckles, standing at the tunnel's end. Enraged, Mosley strides deeper into the tunnel, directly confronting Vito. "Where are your men? The Lord of Redemption above. My faithful are battling above. Send your men to assist them. Fear not, they shall go. But there has been a slight deviation in the plan that I haven't had the chance to inform you of." "A slight deviation? What slight deviation?" Vito smiles slightly, snapping his fingers. Suddenly, another figure emerges from the shadows behind Mosley, a tall silhouette wielding a shotgun, who fires twice, shattering the skull of the young priest who followed Mosley. Mosley gasps in shock, turning to see the gunman, his fury igniting as he recognizes the figure. "Silver Serpent. Vito, what are you planning?" Vito chuckles softly, shrugging. "I prepared a list of casualties, you see. And on the list of unfortunate souls lost in this factory battle is one name: Mosley, the great preacher." Understanding dawns on Mosley, and he roars, a beastly sound erupting from his throat. "Traitor! Despicable betrayal! I will kill you." Before he can finish his sentence, he lunges forward with astonishing speed, so swift that his movements are barely perceptible, charging directly at Vito, his hand raised. No, his claw. His fingers had inexplicably transformed into elongated, razor-sharp claws. Taking on a grotesque, mutated form, he lunged toward Vito's throat, but in a moment of impossible speed and force, Vito landed a powerful punch to his jaw. No, he was sprawled on the ground, emitting a sound that was anything but human, his visage contorting into a chaotic, twisted mask. Vito furrowed his brow, pondering the nature of this mutation, when Mosley suddenly turned his head, fixating on Silver Serpent, and roared as he charged toward her. Startled, Silver Serpent raised her shotgun and fired repeatedly, yet her unmodified weapon failed to hit such a swiftly moving target, every shot going awry. Mosley lunged at her, knocking the shotgun aside, then used his claws to shred the straps securing her facial mask. The leather straps tore apart instantaneously, sending the mask flying. Almost immediately, Silver Serpent began to cough violently, clutching her throat in a struggle for breath. However, Mosley did not relent. He pinned her to the ground, seizing her arm with his massive claws. The mutant howled, his claws retracting and expanding, while the beautiful bartender let out a piercing scream. Watching in horror as her arm succumbed to the sound of cracking bones through the vibrations in her body. Yet her voice soon faltered as she gasped for air, her eyes glazing over with blood and pain, coughing violently. Mosley raised a claw, his sharp fangs aimed at Silver Serpent's throat. "Die, you wretch. It should be you who perishes, remember?" A voice echoed behind him. Before he could turn, a hand grasped his skull, and Vito executed a one-handed suplex, slamming him into the ground. The concrete floor shattered upon impact, and a violent surge of electricity erupted from Vito's palm. Mosley wailed in agony, his body convulsing as he screamed in despair. Lightning danced across the ground around him, and Vito glared at the mutant before unleashing another fist like a cannonball into his face, causing his head to collide with the ground, creating a small crater, before he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. With her remaining hand, Silver Serpent pressed against her breathing apparatus, and under Vito's support, she sat up, leaning weakly against his chest, her right arm hanging limply by her side. Vito muttered a curse under his breath when suddenly he heard the sound of metal clashing against the ground, and he swiftly drew his explosive pistol, aiming at the source of the noise, the figure draped in a crimson robe. "Vito, she requires medical attention," the mechanical voice stated. "Of course I can see that. Since you're here, why not assist?" Vito retorted to Omega. The mechanical sage's eyes glimmered with data, revealing several armed figures behind him, one mechanical hand stained with blood. He tucked those arms beneath his robe and then produced another mechanical hand equipped with a syringe. From the archway, it is evident that someone is searching the factory. "Mosley's followers are coming from within, and I have impeded their advance," Omega informed. He knelt and injected the syringe into Silver Serpent's arm, her painful expression gradually calming, accompanied by faint cracking sounds from within her limb. Vito raised a brow slightly. Mandrake serum? Did Bell send you with it? Indeed. Bell believed that given your particular style of operation, you would require field medical assistance. Hence my involvement, Omega replied, his eyes scanning Silver Serpent. She will be fine. The Mandrake serum is taking effect. Her bones will heal within a week. Praise the Emperor and Omnicia. Vito sighed and lifted Silver Serpent, who muttered a curse, evidently still in pain. He offered a wry smile, reflecting, this date hasn't gone as planned, I can tell. He then turned his gaze towards the distant corpse of the priest, preparing to dispose of them. The mechanical sage extended his mechanical arm from beneath his robe, one of which erupted into flames, instantly igniting 2 corpses. The remaining hands dragged the now larger Mosley alongside Vito, and the group vanished into the tunnel. Chapter 23. The gifts of the mechanical faith at the Empire's frontier. The Silver Serpent Bar stood eerily desolate this evening, an unusual sight for such a well-equipped establishment. Renowned as one of the finest watering holes in the lower nest. Typically bustling with patrons, tonight it lay empty, with each table void of company. Bar stools inverted atop the surfaces, and fine spirits meticulously arranged upon the shelves. Not a single light illuminated the space, casting everything into profound darkness. Gradually, a muffled sound pierced the silence, gaining clarity, a steady rhythm of footsteps. The sound of hard boots striking the wooden floor resonated, cutting through the abyss of shadows. As the boots drew nearer, the lights flickered alive with a soft click of the switch. Is this it? Vito inquired, to which the woman in his arms nodded slightly in affirmation. He gently set her down on a high stool, and the Silver Serpent finally released her grip, placing her breathing mask on the table. After a moment of coughing, she regained a semblance of composure. Vito then vaulted over the bar, retrieving a bottle of exquisite wine. How about this? Azure Heart. Quite pricey indeed. That must mean it's a fine vintage, she replied, a wry smile gracing her lips. Vito deftly uncorked the bottle and poured a glass for her. Sipping from it, she found a measure of tranquility returning. He chuckled softly and poured one for himself as well. They clinked their glasses together and downed the contents. The beautiful barmaid gazed into her glass, captivated by the shimmering azure liquid that resembled a galaxy captured within its depths. She rubbed her arms, a reminder of pain prompting a quiet curse. But the expression of discomfort was fleeting, barely more than a flicker of her eyelids. Yet, Vito noticed, shrugging slightly. The Mandela potion works swiftly, but it still requires a bit of time. With a gentle laugh, the Silver Serpent removed her tattered coat, the fabric nearly torn to shreds by Mosley's claws. She tossed it aside onto a nearby stool, revealing a shirt that clung perfectly to her curves, particularly accentuating the neckline. Vito raised his glass in a toast to her figure, eliciting a resigned sigh from her. Don't you have an interrogation to conduct? Perhaps you could attend to some business while I change? She suggested, pointing to a door beside the wine rack. Vito chuckled, shrugging again, and playfully brandished the wine bottle towards her. Personally, I would much rather admire the beauty of the human form, studying the art of sculpting the body. You are the first I've encountered who can speak of lechery so elegantly, Vito. Before I contemplate smashing your head in, you'd best get inside. And do remember, I'll be watching, she retorted. Vito merely smiled, waving her off as he pushed through the inner door. The Silver Serpent sighed in exasperation. Yet a hint of amusement danced upon her lips as she ambled toward another door. Vito approached a chair, wine bottle and glass in hand, and playfully regarded the unconscious figure before him. Mosley's form had nearly reverted to that of a human. What a curiosity. It appeared that he only transformed during moments of wakefulness and extreme agitation. Taking a sip of his wine, Vito turned his attention to Omega, who was hastily assembling a device with an array of mechanical arms and cables in a dazzling flurry. The mechanical sage extracted components from a crate, murmuring incantations that resembled hymns of the mechanical faith. At times, Vito found their devotion peculiar. These followers manipulated advanced equipment and weaponry while spouting esoteric jargon. Yet, like the adherents of the state religion, they often interspersed their technical discourse with religious phrases, a phenomenon not uncommon in the Empire. Still, when these individuals uttered such terms accompanied by pulsating electronic tones, Vito felt an odd sensation wash over him. I am a traitor, a voice bellowed, causing Vito to smile as he turned to the man before him. Ah, Mosley, you awaken with remarkable speed. The last heretic I stunned slumbered for 2 days before regaining consciousness. A heretic? You are the true heretic. A traitor. Vito Constantine. A shameful traitor. Mosley shouted vehemently. Vito, undeterred, poured a glass of wine and extended it toward Mosley, who, bound by an intricate web of metallic cords and chains, could not grasp the cup and seemed disinclined to drink. What a pity. This is fine wine, Vito remarked, downing it himself. You betrayed us alongside that hussy. Betrayed the Redeemer. You shall descend into hell. Hell. Vito regarded the fervent believer with amusement, unable to stifle a laugh, which left Mosley bewildered. He seemed unable to comprehend the source of Vito's mirth. Oh, my friend, I have never placed my faith in your Redeemer. Where, then, lies the betrayal? Vito jested, gazing at Mosley as one might observe a child. After a brief silence, Mosley's eyes widened in realization. He had assumed Vito to be merely a power-hungry individual. But the truth dawned upon him with startling clarity. You are one of the false emperor's spies. He roared, his voice akin to that of a wild beast, the chains rattling as he strained against them. Vito chuckled again, gesturing towards the heavy chains. Oh, come now. I once used those chains to bind a torturous demon, and even it couldn't shake them off. You wouldn't stand a chance. And might I remind you, your object of worship is also the emperor. That is the false emperor. The true emperor has transcended and ascended to the highest heavens. He has become a genuine deity. Mosley shouted, his fervor unabated. You worship the Lord of Terra. Merely a corpse. A lifeless shell exploited by the avaricious to deceive the masses. The Redeemer. The true emperor shall punish you. He will come soon. Mosley bellowed. Vito turned his head slightly, regarding the man with suspicion. A chaos worshipper, perhaps? I've heard many such zealots spouting similar rhetoric. Out of courtesy, Mosley, would you care to divulge the entire truth? What transpired with your sect aboard the space station? Absolutely not. I would rather die than betray my lord. The emperor shall save my soul and elevate me to the highest heavens. Mosley declared defiantly. Tell me, traitor, are you a spy sent by the Ministry of Justice? Mosley glared, to which Vito raised an eyebrow playfully. The ministry? You mean to say that your local star system government has been infiltrated so deeply by your kind? Mosley faltered, astonished, staring at Vito with disbelief. You are not from Victoria? Correct, Vito replied, a sympathetic smile gracing his features. Now, allow me to introduce my friend. Vito gestured toward Omega, who had completed assembling the device. It featured countless cable ports, with a holographic display flickering above it, all revolving around a singular object, a continuously shifting green crystal. The entity continuously reconstitutes and regenerates in fragmented forms, reminiscent of a liquid, yet it is not liquid. One thing is certain, it is not a creation of humanity. Mosley gazed at the phenomenon in astonishment, clearly unable to comprehend it. Such bewilderment is only natural. Vito approached the apparatus with a smile, patting Omega on the shoulder. This is Omega, as you can see, a mechanical sage from Mars, or more accurately, a sage of biology and dominion. He has the ability to dismantle you completely or extract your memories, all with the assistance of this exquisite being. Vito proudly showcased the peculiar device. A memory extractor. I procured this marvelous contraption from the forge world of Hades. 8. And it took considerable effort to acquire. Vito, a member of the mechanical clergy from Hades. 8. Was blissfully unaware that the extraction device had been obliterated during a rebellion instigated by the Alpha Traitor Interstellar Warriors. Thus, the term borrowed was a gross misrepresentation. You merely seized it amidst chaos. I do not believe this can be aptly termed as borrowing, Omega articulated with an entrancing, electric tone. Well, we did assist quite a bit, didn't we? Without our band of alpha rascals, the plasma reactor of the Forge world would have been obliterated into subspace long ago. Rounding it up, they essentially consented. I did not observe any paladins wielding plasma reclamation devices, so that is that. Vito exclaimed exuberantly. This device can read your memories, extracting those little secrets you are reluctant to divulge. Soon, we shall uncover everything. He chuckled. Though a slight issue arose, it seemed the denizens of Hades, 8 had not quite grasped the proper utilization of this alien crystal. Consequently, there exists a possibility that your mind may be incinerated. But have faith in the Lord of Redemption. Omega, please. Vito gestured aside, allowing Omega to step forward, his mechanical footfalls echoing as arcs of electricity crackled from the cables in his grasp. Mosley watched in wide-eyed terror, erupting into frantic screams. Vito chuckled softly, waving his hand as he made his way to the door. Omega, Extract something and inform me later. Understood. Amidst the cacophony of screams, Vito exited the room. Chapter 24. The Empire's Frontier. Shadows approaching, what have you discerned? Inquired the silver serpent, a beauty with silver-gray eyes, her legs elegantly crossed. Her long thighs illuminated by the soft, orange-hued light. Her dazzling blue evening gown shimmered like a galaxy of stars, the iridescent blue transforming her figure into an ethereal vision. Seated on the bar's long bench, Silver Serpent wore the gown with such grace that one could easily mistake her for the daughter of a governor or a duke from a feudal empire. Her exquisitely styled gray-green hair cascaded over her shoulders, with delicate braids resting against her cheeks. Across from her, behind the bar, Vito leaned on the counter, propping his chin in an intrigued manner as he observed her. Of course, I can, Vito replied with a smile, shedding his black long coat and hanging it on a nearby rack. Underneath, he wore a shirt, which was notably surprising as he lacked body armor. Given Vito's usual combat style, his absence of armor seemed rather audacious. How many guns do you carry? 3 for one person? My dear, one can never have too many weapons. You never know when you might require a second firearm. As he spoke, Vito poured a glass of wine for the Silver Serpent. Your marksmanship is quite impressive, I must say. A shotgun blast for each target, quite a rarity considering your background. My background. This is the lower nest. People learn to shoot before they can walk. My dear, we've shared life and death experiences, so there's no need for deception. Silver Serpent paused her drinking. Her gaze fixed on Vito for a brief moment before she took another sip. So, where do you think I hail from? She asked, her voice melodious. Vito shrugged, pouring himself a glass. The upper nest. Why so? You always wear a filtration mask, which is designed to filter toxic gases. I've encountered various styles during my time alongside the Krieg Legion, so I can recognize it instantly. You only remove it in bars because the air here is purified and filtered. Trust me, I've inhaled every kind of gas, and once you step outside, you won't take it off again. The reason is simple. Those born in the upper nest breathe clean air from childhood, while those from the middle nest grow up inhaling polluted air and some toxic gases. They can descend and breathe without immediate suffocation, at worst feeling discomfort. As the conversation continued, Vito chuckled, glancing at her thigh. Besides, I've never seen a woman with such an exquisite figure in the lower nest. My dear, I am also an outsider, not even a Victorian. Perhaps you could reveal your identity. Maybe I could assist you? Assist me? I expressed skepticism, dear Vito. Let us see you try. Vito swiftly leaped over the bar, situating himself beside Silver Serpent, nodding slightly to indicate he was ready to hear her tale. Silver Serpent sighed softly, swirling her glass in silence for a while before finally speaking. My name is actually Olivia Conjohnson. A noble surname? Indeed. If memory serves me right, the current governor of the galaxy is named Reuben Conjohnson. Correct, he is my uncle. I used to admire him before he orchestrated a coup that led to my parents' demise and plotted my own death. Silver Serpent, or Olivia, chuckled at the irony. Turning to Vito. You don't seem surprised, dear Vito. My dear, I have encountered too many similar tales. The Empire is vast, and there are always individuals who believe they can act without the Empire's consent. Vito remarked with a grin, turning his head to look at Olivia. Some of my colleagues might react more dramatically, but I shall not. By the way, that is a lovely name. Thank you, Olivia replied with a captivating smile. You see, I grew up in the governor's mansion, surrounded by servants, grand houses, and a respectable life. My family has ruled Victoria for generations, though it matters little to me. After all, I would merely be married off to forge a political alliance. That alliance must be worthy of your beauty. Are you considering an alliance with Lord Terra? I'll take that as a compliment. But you see, within such families, there is often a cliché narrative. Your father's brother grows discontented, your father inherits the title, secretly amassing power, assassinating your father, and then wiping out your family, forcing you into exile, transforming from the governor's daughter into a fugitive and bar owner, occasionally venturing out to eliminate someone. Silver Serpent gestured nonchalantly, so here I am, before my scoundrel uncle can kill me too. Though I am uncertain of his intentions, they are certainly not benevolent, hence my escape here. A wise choice, the lawless lower nest. I suspect your uncle remains unaware of your whereabouts. Or even if you are alive. Yes, he is oblivious. No one would suspect the bar's owner and bartender is Olivia. After all, many have fled from the upper nest due to similar troubles. Vito raised his glass slightly. So you not only survived in this wretched place, but have also become its mistress and an information broker? Oh, I presume that story must be quite riveting. Indeed. It could fill a book, but I shall not write it, Olivia said, resting her chin in her hand as she gazed at Vito. So, what are your thoughts on this Klitsch detail? Vito shrugged lightly, arms crossed. How did your uncle orchestrate the coup? Did he unite with political allies from the upper nest? This time, it was Silver Serpent who shrugged, casually sipping her drink. Partly, but the rest is beyond my knowledge. Have you not considered revenge? My dear, I am just a lonely girl without support. When I descended, I had no idea how to survive outside the governor's mansion. Do you think I can hope for vengeance? Vito chuckled playfully. You can now. You have someone to rely on. Someone like you? Olivia asked playfully, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Who are you to dispose of the governor? A judge, perhaps? The atmosphere grew tense, and Olivia's smile faded as she sat up, gazing at Vito in astonishment. He wore a wry smile. What's the matter? Did you not expect it? No, I knew you were an outsider. But I thought you were merely an agent dispatched by the district's legal affairs department, not. Indeed, a judge. I am not jesting. Vito stood upright, a polite bow accompanying his introduction. Allow me to reintroduce myself, Vito Constantine, judge of the Empire's extra-normal tribunal, commonly referred to as the Alien Tribunal. Olivia regarded Vito in silence for a moment, then took a sip of her drink, turning back after a considerable pause. Did you come alone? There's a mechanic with me, by the way. His name is Omega, from Mars. Anyone else? Well, a battlecruiser, a crew, and a captain. I can tell there's more. Ah, yes, for Deathwatch Space Marines, for oddities. Is that sufficient? Olivia sighed, pouring herself another glass of wine, then downing it in one go before slamming the glass onto the table. She took a deep breath. I can see you are not lying, but are you certain? Absolutely certain, my dear. I swear by my professional integrity as a judge. Your uncle is undoubtedly involved in something nefarious. Vito shook his fingers lightly, speaking with eloquence. It was evident that Xian Chao was indulging the issues brought forth by the Pious Society. He was likely connected to them. Therefore, if the Pious Society encountered difficulties, I would address them alongside him. You may remove the if, stated the mechanical voice. Vito and Olivia turned their gaze, observing Omega emerging from the inner room, stopping before them as his mechanical eyes scanned Olivia once more. Your injuries are healing satisfactorily, Miss Silver Serpent. Thank you, Omega Sage. Very well, Vito, you should learn to address me in full, rather than as Octopus. Well, whatever you inquire, I could eliminate the if. Omega glanced towards Olivia, while Vito nodded slightly in affirmation. Miss Silver Serpent, or rather Olivia, is now our ally. I trust her. Go ahead. Excellent. I have combined the memories of Mosley with the extracted genetic samples. After calculations, it appears he shares a 56:32 genetic compatibility with the Tyranids. Based on database inferences, I can almost confirm he is a gene stealer. Vito's ever-present smile vanished, his expression turning serious as he regarded Omega. Is there more? The enigma surrounding the corpse has been elucidated. At the time, he was accompanied by a purebred gene stealer, which was exceedingly hungry. Consequently, the surviving gene stealer, upon boarding the shuttle, also took with it the majority of the bodies not expelled into the void for its consumption. Vito turned away, pacing a few steps in the bar, but soon halted abruptly to face Omega. Are you certain he received the Tyranid signal from the void? Quite certain, Judge. What are you discussing? I do not comprehend, Olivia inquired. Vito regarded the beauty momentarily in silence. Are you familiar with the Battle of Makridge? I've heard of it. My father spoke of it in my youth. It was a conflict involving the Ultramarines fighting a horde of space bugs. My dear, they are indeed bugs, but of a quantity sufficient to obscure stars, extinguish suns, and consume all matter on a planet, leaving only desolation and ruin in their wake. Can you envision a cosmic-scale locust swarm? Olivia was momentarily stunned, her education affording her an understanding of the gravity of the situation. She looked at Vito, astonished, while he sighed. Yes, the Hive Fleet has arrived. These Tyranid gene stealers have likely inhabited this planet for countless generations, and now, their signal has been received. What shall we do now? Vito approached, placing a hand on her shoulder as she gazed up at him, while the judge turned to Omega. Did you execute him? No need. His mind was incinerated. Very well. Have you gleaned any useful information? Vito nodded slightly, pressing down on Olivia's shoulder after a moment of silence. Prepare for an assault. We must leave no survivors or evidence. Cleanse the area thoroughly. I will expedite our established plans. Omega nodded slightly, preparing to depart. Judge, Should we not send an alert to the sector command requesting assistance? Vito chuckled, rubbing his neck. Depend on those bureaucrats? I remained skeptical. He turned, glancing at Omega's flickering mechanical eye, adopting a more serious demeanor, akin to a true judge. Send a signal to all Imperial fleets, Astra Militarum, Astartes chapters, and all armed forces. I, Vito Constantine, Emperor's chosen judge of the Inquisition. In the name of the Holy Emperor, call upon all loyal subjects to respond and converge upon the victorious system to confront the impending threat of the Emperor's foes. May the Emperor guide us. In transmission, Vito declared, as Omega solemnly nodded, appearing genuinely serious, with data streams coursing through his eyes. You have more to say, do you not, Vito? Of course. Vito smiled slightly. Send a message to the sector command, informing those imbeciles that if they do not assist us, I shall issue an exterminatus order for the entire Victoria system and all surrounding systems. Olivia's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Vito, who shrugged playfully, even eliciting an odd mechanical chuckle from Omega. Very much in character for you, Vito. I shall expedite the objective. Farewell for now. Omega turned and swiftly departed. Akin to a highly efficient machine. Faced with Olivia's expression, Vito stroked his chin, revealing a somewhat awkward demeanor. It seemed the situation was indeed rather intricate. Yes, just a tad complicated. She sighed, placing a hand on her forehead. I had just regained a glimmer of hope, only to realize that the entire system may be at stake. This is truly. Vito smiled slightly, raising 2 glasses, offering one to Olivia. The Empire's daily routine? She accepted the drink, smiling wryly. Indeed. Chapter 25. The Empire's Frontier. Undercover laughter and merriment filled the activity hall outside the monastery, where a congregation of the devout gathered. Priests, monks, medical personnel, frontline soldiers, and numerous believers congregated here, their spirits markedly elevated. Marshall leaned against the porch, observing the jubilant festivities unfolding within the hall. Though their behavior bordered on madness, joy was indeed warranted, as the capture of the Hammer Factory brought them significantly closer to the Great Crusade and ultimate redemption. Thus, it was only fitting that they reveled in such happiness. Having nearly perished in the factory conflict, Marshall reflected on the fervent zeal of Mosley's followers. While their fighting spirit and courage were commendable, their grasp of tactical concepts was lamentably lacking. They charged forth in a reckless frenzy, indiscriminately firing as if under the influence of a potent stimulant. It was a near miss when an overzealous fanatic almost shot him, likely mistaking his neat attire, clean armor and clothing, for that of a heretic from the nest. With a melancholic sigh, he crossed his arms and gazed upon the resplendent icon of the Redeemer. Suddenly, a figure materialized beside him silently. Startled, he turned his head to confront the intruder. Where have you been, Vito? You've missed quite the spectacle. Dealing with some matters. I hope I haven't missed too much. Not really. Aside from Henry's victory speech and the priest's dreadful religious proclamations, there wasn't too much to catch. Vito smiled, just as an ecstatic believer approached, holding a smoking censer filled with crimson essence. Brothers, here. This is the finest sanctified dust we've saved for you. The man exclaimed, exuberantly praising Vito's achievements. Indeed, praise be to your deeds, Brother Vito. Vito accepted the censer, surveying the surroundings. Where's Brother Mosley? Didn't he come to say a few words? He's not here. I don't know where he's gone, and no one has seen him, but I'm sure he's occupied with something significant, the believer assured, handing another censer to Marshall. Marshall looked quizzically at Vito, who shrugged slightly and took a deep puff from the censer before returning it after a brief moment of silence. The fervent worshipper laughed heartily, taking a drag himself. Did you hear? The divine is pleased. They're rejoicing in our victory. Of course, brother, continue to celebrate. May the Emperor guide you, Vito said with a warm pat on the believer's shoulder. The man hesitated but then laughed robustly. I want to disturb the important ones. May the Lord of Redemption bless you. As the believer departed, Vito subtly gestured for Marshall to follow him. Marshall nodded slightly and trailed after Vito, exiting the jubilant hall. They did not stop, but rather traversed the long, silent corridor, the sounds of celebration fading into an echo, as if from another world. The bright lights lost their vibrancy, yielding to a monotonous, cold hue. In the quiet monastery corridor, solitude reigned. A chill light streamed through a nearby window, casting shadows upon the statues and outlining the contours of lifeless figures, rendering the space akin to a mausoleum of time. Vito leaned against a statue of a celestial soldier, spear held aloft with a fluttering banner in one hand and a laser pistol in the other. The banner waved behind him, as if heralding a monumental victory in war. However, unlike other statues throughout the Empire, this one bore all Imperial symbols, stripped of their insignia. Marshall observed Vito and sensed something was amiss. The usual sardonic smile had vanished, replaced by a solemn expression akin to that of the monks. "What's wrong, Vito? What happened?" "All right, Marshall. It's time to lay the cards on the table. I know you are an undercover agent sent by the Nest, likely dispatched by the Grand Arbiter." Marshall froze, his brow furrowing in hesitation. "What are you talking about? Come now, you can't be as deranged as them while consuming crimson essence. That means you, like me, have filtering lungs to eliminate harmful gases, ensuring your mind remains unaffected, unlike those religious zealots. Moreover, it's evident you lack genuine faith, and your desire for the Emperor is tepid at best. So yes, I know you are an undercover agent. Coupled with your marksmanship, don't feign ignorance, Marshall. Your shooting skills are clearly those of a sniper, and a long-range one at that. You have served in open terrain, an environment not provided by the Nest." Frowning, Marshall slowly placed his hand on his holster, while Vito chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. "Relax, I want to expose you. In fact, I'm also an undercover agent." "What?" Marshall replied, feigning calmness. Vito smirked, crossing his arms. "I am from the Empire too. Let me clarify. I am not a member of some noble family from the Nest, nor was I forced into exile here. A traitor? Absolutely not. A curious believer? By the Emperor above. Can't you think of a profession that doesn't involve being shot?" Marshall, observing Vito's resigned expression, widened his eyes in realization, quickly retracting his hand from his holster and standing at attention. "Your Honor," he exclaimed, astonished. Vito chuckled, patting his shoulder. "You guessed right this time. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the arbiter of the External Affairs Tribunal. And by the way, my name is not an alias. What about yours? Is it not?" "At least my name isn't," he replied. "Very well. Let us reintroduce ourselves, my friend." Vito smiled. Marshall nodded solemnly. "Lieutenant Marshall Krebs, an enforcer with the legal department of the Victoria system. You served in the Celestial Army, correct?" "Yes, Your Honor. The 758th Cadia Regiment. I participated in the Victoria Rebellion and was later seconded to the legal department." "The rebellion? Wasn't that also the work of the devout?" "No, Your Honor. It was the work of chaos cultists." Vito's expression grew peculiar, but soon broke into laughter as he rubbed his neck. "Well, this place is quite lively." He walked to another statue, gazing up at the angelic figure. "The Grand Arbiter sent me here. We received a star message from Victoria, prompting me to infiltrate. Have you discovered anything, Your Honor?" "Yes, crucial intelligence. I must meet with your superior, and swiftly. The sooner, the better." With hands clasped behind his back, the Arbiter studied the mosaic murals depicting Imperial soldiers confronting some formidable foe. Though obscured by time and erosion, the essence of the struggle remained evident. Informed the Grand Arbiter that a threat, a colossal one, is emerging from the far reaches of the galaxy. I must meet him at once to address this pressing issue. Vito turned to Marshall, his demeanor grave. "Lieutenant, ensure this message is relayed as promptly as possible." "Understood?" "Understood, Your Honor." He approached Marshall and abruptly turned his gaze towards the desolate hallway's end. After a moment of contemplation into the profound emptiness, he faced Marshall and quietly confided. "There are heretics and traitors within the upper echelons of Victoria Hive, and they hold positions of considerable influence. You must safeguard this information and ensure that only the Grand Arbiter is privy to it." Marshall furrowed his brow slightly, though he did not seem surprised. "I am aware, sir," he responded. "We have long suspected treachery among the upper nobility, but we have yet to identify the culprits. Have you obtained any leads?" "Not yet, but I soon will," Vito affirmed, patting the empty bolter holster at his hip. He was unarmed. "Mosley is dead. My partner and I dealt with him, extracting valuable intelligence from his mind. Some of these matters my comrades and I will address swiftly. The Arbites need not concern themselves. Now, with Mosley's demise, a crucial position within the Underhive Syndicate is vacant, and you will soon be summoned by the devout leadership and subsequently promoted. At that juncture, you will be able to discern their faces." Vito offered an admiring smile, regarding the young law enforcer. "Indeed, your future holds great promise, young man." Vito spoke with the air of an elder, though he appeared only a few years older than Marshall. However, he was an inquisitor, and their lifespans were often deceptive. "Especially the female inquisitors," he mused. "Of course, I earnestly advise against inquiring about their age." I am quite serious. Would you care for a bolt around? Marshall chuckled, nodding affirmatively. I will notify the Grand Arbiter promptly. I will inform you of any new developments as soon as possible, Inquisitor. Excellent. Vito clapped him on the shoulder and strode towards the hallway's end. After a moment's contemplation, Marshall called out, Sir, what manner of threat do we face? A very damn big one, Vito retorted, waving his hand dismissively. So make haste. He vanished into the gloom at the corridor's end, leaving Marshall to turn and gaze upon a mural Vito had been observing, though time-worn and damaged. It bore a line of high Gothic script describing the name of the Great War depicted, the Ultramarines' glorious victory, the Battle of Mackridge. Marshall's expression suddenly became rigid, and he inhaled deeply. He looked up at the towering Space Marine statue, remarking, soon, more statues will stand here, if this planet still stands. Chapter 26. The Empire's Frontier, Glory and Homeland. The Caliban Knight entered the combat training cage unarmed, confronting the blades that could sever flesh and sinew without a hint of trepidation. His robust physique danced gracefully among the lethal edges, lightning-fast blades failing to graze him. The Dark Angel Space Marine executed a swift maneuver, deftly evading a sword thrust from a servitor. With remarkable speed, he parried and retaliated, sending blades scattering from his path. The skilled swordsman wielding his weapon as if it were an extension of his own being. Lancelot showcased his unparalleled prowess in the dimly lit training chamber. Undoubtedly a distinguished swordsman even among the ranks of the Dark Angels. After a series of mechanical beeps, the combat servitors gradually fell silent, retracting before ascending into the overhead hatch. Lancelot exhaled deeply, opening the safety door of the training cage, his muscular frame glistening with sweat. He draped a towel, well, for mortals, it would be considered a bath towel, around his neck and strode out of the training chamber into the expansive public training arena. However, it was now desolate. With only 3 giants present, the Astartes were devoid of armor. Even Bel wore merely a robe, seated on a long bench, meticulously repairing a blast pistol with a multifunctional tool. Beside him, Ragnar swung his chain axe with fervor, the weapon roaring in his grip. As nimble and responsive as Lancelot's longsword, Lancelot approached his designated station, which was not adorned with dumbbells but instead bore a long sword, embellished with sacred wings. Several servitors encircled the sword, holding incense burners, rhythmically swaying as if engaged in an ancient and sacred ritual. O Lion of Lorraine, guide the sword of your progeny to vanquish the Empire's great foes. Let this holy blade never falter, Lancelot murmured, placing his palm upon his heart, reciting the ancient battle prayer that had been passed down through generations among the sons of Caliban. It is said that during the Great Crusade, the Dark Angels would calm the spirits of their weapons in this manner, imploring those ancient and powerful souls to bless them with victory. Ragnar chuckled, tossing the chain axe high into the air and catching it mid-flight. Hey, Lancelot, what took you so long? Tired? Tired? No, Ragnar, I can never neglect the prayer ritual. It is a sacred custom of the Dark Angels, Lancelot replied, tracing a finger along the spine of the blade, reciting elusive high Gothic phrases with a hint of accent. Ah, how I despise when you all babble in high Gothic. What makes your Gothic different from Bel's? Caliban dialect? Ragnar queried. Caliban dialect? Oh no, this is likely the dialect of my hometown, Gorlani. Though I left long ago, the vestiges of my homeland accompany me still, Lancelot explained, receiving a vial of holy water from a servitor and solemnly anointing the blade with it. The water bore a trace of incense, perhaps indeed soothing the spirit of the weapon. Ragnar wore a puzzled expression. Gorlani? What place is that? My homeland, at least where I hail from. A planet within the feudal realms of the Empire. I am the firstborn son of a local knight, chosen by a priest aboard a passing Dark Angel strike cruiser, which led to my joining this illustrious chapter. Ragnar's confusion deepened as he regarded Lancelot. Wait, you mean you were not born on Caliban? Your priests recruit new soldiers from other planets? Bel, sitting nearby, sighed in exasperation, glancing at Ragnar. The Dark Angel's fleet-based chapter traverses the cosmos upon their immense rock, naturally recruiting from various conscription worlds. Fleet-based chapters are not uncommon among our brethren. Remember when we fought alongside the Black Templars? Their sons, the Scions of Dorne, are fleet-based. I know who they are, but I never realized the Dark Angels were not from Caliban. Isn't that their homeworld? Lancelot chuckled lightly. Caliban is the Great Rock, a massive floating asteroid equipped with unparalleled propulsion engines, allowing our chapter to navigate the galaxy. The rock is also our chapter. Caliban is merely a remnant of it, with our chapter monastery constructed upon it. What? Caliban was destroyed? Bell paused, incredulously staring at Ragnar. Caliban's homeworld was obliterated by a supernova. Now only a portion remains protected by the Void Shield. Have you ever studied the history of the 9 Primarch legions within your chapter? Ragnar waved dismissively, appearing remarkably nonchalant. Come on, I'm not one of those bookworms. I prefer tales of our chapter's glory. Hey, Olaf, do you remember the stories old Wolf Logan told us? About our progenitor, Lehman Russ? Ragnar laughed, spinning the chain axe with one hand. Indeed, I recall many tales of our glorious martial history. These are far more engaging than lectures, Bell. Don't you share such stories? Of course we do. But the Primaris Space Marines equally emphasize scholarly learning. Ragnar, Lord Robook Gilliman has tasked us to be not only exceptional warriors, but also accomplished scholars. Ragnar waved his hand impatiently, then turned to Lancelot. What about you? Is your chapter so dull? The Dark Angel smiled. We too recount tales of our chapter's glory, typically narrated by our chapter's priests. Lord Safin has shared countless glorious stories with us. I have even had the privilege of hearing Lord Azrael recount the triumphs of our chapter. Ragnar chuckled, rubbing his neck. Now that is more like it. We are Astartes. Glory surpasses all. And also faith and loyalty. Ragnar, let me remind you not to forget. Bell spoke solemnly. This is precisely what differentiates us from the traitors. Of course, my priest, Ragnar replied with a grin, plopping down beside them. You don't really think I'm akin to those traitors, do you? The glory of the Space Wolves embodies our loyalty to the All-Father, right, brother? Indeed, Ragnar. It should be so, Olaf affirmed, polishing the ornate engravings on his armor. Each time he tended to that massive power armor of the priest. It occupied Olaf for quite some time, yet the old wolf never displayed fatigue, tirelessly caring for that steadfast companion of many years. His breath had long since turned gray. Even by Astartes standards, Olaf was considered aged, yet the signs of aging did not diminish the might of this formidable warrior. He remained the robust, regal, and deadly Fenrisian wolf. Our chapter trials are indeed fierce. I once traversed the icy expanses of the Fenris colony, bare-skinned, armed only with a dagger, battling the frigid elements and the beasts of the tundra. Ragnar chuckled, clearly boasting, as he patted his arm. A foolish giant bear took a bite out of me, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. Yet, I managed to wear that bastard down to exhaustion, using this very arm. I skinned it and traversed the icy plains of Fenris to reach Wolf's Tooth Keep. He spoke while lifting the tooth pendant that hung from his neck, evidently a trophy from that colossal bear. Olaf bore a similar pendant, a remnant of the ancient culture inherited from their homeworld by the Space Wolves chapter. I dare say, the kittens of the Dark Angels have never undergone such a terrifying battle ritual. Look at this little kitten, it tires after half an hour. Ragnar couldn't resist teasing Lancelot, questioning whether this could be considered a long-standing cultural custom of their 2 chapters. Lancelot swiftly grasped his knightly sword, turning with a sardonic smile directed at Ragnar. Shall we have another round then? Last time we were interrupted by veto before a victor was determined, he said flippantly, while Ragnar erupted into hearty laughter, swinging his chainsaw axe as he approached him. Bell cursed as he stood up. You too, in the name of the Emperor, cease this nonsense. Don't be so dull, Bell. Just a little bout, and I could easily bring this kitten down. Ragnar expressed with skepticism. Brother, come and try. Enough. Old Wolf commanded sternly. The 2, who had already raised their weapons, froze instantly. They turned to see Olaf standing, gazing ahead, as a figure approached from the edge of the training hall, a being that was half mechanical, half flesh. Omega's iron foot resonated upon the marble floor as he approached the Astartes warriors, his mechanical eye flickering with an unusual light. You may descend below for a contest. I suggest a tally of kills, Omega articulated in his mechanical voice, prompting the 2 warriors to lower their weapons and part ways. Old Wolf Olaf strode through them, a towering giant standing before Omega like a mountain blocking the sun. Omega lifted his head slightly, meeting Olaf's gaze before shifting his attention to the remaining 3 Astartes. Judicator, on the ground, we have received vital intelligence. We have confirmed that this planet has been infiltrated by the Tyrannid swarm. The local gene stealers have constructed a dangerous Tyrannid facility in the industrial wasteland. The Judicator demands complete destruction. You may execute the wrath of Omnicia and the Emperor. Olaf raised his head, and the 3 warriors positioned themselves behind him like a towering mountain range. As the all-knowing father wishes, we shall unleash his wrath. Chapter 27. The Empire's Frontier. Death strike in the frigid expanse of the galaxy. The planet Victoria hung suspended in the boundless silence of the void. Devoid of satellites or asteroid rings. This solitary sphere floated amidst the infinite darkness, its surface disrupted by extreme weather phenomena, with colossal cyclones swirling across its outer layer. The thick white and gray-brown vortices intertwined like two oceans, while a soft luminescence rose from the planet's surface, enveloping it as if it were the only beacon in a galaxy shrouded in eons of darkness. A handful of small black objects swiftly approached from the depths of the cosmic abyss. These high-velocity entities pierced through the planet's outer atmosphere, hurtling towards its surface with terrifying speed, akin to a pack of predatory birds. The Thunderhawk gunships carved through the dense atmosphere, flames igniting from the friction between their wings and fuselage, engulfing the aircraft in a dazzling blaze reminiscent of meteors plummeting from the heavens. Not merely one meteor, but several, descended upon the Earth. 2 additional Thunderhawk gunships, painted in blue and adorned with the image of a roaring shark on their noses, followed closely behind the lead vessel. Ahead of them, 5 Lightning fighters also broke through the atmosphere. These formidable avian predators from the galaxy trembled violently under the atmospheric pressure, yet their momentum remained unperturbed. At the rear of each aircraft, numerous exhaust ports expelled high-powered vector thrust engines, assertive in their function. Azure flames illuminated the ends of the fuselage, igniting the surrounding atmosphere as the jet engines propelled the aircraft through the clouds. The avian marauders breached the planet's surface, leaving the dense air behind. As the formation of fighters soared through the clouds, the powerful vector engines fell silent, yielding to the atmospheric propulsion engines that took over. Inside the Blue Thunderhawk, the flickering red indicator lights dimmed, signaling the end of danger and chaos as the violent shaking subsided. Olaf surveyed his surroundings, observing his 3 Astartes brothers, all secured in their positions by hydraulic restraints, though the need for such measures had now diminished. Ragnar was the first to raise his restraints and stride into the central deck of the Thunderhawk, exclaiming, "We have breached the atmosphere. The omniscient Father above. This wretched place is finally still. Have we been detected?" Bell inquired, to which the helmet communicator swiftly responded, "No, my Lord Bell. Our radar has not registered any local defense systems locking onto us, nor have we detected any intercepting squadrons. In fact, we suspect that the radar station identified prior to our departure is likely abandoned. Our scans revealed no thermal signatures." Lancelot sighed in exasperation before releasing his restraints. "This planet is severely lacking in defensive awareness. I am certain any Imperial adversary could easily invade." "Indeed, Lancelot, you speak the truth, but at least for now. This has provided us with an advantage," Olaf replied, slightly tilting his head. "Squadron leader, order your squadron to destroy the ground-based anti-aircraft positions. Pilots, prepare for an airdrop." "Understood," came the simultaneous replies. The engines of the Lightning fighters suddenly surged, 5 aircraft diving towards the factory situated upon the desolate wasteland, entirely unprepared for the impending doom. On the transport deck, personnel continued their daily routines, unaware of the destruction descending upon them. Dozens of missiles were launched in unison, soaring overhead, followed by a series of violent explosions as the factory's already inadequate anti-aircraft defenses were obliterated. The remaining positions, not yet destroyed, were swiftly decimated by the passing Lightning fighters. Countless fragments and debris rained down from the factory's height, and the remnants of a Hydra anti-aircraft gun crashed onto the deck, startling everyone into a halt. The workers finally grasped that they were under attack, and roars of panic and curses erupted, transforming the deck into a chaotic scene. Armed guards shouted as they seized their weapons, blindly firing at the Lightning fighters as if their rifles could strike those swift avian marauders. But true warbirds were already descending, the larger Thunderhawk rapidly swooping down. The Blue Thunderhawk led the charge, its vector nozzles angling downward as it stabilized its descent, hovering mere meters above the ground. For massive figures dropped from the vessel, crashing down with a thunderous impact. The devout guardians on the deck looked on in terror as the 4 giants rose, clad in pitch-black power armor. "Astartes," someone shouted, but the terrified voice was cut short as Lancelot leveled his explosive pistol, reducing the man to a mangled heap. The deck erupted in gunfire as the guards, stricken with fear, aimed at the 4 Astartes. However, conventional bullets and lasers could not penetrate the dark power armor. The Deathwatch Space Marines commenced the Emperor's deathly retribution upon these heretical mortals. The roar of explosive gunfire echoed, and in an instant, countless bodies were torn apart, leaving no trace behind. Ragnar, Lancelot, and Bell advanced, their heavy footsteps reverberating through the metal deck, shaking the very ground beneath them. Desperate guards unleashed a barrage of fire, but it was evident they could not impede the giants' advance. Explosive rounds and chainsaws wreaked havoc, leaving only ruin and death in their wake. Lancelot's power sword and Ragnar's roaring chainsaw axe efficiently reaped lives as the Dark Angels and Space Wolves strode forth, toppling stacks of crates, splattering blood and flesh. Olaf stood firm, watching as his brothers charged forward at full speed, swiftly creating a secure landing zone on the deck. "Land," the old wolf's deep voice commanded. And almost immediately, 2 Thunder Hawks descended behind him. The gunship doors slid open, and 2 squads of stormtroopers surged forth. These trained Imperial strike forces swiftly forming ranks to unleash the terrifying firepower of their Hellfire loss guns. Laser beams shot past the advancing Deathwatch, searing red light piercing the survival range of those fortunate enough to escape. Olaf raised his arm, and the old wolf, donned in the highest priestly armor, began to advance, crackling with psychic lightning that danced across his form. Countless bolts struck the enemies of the Empire, vaporizing their flesh and leaving naught but shattered bones behind. The guards were pressed back, firing as they retreated, while the workers fled en masse into the factory. As the Imperial forces drew nearer, the massive gates of the factory began to lower. The guards outside, witnessing the gate's descent, ceased fire and fled in panic, falling victim to the stormtroopers and Astartes' weapons. "Ragnar, hold the gate," Olaf shouted. The young space wolf emitted a wolfish howl, and the towering giant sprinted forth, swiftly closing the distance to the fleeing guards. Ragnar surged forward, clearing a path through the throng, trampling several guards beneath his iron foot, reducing them to mere pulp. Ragnar Lothbrok burst through the gates, hurling aside a group of individuals who attempted to impede his advance. Their bullets rained upon his armor, yet nothing could hinder the strides of the son of Fenris. The young wolf brandished his chainsaw axe, and countless foes fell in an instant, their flesh and blood transforming into a morass beneath him. In a swift motion, Ragnar pivoted, delivering a crushing blow to the operator stationed by the gate control panel, sending him crashing against the wall. The man's body crumbled under the force of the Astartes' iron fist, and Ragnar reset the switch, halting the gate's descent. As several corpses tumbled beneath the gate, his brothers and the stormtrooper squad surged forward into the entrance. Almost immediately, a torrent of concentrated fire rained down upon them, the barrage swiftly incapacitating several stormtroopers. A multitude of zealous heretics had already infiltrated their pre-established positions, unleashing a barrage of weaponry upon the invaders. Heavy explosive machine guns were manned by the roaring guards, clearly unprepared for an actual assault despite the fortifications they had constructed, resulting in many weapons remaining unutilized and the brief deployment time becoming their undoing. Ordinary soldiers, under the weight of such overwhelming fire, would have been unable to establish their defenses, but now they faced 4 Astartes. The adamantium armor repelled all incoming fire, with lasers and artillery failing to leave even a dent upon its obsidian shell. Astartes were renowned for their ferocious assaults. Olaf's eyes sparkled with a fierce lightning, and suddenly a blue arc erupted from his hand, striking beside the heavy explosive machine gun. Instantly, a surge of electricity leaped among the nearby heretics. All those touched by the lightning reduced to charred remains. The soldiers of the Adeptus Ministorum looked on in terror, but as one raised his gaze again, he found the towering giant standing before him. Ragnar cleaved through his skull with a single swing, and as his iron foot crashed through the fortifications into the enemy position, the explosive gun and chainsaw sword roared in close combat. Soon, Lancelot leaped into the fray as well. The blue light of his power sword flickered between steel and flesh, slicing, shattering, and dismantling corpses with ruthless efficiency. In mere moments, the position of the zealous heretics crumbled. The Astartes wreaked havoc, while the storm troopers surged forth, directing laser beams at every foe daring to resist or flee. Chaos reigned within the factory, as countless Adeptus Ministorum guards emerged, armed with rifles and whatever weapons they could scrounge, firing from behind mechanical lathes, conveyor belts, and containers. The storm troopers spread out, rapidly advancing into the narrow mechanical corridors, sweeping forward through the gaps. Death and destruction were indiscriminately unleashed upon all, machines, men, and goods alike were annihilated, with explosive rounds and psychic lightning mercilessly obliterating everything in their path. Bell aimed his explosive gun with calm precision, firing as he moved until he reached a box filled with processed crimson dust awaiting transport. Gazing at the small vials of the substance, he lowered his weapon, observing the glimmering powder. "Bell, we are still in the midst of battle," Lancelot remarked, though he didn't need to look, as he raised his gun and accurately shot down an enemy preparing to fire upon them with a plasma weapon. The unfortunate soul collapsed, the plasma blast striking his own comrades, instantly turning a section of the position into ionized dust. Bell picked up a vial of the crimson substance, intrigued by its properties. "The Xenos use this to control the locals. We have never encountered such dust before. Perhaps it is a local innovation by the gene stealers. I need to collaborate with Omega to analyze this material. We cannot ascertain the methods of its production or whether it has been uploaded to the hive mind. Blah blah. Every time you do this, it's so tedious," Ragnar remarked, cleaving a machine with his chainsaw sword before firing repeatedly with his explosive gun, blood and entrails splattering everywhere. "Bell is right. We must study these substances. They could prove beneficial for the Empire." Olaf's voice crackled through the communicator as his unleashed psychic lightning incinerated numerous heretics. Bell scrutinized the vial in his hand as the scanner within his helmet began to operate, but his work was abruptly interrupted by a primal roar emanating from a nearby direction. Bell and Lancelot turned to see a mutilated storm trooper's body hurled towards them, crashing heavily to the ground. Upon the towering metallic construct ahead, a colossal, grotesque figure stood, an entity far from human. It roared, its four arms spread wide. And with its cry, a pack of beasts burst forth from the factory's interior, leaping swiftly between machines, ruthlessly slaughtering several stormtroopers at close range. Their armor proving as fragile as parchment against the razor-sharp claws. Purebred gene stealers? Huh. I was just wondering how long it would take to encounter them. Ragnar bellowed with laughter, brandishing his chainsaw axe as he charged forward. He swung the axe, severing one of the Xeno's claws, but the creature leapt, its talons poised to pierce Ragnar's chest. Yet, the space wolf Astartes reacted with lightning speed, grasping the Xeno's neck and slamming it down onto the ground, crushing its skull beneath his boot. Come, and claim your death." His armor splattered with blood, the slaughter continued unabated, seemingly endless. "Lancelot, go assist Ragnar. Don't let that pup die," Olaf commanded, having just dispatched 2 purebreds with his lightning and now pummeling another with his fists. Lancelot offered a wry smile, raising his power sword and shrugging. "As you wish, boss." He turned to Bell. "You direct the stormtroopers. It seems we have our hands full." With that, Lancelot charged forward, shouldering aside a purebred gene stealer preparing to ambush Ragnar, then drawing his explosive gun and blasting the creature before it even touched the ground. "Lancelot, where have you been?" "Off drinking wine." Ragnar chuckled as he relentlessly smashed his axe down, shattering a gene stealer's chitinous shell and dispatching it. Ragnar laughed, his power sword flashing like lightning as he cleaved through a Xeno's upper body. The creature fell to the ground, roaring in agony, only to be swiftly crushed under Lancelot's foot. "How many have you slain?" 8. "What a coincidence, I've slain 9. "Nonsense. Where did you get 9? Right now?" Lancelot thrust his sword into a purebred gene stealer's face, yanking it back and twisting the grotesque visage into a shattered mess. Ragnar cursed loudly, seizing a purebred's head, his power fist delivering a crushing blow that reduced it to a squished mass. 9. "I will soon have 10, 11, and more. In the name of Leman Russ, I shall claim victory, and I swear by the lion, I will bring honor to the Knights of Caliban." Lancelot shouted back, causing Olaf to exhale in exasperation as he discarded the Xeno corpse and glanced helplessly toward the 2 young warriors. He then turned his gaze towards Bell, who was also diligently filling his ammunition box with crimson substances. "It seems we have much to attend to today, my brother." Indeed, this was evident. Bell raised his explosive firearm, aiming meticulously before pulling the trigger, shattering the skull of a distant heavy explosive machine gunner who was firing upon them. He then lifted his weapon high, like a banner of war. "Stormtroopers, assemble around me. Clear this wretched land." The stormtroopers began emerging from every corner, regrouping around Bell, taking cover and engaging in a systematic barrage. Olaf looked out towards the entrance, gazing at the overcast sky with a resigned sigh. "It appears we have much to do today." With that, the priest turned, his eyes emanating electric currents, and with a flourish of his hands, unleashed a dazzling bolt of lightning. Chapter 28. The Secrets of the Empire's Frontier Captain Cole stood on the deck of the Frontier, gazing at 3 Thunderhawks as they flew into the hangar from the ethereal blue gravity shield. The majestic Thunderhawks, exhaling vector flames, descended gracefully, their robust landing gear firmly supporting their weight as they settled down securely with the aid of hydraulic systems. The hatch of the Thunder Hawk opened slowly, finally resting on the ground. Cole turned to glance at Omega, who tilted his head in response. The captain then focused on the 4 giants descending from the deck, particularly noting one who carried a claw, a trophy from a purebred gene thief. "Lancelot, would you care to enlighten me on your purpose for bringing that thing?" Cole queried, his tone tinged with exasperation. The Caliban knight removed his winged helmet, revealing a radiant smile. "It's a trophy, a prize for our glorious victory in the tournament." "Nonsense. Did I not dismember that abomination's 3 arms? Can you claim an extra head over me?" Ragnar grumbled, clearly displeased with their defeat, especially given such a trivial reason for their loss. Lancelot continued to beam, his smile bright and unyielding, betraying none of the grim demeanor typically associated with the Dark Angels. That enigmatic chapter of inscrutable interstellar warriors. Perhaps his prolonged association with Vito had led to his assimilation? As they spoke, Ragnar displayed an awkward grin, lifting his detached chainsaw sword, the chainsaw blade swinging in the air. "Omega, you see, it seems I require some repairs. This marks the 3rd time I've had to repair you in the past year, Ragnar. You need to reevaluate your tactics," Omega remarked, then turned his attention to Lancelot. "And your explosive shotgun shows clear signs of damage." Lancelot chuckled, producing his battered shotgun, its side severely dented. The 2 erstwhile rivals now appeared as kindred spirits, sharing hearty laughter. Cole sighed in resignation, watching the stormtroopers descend from the other 2 Thunderhawks, many of whom bore injuries. Severely wounded comrades were assisted by their fellows as they traversed the deck toward the nearby field hospital. It was evident that the stormtrooper squad had suffered some losses. Was the battle particularly fierce? Cole inquired. The seasoned veteran, Olaf, nodded slightly. He passed by his 2 comrades and approached Cole and Omega, the towering giant stooping down slightly to avoid towering over them. "We encountered dozens of purebred gene thieves on the surface, even a massive one. Fortunately, we managed to eliminate it." Ragnar shoved a melta grenade into its maw, but before it detonated, we lost several stormtroopers. Ultimately, we followed the Inquisitor's orders and obliterated the site. Cole furrowed his brow, then turned to Omega. "Is that factory listed under the Mechanicum's registered facilities?" Olaf also glanced at the Archmagister, who shook his head after a brief pause, indicating the completion of data analysis. "No, according to the records from the planet Victoria, there is no mention of the factory we targeted. In fact, during my descent to the lower hive, I encountered several factories that lack the Mechanicum's authorization. This planet faces severe technological heresy issues. Are you suggesting that the planet's government condones and shelters numerous illegal factories, even when aware that they violate the Mechanicum's regulations?" "Indeed." Cole and Olaf exchanged glances, the former sighing and clasping his hands in defeat. "I fear the situation on this planet is worse than we imagined." "Indeed, but for now, we must trust that the Inquisitor has a plan. We need to complete our mission," Bell stated as he approached them. The white-armored giant holding a canister filled with crimson serum, freshly processed and still gleaming with purity. Omega nodded slightly, then turned toward the airport's entrance. "Come, we must commence our investigation." The group followed suit, including the 2 erstwhile rivals, departing the airport and leaving the Blue Thunder Hawks in the care of ground personnel and servitors for repairs and maintenance. They traversed the ship's intricate and lengthy corridors, passing through grand halls, ultimately arriving at the well-known research area dedicated to Omega. The shuttle remained there, its shattered frame secured by numerous mechanical arms. However, it appeared that most items had been scanned and removed, rendering it little more than scrap metal. Cole and the 3 giants positioned themselves before the holographic projector, while only Bell accompanied Omega to a nearby apparatus, a complex device adorned with multiple ports and scanning platforms. Bell extracted the serum and inserted it into the device's port. As he did, Omega began to operate, his mechanical arms and various active cables moving in a dazzling display upon the control panel, interfacing with the data terminal as a torrent of data streams coursed before him. Bell, meanwhile, manually operated and analyzed the serum's components, skillfully navigating the apparatus as complex information and identification data flowed past him, the fluorescent green display reflecting upon his face, casting it in an eerie hue. Soon enough, The holographic projector displayed a series of data points, graphics suspended in the air for all to see, clearly arranged and unambiguous, even comprehensible to Cole, an outsider. He furrowed his brow. This serum can alter one's mental state, creating psychic interfaces within the neural pathways? The astonishment was mirrored in Olaf's expression. As a psychic priest, he understood the implications well, leading to even greater shock. This indicated that every individual consuming this dust for an extended duration would, in fact, develop a faint connection to the local tyrannid hive mind. Shouldn't this require gene transplantation to achieve? No, this merely establishes a tenuous connection, allowing the local gene thief patriarch and leaders to project into their minds, inducing hallucinations to drive them to madness, ultimately brainwashing them subtly. Moreover, based on our analysis, these synapses can be manipulated by any tyrannid-related individual. In simpler terms, anyone infected with tyrannid DNA can use these synapses to exert weak psychic influence and command these fervent followers. Bell nodded slightly. In essence, the local gene thieves have discovered a method to forge mental bonds and control minds without extensive gene infection, effectively circumventing the legal department's genetic screening protocols. Thus, the tyrannid infection spiraled out of control. The old wolf exhaled deeply, a troubled frown etching his features. If we cannot identify targets through genetic recognition, is there any means to screen them? Bell shook his head. It is exceedingly difficult, nearly impossible. However, if this dust is not consumed continuously, the synaptic points will gradually weaken. Now that we have destroyed the factory, they can no longer expand their follower base through this method. Existing followers, unless subjected to immediate large-scale gene implantation, will also quickly lose control. It's all so convoluted. It would be simpler to just eliminate them. Ragnar lamented as he placed the chainsaw axe upon the table, gesturing towards the data charts. If we could locate the chieftain and eliminate him alongside the leader, wouldn't that be ideal? Ragnar, have you forgotten? Bell interjected, pointing to the data charts. If we eliminate the chieftain, new ones will soon emerge among the purebreds. It would be utterly futile. Our most effective strategy at present is to disrupt the reconstruction and production of the crimson essence. If we can achieve this, the local gene stealers will face significant repercussions. If my assumptions are correct, most of their followers are generated through this method, which implies that should the crimson essence become ineffective, the gene stealers will suffer a tremendous blow, at least. They will be unable to instigate a rebellion before the swarm fleet arrives. Olaf nodded affirmatively, turning to Cole. Should we inform the adjudicator? No. There is no need to share this with him for the time being, and besides, he likely suspects much already, Cole replied, casting a long sigh as he gazed at the data. The distress signal has been dispatched, and now all we can do is pray for the Emperor's protection. When shall we finally engage in battle? Ragnar complained, striding forward while muttering to himself, as the old wolf heaved a deep sigh. Soon, brother. Very soon you shall find yourself yearning for peace, he replied, as the rhythmic ticking transformed into a countdown to death. Chapter 29. The Empire's Frontier. Another world if Zhongqiao is A.M. Lang, and Xiaqiao is unequivocally a refused pit, then Shangqiao is undoubtedly the antonym of the two combined. This place stands in stark contrast to the crowded urban sprawl of Zhongqiao and the dim, narrow streets, as well as the pitch-black abyss of Xiaqiao, illuminated solely by artificial lights, with its appalling law and order and living conditions. In Zhongqiao, while survival is feasible and death is unlikely, after all, the Empire's influence still permeates there. The meager income and dismal living standards, especially exacerbated by the noxious emissions from the Mechanicus and the rather grim public health situation, ensure that life is far from pleasant. Yet at least the Empire guarantees your existence. As for Xiaqiao, we need not elaborate further. You have witnessed enough, and I trust you are well acquainted with life in Zhongqiao, which bears a striking resemblance to our own existence. Of course, I refer to the fanatical adherents of the state religion, the dogmatic sages of the Mechanicus, the brutish enforcers, and the corrupt bureaucrats of the Empire. Well, perhaps the distinction is not so vast after all. Unlike the steel forest of Zhongqiao, the architecture here is resplendent, meticulously designed and constructed. Each courtly edifice, adorned with sculptures and exquisite reliefs, is surrounded by well-manicured greenery. These splendid gardens and street flora imbue the area with vitality. Each building is set apart by a comfortable distance, a stark contrast to the dense environment of stacked buildings and crowded people below. Here, one could genuinely describe the atmosphere as comfortable. Large shopping malls, entertainment streets, hospitals, cinemas, and a variety of clubs are almost ubiquitous, each a facet of the opulent upper-class lifestyle, uniquely distributed across the streets and suspended platforms of Shangqiao. On the well-maintained broad avenues, luxurious vehicles and hovercraft glide seamlessly, showcasing a significantly different traffic density compared to Zhongqiao. Elegantly arranged public streetlights illuminate the thoroughfares, each adorned with a small angel statue holding a lantern, from which the light illuminating the world emanates. Leaning against the leather seat of the car, Vito tilted his body sideways, resting a hand on the window, his gaze fixed upon the brilliantly lit, exquisite buildings lining the street. These lavish villas and palaces evidently revel in their nocturnal festivities, punctuated by bursts of laughter and animated conversations. Vito had scarcely been in Shangqiao for 10 minutes before he had already glimpsed for garden parties, replete with delectable food and extravagant indulgences, sufficient to sustain several ordinary citizens of the empire for a lifetime. He had visited numerous nests and witnessed similar scenes. The lives of the empire's nobility and elites invariably exude such opulence. Yet, he could not help but acknowledge that the level of indulgence on Victoria was perhaps even more extravagant than usual. Vito was certain he had encountered some rather disloyal forms of entertainment, or perhaps they were more akin to the revelries one might expect from devotees of an otherworldly, malevolent deity. Vito chuckled softly, exhaling a sigh, while Henry, seated beside him, also leaned against the window, observing the myriad lights outside. Each time I visit Shangqiao, discomfort washes over me. The overwhelming majority of people on this planet suffer, struggling at the poverty line. Yet here, these privileged fools indulge in ceaseless revelry, Henry murmured, more to himself than to Vito. I often ponder if the Emperor truly protects humanity. Would he allow such a spectacle? Vito laughed, resting his chin on his hand. No, he wouldn't. At least, I believe he wouldn't. Perhaps the Emperor's light has become increasingly dim here, or the Emperor of Terra is no longer the true Emperor. Henry replied, his gaze drifting away from the lights and merriment. I have heard he has been reduced to a mere corpse, leaving only the vermin of the Emperor's privileged class, exploiting his radiance for their own gain. I once believed in the Emperor, in the Empire, Vito, but each time I come here, I find myself questioning why I should believe in them at all. For millennia, nothing has changed. Perhaps we should have long ceased waiting for redemption from the Emperor. Do you not think that the Redeemer from across the starry seas could bring hope and salvation? Vito inquired, tilting his head slightly. Henry smiled wryly, sighing deeply as he rubbed his neck. I believe, yet I do not believe. I cannot quite articulate why. I am not as devout as Mosley. My thoughts have undergone significant transformations since joining the family and the church. Yet, I feel a force, or perhaps a latent ideology or will, that causes me to doubt everything we profess, including the Redeemer. Am I akin to a chaotic heretic? Henry paused, then chuckled bitterly, slumping against the plush backrest of the car. Perhaps. I often ponder. Our doctrine asserts that all humanity, all life, is equal. In the presence of the Redeemer, all are afforded equal opportunity for ultimate salvation. Yet, why do most of our high-ranking leaders still reside here in Shangqiao? They are, after all, part of the Empire's privileged class. Why do they profess faith in the Redeemer? For the sake of the masses? Vito seemed amused. Do you not recall? They are the aristocrats and elites of the Empire. Beyond the state religion and the Mechanicus, they possess little in terms of genuine devotion or loyalty. Such individuals exist within the state religion and the Mechanicus as well. The Empire binds them to its war chariot through wealth and power. I do not believe they would profess faith in the Redeemer out of devotion. They are not zealots like Mosley. Henry fell silent, his eyes reflecting a tapestry of colors, interwoven like a dazzling festival of lights. Tell me, Vito, is Mosley's disappearance connected to you? Henry asked, and the atmosphere within the vehicle turned somber, a suffocating silence enveloping them for a moment. Vito observed a statue passing by, an angelic figure. Directly related? No, but I anticipated his disappearance. You are quite candid, Vito. You effectively admit your involvement in Mosley's plight. I do not intend to deceive you, brother, nor do I believe I bear direct responsibility. Yes, I know Mal will locate Mosley through the traitor and take action against him. I mentioned in the meeting that we have traitors colluding with them. Yet you still sent him, or rather, encouraged him. I eliminated him through Mal's hand. You and I need not bear the burden of responsibility or infamy. No one will uncover the truth, and now the Shangqiao congregation is secure. We have taken control of the hammer factory, and no more lunatics will incite others to commit increasingly absurd and incomprehensible acts. Henry shook his head, still gazing at the opulent structures outside, a vast garden estate. Its gardens blooming with countless flowers and meticulously trimmed greenery. You are not devout, Vito. I know you came to Xiaoqiao for power. You are no different in essence from the people here. Henry's voice emerged from the shadowy void, ethereal and elongated, despite the mere half-meter separating them. It resonated as though it emanated from an infinite abyss. Vito chuckled, cradling his belly, acknowledging, "Indeed, I do not deny it. I descend from my own affairs, power, wealth, desire, and so forth, just like the majority." Henry laughed softly, ruffling his hair. "You are remarkably candid. Many are reluctant to admit such truths." With a smile, Vito replied, "I have no intention of deceiving you, my brother. I speak nothing but the truth." Clad in blue uniforms adorned with golden trim, the gatekeepers exchanged glances with the front-row driver, remaining silent. The guard then gestured towards the nearby sentry room, and the heavy iron gate slowly creaked open. They entered a garden, a private expanse of considerable size, replete with fountains, sculptures, and an array of artistic edifices. Vito squinted slightly, surveying the scene. After a moment, the vehicle came to a halt before a palatial structure. Henry, with a grin, opened one side of the car door, saying, "You are quite honest, Vito. You will surely appreciate him." "Who?" Vito inquired. "Step outside and see for yourself." Henry exited the car first, followed closely by Vito, whose boots met the pristine marble floor. He raised his dark eyes to behold the opulent building before him. Vito paused for a moment, then let out a resigned laugh. "Indeed, what am I truly curious about? Ah, this is merely the Governor-General's residence of Victoria." Chapter 30. The Frontier of the Empire. The governor. It must be acknowledged that the governor's residence is indeed exquisite, distinct from the sheer opulence, solemnity, and gravity typical of most imperial governmental edifices. Unlike the imposing structures resembling cathedrals or fortresses, the governor's mansion stands as a masterpiece of artistry. I can confidently assert that this substantial abode is adorned with a palette of verdant greens, azure blues, and slate grays, all harmoniously intertwined with elegant artistic embellishments such as murals, sophisticated sculptures, and finely crafted furniture, complemented by verdant plants that transform this space into a sanctum of art. Unlike the overwhelming majority of imperial architecture, this place exudes not an air of authority or oppression, but rather an inviting sense of relaxation and comfort. Green vines gracefully ascend the marble columns, while the residence itself embodies beauty and elegance. On a nearby table rests an exquisite elongated glass goblet alongside an entire tea set. Vito followed Henry through an arched doorway, traversing the side hall of the building until they arrived at a small sunroom. Unfortunately, as it was evening, the sunroom lacked sunlight. Vito's gaze fell upon a portrait adorning the wall, a family portrait featuring a young, handsome couple and their charming daughter. He scrutinized the girl with gray-green hair, seated on her father's lap, captured in a garden scene. Her eyes, evidently inherited from her mother, were strikingly beautiful and vibrant. "Sir, please surrender your weapons," interrupted Vito's admiration as two guards approached. One gestured for Vito to halt, which he duly did. The guard politely nodded to Vito, who glanced at Henry, already handing over his holster to the second guard. Vito shrugged slightly and relinquished his own holster, the weighty shotgun departing from his side, followed by the two laser pistols concealed beneath his coat. The elegantly dressed guards nodded in gratitude, passing the firearms to another guard, who then retrieved a small scanner from his belt. "Sir, we need to scan your implant category. We appreciate your understanding." "Of course, certainly," Vito replied with a smile, raising his arm in acceptance of the security scan. The guard efficiently conducted a thorough scan, then examined the display with a puzzled expression, glancing back to Vito. "Sir, there are certain parts of our equipment that could not scan. Could you elucidate? Perhaps my implants fall outside your scanner's compatibility range." "Some materials are rather unique," Vito jested, gesturing towards his midsection, "like this area." The guard, however, remained unamused, his demeanor serious as he addressed Vito. "Sir, we require further examination. Please follow us." "No, Captain. That won't be necessary," a voice interjected. The guards looked up, as did Vito, to see a man in a black suit descending the curved staircase, a friendly smile gracing his face. The guards nodded in affirmation, stepping aside without protest, as the amiable man approached Vito, extending his hand, which Vito naturally accepted. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Vito," the man said. "Mr. Constantine, you know me?" Vito replied, smiling and nodding slightly. "Of course." Who wouldn't he recognize the esteemed governor of the galaxy, Lord Reuben? As Vito spoke, he noticed a silver brooch on a nearby table, intricately designed with a silver serpent entwined around a blooming rose. "How intriguing," Reuben Johnson, the governor, remarked with a chuckle, gesturing for the guards to withdraw. The two guards silently retreated through the archway, showing only unwavering obedience. Reuben turned to Henry, offering a slight smile as he nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Brother Henry. Now, if you would kindly allow me a moment of privacy with Brother Vito." "As you wish, Your Grace," Henry responded, his expression stoic as he too exited through the archway. Vito observed him with a hint of amusement, noting the lack of respect in that bow. Reuben chuckled, watching Henry's departing figure. "Brother Henry is not particularly fond of me, which is understandable. He has been in the depths for too long and finds fault with everyone above. And you, Mr. Vito, what are your thoughts on me?" Reuben continued, his polite smile unwavering. One might say he possessed a depth that most would fail to perceive, hidden beneath his radiant smile. Vito lifted his chin slightly, then shrugged. A man of inscrutable motives, fond of wielding power, much like any competent planetary governor. "I shall take that as a compliment, Vito," the governor replied, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder and gesturing for him to follow. "Come, let us stroll." The surroundings mirrored the artistic and aesthetic essence of Reuben's abode. With flora and trees meticulously tended, shrubs pruned with care, and vibrant flowers blooming between the grass and foliage. The enchanting fragrance of blossoms, illuminated by the moonlight, rendered the garden dreamlike. As they walked along a pebble pathway, Reuben admired his garden, his hand gliding over the petals and leaves, akin to an artist appraising his latest creation. "How well do you know me, Mr. Vito?" "Not much, really. I suppose I am aware you ascended to power through a coup, ousting the former governor," Vito replied. Reuben laughed joyously, nodding in satisfaction. "To most citizens of the Empire, the former governor, my brother, was slain in a retaliatory assassination by chaotic cultists. Yet, it seems, Mr. Vito, you do not fit the mold of the ordinary." Vito smiled and nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, I do not consider myself ordinary." Reuben halted as they entered a quaint garden pavilion. He turned to Vito, contemplating for a moment. "I must confess, Mr. Vito, I do not yet fully comprehend you, your past, and your identity." Vito chuckled softly, nodding. "But I imagine you are aware that I am not a Victorian?" "You are quite candid, Vito. I appreciate this. Yet, it is precisely for this reason I must inform you that I do not trust you," Reuben stated, turning to face Vito directly, who noticed that Reuben now held a gun, a meticulously adorned laser pistol. "See, Mr. Vito, if we do not trust someone, perhaps the best course of action is to eliminate the problem. Wouldn't you agree?" Reuben said coldly, the dark barrel of the gun pointed squarely at Vito's chest, as if poised to unleash flames at any moment. Unexpectedly, Vito remained remarkably composed, wearing a serene smile. "Indeed, yet if both parties share common interests, perhaps temporary doubts can be set aside, a cautious suspension of disbelief." "I am all ears, Mr. Vito. Please, continue," Reuben replied, his fingers still resting on the trigger. Vito stood calmly, hands behind his back. "You see, Reuben, you killed your brother to seize power. You revel in the pursuit of influence and prestige, as do I. My affiliation with the devout order, like yours, stems not from faith, but from the same quest for power." He smiled, recognizing that power, wealth, and fame are perhaps the most alluring and enticing elements in this world. These deadly temptations perpetually draw individuals into this game, as they rush forward to partake. "You and I are, indeed, adept players in this game," Reuben remarked approvingly. "I will collaborate with the devout. I have always been the second son. My father never regarded me as an heir, nor even as a worthy son. All his attention and efforts were devoted to my elder brother. It was precisely due to this oversight that he made a grave error by disregarding a dangerous individual filled with resentment and jealousy towards him. He cast aside this perilous element, which ultimately led to catastrophic consequences." Reuben chuckled. "I admire your method of using Scarlet to seize control of the factory, Vito. I am also aware that you orchestrated, or at the very least allowed, Mosley to meet his demise, thereby usurping effective control of the nest, including Henry's." He scrutinized the newcomer before him with an appreciative gaze. "Like you, I am a dangerous element. My father overlooked this fact, resulting in disaster. Why should I do the same?" Vito continued to smile, shaking his head slightly. No, you certainly should not. Yet, at times, dangerous elements can yield considerable benefits. You see, Reuben, we are both perilous individuals, which implies that to one another, we are both threats. You must remain vigilant against me. But you are also acutely aware that I can offer you greater advantages. I understand that, like myself. You are competing for power within the upper echelons of the devout and with other bishops. Reuben chuckled appreciatively. You are correct, Vito. I am indeed vying for power with others. But what does that signify? It signifies that you require an ally, one who is as treacherous and adept at political maneuvering and cunning as you are. Vito raised a hand, gently swaying it. Historically, the upper nest and lower nest have been at odds, yet their political and power dynamics are exceedingly intertwined. They collaborate and counterbalance each other, elevating some while plunging others into despair. Henry is not skilled in this regard. He is far too honest, Governor Reuben. While I believe I excel in such matters. Vito chuckled coldly. I have submitted a satisfactory answer, have I not? I need your assistance in seizing power over the lower nest, and in return, I shall aid you in claiming the upper nest. We must remain cautious of each other. We are both dangerous men. We will collaborate and partner, but we will also guard against and betray one another when necessary. However, at this moment, dear Governor, our interests appear highly aligned. Reuben regarded the man before him, this smiling figure who completely disregarded the laser gun, calmly speaking. So what do you say? Vito inquired with a grin, and Reuben reciprocated with a smile, lowering the gun's muzzle, gazing at the man with immense satisfaction. You are quite right, Vito. That was a most perfect response. He smiled as he holstered his weapon. I believe we have forged this perilous alliance, at least for the time being. Excellent, Vito remarked, observing Reuben secure the laser gun to his belt, then curiously raising his brow. Have you joined the family? No, my friend. Like you, I have never partaken of Scarlet, nor have I allied with them. I do not wish for my mind to be influenced by those monsters and abominations, he replied with a smile. Thus, Henry dislikes me, and many within the upper ranks of the devout do as well. They view us as outsiders, heretics, and non-believers. Ironically, they require our cooperation, so yes. We still hold positions of power. Do you believe in the Redeemer? Vito asked regarding that peculiar faith. No, certainly not. I know the Redeemer is a powerful void entity, akin to chaos. I also know he is coming and that he will not focus solely on one planet. Like most rulers, whether divine or not, they require individuals to assist in managing their dominion, much like an emperor appoints planetary governors. Thus, yes, Vito, I hope and am confident that after his arrival, I will continue to manage the entire star system. I shall remain in my role as governor, free from the constraints of the imperial administrative system, for now and forever. My family and my power will reign over this star system. Vito silently chuckled, filled with irony and absurdity, concealing from Reuben that this fool remained blissfully unaware that the Redeemer's intent is to consume everything, converting it into biomass for sustenance. He will not grant you dominion, nor will he bestow upon you power. The only outcome is to become a grand feast. Suddenly, a melodic chime from the communicator interrupted the conversation. Reuben glanced at the petite wrist communicator, smiling at Vito. It must be something significant. Otherwise, they would know better than to disturb me. Vito nodded slightly, gesturing for Reuben to proceed. The latter activated the communicator, and a green soundwave pattern appeared on the screen, promptly beginning to pulse. I apologize, sir. There is an urgent matter that requires your attention. Speak. The Scarlet production facility has been destroyed, with no survivors. We still do not know who is responsible, and all Scarlet production equipment and stock have been obliterated. Reuben fell silent, while Vito observed his micro-expressions, yet the latter seemed unperturbed. Very well, I understand. The governor deactivated the communicator and turned to Vito. It appears Mosley has been abducted. He is the only one among the missing who knows the factory's location. It seems your plan has resulted in some considerable destruction, Mr. Vito. Vito jested with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Governor, please tell me. Do we have control over the Scarlet factory? His words elicited laughter from Reuben, who was well aware of the implications. He then displayed a satisfied smile. Ah, that lies with dear Lupical, my esteemed colleague from the upper clergy. If my memory serves me correctly, he should have been present at the factory. It seems we have both eliminated a nuisance. Moreover, the only entity capable of reconstructing the Scarlet factory without drawing undue attention is the Hammer factory, which is located. Vito beamed, and Reuben laughed, patting Vito's shoulder, thoroughly pleased. An exceptional plan, Mr. Vito, truly exceptional. Now, tell me, who do you suspect is responsible? The governor inquired. Taking a seat on a nearby bench, one hand resting on the backrest under the moonlight, Vito shrugged slightly, seemingly already aware of the answer. Martyr Hammer abducted Mosley. But he is an unreasonably devout fellow, so it is unlikely he will resort to torture to extract the location. Yet the Empire possesses a technology capable of directly extracting memories from the brain. Reuben, do you know where? Vito looked at Reuben, who smirked coldly, letting out a faint sigh. The Ministry of Justice, of course. They excel in such matters, and coincidentally, the chief arbitrator of the ministry is still our opponent. Reuben sighed deeply, appearing quite helpless. You see, Vito, the Empire indeed has such diligent and loyal individuals. I have bribed the red-robed cardinal of the state religion, as well as numerous officials within the Planetary Defense Forces and the Ministry of Affairs, but I have been unable to sway him. Do you know how I managed to bribe the bishop? Reuben revealed a playful smile, while Vito shook his head. No, I do not. Would you mind enlightening me? Ha ha. Indeed, the bishop was discovered in a brothel under my control, and photographs were taken. It is rather astonishing that the bishop harbors such an interest in young boys. Reuben chuckled wryly, infused with irony. I have leveraged this as leverage to coerce the archbishop. Hence his subordinates would infiltrate the nest to influence the missionary efforts, ensuring he stands by my side at the planetary assembly. However, the Grand Arbiter remains an enigma. He possesses virtually no incriminating evidence against him, epitomizing integrity. Under his stewardship, the Ministry of Justice is steadfastly loyal, and my attempts at infiltration have repeatedly faltered, hindering my endeavors considerably. Reuben scratched his head, acknowledging that, naturally, Mao, driven by a sense of crisis, would collaborate with our adversaries. He is acutely aware that the support of the nesting sect lies with me and the nobles of the pious society above. Thus it is only logical for him to seek alliances with our rivals. Do you suspect the Ministry of Justice orchestrated the raid? Reuben inquired. Vito shook his head. No, certainly not. The enforcement divisions of the ministry are stationed in the inner nest and the upper nest. Such a large-scale mobilization would undoubtedly be detected. Thus, it is not them. It is the syndicate, Reuben mused. Are they discarding their allies? He questioned. Vito chuckled. The lips perish when the teeth are gone. Clearly, the Hammer Gang lacks the capacity to launch an offensive. They are already struggling for survival. Moreover, as Vito pointed out, the ministry, as an official entity, would find it nearly impossible to execute such a significant deployment of arms and personnel without being infiltrated by the pious society, which is akin to a sieve. So, who do you suppose will be the next target of the pious society if the Hammer Gang is eradicated? Besides the Ministry of Justice, who possesses sufficient force to strike and maintains a stance of vigilance and hostility towards them. Reuben laughed, then rose and walked past Vito, gazing at his garden with a smile. It seems our good gentlemen can no longer remain idle, and their first move has delivered us a splendid gift. Vito chuckled as well, realizing that his time was indeed limited. Indeed, he cannot last much longer. A cornered beast will always struggle. Is there pressure? Yes, but I can manage it. Excellent. It seems, Mr. Vito, you are an exceptional player and partner in this game. Reuben turned and extended a hand, welcoming him to the fold. I will arrange for you to meet with several of your colleagues soon. We shall expedite your integration into our ranks. Vito smiled, accepting the governor's hand, feeling honored, indeed, deeply honored. Vito then patted Henry on the shoulder, affirming their conversation had yielded favorable results. Vito leaned into the vehicle, calling to the driver, "My friend, could you assist me? Do you know the way to the Shaman Club?" "Of course, sir," came the reply. "I have a date tonight." Chapter 31. The Empire's Frontier. A midnight rendezvous. Vito strolled along the immaculate, tidy, and spacious pavement, where even the auxiliary roads were remarkably wide. It was evident that the inhabitants reveled in flaunting their status and wealth at every opportunity, a quintessential trait of the elite. The angelic street lamps illuminated the thoroughfare, and the ground glimmered with a sheen, clearly paved with a marble-like material, no doubt a costly affair. The sound of Vito's boots echoed on the deserted street, each step resonating as if his footwear were adorned with silver plates. These layered, armor-like stripes covered the front half of his boots, reminiscent of the tips of a spear. He traversed the street and turned into a quaint urban garden at its end. As I mentioned, the greenery here was astonishingly lush, with parks of various sizes dotting the landscape. Vito entered through the archway of the park and paused, gazing at a young woman by the fountain, where water gushed forth. Her gray-green hair cascaded in gentle waves, long and supple, resting gracefully on her shoulders, clearly tended to with meticulous care. This was the barmaid and owner of the local tavern, the daughter of a former governor, though one could now omit the prefix of former. Her gown sparkled like the starry night, illuminated by the street lamps, resembling the very Milky Way. The contours of her figure were as exquisite as a masterfully crafted statue. The neckline of her angelic dress flared from her chest, showcasing the marvel of the human form, elegantly accentuated, enough to make any man weak at the knees. The side slit of her gown, under the moonlight and the glow of the evening lights, made her appear as though she had stepped out of a painting. Vito couldn't help but ponder how he, Vito Constantine, always seemed to possess such extraordinary luck. With a smile, he approached and applauded. The silver serpent, or rather, Olivia, turned her captivating gaze toward him, having noticed the unarmed Vito, now without his long coat or weaponry. "Oh, darling, though I have traversed much of the galaxy, I must admit, few can compare to your eyebrows," she teased. Olivia smiled, intertwining her arm with his. "I shall take that as a compliment. Was the journey uneventful?" "Not at all. Marshall delivered me directly and then departed, seemingly preoccupied with important matters back in the metropolis. I suspect it pertains to yet another of your arrangements." "Indeed. That seems accurate," Vito replied, producing a brooch from an unknown pocket. He presented it to Olivia, who accepted it with her slender fingers, her enchanting eyes fixed upon the silver serpent entwined with a blooming rose, her long lashes casting shadows over her gaze. "Have you met him?" she inquired. "Your home is rather lovely, exuding artistic flair. My father designed it. Of course it does. He has always been an artist, perhaps even more so than a governor. And that might explain his untimely demise." Vito's expression remained stoic, a rarity for him. "Your uncle is a rogue, a quintessential imperial scoundrel, a nobleman among scoundrels, no less." Olivia regarded Vito, unsure if his words were intended for her or merely business, but that distinction seemed inconsequential in the moment. "How do you plan to deal with him?" she asked. "With an explosive firearm?" "No, my dear, no." Vito placed his hand over Olivia's clasped arm, a signature smile finally gracing his face. "This is a grand scheme. You know I prefer to reveal my plans at the last moment. The surprise is always delightful." Olivia chuckled resignedly, releasing a soft sigh. "So, might you enlighten me as to why you chose to rendezvous here tonight? What's wrong? I heard the Shaman Club is one of the finest in the metropolis, usually fully booked. I managed to secure 2 spots with great difficulty. Indeed, it is a splendid venue, but knowing it belongs to Syndicate boss Phyllis, I suspect your motives extend beyond mere romantic intentions." The silver serpent's charming smile met Vito's, who returned it, nodding slightly as they gazed toward the opulent entrance of the club, vibrant with hues. The couple crossed the garden and approached the club's entrance, where a long queue of eager patrons awaited. Vito, however, had no intention of joining the line. He strode directly to the entrance, inciting discontent among the young aristocrats waiting. "Hey, sir, you can't do that. Join the line," a young nobleman called out. Vito glanced at him playfully, lightly tracing his finger along his collar. "Young man, if I were you, I would choose to remain silent." The threat in Vito's tone stunned the youth, drawing the attention of the doorman nearby. Clad in formal attire, the club's bouncer approached, flanked by 2 towering figures, each a head taller than the average man, both equally well-dressed. "Sir, please join the queue." "No, dear friend. I shall not queue. In fact, you should expedite my entry." "Sir, there are no exceptions," the doorman insisted, gesturing toward the end of the line. "Please comply. Do not compel us to take action." As he spoke, the 2 burly men stepped forward menacingly, yet Vito did not even glance in their direction. He smiled at the doorman, tapping the clipboard in his hand. "On this list, you will find a name, Vito Constantine." "That is my name." The doorman hesitated, surprise flashing across his face, but he quickly regained his composure, glancing at the lengthy queue before nodding slightly and murmuring, "May I inquire about your purpose here?" "Mr. Constantine, I do not recall any scheduled meeting with us. I shall inform Mr. Phyllis." "Please, do allow me entry now, Mr. Constantine." The doorman stepped aside, and Vito graciously nodded in thanks, escorting Olivia inside, while the disgruntled young nobles fell silent under the intimidating glares of the 2 giants. Inside, the club buzzed with life. Vibrant music filled the air, and the elegant ballroom was alive with spirited dances among the young elite. Men and women twirled together, while those seated around sought thrills in their hedonistic pursuits. Lavish luxuries, fine spirits, and what was evidently illegal substances filled the space, with laughter and lively conversations echoing all around, particularly the melodious laughter of women. Olivia, linking her arm with Vito S., stepped gracefully on the obsidian floor, surrounded by strange lights, immersed in opulence. Vito surveyed the surroundings, squinting slightly, then flashed a radiant smile, extending a hand in invitation. Care to dance? Olivia regarded him quizzically, but soon a smile broke across her face as she placed her slender hand in his. Very well. Vito, with a smile, led Olivia into the dance floor, where a multitude of revelers swirled about in a vibrant display. He wrapped his arms around her waist, and together they began to sway amidst the kaleidoscopic lights. The hem of Olivia's dress fluttered like blossoms, glimmering under the radiant illumination, reminiscent of a celestial expanse transformed into a riot of colors, akin to the breathtaking beauty of distant nebulae. The obsidian floor echoed with the rhythmic clatter of high heels and Vito's silver boots, their movements perfectly synchronized, as though they were seasoned partners, despite this being their inaugural dance. Vito gazed at the enchanting woman before him, who returned his look with a captivating gaze. The dazzling lights occasionally rendered them worlds apart, only to draw them nearer in an instant, distorting their sense of space, awakening primal instincts and desires. As Olivia danced with Vito, the throng of dancers around them faded into insignificance. In that moment, they were the sole stars amidst a galaxy of countless others. Vito approached Olivia swiftly, and as she turned, he embraced her from behind. With a playful tilt of her head, she glanced at him, and he chuckled, brushing back a strand of her hair with his other hand. Olivia smiled softly, her beauty radiant, as she playfully acknowledged him. Of course, my king. They shared an intimate gaze, their sincere smiles reflecting the ambience around them, or perhaps the enchanting effects of the lights. As I mentioned, here, reason and contemplation seemed utterly futile. Only instinct and desire prevailed. Amidst the surrounding clamor, they leaned closer, Olivia's alluring lips almost brushing against Vito's, their warmth palpable. When they were abruptly interrupted, a figure approached from the edge of the dance floor, the captain of the guard. Clearing his throat, he politely interjected, "I apologize for the interruption, Mr. Vito, but Mr. Phyllis requests your presence." With a smile, Vito entwined his arm with the captain's, his face adorned with a captivating grin in the luminous surroundings. "Of course, let us attend to business first, and then we shall continue." "Delighted, dear lady." Chapter 32. The Empire's Frontier. Allies of the Empire, isn't it intriguing? The violent factions at the lower echelons of humanity invariably evoke an image of barbarism, crudeness, and ignorance. Quite frankly, even the majority of members from the devout society give off such an impression, do they not? Including the Hammer Gang, one would easily classify them as mere lowly gangs. However, for another group, the Syndicate members, this classification seems entirely different. Unlike most lowly gangs, who don tattered garments and are adorned with crude, inferior implants and weaponry, the members of the criminal syndicate present themselves in a quite respectable manner. Honestly, it is hard to believe that these well-dressed individuals, with their meticulously styled hair and polished appearances, are indeed part of a lowly gang. They do not resemble the downtrodden. Rather, they don fine attire and wield exquisitely crafted, almost artistic weapons, resembling a group of idle young aristocrats engaged in a private gathering. This distinctive demeanor amidst the multitude of violent gangs is largely attributed to their leader, Phyllis von Jancrystal. A mouthful, isn't it? Indeed, it is a name typical of imperial nobility. Yes, you heard correctly. Phyllis is an imperial noble, though this status holds little weight, as he is a bastard, rumored to be the illegitimate son of the late Jancrystal and a mistress. Yet, the truth remains elusive, especially since the elder Jancrystal has passed away, along with his legitimate son, daughter, wife, and, well, to be precise, his entire family. No one knows how that tragic fire incident occurred, nor does anyone wish to know. Even in the upper nest, where curiosity often spirals into absurdity, few dare to delve into the demise of the Jancrystal family, let alone mention the surname. People generally refer to him as the king of revelry, Phyllis, for a simple reason. He controls the largest and finest clubs and night spots in the upper nest, a fact that endears him to many, and Phyllis is quite adept at navigating the social circles of the upper nest elite. His charm with women is equally remarkable. Many young ladies and socialites are enamored with this blonde gentleman. I can vouch for this, for at this very moment, In a private room within this club, our dear Mr. Phyllis is indeed surrounded by admirers. Two beautiful women lean against him, both strikingly gorgeous, embodying the ideal of beauty in the eyes of most mortals. Albeit with a touch of flamboyance, they nestle against Phylus's chest, whispering sweet nothings and sharing soft laughter, while his hand rests upon their shoulders. His attention seemingly diverted from the two alluring women who would make most men weak at the knees. Phylus, however, is preoccupied with a pressing matter, one that has lingered for 2 months, yet he never anticipated that the individual would seek him out this very evening. Mr. Phylus, Mr. Vito has arrived. A voice announced from outside. Phylus raised his gaze slightly and replied, "Please, come in." The automatic door glided open, revealing a man entering the crescent-shaped room, accompanied by a woman, a familiar face to Phylus. He nodded respectfully towards her. "Good evening, Ms. Silver Serpent. I did not expect you to accompany Mr. Vito this evening." Ms. Silver Serpent smiled, linking her arm with Vito's. "What can I say? Life is full of surprises, Mr. Phylus." "Indeed, Ms. Silver Serpent, especially with you, Mr. Vito. I did not anticipate our meeting would unfold in this manner, at this moment, in this place." Phylus raised his hand slightly. "As you can see, this setting is rather unfit for a formal meeting. Had you notified me earlier, I would have prepared a more comfortable venue for your reception." Vito chuckled, shrugging slightly as he surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction. "I find it quite agreeable, at least Silver Serpent and I do, and it is well suited for informal discussions." Phylus regarded Vito's radiant smile, nodding slightly as he patted the shoulders of the two lovely women. "Ladies, we shall converse later. For now, allow me and this gentleman some privacy." The two enchanting women said nothing, rising gracefully in their clicking high heels and departing the secluded room. Phylus then turned his attention to Silver Serpent, followed by a glance at Vito, his intent unmistakable. Vito smiled slightly, nodding towards Silver Serpent. "Would you mind waiting outside, dear?" "Of course, enjoy your conversation. I shall find something to drink." Phylus smiled politely. "Claire, please attend to Ms. Silver Serpent." "Yes, Mr. Phylus," the guard outside replied, gesturing for her to exit. Silver Serpent released Vito's arm, waved goodbye, and left the room, the automatic door closing behind her, enveloping the space in silence. Barring the clamor from outside, Phylus reclined on the crescent-shaped sofa, gesturing for Vito to sit. Vito naturally settled on Phylus's left, at ease as if in his own club. "You didn't bring any weapons, Mr. Vito? I've heard tales of your marksmanship," Phylus inquired, pointing to Vito's empty belt, which was indeed uncharacteristic. Vito smiled, shrugging lightly. "I'm on a date tonight. Carrying a gun while out with a lady seems rather inappropriate, don't you think, Mr. Phylus?" Phylus smiled faintly, leaning back against the sofa. "Now, please enlighten me, Mr. Vito. What brings you here tonight that I should be aware of? A warning, perhaps? A timely warning?" Vito chuckled, resting his hand on the back of the sofa, while Phylus raised an eyebrow. "A warning? I don't recall any recent troubles, Mr. Vito." "Yes, none prior to tonight. But I have some news for you, Mr. Phylus. The Crimson Substance Factory has been struck and destroyed." Phylus's expression flickered momentarily, surprise giving way to composure almost instantaneously, a feat imperceptible to most, yet Vito was not among them. "I find this surprising, and even more so that you chose to inform me." In response to Phylus's inquiry, Vito merely smiled, "Because my dear colleagues believe you orchestrated the attack. But I did not. Indeed, I know you didn't. But how do I convince my fervent colleagues otherwise?" Vito gestured helplessly, reclining against the sofa. "You see, they are a bunch of foolish madmen and obstinate simpletons. They believe that with Mal the Hammer eliminated, you would be next, hence they presume you collaborated with Mal for a final stand. Furthermore, your colleagues believe that Mal entrusted the missionaries to me, who would then hand them over to the only force capable of extracting information from that individual, or at least compelling him to speak, the Department of Justice." Vito snapped his fingers, grinning, appreciating that Phylus grasped the implications without the need for elaboration. "You are a clever man, Mr. Phylus, exceedingly clever." The syndicate's leader smirked, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the sofa's armrest like a pendulum. "This isn't difficult to comprehend. It indeed follows a logical sequence, albeit untrue. So what is your counsel, Mr. Vito Constantine? As one of the foremost figures in the devout society, what advice do you have?" Philos cast a sidelong glance at Vito, noting the hunter-like smile upon his face. The dark-haired, dark-eyed Vito had propped one leg over the other, one hand resting on his knee, resembling a chess player on the verge of victory. "Counterattack, Mr. Philos, counterattack," Vito said with a grin. I intend to offer you and Mal an opportunity, one that could resolve all your issues once and for all. Philos appeared somewhat bewildered, then nodded slightly for Vito to continue. The latter chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. You see, soon the leaders of the devout sect will meet with me, and at an opportune time and place. I will be welcomed into their fold. It will be a grand religious celebration, attended by all, the high priest, the leaders, the followers, and the patriarch. Vito's lips curled into a cold smirk, akin to a hunter with his aim locked on his prey, his finger poised on the trigger, ready to snap. Philos furrowed his brow. Where do you wish us to strike? To eliminate the foremost figures of the devout sect? Mr. Vito, this is highly unbecoming of you. You are one of their chief figures, yet you seek to enlist our strength to eliminate most of your colleagues. Of course, I understand your perspective. Using others to eliminate rivals is a sound strategy. Yet I do not believe you or your remaining allies can smoothly stabilize control of the devout sect after the deaths of its upper echelons. It would incite a massive civil war, one far more brutal than the current Nest War. Philos raised his hand, counting off his points. I even suspect the scale would compel the Department of Justice to intervene, rendering all my and Mal's efforts moot. The High Arbiter does not accept bribes. He sees only the laws and order of the Empire, as you are well aware. Even if the department does not intervene, we would suffer tremendous losses amidst a chaotic civil war. Mal would be unable to continue fighting, and my strength would be insufficient against the vast numbers of the devout sect's frenzied zealots. It would be a holy war of faith. Yes, I am acutely aware of that. So why would you still have us initiate this civil war with you? To risk everything we possess? Vito smiled, an expression curiously out of place at that moment. Because you will resolve the Empire's underlying issues, while the Arbiter and I attend to other matters. As long as you manage the chaos effectively, I believe the Empire would not mind you maintaining your little kingdom. Naturally, I shall continue to provide assistance, helping you resolve all problems. Vito's grin caused Philos to frown immediately, his handsome face now clouded with suspicion and wariness. He fell silent for a moment, scrutinizing Vito, then spoke. Who exactly are you, Mr. Vito? You see, Mr. Philos, you are a clever man. You have witnessed the great world and comprehend the larger truths. So let us dispense with riddles, especially since I am pressed for time. Vito's smile vanished, and the authority of the Arbiter surged forth, as he raised his chin like a lord surveying all, loyal to the great Emperor. I, Vito Constantine, am the Arbiter appointed by the Emperor himself. The utterance of the title Arbiter plunged the previously calm atmosphere into a profound silence. Philos's demeanor shifted dramatically, his face a mask of disbelief as he stared at Vito, almost unable to accept the reality. You need not believe me now, Mr. Philos. The Golden Throne and the Emperor do not require your faith or trust. What you must understand is that I have been dispatched to address the heresy and rebellion in Victoria, with the devout sect being my target. Vito's voice rose, resonating with the gravitas of the Emperor himself. They worship false gods, cults, and heretical doctrines, attempting to sever Victoria from the sacred light of the Emperor, offering it to the Empire's great adversary lurking in the void. Thus, I come in the name of the Emperor to eradicate heretics and traitors. I do not require the devout sect to survive. What I demand is their annihilation. And you, along with Mr. Mao, according to Imperial law, I should execute you both. Trust me, I could purge every noble on this entire planet. Yet now, Mr. Philos, in the name of His Holiness, I offer you a chance. Assist me, assist the Arbiter, and you may retain all your wealth and power. Otherwise, in the near future, a far stronger force will arrive, and at that time, you shall find no forgiveness. Vito's words hung heavily in the air, and Philos regarded him in silence for a considerable time, caught in contemplation, doubt, and conflict. He had encountered many boastful liars in his life. Having been born, raised, and risen in the nest, he knew how to discern the truth in a person's eyes. This skill had saved him on numerous occasions, as he had cultivated the habit of reading people's eyes, discerning truth from deception. And now, this man spoke the truth. After a long silence, the syndicate leader gave a slight nod. I shall assist you, Lord Arbiter Vito. I shall pledge my loyalty to the Golden Throne. A wise choice, sir. Vito rose, extending his hand, his smile returning. Philos stood to shake it. We shall remember your dedication, Mr. Philos, and we will ensure that you and Mr. Mao receive appropriate compensation and rewards from the legacy of the devout sect. As the Emperor wills. As he wills. The Silver Serpent lounged in a high-backed chair, swirling her wine glass, her interest piqued by its contents. How does it compare to what you have? No, evidently. The fools here equate price with quality. The silver serpent passed her glass to Vito, who accepted it and, without hesitation, downed its contents. He then wore a thoughtful expression, raising an eyebrow in agreement. Indeed, they should hire you as a consultant. Olivia chuckled, leaning on her chin as she gazed at Vito. So, did you manage to sway the young charmer? Vito laughed, bringing his fist down on the table as if sealing a deal. We had a splendid conversation. P.S. on board. And now, the burly guards of the syndicate stood at the entrance of the club, forming a wall to block the incoming crowd, ensuring that the curious young nobles could not catch a glimpse of tonight's special guests, allowing Vito and Miss Olivia to exit with ease. They traversed the silent streets, coming upon a car at the end of the club's road, a sleek black sedan, its surface smooth as a mirror, gathering and refracting countless lights like a glimmering crystal. Only the headlights indicated it was indeed a vehicle. Standing beside the car was a man, positioned by the raised door. Upon seeing him, Vito smiled. Quite a night, Marshal. I can see that, Vito and Miss Silver Serpent. I trust your evening's endeavors have gone smoothly? Marshal, clad in a black leather coat, remarked, revealing the laser gun at his waist, illuminated by the car's interior lights, clearly indicating he had not attended a mere social function tonight. Very smoothly, Marshal. My dear friend. And you? Vito approached him, and Marshal nodded slightly. The High Arbiter wishes to see you tonight. Ah, what a busy evening it is. Do you mind extending the date a little longer? Vito cast a smile towards the Silver Serpent, who reciprocated with a sweet grin and a slight shrug, indicating her indifference. With a teasing laugh, Vito then turned to Marshal, who shared a chuckle as he and Olivia settled into the vehicle. The car door folded shut seamlessly behind them as they entered, while Marshal surveyed the darkened streets before taking his seat. He positioned himself in the driver's seat and ignited the engine, prompting Vito to lean forward in the back seat, playfully gazing out at the nocturnal veil beyond the window. Thank you for your overtime, Mr. Enforcer, he jested. Marshal offered a resigned smile while gripping the steering wheel, replying, You too, Your Honor. With a swift press of the accelerator, the black sedan surged forward, vanishing into the enigmatic embrace of the night. Chapter 33, The Empire's Frontier, a glitch scenario in the dimly lit underground space. Flickering lights danced like candles shrouded in mist. This silent parking lot lay enveloped in an eerie stillness, with countless vehicles parked as if they were part of a dying star system, gradually succumbing to eternal quietude. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the sound of tires rolling over the gritty surface, a noise that approached steadily, piercing the profound silence. Bright headlights streamed into the parking area from the exit ramp, as if illuminating the void itself. A black sedan descended and halted in the empty center of the lot. The car door swung open, revealing a boot adorned with silver accents. Vito emerged from the vehicle, steadying himself against its glossy roof, while Marshal stepped out from the driver's seat, instinctively adjusting the position of his laser pistol. Vito extended a hand to assist Olivia out of the car. He straightened his collar and surveyed the desolate parking lot with a teasing expression. Yet before he could utter a word, the sound of footsteps interrupted him. He turned to see a man clad in a high-collared political officer coat stepping through the gaps between the parked cars, accompanied by several heavily armed individuals, both men and women, all equipped to the teeth. The man in the coat stood before the sedan, his face as cold as the harshest winter, beneath which lay a bulletproof vest, conspicuously adorned with a leather holster reaching towards his armpit. Vito chuckled wryly as he approached the man. Really? A parking lot? Such a trite meeting place. I only care about safety. No one will disturb us here. The man regarded Vito intently, who stood a few paces away, flashing a playful smile. This is our first meeting, Arbiter Shell, though I have long been aware of you. Shell's expression remained stern, devoid of any hint of a smile or warmth, his gaze piercing into Vito as if attempting to see through him. Before we embark on any discussions, I must verify your identity, Vito. Constantine, Shell added. While Vito awkwardly glanced at Marshal. I assume Marshal has informed you, correct? Indeed, but I must ascertain your truthfulness personally, outsider. And if I were to lie? Vito quipped. I would have to dig a grave tonight. Vito glanced at the armed guards behind Shell, all donning the Ministry of Justice insignia, their eyes filled with lethal intent. Even the striking female officers. Vito's acute hearing detected the click of safety catches being released. He smiled inwardly, appreciating that the Victoria system still harbored commendable aspects. Raising his wrist, the communicator flickered to life, emitting a faint glow. Cole, Olaf, are you available? Of course, Arbiter. Excellent. The young Vito Constantine detached the communicator from his wrist, placing the device on the ground. In an instant, strands of refracted light began to weave through the air, forming two humanoid outlines with remarkable speed. As the strands intertwined, their features gradually sharpened. Shell observed the figure beside Vito, who emerged from the void, clad in a naval captain's uniform, unmistakable in identity. On the other side, Shell and all present law enforcers widened their eyes in astonishment, including Marshall and Olivia, who displayed expressions of utter shock. They all gazed at the towering figure, whose immense stature exceeded the limits of holographic projection. The massive power armor was laid bare before them, its visage flickering within the confines of the light, rendering it nearly indistinguishable, akin to an angel descending from the heavens. His angel of death. Vito smiled faintly, raising a hand. Allow us to introduce ourselves once more. I am Vito Constantine, Arbiter of the Imperial Tribunal. I am former Imperial Navy, now serving with the Tribunal Fleet, Captain of the Mars-class battlecruiser Infinite Frontier, Major General Cole Macarian, the naval captain declared. The imposing giant beside him spoke, his resonant voice echoing like that of the Emperor himself. I am Olaf Tors, son of the Leman Russ from the Space Wolves chapter, also a member of the Death Watch, and I stand with my brothers in following Arbiter Vito. The crowd stared in awe at the giant. None had ever seen an Astartes. And even as a mere projection, the presence of the Emperor's angel evoked both fear and reverence. Vito chuckled, gazing at Arbiter Shell, who soon forced himself to regain composure. Nodding affirmatively, no one could doubt Vito's identity now. You arrived swiftly, my Lord Arbiter, Shell remarked, his voice still tinged with tremors, clearly still unsettled by the Emperor's angel's presence. As the Emperor has blessed, your star language traversed the void. Grand Arbiter Hegard has received your request and sent me and my companions to resolve the matter. And as the Emperor desires, we have completed the first step. The Arbiter has located the Empire's greatest enemy, and my brothers and I have today obliterated the treacherous factory of the alien traitors. Olaf declared, his iron fist raised. Although the small holographic device could not accurately convey the sound of his clenched fist, the Deathwatch's demeanor made many instinctively retreat a step. Cole slightly raised his hand, the gold-threaded sleeves of his naval uniform swaying. Our results from the refinement and testing at the Crimson Substance Factory indicate that the local gene thieves cult has altered the minds of their followers using Crimson Substance, thereby circumventing the gene infection process and evading scrutiny from the local Ministry of Justice. Shell's brow furrowed, while Vito raised an eyebrow, glancing at Cole, who chuckled softly. Did you guess correctly? Fairly so. Vito cleared his throat, regaining Shell's attention. Arbiter, your region has been infiltrated by the Tyrant gene thieves for centuries. They call themselves the Pious Society, masquerading as a branch of the Emperor's faith, spreading their followers across this planet. Lurking in the shadows until they finally took center stage decades ago. Vito gestured towards Olivia. She is the daughter of former Governor Dylent Kaon Lane, the rightful heir to the governorship of this planet. Her father did not perish at the hands of chaos cultists. Instead, he was assassinated in collusion with the traitor Reuben, who currently holds the governorship and the Pious Society, the Gene Thieves sect. Shell's expression shifted as he focused on the woman in the distance. After scrutinizing the silver-haired girl for a moment, he displayed a rare look of surprise. Olivia, is that you? He inquired, taking a few steps forward, while the silver serpent merely nodded silently. By the Emperor above, we thought you were dead. General Livoff and I searched for you for quite some time. Yet we could not find you. Why did you not come to us? Shell inquired with evident concern. Silver Serpent merely sighed. I had other matters to attend to at that time, and I did not dare to return to the nest afterward. Shell seemed eager to press further, but the towering Olaf stepped forward. Though merely a projection, the weight of his footsteps resonated digitally from afar. Grand Arbiter, I do not believe this is the moment to dwell on Ms. Olivia's past. We face a more pressing threat that is drawing near. The local gene thieves have sent a signal to the Tyrant Hive fleet, and our enemies have received it. The destruction of the space station on the edge of the galaxy was not the work of chaos or pirates, but rather a member of the gene thieves here, who intercepted the Hive fleet's psychic signal. The Star Seers there also received it. They destroyed the station to prevent it from issuing a warning. Now, the Hive fleet is approaching, Grand Arbiter. In the name of the Omniscient Father, we must prepare ourselves. Olaf's words widened Shell's eyes, and even the seemingly formidable enforcers displayed a hint of fear. For the common folk of the Empire, they might not fully comprehend the implications. But for those on the front lines in the Department of Justice, they certainly understood the gravity of the situation. Our star seer has observed shadows drawing near in the void. She cannot ascertain how soon they will arrive, but based on our past experiences, it should be imminent. Shell pondered for a moment. Captain, have you ever faced the tyrants? Cole nodded affirmatively, a hand resting on his chain's word. Yes. We once battled a branch fleet of the Catarchan jungle warriors. It was a fierce struggle. I have fought against chaos demons and battled orcs. I know what that entails, and I am acutely aware that we require the support of the Astral Army and Imperial forces. Shell turned, his weathered face clouded yet composed. He was a true warrior, unshaken by fear. He nodded at his enforcers, who had also regained their composure. To speak frankly, the quality of the local Department of Justice is quite astonishing. I am well aware from my battles against chaos that in the lead-up to a demon invasion, cultists will incite riots and uprisings to weaken and divide our forces. I suspect the gene thieves operate in a similar manner. Vito patted his empty belt. Indeed, we must resolve this internal issue before we can confront the impending destruction. I have already clarified certain aspects. You need not worry about the nest area. I have persuaded the Iron Hammer Guild and the Syndicate to assist us in managing the nest. What you and your enforcers must do is to cleanse the upper echelons with thunderous force. What is the status of the local loyalist forces? Shell inquired. I know the loyalists in every department. They are good and exceptional individuals. However, due to the apparent issues at hand, they have been suppressed and oppressed by what we once believed to be mere greedy bureaucrats, yet now appear to be alien traitors. General Wolf can take command of the Planetary Defense Force. Bishop Rapt can ensure the loyalty of the state religion. Minister Cady can do his utmost to maintain the operations of the executive department. Additionally, the loyal factions within the Mechanicus, the Starseers Guild, and the Merchant Guild are all in contact with me. We have been planning to eliminate these greedy traitors when they one day betray the Emperor and Terra, but it seems we have underestimated their madness. Indeed, they have allied with a group of alien foes that will consume everything on this planet. Clearly, in the face of greed and desire, a little lie and promise can easily ensnare them, Vito remarked, waving his hand dismissively. I can now confirm that the current planetary governor, Ruin, is one of them. Olivia's parents did not perish due to the revenge of chaos cultists. Rather, Ruin colluded with the Gene cult, conspiring together to assassinate them and elevate Ruin to the governorship to ensure their survival. For years, Ruin has tacitly allowed their preaching, concealing their existence. He has even obtained leverage over the archbishop, bribing him to betray his faith and the emperor. Olaf clenched his fist in anger. He must be punished. He will be, my friend, Vito assured, still gazing at the arbiter, who appeared equally astonished, though that surprise quickly faded. After all, it was not difficult to comprehend, and they likely suspected part of it. Although their understanding may have leaned towards chaos cultists, the outcome appeared to be no different. Olivia rested a hand against the car door, her eyes cast down as memories flooded back. She muttered a curse under her breath and leaned against the car's hood. Vito glanced at Olivia. Cole seemed somewhat surprised, as he had never seen Vito distracted at such a moment. However, the judge soon refocused his attention and turned to Shell. We remain uncertain as to how many Imperial officials have betrayed the throne, and we lack the time to scrutinize them. A sweeping purge at this critical juncture is out of the question. We cannot self-destruct. Shortly, they will accept me as a family member, likely injecting me with an infection and drawing me into the Gene Thieves' fold. This means they will summon me, and I will soon ascertain who the leaders are. What you and your people must do is to eliminate and apprehend them. Meanwhile, my friends and I will storm the acceptance ceremony led by the Patriarch. At that moment, a significant number of Gene Thieves will be present, and we will capture them all, inflicting significant damage. Shell contemplated for a moment, then nodded affirmatively but soon raised a new question, one of great value. The number of cultists is vast, especially among the infected. We have no knowledge of how many there are within the upper echelons of the government. It is nearly impossible to investigate them all at once. If we allow even one of their leaders to escape punishment, it poses a tremendous threat. Indeed, if a leader evades retribution, they will quickly organize a revolt. Even a doomed uprising will lead to chaos, and that would result in a significant weakening of the planet's defenses, rendering us vulnerable against the tyrant fleet. Vito smiled, placing his hands behind his back as he regarded the arbiter. Cole and Olaf flanked him, as if the entire might of the Empire stood with them. I have my methods, arbiter. Now, Please reach out to the loyalists and prepare everything that needs to be prepared. Our time is short. Indeed, I shall prepare swiftly. Marshal will continue to assist you, Your Honor. Please allow me to take my leave. We have much to attend to. Shell wasted no time, which Vito greatly appreciated. He surely had many questions, especially concerning Olivia, but he merely cast a glance at the young woman before leading his enforcers away, disappearing on the other side of the parking lot. Indeed, now is not the time to be entangled in many questions. Now is the moment for one final struggle for survival. Vito turned to Cole and Olaf. I and the others will join you as soon as possible, Your Honor. I know, Cole. Remain vigilant regarding the situation with reinforcements and begin organizing the populace and resources from other planets in the Victoria system for a withdrawal to the Hive world. We must act swiftly. Understood, Your Honor. Well then, good night and good luck to everyone. May the Omniscient Father bless us. May the Emperor bless us. The silhouettes of the two individuals vanished after a tremor from the particles of light. Vito picked up the communicator and inserted it into the wrist slot. He approached the vehicle, while Olivia slowly lifted her head to gaze at him, revealing a weary smile. I need a drink. Beneath our feet lay a throng of traitors and madmen poised to annihilate us, while in the vastness of outer space, a horde of nightmarish disasters loomed ominously. This is the essence of my daily existence, an evening in my life. Indeed, tonight feels exceedingly prolonged. Chapter 34. The Empire's Frontier. Vito traversed beneath the grand and magnificent hall, the soaring dome above him resembling a celestial realm adorned with countless exquisite murals and carvings. An array of nebulae, galaxies, and scintillating wonders converged upon the vast canopy. The pristine marble floor extended before him towards the hall's terminus, flanked by a multitude of majestic statues, where towering giants wielded long swords or held scales, while colossal shields stood sentinel on either side. Expansive banners cascaded down from between the titanic figures. Columns of marble formed a colonnade along the sides of the hall, leading toward the distant resplendent statue of a sovereign, a colossal figure seated with arms outstretched. In contrast to such grandeur, Vito felt diminutive as he passed through the main hall, navigating past the immense statues and pillars. Upon reaching the statue, he turned and entered a side door. He stepped into a lengthy corridor, a classic church-side aisle, where beyond the white marble and plaster structures lay a garden, a beautiful expanse shimmering under the sunlight. Butterflies flitted among the vibrant blooms, while meticulously tended trees and shrubs interwove to breathe vitality into the otherwise cold church. Vito observed several monks at work in the garden, seemingly tending to all with their hoods obscuring their faces from view. He gazed upon the ornate designs on the brass door before him, depicting rays of light bursting forth from the starry sea, amidst the dreamlike beauty of nebulae. A grand silhouette emerged from within, greeted by joyous devotees on the ground, exuberantly welcoming the arrival of the Redeemer. How intriguing! The composition of this door clearly imitated the Golden Throne, yet the Emperor was supplanted by the tyrant's will. One wonders what the state religion's adherents might think upon witnessing such a sight. Before the brass door stood several monks, wielding staffs, arrayed like loyal sentinels guarding the entrance. Vito scrutinized them, noting their imposing stature and the bone-like armor adorning their hands. Who are you? Inquired the monk positioned at the center. Vito Constantine, a soul, he replied. Why have you come here? To embrace my ultimate fate and heed the will of the Redeemer. Why listen? For redemption. What is redemption? It is truth. What is truth? It is the path of redemption. What is the path of redemption? It is the deity of the starry seas. Vito was well versed in this exchange, having witnessed numerous devout exchanges between clergy and believers. Why do all religions indulge in such elaborate mysticism to bewilder their adherents? Oh, how he sometimes longed for the Empire's truth. Though his mind raced with thoughts, Vito maintained a solemn demeanor. The monk nodded faintly, striking the ground with his staff. In response, the surrounding monks began to strike in unison. Vito was astonished to discover that the door was not mechanistically operated, but rather activated by pure kinetic energy, or rather, spiritual energy. The monks parted, creating a passageway to the inner side of the brass door. Vito raised his head and stepped through, passing between the ranks of monks, entering through the grand entrance. He arrived at the central motif of the chamber, surveying the robed figures standing upon elevated platforms, each barely accommodating a pulpit adorned with intertwining serpents and tendril motifs. The door behind him closed silently, sealing off the light from the outside. leaving only the dim glow of candles and hanging candelabras to illuminate the room. Vito Constantine intoned one of the hooded figures before him, his voice resonant and commanding, vibrating the air around them. Vito immediately recognized his identity, a powerful psychic, a bishop of the Gene cult. He inclined his head respectfully. "Greetings, Bishop. Our brother, Governor Reuven, has recommended you to us." The bishop gestured towards a hooded figure at the opposite end of the circular platform. That figure bowed in acknowledgement, and Vito, in the dim light, recognized Reuven's face. He discerned each individual present, committing the faces of the imperial dignitaries to memory, clarifying their identities. The Chancellor, the Chief Astrologer of the Celestial Council, the Speaker of the Galactic Governors' Assembly, the Vice Marshal of the Planetary Defense Forces, and the High Bishop of the State Religion. Intriguing. It seemed that few sectors of the planet's elite remained untainted. They regarded Vito from beneath their hoods, akin to leaders of a clandestine society scrutinizing a new initiate. And indeed, that was the case. The highest religious leaders of the devout society gazed down upon him. "You have given much and received much, Brother Vito. You may have proven your capabilities, demonstrating yourself as a powerful servant of the divine. But now, we require you to prove your faith," the High Bishop declared, raising his hand, from which a sphere of light ignited from the shadows, instantly illuminating the chamber. It was a radiant purple orb, pulsating with countless storms in its vortex. Resembling a miniature sun, suspended within the ceremonial staff of a solemn monk, surrounded by an orbit of starlit energy. The light flooded the room, illuminating every corner, daring anyone to gaze upon it. "If you are a true believer, you shall remain unscathed. If a traitor or deceiver, you will be scorched." Consumed by the flames of faith, the monk approached silently, extending his staff towards Vito, presenting the orb before him. Vito beheld the swirling fire and solar flares, glancing around at the leaders of the society who fixed their gazes upon him. "Prove your faith, only then shall we accept you," spoke the lady astrologer in an eerie tone, her sightless eyes devoid of pupils casting an unsettling aura. "Thus, accept the trial of faith, Vito Constantine. If the divine acknowledges you, we shall also accept you," proclaimed the traitorous bishop of the state religion, his voice booming as though preaching in a cathedral. Vito nodded slightly, fixing his gaze upon the radiant orb, extending his hand towards the surface of the flames. Suddenly, blinding light erupted forth, reminiscent of a sun on the verge of explosion, engulfing everything in its brilliance. Yet when the dazzling radiance receded, the assembly beheld Vito Constantine standing unchanged before them. He merely rubbed his eyes, then looked towards the high bishop, who lifted his head, his cloak falling away to reveal 6 arms emerging from beneath. 6 claws, 6 tyrant creations. Vito maintained a facade of calm as he regarded the high bishop, whose arms unfurled like the points of a star amidst the light. Vito scanned the room, noting the figures at the pulpits also extending their arms, recognizing the presence of a third hand among them. Now, he understood where the greatest blight on this planet resided, and he knew how to deliver judgment. "Vito Constantine, the Lord of Redemption, continues to embrace your faith. Our esteemed brother, welcome to the society of his emissaries," the archbishop proclaimed with fervor. "You shall receive his salvation, and you will be bestowed with blessings from the divine. You shall behold the initiator of our sacred lineage and faith, the archangel from beyond the starry seas, from the side of the deity. Glory be, honor be, under his blessings, and through the baptism of the patriarch himself, you shall step into the ranks of the divine." The archbishop shouted, "Welcome, my brother. My honor, your grace." "My honor," Vito replied with a smile, his fingers subtly tightening. "My honor. With the emperor above, this planet shall be purified." Chapter 35. The Frontier of the Empire. The profane gathering. Vito had never been fond of wearing monk robes. To be frank, he never quite comprehended why religious devotees subjected themselves to such discomfort, as if their suffering could elicit a mere glance from the deities they worshipped. Was this self-imposed torment truly meaningful? Although Vito also abhorred the indulgent revelry characteristic of hedonistic worshippers, he recognized that such excess, while exhilarating, was ultimately life-draining. One's body and soul would be consumed in the throes of unrestrained ecstasy, a literal exchange of life for fleeting pleasure. Thus, Vito had no intention of surrendering his existence to any god. He traversed a lengthy, diamond-shaped corridor, surrounded by a framework of steel reinforcements. These massive mechanical constructs supported this subterranean sanctuary, a forgotten niche at the edge of the Empire and human civilization. Countless candles and prayer ribbons adorned the space, while altars and figures of the Redeemer were scattered throughout. As Vito walked through the entrance of this ancient underground metallic sanctuary, he found himself encircled by a group of similarly robed monks, bearing hanging banners and swaying incense burners. Among them were even two purebloods, their distinctly non-human physiques evident despite their robes. Amidst this congregation of pilgrims, Vito navigated the lengthy corridor, eventually emerging into the main chamber of the vast underground structure. Here, humans mingled with gene thieves, and even some second-generation hybrids on the verge of reverting to their ancestral forms. These individuals stood together indiscriminately, clearly affected by the crimson substance that had altered the neural responses of human devotees, rendering them incapable of distinguishing between the nightmares and horrors before them. They reveled alongside these fearsome beings, a bizarre camaraderie, as humans and monsters alike raised their voices in ecstatic praise of their deity, an absurd amalgamation evident in every corner. The procession of pilgrims advanced along a central thoroughfare, flanked by throngs of devotees and Tyranids, all fervently waving their arms. Their voices coalesced into an uproarious celebration. A cacophony of sounds, some still identifiable as human, while others had become utterly unrecognizable. Vito gazed toward the end of the path, where a massive platform had been carved from the wall, suspended above the abyss. Atop this platform stood a magnificent statue of a golden Tyranid progenitor. Beneath it, the nightmarish creature itself sat, a towering 4-meter beast perched on a resplendent golden pedestal, its formidable head adorned with razor-sharp fangs, a long, sinuous tongue coiling within its maw, and 4 terrifying claws capable of slicing through powered armor resting nonchalantly around it. Yet Vito knew that should this creature desire, it could unleash a whirlwind of death with blinding speed. Surrounding the progenitor were its guardians, purebred gene thieves clad in armor, prowling like a pack of wolves poised to strike. All the devotees turned their attention to the absolute focal point of the gathering. Vito and the procession reached their destination, standing before the progenitor and the archbishop. The pilgrims dispersed, presenting their banners in a grand arc toward the throng of worshippers below. Brothers, sisters, today, we shall welcome a new Redeemer, the archbishop proclaimed, raising his psionic staff, his voice amplified through psychic means, effortlessly resonating throughout the assembly. Our archangel shall bestow upon us new salvation. He gestured for the crowd to turn their gaze toward the progenitor, which began to rise, lifting its claws, the razor-sharp tips glinting ominously. A fervent cheer erupted in response, a chaotic chorus of adoration from both human and non-human alike, a frenzy of praise that seemed to swell to an unbearable crescendo. The archbishop observed the crowd with satisfaction, signaling for silence, and astonishingly, the frenzied zealots complied almost immediately. Vito cast a sidelong glance. Henry was present, standing at the periphery alongside a cadre of high-ranking leaders. Yet Henry appeared more composed than the others, refraining from wild outbursts or displays of madness. Instead, his gaze bore a hint of conflict and inner turmoil as he observed the progenitor. How intriguing! The devotees, caught in a hysterical fervor, reverberated with excitement as the news of the impending arrival of the deity coursed through them like a pheromone, igniting their primal instincts. As before, the archbishop required no exhortation. Merely raising a hand was sufficient to still the crowd, the speed of their compliance astonishing even to Vito. And today, we shall welcome a brother, Vito Constantine, the archbishop announced, pointing toward Vito, who raised his arms in triumph, greeted by a wave of applause and cheers from below. We shall embrace him as our brother, embarking together on the path to ultimate redemption. The archbishop, with a gaze of profound reverence toward the progenitor, lifted his staff, exclaiming, our God, our guide, grant him enlightenment. The progenitor slightly parted its maw, its elongated, curved tongue extending outward, the sharp injection apparatus at its tip dripping with viscous fluid. This was the means by which the most potent form of genetic infection would occur, the birthright of the first Tyranid infectee on this planet. Step forward, brother, and accept your blessing, the archbishop joyfully urged. Vito regarded the progenitor, then cast a glance at the purebred gene thieves flanking him. After a moment's contemplation, he took a few steps forward, approaching the colossal beast. The progenitor's apparatus drew near to Vito's chest, and all eyes were fixed upon this pivotal moment, anticipating the injection that would initiate his assimilation. As Vito watched the apparatus inch closer, nearly feeling its warmth, He lifted his gaze to meet the progenitor's bright eyes. An explosion erupted, a violent detonation resonating from a corner of the hall. The cacophony diverted the attention of all devotees and the archbishop. As a storm of lasers and bullets burst forth from the enveloping smoke, numerous devotees fell in an instant, slaughtered amidst the chaos as a group of armed assailants stormed in. Leading the charge was Mal, the hammer, brandishing an explosive firearm, obliterating the nearest devotee's head. "Eliminate these hybrid zealots. All of them," he bellowed, his men and syndicate associates pouring in, unleashing devastation upon the worshippers. Among them was Marshall, wielding a laser gun, who caught Vito's eye and nodded. The archbishop, caught off guard, opened his mouth to speak, but what he perceived was only a flicker of plasma lightning, emanating from Vito's wrist-mounted plasma gun. Vito grinned at the archbishop. "Perfectly timed, wouldn't you agree?" With that, the plasma bolt surged forth, striking its intended target. Chapter 36. The Frontier of the Empire. The tyrant behemoth the bishop lay upon the ground, steam rising from his head. Truth be told, as a psychically attuned individual, his demise felt rather humiliating. He did not perish in a clash of psychic forces or amid a dazzling display of magical prowess, but rather fell victim to a traitor behind him, who had struck him down with a plasma shot that obliterated his skull. Yet, Vito had neither the energy nor the inclination to dwell on the bittersweet triumph of having executed one of the enemy's leaders with such precision. For the towering brute of an adversary had already set its sights upon him. The ancestor rose to its full height, a colossal figure looming before Vito like a mountain, roaring as it swung a razor-sharp claw toward him. The agile adjudicator rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the earth-shattering blow. As Vito regained his footing, he swiftly unleashed a barrage of plasma fire from the weapon that materialized from his right arm aimed at the ancestor. However, the nightmarish creature proved far more nimble than it appeared. It leaped into the air, soaring over Vito's head as if traversing the very skies, and crashed down behind him. Just as the adjudicator pivoted his weapon to fire, the ancestor's reflexes outpaced his own. In a swift motion, the razor claws severed the muzzle of Vito's plasma gun, prompting the adjudicator to curse as he leaped backward. He watched as several pureblood gene thieves surged past the ancestor, roaring as they charged towards him. Without hesitation, Vito retracted his plasma weapon and dashed towards a devout guardian who was firing upon the invading gang. The latter quickly turned his gun toward Vito and unleashed a flurry of shots, yet none struck their mark. Vito closed the distance and delivered a powerful punch to the guardian's face, seizing the laser gun as the man stumbled and, with a swift motion, blasted his head apart at the chin. Vito carelessly pushed the corpse off the platform and immediately turned to fire at the pureblood gene thieves rushing toward him. The monsters charged with reckless abandon, yet the adjudicator remained unperturbed, aiming with calm precision as each shot found its mark, piercing the vulnerable joints between the gene thieves' armored plates. With each laser beam that ignited, one by one the gene thieves collapsed to the ground. Yet amidst the fallen, the ancestor charged forth, its massive form approaching with each thunderous step, claws raised high, ready to strike at Vito. The relentless barrage of laser fire failed to deter the beast. The only effect was to polish its armored shell. The creature bore down upon Vito, its colossal claws slicing through the air with ease, cleaving through the laser gun as if it were but butter, and leaving a gash upon Vito's arm. He rolled aside to evade yet another crushing blow, rising to see the blood flowing from his right arm, a wry smile forming on his face. It seemed, the challenge was indeed significant. They began to launch a coordinated counterattack. The pureblood gene thieves advanced behind the fervent zealots, serving as their meat shields, surging toward the gang members who had claimed a substantial territory. The lowly gang warriors recoiled in terror at the sight of these nightmarish creatures, hastily firing their weapons. But the agile beasts deftly evaded the onslaught, closing the distance with blinding speed. In mere moments, dozens of gang members were torn apart by the gene thieves, the zealous followers flooding forward, overwhelming the remaining foes like a relentless tide. "Hold the line, you fools. What are you panicking for?" Mal cursed as he blasted a gene thief that had tackled one of his subordinates with his large-caliber shotgun, preparing to eviscerate it. He continued to fire, gunning down the frenzied zealots as they surged forward like a tidal wave. Yet, amidst his efforts to clear the mad throng, he failed to notice a cunning gene thief rushing in from the side, its claws shredding through several hapless defenders, barreling toward Mal. "By the Emperor!" Mal cursed, eyes wide as the monster lunged at him. Yet, When he instinctively raised his arm to defend himself, he felt no pain of flesh being torn. In astonishment, he lowered his arm, his surprise transforming into awe as he witnessed a massive hand seize the creature by its throat. An imposing armored giant stood behind him. With a single motion, the giant crushed the gene thief's neck, its blood spraying forth, and then casually discarded the carcass. It turned and, with deadly accuracy, began to eliminate the gene thieves and their surrounding zealots with its explosive weapon. Mal stood in stunned silence, gazing at the giant clad in black armor. Its roaring weapon and power soared a testament to a singular group, an elite cadre of killing machines among the stars, the Astartes. The black-armored giant fired with a heavy hand, each shot finding its target, sending sprays of blood and debris in every direction. The thunderous footsteps of the armored behemoth resonated in Mal's ears as he was astonished to see 3 more Astartes warriors suddenly appear, having emerged from the shadows of the great hole. By the Emperor, were they following me? He pondered, bewildered that these towering giants had gone unnoticed. However, there was no time for astonishment. The 4 giants strode past Mal, their explosive weapons and chainsaw blades unleashing devastation upon the enemy ranks. The giant wielding a power sword and chainsaw surged into the fray, moving with a speed that belied its massive stature, creating a vortex of death that shredded everything in its path. "Cover us, Commander," one of the giants called as it passed Mal, its armor crackling with vibrant lightning. Mal nodded vigorously, without hesitation, as if responding to a signal from the hive mind of these frenzied alien traitors. Yet his obedience stemmed from a genuine loyalty rather than a mere genetic or psychic compulsion. The Emperor willed it. To receive commands from an Astartes was sufficient. "Cover the Death Angels. Annihilate these traitors of the Empire," Mal bellowed, raising his shotgun and unleashing a furious barrage. The giant beside him stomped down, sending arcs of lightning surging across the floor into the enemy ranks, incinerating countless foes in the blink of an eye. The remaining gang members found their resolve rekindled upon witnessing the 4 Death Angels of the Emperor charging into battle, igniting a fire of courage and fervor within their hearts. For a group of non-believing gang members, such a transformation was nothing short of miraculous. They surged forward alongside the Astartes like valiant warriors of the astral realms, unleashing a torrent of explosive fire against the heretics while shouting in unison, advancing steadily as an unyielding wall of steel. The ancestor beast shifted its gaze toward Vito, who had somehow acquired a laser gun, its expression mocking. Enraged, the creature charged at Vito, its foot crushing a fallen gene thief beneath it, splattering blood as it painted the floor crimson in its wake. The beast loomed before Vito, its colossal scythe descending like a meteor, while another claw came barreling in from the side. Vito found himself with nowhere to evade, facing imminent obliteration. But, in a moment of divine intervention, a brilliant flash erupted, and a dazzling energy shield appeared from nowhere, enveloping Vito and deflecting the dual assault of the giant claws. Without hesitation, Vito swiftly dodged to the side and suddenly struck the ancestor with a powerful palm. The colossal beast seemed to be hit by a shockwave, staggering backward. At the same moment, Vito seized a molten gun from the ground, crouched down, and fired at one of the ancestor's claws without a second thought. The monster roared in agony, slamming its claw onto the ground, creating countless sharp cuts and pits. Its claw fell heavily, and its gaping maw howled towards the heavens, its curled tongue thrashing like a whip. The ancestor let out a furious roar in Vito's direction, crushing the concrete tiles beneath its massive feet. Suddenly it paused, having heard a sound, a thunderous clamor of steel feet trampling the ground. The ancestor lifted its head sharply towards the causeway, spotting a towering Astartes space marine swinging a chainsaw axe, howling like a wild wolf as he charged through the entire cultist defense line, accompanied by another space marine wielding a longsword. The ancestor comprehended the situation, roaring in fury at Vito before swiftly retreating towards a corner of the shrine with agile grace. Vito, watching its retreating figure, was filled with frustration. Why was it fleeing? Damn it! Rubbing his head, Vito cursed, realizing that the creature had seen through his delaying tactics. He discarded the gun and took a deep breath, arcs of shimmering lightning crackling in his palm. But just as Vito was about to unleash a powerful strike, he halted, hearing the ominous sound of a gun being chambered. A bitter smile crept onto his face as the arcs of electricity in his hand began to fade. "Henry, my friend, you really shouldn't be here." Vito turned to face the dark muzzle of the gun, Henry's finger poised on the trigger, aiming the deadly barrel at Vito's head. Vito. Ragnar and Lancelot rushed in, the two giants instantly directing their explosive guns towards Henry. Yet Vito waved his hand, pointing towards the ancestor. Forget about this. Go after it. Don't let that bastard escape. The two Death Watch members nodded without hesitation and charged forward. Once the giants had departed, Vito slowly rose to his feet, gazing at Henry, who still had the gun pressed firmly against his forehead. You are a traitor, Henry stated. Vito chuckled softly, observing the chaotic scene below. You doubt it, don't you? There was hesitation in your voice when you uttered the word traitor, wasn't there? Henry remained silent, his fingers still on the trigger, but Vito unexpectedly discarded his laser gun. He locked eyes with Henry. When the bishop fell, you saw the truth, didn't you? The true nature of the patriarch and all these wretches here. I don't know why, nor if the emperor is guarding your soul, but it is precisely because of this that you were not completely consumed by typhus. His influence has never fully taken hold of you, which is why you question the cult and challenge them, unlike others who blindly follow without doubt. Henry still said nothing, gripping the gun tightly, his brow furrowed. When the bishop died, Typhus's shield faltered, didn't it? You witnessed everything. In that moment, you saw the unvarnished truth, Henry. They are typhus. That Redeemer came to devour everything in this galaxy, to consume us as mere snacks. It is not salvation. It is merely a lie fed to these pitiful souls. I know you are disillusioned with the Empire, and that is normal. But brother, soon the political landscape of this planet will shift dramatically. Within days, those vermin will be purged, and a new future awaits you and them. A chance. A chance to realize your ideals is right before you. I assure you, the Empire will not brand you as a traitor. They are the true traitors. Brilliant gunfire illuminated their surroundings, akin to the awakening of dreams in a tale. They were enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, with explosions and battle cries fading into a blurred illusion, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Henry stared at Vito, who met his gaze. The laser gun pressed firmly against his head. Henry frowned, his finger tightening, the trigger clicking ominously. Vito could hear the hissing of energy charging within the laser gun. The beam was gathering strength, ready to unleash its wrath in mere milliseconds. The gun fired. The laser beam shot forth, whizzing past Vito's ear, striking a typhus-infected creature ascending the platform, piercing through its skull, sending it tumbling from the height to the distant ground below. Vito watched as Henry lowered his gun, shaking his head slightly. I do not care how the Empire perceives me, nor do I care if I can ascend to the echelons of power, Vito. I do not care if I am a traitor. I will no longer worship the Emperor, nor believe in any deity. I will no longer trust any promises. I will decide my own fate. But these monsters will destroy my homeland, slaughter my kin. So today I will assist you, not for the Emperor or the Empire. Vito smiled, nodding slightly, then turned his gun once more, shooting down another typhus-infected creature. Though he could not discern how they appeared in his eyes now, it was evident that his thoughts were firmly in his own hands. Go after the ancestor. Do what you must, Henry said before turning to leave. Vito watched his retreating figure, smiled again, and then sprinted forward. Chapter 37. The Empire's Frontier. To live. To live. Vito sprinted along the edge of the shrine, the golden statue shimmering above him, though it had lost some of its luster, marred by numerous scorched marks from laser weapons and explosive impacts. Around Vito Constantine, the cacophony of gunfire roared as countless projectiles shattered the walls, ground, and everything nearby, transforming the scene into a chaotic tempest of debris and destruction. Vito raised his weapon and swiftly dispatched a charging gene thief, maneuvering through a hail of bullets with remarkable agility. As he navigated through the storm of fire, many gene cultists were reduced to fragments, yet Vito emerged unscathed. The adjudicator dashed into the archway beside the shrine, and upon entering, he beheld a fierce battle unfolding. The progenitor of the gene thieves fought valiantly against two Astartes, its claws slicing through the air in a glimmering arc, but the two giants adeptly parried its counterattacks. Ragnar used his chainsaw axe to deflect a mighty swipe, while Fenris's wolf delivered a powerful punch to the progenitor's abdomen, forcing it back against the wall. Just as Ragnar prepared to strike again, the creature's claws lashed out, striking him at the waist, and, in that fleeting moment of lost balance, it retaliated with a crushing blow to Ragnar's helmet, sending the black giant sprawling. Ragnar crashed a short distance away, and Fenris's wolf rose, removing his helmet to reveal a bloodied mouth, his teeth clattering ominously. As he lifted his gaze, the towering tyrannid loomed before him, its massive scythe descending towards Ragnar's head. Suddenly, an explosion of projectiles struck the progenitor's chitinous armor, scattering debris and ash everywhere. The progenitor turned to see Vito charging forward, firing his explosive weapon in rapid succession. The barrel glowing red-hot, almost ablaze. Vito discarded the weapon he had seized from a devout guardian and shouted, "Bell, my sword." Remarkably, he timed his call perfectly as Bell and Olaf entered the courtyard. Without hesitation, Bell tossed Vito a chainsword, slightly smaller than the Astartes chainswords. Vito caught it just as he reached the progenitor, which swung its massive claw down upon him. The chainsword rose instantly to block the lethal strike. With his mortal frame, Vito absorbed the progenitor's blow, gripping the chainsword tightly while drawing forth a plasma pistol from beneath his arm. This perilous weapon was notoriously dangerous. All plasma weapons posed significant risks, but the pistol variant was the most treacherous, with negligible heat dissipation and anti-explosion features. Only the Astartes wielded larger models equipped with safety mechanisms, while the variants used by mortals were literal self-detonation devices, typically reserved for the penal legions to enhance their lethality against the Emperor's foes. Yet Vito brandished this weapon without a second thought, pulling the trigger. Plasma erupted from the small muzzle, unleashing a storm of ionized lightning that seemed on the verge of exploding. However, it did not detonate. Instead, the plasma streamed through the fiery deluge, striking the progenitor's face, melting its facial armor and searing the flesh beneath with excruciating pain, causing it to stagger back. Roaring in anguish, Bell surged forward, the white-armored giant sprinting while firing his explosive weapon, the round striking the progenitor's temple. The creature instinctively turned its head, and in that brief moment, Bell discarded the explosive weapon and rushed forward with lightning speed, seizing the progenitor's right claw. The progenitor, startled, prepared to retaliate with its left claw, only to find it immobilized as Lancelot clamped down on it with his armpit. Caliban's knight relinquished his beloved sword and gripped the monster's claws with both fists, revealing an expression of shock rarely seen among Tyranids. Clearly, the progenitor struggled to comprehend their actions. "Ragnar! Now!" Vito bellowed, akin to a hunter calling his hounds, and his companion sprang into action. Ragnar charged, having discarded his chainsaw axe, barreling into the progenitor like a raging bull. The creature slammed against the wall, while the two Astartes promptly restrained its claws against the surface. The progenitor roared, swiping its claws towards Ragnar, but Fenris's wolf seized them with both hands, forcefully controlling them at a safe distance from his own head. With a toothy grin, Fenris's wolf laughed and gradually pushed the claws away. Vito's face broke into a satisfied smile as he turned to Olaf. "Old Wolf, prepare to strike." "Bell, Lancelot, nail it." Olaf stomped the ground, unleashing a flurry of lightning that danced around him, illuminating the progenitor's visage. As the creature struggled against Olaf's presence, the Astartes drew forth their specialized harpoon guns marked with the insignia of the Mechanicus. They pulled the triggers, and the harpoon shot forth, pinning the progenitor's claws to the wall. The monster stared in astonishment as Bell and Lancelot secured its entire arm with binding iron spikes. The progenitor roared and thrashed, but the relentless iron spikes held it fast. "Brothers, stand clear," Olaf shouted, arcs of lightning flickering from his mouth as he spoke. The three Astartes swiftly distanced themselves, leaping back. With a mighty swing of his arm, Olaf unleashed a torrent of lightning upon the progenitor. The monster screamed as the arc struck it, coursing through its body, covering it entirely in electrical energy. It thrashed its head violently, the sturdy armor crashing against the wall, causing the structure to crack. The beast roared, its armor erupting. As it strained against the constraints, the iron spikes starting to loosen and pull from the wall. Vito furrowed his brow as he observed the progenitor's movements. Its gaze fixed upon Olaf, eyes blazing with lightning and fury, all of his focus devoted to his incantations. Vito was uncertain if Olaf could even hear his voice. The beast's mouth foamed, its serpentine tongue lashing about, and the first iron spike dislodged from the wall, crashing heavily to the ground. "Old Wolf," Vito murmured, taking a step back as he watched the spikes being forcibly pulled from the wall, the claws inching forward, lightning striking the beast, only serving to incite its rage further. All the iron spikes were dislodged, and the progenitor charged forward, barreling toward Vito and Olaf with alarming speed. The three Astartes raised their weapons, aiming at the creature, but Vito shouted for them to hold their fire. The monstrous beast surged toward them, propelled by the pain of Olaf's lightning, its fury intensifying with every step. promising even greater violence upon contact. Vito cast a glance at the three individuals nearby, their rapt attention fixed upon the colossal beast. Olaf, too, appeared fully engaged in the moment. Once he was certain that no one was watching him, Vito closed his eyes, only to open them abruptly. The giant creature came to a halt, as if tethered by an unseen force. It was violently slammed to the ground, its immense body creating a shallow crater, the earth around it fracturing under an inexplicable pressure. To the untrained eye, it seemed as if the beast had been struck down by a bolt of lightning. However, the ancestor raised its gaze, noticing that amidst the brilliance of the lightning, the space surrounding Vito and the arcs of electricity exhibited a subtle distortion. They twisted together like the surface of a concave mirror, rendering Vito's face indistinct, save for a pair of eyes radiating a soft golden light that flickered amidst the chaos. The ancestor's claws pressed against the ground, its powerful bones and muscles straining as it gradually began to rise, though each movement felt as arduous as if it were lifting a mountain. "Olaf, bring it down," Vito shouted, and the old wolf raised his arms. Colossal arcs of electricity soaring from his hands, illuminating the entire inner sanctum like the dawn's first light. All metallic surfaces shimmered with the surging currents. "In the name of the All-Father, I shall unleash divine retribution." The old wolf's roar resonated like a true wolf's howl as the lightning struck the ground, igniting a brilliance akin to a supernova explosion. The beast erupted in a furious roar directed at Vito, while Olaf's arms thrust forward, the dazzling lightning striking the ancestor. The monster emitted a heart-wrenching cry, spewing corrosive liquid from its gaping maw, yet the saliva evaporated before it could reach the ground, leaving the creature to thrash in agony. Ultimately, however, the beast failed. The moment the lightning dissipated, it collapsed thunderously to the ground, akin to a landslide. As the lightning ceased, the towering figure also knelt, and Bell rushed forward to support Olaf's arm. "It's merely fatigue, Bell, nothing more," Olaf waved off, though he appeared exhausted. "I know, old fellow," Bell replied with a smile, turning his gaze towards the ancestor, from whose body faint wisps of steam escaped. Ragnar approached, giving the motionless giant a kick with his leg. "Is it still alive?" "Indeed. It lives," Bell confirmed, observing the readings on his wrist tablet, "though it will need some time to recover." Lancelot chuckled, retrieving his knight's sword as he approached. "Memories are the finest photographs, Ragnar. That is a portrait of glory." "I prefer the tangible memories of glory," Ragnar shot back, his mouth full of sharp teeth, embodying the spirit of a lively wolf cub, forever brimming with insatiable enthusiasm and vitality. Vito jestingly rubbed his neck, shouldering his chainsaw sword as he approached the vast form of the ancestor, tilting his head to scrutinize the magnificent creature. "It will survive, won't it? We still have work to do with it." "Yes, it will endure, albeit waking up will not be a pleasant experience. It will likely scream and rave like Ragnar does," Bell remarked as he assisted Olaf to his feet, his eyes glued to the medical display device in his hand. Vito chuckled, glancing at Ragnar. "Would exchanging it for a planet suffice?" Ragnar laughed heartily, bending to lift one of the chieftain's claws. "I think it's feasible. Let us carry him off like a kitten." Chapter 38. The Frontier of the Empire. An ode to loyalty in the heart of the Empire's administrative headquarters. One can discern that upon uttering this name, you have reached a territory firmly under Imperial control. This architectural marvel, akin to the luminous weapons of the astral army and the sacred hymns of the state religion, permeates every loyal world, both grand and humble. Almost every world boasts such a structure, one of the most magnificent edifices in the locality, erected at the very center of imperial cities, often emulating the grandeur of the administrative headquarters on the sacred terra, designed as a colossal cathedral. Countless soaring Gothic spires and arched vaults adorn the surroundings, embellished with crystalline glass and majestic sculptures, while the imperial eagle insignia perpetually hovers over the golden entrance of this monumental building. Its enormity defies mere description, standing as the administrative headquarters of the capital world within the galaxy. At its core, beneath an intricately carved dome adorned with exquisite patterns, lies the heart of the entire Victoria galaxy, the Governmental Assembly Hall. Underneath the resplendent dome, tiered seating rises in concentric circles, filled with officials from various departments whenever the galaxy's government convenes to deliberate on significant matters, as is the case today. Amidst the interplay of crystal murals and marble walls, numerous officials congregate, representing vital departments of the Victoria galaxy: the Ministry of Administration, the Ministry of Military Affairs, the Planetary Defense Force, the State Religion, the Academy of Star Language, and the Mechanized Church Association, among others. Even representatives from less prominent yet still notable departments have carved out a place here. As the rulers of the Victoria Galaxy engage in animated discussions in small clusters. At the center of the circular assembly hall, Governor Reuven confers with several department heads, their countenances marred by concern and frustration. Has anyone received news from the Patriarch? What of the bishop? Inquired the Minister of Administration, her agitation palpable as she fidgeted restlessly. No, nothing at all. We only know we were attacked by the Hammer Gang and the Syndicate, replied the Grand Marshal of the Planetary Defense Force, raising his clenched fist with certainty. I would wager my life, dear brethren, that it was surely Shell who aided those low-born scoundrels in the ambush. But how did Shell learn of the assembly? It was a confidential affair. No one outside our circle knew the exact location, and family members would never betray the cult. Asserted the representative of the state religion without hesitation, his faith in his brethren unwavering. Evidently, the genetic heritage of the Thailand had endowed him with a formidable physique, a trait mirrored, to some extent, by his companions, who exhibited varying degrees of height, sensitivity, or commendable appearance. Notably, the Minister of Internal Affairs was undoubtedly striking, perhaps a consequence of the specialized Thailand genes. Rumors circulated that certain gene thieves cults employed such methods to infiltrate the upper echelons of the empire, seeking intelligence, disseminating messages, and sowing discord. Others operated through the brothels, clubs, and bars of the underworld, spreading contagion through intimate encounters, often triggering a world-esque descent into Thailand rebellion. Reuven furrowed his brow in contemplation, his unease catching the attention of the bishop of the state religion, who turned to him. Brother Reuven, do you have any insights? The bishop's inquiry drew the gaze of those present toward Reuven, who shrugged slightly. A few nights before the assembly, Vito Constantine visited the Shaman Club after meeting with me. The Shaman Club? What purpose did he have there? The minister inquired, her vigilance evident as the others also noted the implications. Yet, Reuven appeared unfazed, seemingly untroubled, though it was uncertain if this was genuine or feigned. A rendezvous. My dear minister, it is no secret that he has been consorting with that informant, Silver Serpent, from the underworld. By the Redeemer. Reuven, that wretch is an informant. And do you not know to whom the Shaman Club belongs? Do you suggest that Vito has betrayed us, brother? The bishop interjected soothingly, attempting to mend the palpable tension and awkwardness in the air, a skill he clearly possessed. Reuven inhaled deeply before shaking his head. No. He was unaware of the assembly's location until that day. When he visited the club, he did not encounter any of us. He lacks the prerequisite for betrayal. I know Vito will betray us eventually. He is a schemer, an ambitious man. But at this moment, he is on the verge of seizing power, poised to become the emperor of the underworld. If he were to betray us, it would be after he has consolidated his authority, not now. Does anyone genuinely believe he could unify the underworld cult and stand against us? Nods of agreement rippled through the assembly, acknowledging that Vito Constantine currently lacked the capacity to fracture the underworld cult. Despite his exceptional abilities, he was acutely aware of the imprudence of rebellion under their watchful gaze. He was, after all, a clever man who would not engage in such folly. However, the minister appeared somewhat perplexed and anxious, perhaps due to the psychic reactions stemming from the patriarch's disappearance. She rested her chin on her hand, pondering whether Constantine might be an agent sent by the sector government. If that were the case, he would not need to concern himself with seizing power. Moreover, if his superior, the arbitration lord of the Ministry of Justice, decided to intervene, our allies within the sector's justice ministry would be informed and news would reach us. Yet, we currently possess no such information, which leads me to doubt the involvement of the sector government. Then who could it be? Might it be Terra? The Grand Marshal's inquiry seemed more jest than serious, eliciting laughter from several present, culminating in his own amusement. Indeed, Terra, that world at the far end of the galaxy, the Golden Throne. Does the Emperor's light truly extend its reach to this frontier system? I cannot sense the signal of the primordial lord. It has vanished. Yet I believe it still lives, remarked the chief star seer of the Academy of Star Language, her blindfolded eyes concealed beneath a mask, perhaps to avoid startling the assembly. But where is the patriarch? We cannot sense him, nor has anyone found him. The Grand Marshal pressed urgently, his fervor commendable, driven by an instinctive concern for the whereabouts of the great patriarch. The rest shared in this sentiment, fidgeting restlessly, their hearts brimming with anxiety and trepidation. Such is the nature of the Tylan, a trait, a vulnerability. You see, the instinct of their genes often escapes the bounds of thought and reason. Reuven slightly shook his head, addressing his fellow cult members. Our people are already gathering information. The great patriarch is alive. That is sufficient. Though the cult has suffered substantial losses, we remain numerous. As long as we remain intact, we can regroup our strength. The assembly nodded in affirmation, reassured that as long as they survived, it sufficed. The Hydra had but 2 heads severed. The remaining 7 persisted, poised to regrow even more. The condition, however, was survival. Was it not? The grand doors of the assembly hall were abruptly flung open, drawing the gaze of all within. The assembly's occupants turned their attention towards the gilded entrance, where several officials, roughly shoved into the hall, stumbled in with great disarray. Under the scrutiny of the assembly, a contingent of law enforcement officers from the Ministry of Justice entered, heavily armed and clad in silver armor. Each officer wielded a large-caliber laser gun emblazoned with the ministry's insignia. The enforcers forcefully herded the nearest individuals inward, striking with gun butts, feet, and fists, compelling the unfortunate officials deeper into the hall. The doors were sealed behind them, while others ascended to the upper tiers of the chamber, guns drawn, maintaining a vigilant watch over everyone present, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Reuven furrowed his brow, a sense of unease washing over him as he observed Chief Arbitrator Shell emerge from the throng of enforcers, a laser gun at his belt. "No, madam. It is you who are guilty of treason, of betrayal," Shell thundered, his eyes glinting with menace. Reuven stepped forward, pulling the irate lady behind him. "What do you mean? Chief Arbitrator Shell? Are you planning a coup? Do you think the Empire will not hold you accountable for our deaths? You are aware that the Empire and Terra do not tolerate acts of treachery." "Ah, but what if he has obtained the Empire's authorization?" A familiar voice interjected. Reuven's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a man named Vito Constantine emerge from the shadows, unexpectedly accompanied by a cadre of arbitrators. At that moment, the contentious issues they had debated were brought to light. Vito's smile widened as the law enforcement officers parted, creating a path at the entrance, only to be followed by the heavy sound of approaching footsteps. All eyes widened in disbelief as 2 colossal figures materialized behind Vito, towering like mountains. One was clad in imposing, Terminator-like power armor, thick fur draped over his shoulders, while the other wore white armor. Brandishing a flag like a divine warrior stepped from a mural. "Estates, Grand Marshal," came the astonished exclamation, mirrored by the gasps and fright of those present. A primal fear gripped them, a remnant of humanity reacting instinctively to the presence of the Angel of Death. Yet, Reuven quickly regained his composure, nodding slightly to his colleagues, who appeared outwardly calm, at least in demeanor. "Sir, who are you?" "You were not invited here," the minister declared resolutely, her commendable firmness evident, while the bishop, nearly frenzied, pointed at Vito and shouted, "In the name of the Emperor, you are blaspheming. You are desecrating the authority granted to us by the Emperor. You are profaning him. How delightful that you still shout in his name." "Bishop," Vito replied, a playful smile gracing his lips as he observed the assembly before him. "It seems you have forgotten my name. Let me reintroduce myself." Vito's smile faded, replaced by an air of authority that brooked no dissent. With one hand resting on his chainsaw sword hilt, he addressed the assembly with a commanding presence. "I, Vito Constantine, am the Emperor's chosen adjudicator, here to purge the traitors and cleanse the Empire and all of humanity." His proclamation pierced through the assembly like a dagger, leaving Reuven in stunned disbelief as he glanced at Shell, whose resolute expression indicated he was not jesting. Has he lost his mind? He has directly invoked the tribunal? How did he even contact them? Reuven's thoughts raced, realizing that the tribunal's methods of communication were not found in any directory. No, that is not the crux of the matter. He must be mad. Does he not realize that the tribunal might consider him a part of the insurrection, or at least a dereliction of duty, and execute him alongside the others? Clearly, my friends, these heretics have yet to grasp one fundamental truth. True loyalists never fear death, especially their own. Their lives belong to the Golden Throne and its sovereign. When death arrives, the loyal may return to the Golden Throne, and that is the greatest honor. Vito remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Shell, who was poised, hand on his weapon, eyes aflame with fury, reminiscent of the eternal flame of terror itself. "Legally, I hold the authority to execute you on the spot, but I wish to play a game that will reveal your true selves," Vito stated with a grin. The minister, however, retained her composure, abruptly pointing at Vito. Our authority is granted by the sector government. Not even the adjudicator can revoke that. You slander us, adjudicator. We have never betrayed the Golden Throne. I will not permit such heretical actions. The bishop continued to shout, but Vito regarded him with a sardonic expression, amusement flickering in his gaze. How amusing that you can still utter such words. Let us clarify matters, Vito said, snapping his fingers, summoning the sound of heavy footsteps and bestial roars from outside. The assembly's eyes widened as two giants pushed a caged prisoner into the chamber, within which was a bound beast, roaring in fury. The two titans, armed with knightly swords and chainsaw axes, joined their brethren, silently asserting Vito's authority, an authority belonging to the adjudicator. With another snap of his fingers, the Astartes, donning a winged helmet, drew his explosive gun and aimed it at the head of the captive progenitor. The creature struggled and roared within its confines, the metallic chains rattling violently. Yet it remained securely locked in place. Save your breath, simpleton. This cage is meant for tyrannical beasts. I could easily confine your Terran overlord within it, Vito taunted, casting a glance at the trembling figures before him. I find that this instinct of Terrans is more effective than any interrogation method. I have long wished to test it, and I am grateful that you have provided me with such an opportunity today. His smile morphed into a mocking grin, a victorious smirk of one poised to triumph. Lancelot, proceed, Vito commanded, as the Astartes prepared to pull the trigger. The caged progenitor roared in rage, its massive jaws snapping within reach, unleashing a torrent of anger and wild ferocity. The Grand Marshal's body convulsed violently, his human form shifting, teeth sharpening into razor-like points, and his physique expanding, tearing through his uniform. As the inhuman beast prepared to attack, he descended with preternatural swiftness, the remnants of his human fingers transformed into vicious claws. He lunged for Vito's face, but the latter remained impassive, a faint smile playing on his lips. The guttural roar of the chain axe erupted as Ragna, with blinding speed, cleaved through the alien's torso. He was bisected from shoulder to opposite hip, neatly split in twain. The Grand Marshal crashed to the floor, his ravaged body straining as he craned his neck to meet Vito's gaze. A vast shadow engulfed the Marshal as Vito smiled faintly, and he saw an iron-shod foot. The last thing he would ever perceive. This seemed to serve as a signal, as the Tyranid-infected throng launched into a frenzied assault. The comely Minister of Internal Affairs surged forward with astonishing speed, evading the volleys of laser fire from the nearby enforcers. Her elongated claws descended from above, but she had overlooked something. For Astartes, Space Marines were present. Lancelot seized the woman's head in midair with unerring precision. Before the minister could react, her beautiful face and skull were crushed in a shower of bone fragments and brain matter. Pandemonium reigned in the assembly hall as the Genestealers surged toward the cages. The enforcers unleashed a fusillade of laser fire, the crimson beams lancing through the air to strike the abhorrent alien traitors. One by one, the creatures were felled and riddled with holes. In the center of the room, a psychic duel commenced. The astropath directed a mental assault at Vito, but the latter stood firm, neither flinching nor dodging. The psychic shockwave dissipated against an unseen barrier, its force instantly nullified. The astropath shrieked, the backlash clearly taking its toll. But her cries were abruptly silenced as Olaf fixed her with an incandescent stare. The astropath collapsed, clutching her head and emitting a piercing scream that threatened to shatter eardrums. The cacophony was short-lived, however, as Bell drew his bolter and dispatched her with a single, devastating shot. The ecclesiarch fared no better, lacking the genestealer fortitude of his counterpart. The fifth-generation hybrid was more human than alien. Bell's second shot reduced him to a pulpy mess. The Space Marines unleashed a storm of bolter fire and swung their chainswords and axes, cutting down the onrushing genestealers. The searing red light of the lost guns flickered across the hall. Vito remained calmly in his place, his gaze fixed on the terrified Reuven amidst the carnage. Laser beams crisscrossed the air around him, and the hall filled with agonized screams and the splatter of blood and viscera. When the chaos subsided, the once imposing governor was a broken man. He stared in horror at the surrounding devastation. Hearing footsteps, he turned in terror to see Vito approaching, a serene smile on his face as he gripped the petrified man's shoulder. You know the saying, chaos is a ladder, some fall, some climb. I believe it was uttered by a sage of ancient Terra. Reuven nodded weakly, and Vito's smile widened. Then I hope you become accustomed to the sensation of falling. The entire Department of Governance was abuzz as onlookers watched the governor tumble down the grand marble staircase. A collective gasp arose, but those who attempted to assist him froze in their tracks. They watched in trepidation as the Inquisitor descended, flanked by 4 towering figures whose iron-shod boots shattered the steps with each footfall, the cracks spider-webbing outwards. The 4 giants stood sentinel behind the Inquisitor, silently deterring any rash actions. Vito strode beneath the fluttering banner of the Death Watch, approaching the prostrate and terrified governor. How intriguing, he quipped. It seems your vaunted confidence was rather fragile after all. Vito knelt, his dark eyes meeting the governor's. You are aware that I could execute you summarily, without evidence or explanation. The insignia I bear and the presence of my 4 companions grant me that authority. He watched the governor's eyes widen in terror, then smiled. But I happen to be something of an anomaly in the inquisitorial ranks. Vito rose. As if on cue, a servo skull materialized, hovering towards him. Vito raised his hand, and a port extended from his palm, into which he inserted the servo skull's corresponding connector. After a moment of silence, the servo skull whirred to life, projecting a holographic image into the center of the hall. It depicted Governor Reuven and his cohorts. Every word and action from their meeting with Vito replayed with crystal clarity before the entire Department of Internal Affairs. The crowd gasped in astonishment, while Reuven was paralyzed with fear. He stared, dumbfounded, at the projection. Vito chuckled. Do you know what your bodyguards failed to detect? This. Vito gestured to the crowd, his gaze sweeping across the hall. This imbecile, along with the alien traitors I have already dispatched, betrayed the Imperium and all of you. They ushered the tyrannid swarm to this world. I surmise that some of you are aware of what that entails, while others are not. For those who remain ignorant, let me enlighten you. Those alien vermin will devour everything you possess, your homes, your vehicles, and even yourselves. And these fools believed it to be a path to salvation. Vito turned back to Reuven. This simpleton, consumed by avarice, conveniently disregarded certain facts. He betrayed the Imperium, the Emperor, and every soul on this planet, just as he betrayed his brother and sought to assassinate the rightful heir to this world's governorship. I believe that the authority to execute this wretch rightfully belongs to her. Allow me to present Olivia Leon Lyon, Vito announced, stepping aside and gesturing towards the staircase. All eyes turned upward. From behind the ranks of enforcers emerged a woman, attired in the same garments as Governor Reuven, but distinguished by a brooch bearing the Leon Lyon family crest. Step by step, she descended, her ash-green hair meticulously braided in the same style as the portraits displayed in the manor. Reuven stared at her, his face contorted in disbelief. He recognized her instantly as Olivia, the girl he had presumed dead. Olivia passed through the ranks of Space Marines, approaching Reuven and regarding the pathetic figure before her. The latter managed a feeble smile. My dear niece, I had no idea you were still alive. Had I known, you would have killed me, Olivia finished. I know. Olivia accepted the pistol Vito offered, raising it and aiming it at Reuven's head. She gazed at the murderer and traitor before her, surprisingly composed. I relinquished vengeance long ago, abandoning my identity, my family name, and all that I once possessed. I thought I would never desire revenge. But uncle. Olivia's eyes hardened with sudden ferocity. I believe I was mistaken. I relish revenge. A shot rang out, and the traitor crumpled to the ground. Vito regarded Olivia, then stepped forward. The Inquisitor, clad in crimson robes, surveyed the deathly silent hall. The traitor is dead. In the Emperor's name, I restore authority to its rightful and loyal heir. At this very moment, the faithful are purging the remaining traitors. If you wish to avoid a similar fate, I trust you understand what is expected of you. Silence still reigned, but the officials nodded in unison. Years of service had taught them what was required in such moments. Vito smiled, though the expression faded quickly. Yet this is not a moment of triumph. We still have a battle to fight. In the name of the Emperor, I command you to obey Governor Olivia, to serve the Loyalists. For the Empire, for the Emperor, Vito bellowed. In response, a thunderous roar echoed like a mighty tsunami. For the Empire, for the Emperor. The starlight cascaded upon the colossal viewport of the Imperial warship, a structure akin to a cathedral window. A labyrinth of steel beams and supports crisscrossed the expanse, molding the glass into a tapestry of curves and angles. Yet, even this immense window could not encompass more than a fraction of Victoria Prime, which hung suspended outside the command deck, casting its silvery luminescence into the dimly lit bridge. The warship was a hive of activity, undergoing repairs, resupply, ammunition loading, and personnel transfers. The entire Imperial Navy fleet that had just arrived was similarly engaged. Countless star-faring behemoths were docked at the orbital stations encircling the planet's equator. The eastern segment of the orbital ring teemed with Imperial Navy warships, each dock and pier occupied by vessels undergoing replenishment, while others queued outside, forming a wolf-pack-like formation. Cole stood on the bridge, his gaze drawn to an Imperial Navy cruiser berthed at the adjacent dock. The colossal vessel spanned the entire length of the pier, its massive plasma thrusters still shimmering with residual heat. Intricate embellishments and formidable cannons were bathed in the planet's radiant glow. Turning from the window, Cole approached the holographic projector behind the captain's chair. Activating the device, he instantly conjured a series of figures around him. As their forms solidified, their identities became clear. The iconic fur cap of the Valhallan Ice Warriors, the vibrant red greatcoats of the Vostroyan Firstborn, several Imperial Navy captains, the new marshal of the local planetary defense force, the grand arbitrator of the Adeptus Arbites, and a Mugos Dominus of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The Valhallan marshal nodded in affirmation. We have just completed a pacification campaign in the adjacent sector and responded to the Inquisitor's distress call. However, my forces require resupply, including ammunition, materials, and armored vehicles. Of course, sir. I trust the local Adeptus Mechanicus will provide assistance. Mugos Dominus? Affirmative, the Mugos intoned. We shall provide all necessary support. The marshal nodded his gratitude to the Mugos before turning to Cole. What is our current situation? Are reinforcements en route? With a wave of his hand, Cole projected a holographic data directory filled with rows of information. He scrolled through the list, though he was already familiar with its contents. Victoria is currently garrisoned by 7 Imperial Navy battlecruisers, 8 including my vessel, 26 cruisers, and 180 escort ships, destroyers, and armed transports. Cole paused, highlighting a specific line of data and projecting it onto the holographic display for all to see. It detailed the resupply progress of countless vessels, each ship's resources, fuel, and ammunition status meticulously compiled and presented. The sheer volume of data made a quick review nearly impossible under normal circumstances. But this was no ordinary situation. The Mugos Dominus swiftly analyzed the data, his augmented head rising. 67% of the vessels have completed resupply. We have temporarily slowed the replenishment of non-essential supplies to expedite the delivery of combat material. The Mugos' synthesized voice clicked and whirred. We project completion within the next 2 to 3 days. The Imperial Navy captains nodded in satisfaction. The local Mechanicus' efficiency was commendable, exceeding that of typical Imperial administrative departments. This was why Inquisitor Vito had wisely entrusted the planet's war preparations to the Mechanicus. The replenishment of ground forces will also be completed within the next few days, the Mugos stated, turning to the 2 Astartes commanders. Both generals saluted in acknowledgement. Cole nodded in agreement, projecting another list containing the forces of the Astra Militarum, Planetary Defense Force, and Adeptus Arbites. The naval and ground force data maps hung side by side, providing a comprehensive overview of the situation. I scanned the names and figures, committing the status of each unit and formation to memory. We have approximately 20 million ground troops available. The 5 million Astartes will be strategically deployed. Commanders, this is entrusted to you. Cole addressed the 2 generals. The Valhallan commander nodded and pointed to the display. Are more reinforcements expected? Based on our experience against the Tyranids on Pyrrhus and Tyrell, their numbers invariably exceed our own. The Vostroyan commander remained stoic. Let them come. We shall fight with honor under the Emperor's gaze. I do not doubt it, Grand Marshal. I am confident we all will, Cole replied, tapping a button on the holographic interface. The data streams cleared, replaced by a star map of the sector. Each Imperial world was marked with a percentage progress bar, some further along than others. The evacuation efforts are proceeding apace. I have requisitioned and dispatched every available vessel to organize the evacuation. The Inquisitor has designated this operation with a code name, apparently derived from a large-scale retreat from ancient Terra, Operation Dynamo. Cole recalled Vito's enthusiastic delivery of the name, as if he had personally commanded the operation. The Imperial Navy will depart after resupply, leaving near-Earth orbit to deploy. Some fleets will be dispatched to the edge of the system to deploy minefields and conduct harassing strikes, inflicting as much damage and delay as possible before the Tyranid fleet arrives. Cole gazed at the naval commanders before him, all of whom had complied with his orders. Interestingly, most of them were either of equal rank or even slightly senior to him. Yet they submitted to the command of this young captain. The reason lay in the prominent emblem of the tribunal emblazoned on Call's naval uniform. We will expedite the ground deployment alongside the Vostronian cohort. In fact, at this very moment, my forces have commenced their descent to the surface. We shall fortify the 3rd, 4th, and 5th nest regions. The Vostronian firstborn cohort will take charge of the remaining 1st, 2nd, and 6th nests, and the divine machinery we possess will deliver a decisive blow to the abominable hybrids. Call let out a silent sigh. He had anticipated that the Vostronian firstborn would bring forth a Titan Mechanicum, but evidently, they had only brought a few Warhound Titans, all in need of repairs and resupply. The commander of Valhalla dismissed the star chart, replaced by a dense urban expanse on the planet's surface. With the numbered nest regions rotating and pulsating in view, we will concentrate the Hydra anti-aircraft batteries for the planetary defense forces. Has the local anti-air system been activated? The commander inquired, to which the local planetary defense forces loyalist marshal nodded affirmatively, gesturing towards the map where red lines and grid zones materialized. We have taken over and activated the long-neglected orbital defense systems previously abandoned by the traitors and combined with the concentrated anti-air equipment. We are confident in our ability to destroy at least half of the Tyranid airborne spore mines, ensuring they do not strike the nests. Call nodded resolutely, leaning over the projector to scrutinize the map. Should the Tyranids acquire supplies, their assault would become significantly simpler. The Navy would strive to obliterate the Tyranid hive fleet, at the very least attempting to inflict substantial damage. The Tyranid swarm engaged in warfare with the same meticulousness as the Mechanicum. Once they recognized that their losses in biomass far outweighed their gains, the Tyranid fleet would decisively abandon their assault, swiftly retreating to seek out another unfortunate target for resupplying biomass. Thus, the mission of the Victoria Guardians was to ensure that those hybrids would suffer grievous injuries, prompting their departure from the Victoria system, after which they would coordinate with Imperial forces to eradicate the remnants of their fleet. For now, however, they needed only to focus on surviving the dark months ahead. The Ecclesiarchy will be responsible for purging the infiltrators within the city and ensuring the factories continue to operate. The Archmagister stated, "The Omega brothers will lead the local Ecclesiarchy forces to safeguard our flanks. May the Omnisia bless us. With the Omnisia and the Emperor's protection, we shall endure," declared the firstborn commander, as another Vostronian warrior appeared behind his projection, whispering a few words before being gestured to depart. "Brothers, I must join my legionnaires to prepare for the impending doom. We shall bring destruction in the name of the Emperor and the Omnisia." As the image of the Vostronian firstborn commander faded, the commander of Valhalla nodded towards Call. "I, too, must deploy my forces. May the Emperor bless us all. Prepare yourselves." The Valhalla commander's image vanished, followed by the 2nd, the 3rd, until all holographic projections had dissipated. Call sighed heavily, moving to his captain's chair. He sat down like a weary lord, gazing out at the immense planet and the endless sea of stars beyond. Exhausted, Call leaned back in his chair, his eyes reflecting the twinkling stars. He had once dreamed of commanding a fleet. In his youth, he often fantasized of leading his own forces like the great solar Lord Macarian. Yet, as he matured into an Imperial Navy captain and participated in numerous grand battles alongside Vito, he began to perceive the naivete of his childhood aspirations. Suddenly, Call was jolted awake. He strode purposefully to the command station. "Bird Chief, report." "Sir, we have detected a massive warp signature at the edge of the system. A fleet has emerged from the subspace." Bird Chief exclaimed in terror, rapidly operating the display panels. "Confirm their identity," Call commanded with calm authority. Bird Chief hastily executed the order, attempting to ascertain the information. However, soon his mechanically enhanced eye revealed a look of mechanical astonishment. "Captain, sir, we are the Exterminatus Battle Group's expeditionary fleet. I am Mikhail Fabian, commander of the 3rd Company of the Exterminatus Battle Group, dispatched by Commander Calgar to assist in the fight. In the name of the Emperor and the Gene Premarch, we shall crush the abominations." Chapter 40. The Empire's Frontier. Past glories. The explosive gun belched forth a deadly flame, its projectile slicing through the air accompanied by a piercing roar as it struck its target. The ill-fated Gene Thief was obliterated, his upper body shattered. The purebred Gene Thief tumbled to the ground, and the giant wielding the explosive gun turned to dispatch another Gene Thief, who lunged at him. The splattered purplish-red blood staining the winged helm, darkening the black feathers with a grim shade. Astartes did not pause. he swiftly brandished his power sword, executing a fluid motion to cleave another gene thief in half. The Dark Angel's space marine stood amidst the shattered corpses, raising his arm to dispatch an assailant without even glancing at him. The plasma gun slipped from the foe's grasp, striking a nearby oil barrel, igniting a series of explosions. Yet the Dark Angel did not even cast a glance at the chaos. The flames illuminated his helmet as he slightly lifted his gaze to behold the Fenrisian wolf approaching. Ragnar, hefting his chain axe, moved with nonchalance. Each shot he fired accurately eliminating an enemy, in stark contrast to the panic, fear, and impatience of their adversaries. The two Astartes appeared remarkably composed. They neither dodged nor evaded nor executed grand gestures. They merely stood there, methodically taking aim and firing, each shot showering the vicinity with flesh and blood. Yet the vitality of their foes failed to even mar the surface of their power armor. "Why must we cleanse this filth here?" Ragnar grumbled, continuing his precise shooting, while Lancelot shrugged slightly, his finger perpetually pulling the trigger, the brilliant gunfire reflecting upon their helmets with a lustrous sheen. "Weren't you just lamenting your boredom, yearning for a fight? Is this not it?" "Not at all. What significance do these wretches hold? This is merely a one-sided slaughter. Where lies the glory in that? I must remind you, Ragnar. Our actions are an extension of the Emperor's will, a duty and responsibility to the entirety of the Imperium of man. That is paramount, far beyond your notions of honor." Bell's voice crackled through the communicator, interspersed with the sounds of gunfire and screams, yet his tone remained unperturbed, as casual as a stroll in the park, merely dispatching a pestilence with ease. "Enough of your dreariness, Bell. By the way, why hasn't Vito joined us for target practice? From what I know of him, he is likely either engaged in idle chatter with local bureaucrats or deeply communicating with the new governor." Undoubtedly the latter. "You are quite familiar with his antics, Lancelot." "Of course. We have known him for years." "How many years has it been? Who can recall?" The two stood side by side, casually yet precisely shooting, conversing as if they were merely at a training range. Ragnar tilted his head slightly, pulling the trigger to obliterate a fleeing enemy. "Damn, I've forgotten. We seem to have followed him for ages, long enough that I've lost track of time. I can't even recall my current age." Ragnar shrugged slightly. Indeed, time held little meaning for them. The aging process of Astartes was exceedingly slow, and years of warfare and training had rendered them oblivious to the passage of time, birthing the most efficient killing machines of the Imperium today. "But I reckon it's been at least a decade, right?" Lancelot remarked, dispatching yet another foe. "Oh, speaking of which, Ragnar, I recall your chapter has a rather poor relationship with the Inquisition. How do you manage to get along so well with Vito?" The space wolf tilted his head to align his sights, taking down a distant sniper of the Adeptus Mini-Storm. Though the sniper's rifle could not even graze Ragnar's fur, it appeared to serve as another diversion for his boredom. "That was a glorious campaign. Thousands of mortals fought alongside us, triumphing over the phantoms of the warp. Yet the Inquisition sought to execute those brave mortals, claiming they were tainted by their encounters with traitorous entities and thus must be eliminated, which incited our chapter master, Logan. Consequently, we clashed with the Inquisition. We provided cover for those mortal civilians to evacuate the system while engaging in fierce combat with the inquisitorial fleet. Every unit of the Inquisition present was either severely damaged or annihilated, inciting ire from both the Grey Knights and the Inquisition. They later came to Fenris seeking retribution, demanding we undertake penitent crusades. Following, that was a series of battles. I recall it was Old Wolf Bjorn himself who persuaded Logan to cease fire and negotiate with the Inquisition. That matter was resolved. Yet we remain quite disdainful of the Inquisition and the Grey Knights. So, could you elucidate how you managed to spend time with Vito daily, enduring his jests and commands without cleaving him in two? Ragnar raised his axe to dispatch a purebred foe, tapping his helmet with the axe, as if in contemplation before shrugging again. "I don't know. I just find the guy rather likable for reasons unknown. He is unlike the rest of the Inquisition, is he not? After all these years, we've never witnessed him indiscriminately slaying or issuing exterminatus orders. Vito despises needless slaughter. Even I know that if he were to kill, it would be for a reason, and to prevent greater casualties. He does not possess the arrogance of those inquisitors. So yes, I find him quite agreeable, or rather, he does not embody the traits of a typical inquisitor. Indeed, Vito resembles a carefree wanderer, traversing the universe with a laid-back demeanor, his style as casual and relaxed as Ragnar's. In a sense, they are quite similar, both treating discipline and rules as mere scraps of paper, acting according to their own whims. Perhaps they mutually appreciate one another? Yet I recall that Logan holds him in high regard. He has visited Fenris several times, earning the utmost respect from the chapter veterans, though I cannot recall the reason. Because Vito also participated in the shameful month, came the voice of Old Wolf Olaf through the communicator, his deep voice as reliable and solid as ever. At Amaris and Doton, after we vanquished the Inquisition's fleet, Vito led a contingent that encircled us. By then, our ammunition had been exhausted from battling the Greenskins and the Inquisition, and our battle brothers were weary from their encounters with the Grey Knights. Vito could have easily hunted us down completely. As Olaf spoke, a loud crash echoed, seemingly the sound of something being crushed beneath his foot, followed by a fist smashing into something. Later in Fenris, it was he and Lord Bjorn who persuaded the Grey Knight's Supreme Grandmaster and Logan to withdraw and cease hostilities. He tirelessly worked to convince the outraged Inquisitorial Lord Council to abandon their campaign of retribution. I was present during that time. Lord Bjorn asked him why he chose to assist us, why he would stand against his own comrades. Vito replied to the Wolf Lord, saying, "The people have forgotten the purpose for which the Imperium was founded, yet someone must remember the hope that once existed within this galaxy." Upon hearing this, Lord Bjorn fell silent for a moment before leading us in an oath that, even if the stars were to fall and the cosmos shift, the sons of Leman Russ would forever welcome him and provide him with all aid. As the old wolf spoke, a crackling sound emanated from the communicator, followed by an explosion that signaled silence. Ragnar chuckled, tapping his helmet with the axe. I knew that fellow was formidable. He is far more impressive than those lunatics. Don't you think? With that, he dispatched yet another unfortunate soul. Indeed, Vito maintained a commendable rapport with our battle group. I was once dispatched to join a unit in a war against the Greenskins. However, midway through the campaign, Lord Asmodee, in a blend of intimidation and coercion, usurped command from our squad leader, leading us on a wild goose chase to investigate rumors of an extraordinary warrior. This reckless pursuit left our comrades from the Silver Scorpion battle group severely beleaguered. "You truly lack a sense of honor," Ragnar remarked, to which the seldom silent Lancelot merely shrugged, swiftly dispatching a nearby foe with his sword. Lord Asmodee is indeed a peculiar character, standing out even among the eccentricities of the first and second companies and the clergy. He fervently dragged us to a militia camp opposing the Greenskins, where we encountered that extraordinary warrior, Vito, who was then rallying the local militia against the Greenskins. In a bizarre turn of events, Asmodee bombarded Vito with a barrage of questions, yet Vito miraculously persuaded him to first vanquish the Greenskins, and astonishingly, Asmodee acquiesced. I dare say, this was nothing short of a galactic miracle, considering that the man rarely heeds even the words of Commander Azrael. Subsequently, Vito, accompanied by a beleaguered and infuriated Silver Scorpion commander, sought retribution at Caliban. I remain puzzled as to how he convinced the commander to accept Commander Azrael's apology. Thereafter, we chose not to dwell on the matter, and remarkably, neither of our battle groups became mortal enemies. Much like your own, Commander Azrael held a deep respect and gratitude for him, even assisting him in several conflicts against the traitorous Alpha battle group. If memory serves, it was the Raven Wing and Death Wing that engaged in those skirmishes alongside Vito. One cannot deny that Vito possesses an extraordinary eloquence, or perhaps he employs other methods, perhaps revealing secrets or bartering for favors. His usual tactics seem to yield favorable results with anyone. Ragnar chuckled as he loaded a fresh explosive magazine into his weapon. Indeed, he surpasses those fools who merely scream for bloodshed and issue extermination orders. Lancelot, Ragnar, I've directed the remaining troops towards your position. Prepare for a hunt, Bell's voice echoed, and the thunderous roar of the explosive weapon was already audible to the two. Ragnar flexed his arms and strode over to a heavy explosive machine gun, kicking aside the corpse that lay upon it before hoisting the formidable weapon and approaching the entrance. Lancelot raised his explosive gun, aiming at the door, which soon revealed a horde of alien foes rushing in panic towards them, oblivious to the impending danger. By the time the lead figure noticed the two giants, it was far too late. Ragnar pulled the trigger, unleashing a tempest of explosive fire that rained upon the enemy ranks, sending blood and gore splattering in all directions, drenching the area in a torrential downpour of crimson. As the machine gun's ammunition belt finally exhausted its last round, the deadly instrument fell silent, enveloped in a haze of smoke. Before any of the four could utter a word, their communication devices crackled to life, with Cole's voice resonating in their helmets. I must say, the governor's residence is quite spacious and comfortable, with lofty Roman drapes cascading everywhere and the cozy fleece blankets offering warmth and comfort, truly a luxury of the governor's estate. Vito reclined against his pillows, sinking into the plush softness, relishing the comfort. He held Olivia's bare shoulder, her half-reclined form nestled against him, her slender fingers resting gently upon his chest. A smile graced Vito's lips as he gazed upon the beauty in his arms, letting out a contented sigh as he rested his head on the pillow, closing his eyes to savor this moment of tranquility. In this serene sanctuary, no one dared to intrude upon Vito and his enchanting companion. The servants had been strictly instructed to avoid disturbing them, at least until now. The communication device on the bedside table began to beep insistently, prompting Olivia to awaken, her sleep-laden eyes fluttering open as she gazed at the bedside table, her disheveled hair cascading over her shoulders. Vito sighed and reached for the device, activating it casually. Cole, I trust you have a pressing matter to interrupt my peace. The Elite Warriors battle group has arrived. Captain Kyle Fabian, accompanied by 5 squads of Space Marines, is here. You need to get dressed immediately and meet me at the airfield. Cole's voice concluded abruptly. Vito chuckled, realizing Cole was well aware of his circumstances. He rubbed his head, turning to the astonished Olivia. Emperor preserve us. Chapter 41. The frontier of the Empire on the airfield's helipad. Vito stood poised as the expansive tarmac extended from the towering structures of the nest. The entire foundation of the airport was meticulously sculpted into a golden eagle, emblematic of the Empire's celestial guardian. Its vast wingspan of 3 kilometers unfurling majestically from the heights above. The sun's golden rays reflected dazzlingly off its feathers, while the eagle's talons gripped the airport as if to ascend it into the cosmos. This airborne platform hovered far above the ground, surrounded by a veil of misty clouds beneath its pristine expanse. A strong breeze swept across the gathering, compelling Olivia to repeatedly tuck her hair behind her ears as unruly strands danced in the wind. Above them, the ceremonial flags held aloft by the honor guard fluttered violently, their golden and crimson hues intertwining. Only 4 Titans stood resolutely, clad in power armor, stationed behind Vito and Olivia. The fierce winds did not elicit any reaction from their armored forms. Despite the absence of helmets, they appeared unaffected by the gusts. Vito, with his hands clasped behind him, wore a deep crimson judge's cloak that billowed in the wind. Yet he seemed oblivious to the discomfiting sensations, his attention wholly absorbed by the descending Thunderhawk. The blue vessel gracefully touched down on a nearby helipad, its hydraulic landing gear meeting the ground with a sturdy embrace, allowing the massive craft to settle smoothly. As it landed, a hatch adorned with the letter U opened on its underbelly. Ground crew personnel knelt in reverence, bowing their heads toward the blue iron feet beneath the towering vessel. Olivia and Vito's honor guard, along with officials, gazed wide-eyed at the giants emerging from the direction of the Thunderhawk. 8 imposing figures approached, their presence accentuated by a colossal banner bearing the ancient Roman numeral 3. Leading the 8 was a formidable giant, exuding an aura of authority. He donned a distinctive centurion's helmet, adorned with a deep red and white crest, and a scarlet war cloak draped from his right shoulder. Most striking was the power longsword at his waist, its sheath a masterpiece of artistry, embellished with gold and silk threads, with a resplendent blue gemstone at its hilt forming the letter U. As the giants marched forward, their heavy footsteps reverberated through the ground, prompting the honor guard and airport personnel to instinctively kneel in homage to the Emperor's angels of death. Upon reaching Vito and Olivia, the leading Astartes removed his helmet, revealing a handsome visage. His resolute gaze shifted between Vito and Olivia, causing her to instinctively step back until Vito grasped her arm, restoring her composure. Thank you for your arrival, Captain Michael. On behalf of the victorious system and the Empire, I express our gratitude to you and your battle brothers. Captain Michael nodded affirmatively. Commander Calgar has sent his respects and greetings, Judge. He dispatched us to provide support, as is our glorious oath. Michael smiled at Belle, placing a hand on her shoulder. It is a pleasure to see you again, brother. Commander Calgar requested I convey his regards. Likewise, Captain. It is an honor to fight alongside our brothers once more. Olivia gazed in astonishment at the giant before her, then turned to Vito. How did you summon the angels of death? They are not beholden to the tribunal or the Empire. They share a bond with us, a mutual assistance stemming from past relations, Vito replied. Words need not be spoken. Judge. We have faced the Tyrannid swarm together on Macridge, and as the harbingers of glory, we shall vanquish those loathsome enemies of the Empire once more," Michael declared, his fervor and confidence unwavering, akin to steel. Vito smiled upward, admiring the visibility of the sky, perhaps due to their proximity to low Earth orbit. Above, he discerned the newly arrived Imperial battle fleet. If he was not mistaken, 2 battle barges and several transports were docked, accompanied by numerous warships of varying sizes. It seemed Commander Calgar had indeed sent a considerable contingent, deploying an entire company along with several subunits of elite warriors. Vito leaned slightly to observe the honor guard behind Michael. They were not members of the Commander's honor guard, but their armor and insignia were familiar to him. "Cal, Ustibris, and Brutus, it is a pleasure to see you," Vito greeted, as the elite warriors removed their helmets, thumping their fists against their chests in salute. "It is an honor, Judge, especially to stand with you against the Tyrannid menace once more." "Yes, Judge. The Commander instructed me to bring the veterans of the Tyrannid War. They too are honored to reunite with you. I recall our time at the Arctic Fortress, facing the tsunami of adversaries, by the Emperor's testament. That was a battle of honor," Michael proclaimed, his voice resolute as Vito bowed his head in respect. However, it was evident that some among them had no intention of assisting. Vito was certain that 2 of them were likely laughing at the unfolding events. With the elite warriors assembled, a total of 5 companies, comprising 500 battle brothers, stood ready. Commander Calgar had permitted him to bring the indomitable brothers, who would provide formidable support. "Brother, are other companies en route?" the old wolf inquired. Michael shook his head slightly. "We are uncertain, brother. But we must prepare for solitary combat. We shall reclaim glory alongside the Empire's warriors." "Indeed, Captain. The progeny of Leman Russ shall forever battle the endless foes at the forefront," Ragnar replied with a grin, revealing his wolf-like fangs. Michael nodded resolutely. "The sons of Gilliman shall do likewise. Beneath the Emperor's radiance, we shall honor our primordial blood. We shall expedite our combat preparations. The remaining company leaders and I have resolved to leave 3 companies on the ground to assist the planetary forces, while the rest will engage the Tyrannid Hive fleet alongside the warships. Of course, Captain, I have received word that the Astral Knights have completed their deployment, and we now await Vito's words faltered, his expression suddenly stiffening, causing Michael to feel a twinge of unease as he gazed upward at the starry expanse. In low Earth orbit, all Imperial vessels were urgently departing their positions, the elite warriors' fleet also shifting course. Vito turned to Olaf, who nodded affirmatively. With a deep sigh, Vito gazed at the heavens. "The Hive fleet has arrived. This shall be a battle of glory. People of the Emperor, we have stood against countless adversaries in the galaxy alongside you. For millennia, we have upheld the Empire's defenses, and today shall be no different," Michael proclaimed, raising his arm high. The elite warriors echoed his rallying cry, and the surrounding mortals joined in fervently. "Long live the Empire! Long live the Emperor! Advance for Macridge! Long live the Empire! Long live the Emperor!" The thunderous roar of battle cries reverberated across the airfield, while Vito regarded the starlit sky, a slight frown creasing his brow, before surrendering to a resigned smile. "May the Emperor protect us." Chapter 42, The Frontier of the Empire, the Battle of Tyran in a cataclysm of soundless roars. The ship's cannons unleashed their fury, hurling colossal shells that pierced the veil of space. Within mere moments, these projectiles collided with the dark, chitinous exoskeletons, resulting in violent explosions and flames that engulfed the rugged surface patterns. The dazzling brilliance of heavy light spears and shipborne laser turrets illuminated the darkened night sky, as countless beams of laser and tangible shells transformed the cosmos into a torrential downpour of fire. A swarm of biological vessels surged forth from the direction of Victoria's satellite, with the armored creatures leading the charge, undeterred by the Empire's bombardment. A carapace-clad horned ship collided with an Imperial frigate, rendering the warship insignificant before the Void Beast, which was obliterated in an instant, engulfed by an explosive demise. In the splendid backdrop of the galaxy, brilliant sparks erupted, as the vanguard of sword-class frigates swiftly altered their course, retreating from the looming Tyrant flagship. The monstrous entity gaped its cavernous maw, snapping at the void, while the Imperial fleet unleashed a barrage of torpedoes. Proton and storm torpedoes erupted from the bowels of each cruiser and battleship, their flashing red warheads converging like meteors upon the horned ship. The behemoth let out an anguished cry, blood gushing forth, chitinous fragments scattering, as its dark blood floated and expanded in the weightlessness of space. Light spears and ship cannons followed promptly, reducing the creature to a mass of dismembered flesh adrift in the galaxy. Yet, this was not the conclusion of the battle. An unending horde of tyrant biological vessels surged forth like a swarm of locusts, their gaping maws devoid of formation. They charged forward, propelled by their hard exoskeletons and sheer force, spewing green plasma like cannon fire towards the Imperial Navy. The void shields of numerous warships flickered, their blue surfaces aglow, as Captain Cole observed the incessant flashing of the shields from the bridge. Reflected in his eyes were the countless beams of artillery fire. The proud Imperial Navy's dense fire networks blended seamlessly with the backdrop of the galaxy, painting a vibrant tapestry before Cole. With one hand braced against the bridge's railing, Captain Cole bellowed, "Fire control. Strike that mothership with the Nova cannon. Prevent it from approaching the planet's orbit." "At your command, Captain," the fire control officer responded loudly, tethered by several data cables that allowed him to maneuver and issue firing commands as if controlling his own limbs. The radiant Nova cannon blazed past Cole, its piercing light striking the Tyran mothership, shattering its outer shell and obliterating its massive neck in a spectacular explosion. Swarms of flying insects surged towards the fleet, emerging from the wreckage of biological vessels and hatching from the myriad motherships. These ancient beasts, capable of traversing galaxies with their flapping wings, cast a vast shadow over the shimmering backdrop of the galaxy. Instantaneous feedback rippled through the Imperial fleet as anti-aircraft machine guns and turret arrays unleashed a deluge of fire, countless sparks illuminating the swarm of insects. In an instant, an array of explosive flashes erupted amidst the dark clouds. Cole remained composed as he observed the monstrous swarm, raising his hand to display the galactic map before him, a scene of devastation, with nearly all planets along the route shrouded in crimson. The color of bloody death enveloping half the galaxy. 20%? No, that is not a trivial number, though it may seem small in statistical terms. Cole knew it represented billions of monstrous entities to the tyrants. Yet, he could do little more now. He had to fend off the tyrant fleet. The Hydra anti-aircraft guns unleashed a furious barrage, their quadruple barrels sending lethal shells soaring into the sky. Millions of such anti-aircraft guns roared in unison, saturating the nest with a relentless hail of fire. Amidst the myriad Hydra anti-aircraft guns and multiple ground-based anti-aircraft systems, a colossal ground-based laser cannon slowly elevated its barrel, its deadly beam piercing the sky, illuminating the heavens above the nest with its brilliant light, the recoil stirring up a cloud of dust. Above the nest, countless spore pods pierced the clouds, plummeting like a torrential downpour towards the surface. Yet, the majority of those targeting the nest were obliterated by the dense gunfire, evaporating in an instant. The terrifying density of firepower safeguarded the skies above the nest, yet beneath the scorched heavens, some pods still found their mark. Crashing into the endless wilderness surrounding the city, the tyrant swarm, having successfully landed, immediately launched a relentless assault. Without commands or direction, these nightmarish creatures instinctively surged towards the heart of the nest, confronting the valiant starbound soldiers. Laser beams and explosive shells wove a tapestry of destruction across the battlefield, littering the ground with the corpses of the tyrant swarm. These fearsome nightmares poured forth from the horizon, transforming the city into ruins, the streets into battlegrounds. Once a gateway to the west of the nest, the resplendent Lion's Gate now lay bereft of its former glory. The golden lion statue lay shattered, the grand Gothic architecture reduced to rubble. The formidable firepower of the starbound soldiers rained down upon the streets and open spaces as the tyrant swarm relentlessly charged forth, using the carcasses of their fallen comrades as cover. The massive tyrant corpses littered the battlefield, one bearing a gaping plasma wound, while another tyrant beast roared and trampled over its fallen kin, its limbs smeared with the blood and flesh of its own kind, showing no mercy or hesitation. The starbound soldiers established their positions amidst the remnants of crumbling edifices, unleashing a furious barrage upon the monstrous foes surrounding them. Laser rifles and heavy explosives decimated the tyrant knife bugs and gun bugs that accompanied the beast, scattering their remains across the ground. The creature, undaunted by the Empire's artillery, charged forward. A colossal beast, the size of a building, toppled a leaning structure, roaring as it emerged from the debris, sending rubble flying beneath its thunderous strides as it advanced towards the wall's defenses. Valhalla's warriors, armed with rocket launchers, rose from their trenches, firing missiles that streaked through the air, obliterating the two Tyrant warriors charging alongside the beast. Explosive shells and laser fire swept through the area, annihilating every visible Tyrant creature. The Leman Russ tank rolled up and came to a halt above the trench, its turret replaced with a molten heavy cannon. From behind the shield, the gunner responded to the commander's roar, unleashing a dazzling molten shell that screamed down upon the Tyrant behemoth. The Tyrant swarm continued their relentless assault, surging from every corner, while the starbound warriors steadfastly defended their trenches, countering with rapid fire from explosives, laser beams, and the Empire's formidable weaponry. Countless artillery pieces atop the Lion's Gate walls unleashed their fury upon the heavens and the earth, the bombardment tearing the land asunder, transforming the terrain into a patchwork of craters and devastation. Lieutenant of the Valhalla 242nd Regiment wielded a laser rifle, unleashing a fervent barrage as he bellowed commands to his subordinates. Beside him, a soldier collapsed, writhing in agony as carnivorous worms feasted upon his flesh, those writhing nightmares burrowing into his very being, consuming him inch by inch. The lieutenant raised his weapon, mercifully ending the soldier's suffering. He ducked to evade the oncoming projectiles of the flesh-eating worms, which, lacking digestive organs, crashed against the walls and fell lifelessly after a brief, desperate struggle. As he cursed and prepared to fire again, a colossal beast erupted from the earth before him, its serpentine form crashing heavily into the rear of the trench. The digging python commenced its slaughter, razor-like claws harvesting lives indiscriminately, toppling the multi-armed laser cannons that had stood against the Tyranid assault. In that fleeting moment of halted fire, the nightmarish creatures surged forth, the ripper bugs leaping into the trench, their talons reaping the lives of all within. An unending swarm of insects flooded the trench as the Tyranid monstrosity barreled forward, its last breath colliding with a firing Leman Russ tank, shattering the tank's melting muzzle before expiring. "Retreat! Fall back to the gate," the lieutenant shouted, gunning down a charging ripper bug. He scrambled out from behind the trench, darting past the relentless beast that was harvesting life with impunity. The Astra Militarum soldiers retreated, yet those swift predators pursued, countless valiant warriors falling victim to their hunt. The horde of beasts surged over the trench, the towering monstrosity shaking the ground with its steps as the Astra Militarum forces rushed up the steps toward the elevated platform, where defenders began their counterattack, a barrage of bullets attempting to stave off the encroaching tide of beasts. Survivors ascended the stairs. The lieutenant, upon reaching the first step, turned and shot a ripper bug, but the digging python charged up swiftly, toppling him. He fell to the ground, gazing up at the towering creature, which raised its butcher's knife to claim another life. Yet the lieutenant remained undaunted. He pulled a grenade from his chest, grasping the pin. "For the Emperor," he cried. But just as he yanked the pin, a massive figure descended from above, crushing the digging python's head, blood and flesh splattering in every direction. As the iron foot that landed on its remains took its first step, the towering black giant, armed with a blast cannon, opened fire on the advancing Tyranid creatures, obliterating these nightmares. 3 more giants descended, swiftly blocking the oncoming Tyranid tide. Chainsaw axes and power swords flickered amidst the carnage, severed limbs and flesh scattering everywhere. The lieutenant looked up to see 3 Thunderhawks roaring past, their explosive rounds annihilating the Tyranid monsters along the street, a crimson mist enveloping the area. 2 more giants descended from the Thunderhawks, their colossal forms clad in Terminator armor, thundering to the ground and immediately commencing their slaughter. The storm of blast cannons roared to life after a brief silence. The double-barreled blast cannons decimated the Tyranid creatures surging from the ruins of the street, transforming them into a cloud of blood mist. More elite Space Marine squads descended from the skies, swiftly forming ranks as their blast cannons roared incessantly. Some Space Marines landed directly in the midst of the Tyranid horde, immediately unleashing a torrent of fiery destruction, reducing countless Tyranids to shattered remnants. A towering Tyranid beast barreled into a building, crushing a tank's wreckage, roaring in fury as it charged toward the Space Marines blocking its path. Just as the beast surged forward, demolishing surrounding structures, a Thunderhawk flew overhead, and a blue figure descended, landing upon its nape, clad in a crimson battle cloak. The warrior brandished an energy sword, cleaving a large gash into the beast's neck. The creature let out a roar, crashing into a sturdy building but not succumbing to death. The Space Marine drew a finely crafted blast cannon, aiming at the gaping wound, unleashing a barrage that deepened the injury. He then inserted a melt-a-grenade into the wound, causing the beast to scream in agony as it writhed. Amidst the explosive flames, he landed gracefully, his scarlet cloak billowing as he danced with his blade, swiftly dispatching Tyranid beasts. The powerful warrior, adorned with a centurion helm, carved through the Tyranid swarm, single-handedly halting their advance. A roar caught his attention, and he unsheathed his blade, turning to face the source. There, atop a pile of rubble, stood a Tyranid warrior, brandishing a bone blade and baring its fanged maw at the champion. The Tyranid beast leaped from the debris, charging forward, yet the centurion showed no fear, meeting it head-on as their weapons clashed in close quarters. The Tyranid warrior swung its bone sword repeatedly, but each strike was parried by the centurion. Raising his power sword, he deflected a heavy blow from the Tyranid warrior, an assault that would have shattered a lesser being. But he was no ordinary man. He was Astartes, a lethal weapon forged by the Emperor, the Angel of Death. The champion released one arm, drawing his blast cannon and firing at the Tyranid warrior. The beast howled, staggering backward, providing a fleeting opportunity that the centurion seized. Lieutenant Michael, the Space Marines approached, and he turned to acknowledge his brothers with a nod. Excellent swordsmanship. I have long heard of the Emperor's champions and their prowess, and it is indeed as I have observed, Lance Lothar remarked eagerly, shaking the blood from his knightly sword. Michael waved his iron hand in front of him, gazing at the now-collapsed building. From here, he could see a vast swarm of Tyranids assaulting the Imperial lines, a surging tide of insects stretching across the horizon. We must locate the Tyranid commander and eliminate it. Only then can we buy time for the Imperial forces to regroup, Michael asserted. Agreed, came Vito's voice through their communicators. Surprised, Michael glanced aside. Inquisitor, how fares the situation in the city? Not well, but we can still hold, Vito replied. Approximately 2 kilometers ahead, the Tyranid tyrant resides. Eliminate it. How do you know it is there? Ragnar inquired in astonishment. Does it matter? No, I don't believe it does. Very well, go kill it. Vito's voice cut off, leaving the group exchanging glances before Michael turned to the path ahead. The Inquisitor was as reliable as ever. He had accurately predicted the enemy commander's position during the Battle of Otrima, which allowed them to hold the Arctic fortress. The Emperor's champion drew his sword, pointing it towards the heavens. Brothers, mortal soldiers, march with me in the name of the Emperor. For Otrima. Chapter 43, Frontier of the Empire. Brothers in cooperation, the cerulean power armor stood out starkly amidst the sea of insects. The flickering crimson glow of explosive rounds illuminating the gray-purple expanse of Tyranid swarm. It was a deadly spear formed of blue, green, and gray, piercing deeply into the bodies of the Tyranids like a lethal blade aimed at the heart, steadily advancing the front line into the enemy ranks. The veteran clad in Terminator armor surged forward at full speed through the insect tide, his blue armor shimmering with countless sparks and arcs of ion discharge. The brothers of the battle company followed closely, wielding explosive rounds and chained words, a full company of over 100 Space Marines charging across the battlefield with fervor. They transformed into a lethal spear, the blue giants treading upon the earth, grinding the Emperor's foes into dust. The Thunderhawk gunships and the Imperial Navy's atmospheric fighter squadrons converged, engaging in fierce combat against the Tyranid flying monstrosities amidst the clouds, brilliant flashes of artillery erupting sporadically from within the shroud. Shattered war machines and colossal beasts streaked across the firmament like meteors, engulfed in flames, yet none of this could halt the advance of the sons of Guilliman. Behind them, thousands of mortal warriors followed suit, the Astra Militarum surging forward in a tidal wave of armored might. The thunderous chorus of tank cannons, plasma beams, melta-guns, and explosive machine guns unleashed devastation upon the Tyranid formations. The enemy, undaunted, retaliated with bioplasma from the gunner bugs, blue and green lightning flashing incessantly behind the elite warriors, both sides exerting every ounce of strength in their assaults. The Emperor's champion, draped in a crimson robe, led his deadly spearhead, wielding a power sword that cleaved through the enemy swarm. Flanking him were dozens of Terminator veterans, these towering giants advancing with a stride of destruction. Their storm bolters roared incessantly, heavy chainswords and cutting blades reaping countless alien foes. The standard of the Third Company fluttered proudly amidst the blue ranks. hundreds of space marines safeguarding the glory of their battle flag, ensuring that no loathsome Xenos could approach it. Under the command of Captain Michael, each soldier executed their orders with unwavering resolve, his voice solemn and unquestionable. Even the space marines arriving from other directions obeyed without doubt. For none would dare question a glorious Emperor's champion. For Deathwatch warriors followed closely among their brothers, standing shoulder to shoulder with countless Astartes. Ragnar and Lancelot charged at the forefront, joining the ranks of the bravest and most honored. Bel and Olaf pressed on amongst the remaining brothers. Bel methodically aimed and fired his explosive weapon, while Olaf unleashed his psychic prowess against the Tyranid hordes. Artillery units from the Hive City provided what support they could, heavy guns bombarding the outer wasteland and ruins surrounding the city. Once proud towers and structures had been reduced to rubble, the former urban landscape now a blood-red wasteland. The oceanic horde of Tyranids crashed against the lines of the elite warriors, their flanks and rear being struck relentlessly. Captain Michael understood well that any failure to penetrate the enemy's defenses would only result in a stronger counterattack. As they drew closer to their target, their losses mounted, not only among the mortal warriors of the Astra Militarum, but also among the Astartes, who suffered grievous casualties. The Tyranid counteroffensive became increasingly organized, with massive beasts and shock units continually launching assaults, breaking through the ranks of the elite warriors. The blue spear began to dull and narrow, yet amidst the sea of insects and flames, Michael beheld the target not far ahead, the mastermind of this destruction and death. Upon a bare rocky outcrop within the Tyranid swarm stood the towering Tyranid tyrant, issuing a challenge amidst the throngs of its minions. Countless insects cascading down its flanks like a torrential flood. Michael gazed upward, noticing the colossal shadows accompanying the tide of insects. Several massive beasts, akin to skyscrapers, emerged amidst the swarm, their gaping maws opening wide as they advanced. This was the tyrant's trap, drawing the elite warriors into its midst, deliberately leaving an opening for them to advance, all the while inflicting losses upon the Astartes, ultimately encircling them. The crimson visor of the captain's helmet fixated on the tyrant, whose wrist, bearing a skeletal knife, slightly lifted, its toothy maw slowly opening as if narrating a voiceless victory. "We are isolated and unsupported. We must cease our advance," the commander cried out, yet the captain stood tall, gazing defiantly at the tyrant, gripping his sword tightly and silently staring down the monstrous adversary. The tyrant returned the gaze, but suddenly, something drew its attention. The Tyranid tyrant lifted its head towards the distant enemy obscured by the dust of artillery fire. Imprinted upon its iron feet was the indelible mark of the machine god. As a colossal figure emerged from the fog, Titan, the Titan Legion. 6 hunter titans stepped forth from the mist, their shoulder-mounted lascannon and plasma weaponry unleashing the wrath of the machine god. Flashing beams pierced the skies above the Astartes, striking the colossal beasts below. Several of the monstrous entities collapsed in a cacophony of dust, and amidst the rolling smoke at the Titan's feet, the mechanized cavalry of the Adeptus Mechanicus surged forth. The Sidonian dragon riders burst forth from the haze, crushing the Tyranids before them underfoot, their riders brandishing plasma lances as they plunged into the fray. Behind them came the mini-storm forces, the red-robed acolytes of the machine god flooding from the flanks. Red lightning streaking through the Tyranid ranks, dismantling their offensive. The tyrant roared in anger at the onslaught of the mechanized acolytes, but it had no time for rage. The sound of its heavy iron feet crushing bones reached its acute senses, and it lowered its gaze to witness the blue giants charging forth. Captain Michael swung his sword with the swiftness of lightning, cleaving through the Tyranid foes that attempted to impede his advance, his battle brothers providing immediate support. The Terminator veterans redirected their firepower to clear the area around the captain, a deluge of bullets sweeping away swathes of Tyranid adversaries. The Tyranid veterans charged ahead, blocking any enemies attempting to approach the captain. Michael dashed through the ranks of his brothers, a biocannon-wielding Tyranid emerging from the swarm, aiming its weapon at Michael. Yet, before it could unleash a single shot, it was obliterated by the passing Thunderhawk. All forces within the Astartes battle company reacted swiftly, their speed almost beyond belief. Michael reached the rocky outcrop just as the tyrant leaped down, brandishing its bone blade like a storm. However, the blinding speed of its strikes could not fell the champion. Captain Michael parried the lethal blows and immediately countered. The Emperor's champion's sword clashed against the tyrant's bone blades, sparks flying between them. despite the tyrant wielding two bone swords. It could not inflict a single scratch upon the captain. The red battle robe billowed amidst the flashing blades, the golden embroidery catching the surrounding light, transforming into a radiant arc of brilliance swirling around. Their speed was beyond the comprehension of any mortal, locked in a stalemate with no clear victor. Even the Astartes struggled to perceive the clash, let alone intervene, save for one lone exception. The black-armored knight of Caliban surged forward, his knightly longsword slicing through the air. The tyrant was compelled to divert his bone blade to parry Lancelot's strike, creating an opening for Captain Michael. With a swift motion, Michael retaliated, delivering a deep gash to the tyrant's abdomen. In response, the tyrant roared and whipped its tail, knocking the captain back several paces, though uninjured, as Michael prepared to rise. A monstrous creature descended from the sky, heedless of its completely atrophied legs, crashing down to send the captain sprawling. As Lancelot blocked another attack, the tyrant struck him with the hilt of its bone sword, sending the Caliban knight crashing to the ground. Fragments of his helmet flew as the visor shattered. Yet the tyrant was relentless, kicking him away to crash heavily against the rocky steps. After shattering a large chunk of stone, Lancelot managed to rise with the aid of his sword, only to find the tyrant's grip around his throat, lifting him off the ground. The towering beast, its mouth filled with corrosive fangs, seethed with fury as it gazed into the eyes of the space marine through the shattered visor. Lancelot's azure eyes met the beast's gaze, devoid of fear, embodying the spirit of the son of Lion. Ragnar, strike! Lancelot bellowed. The tyrant turned, astonished, as the space wolf charged forward. Ragnar hurled his chainsaw axe at the tyrant's head, which naturally parried with its bone blade. The axe embedded itself into the stone steps with a thunderous roar. Ragnar, undeterred, lunged forward, drawing a dagger to stab at the tyrant's abdomen, but the creature's powerful claws seized his arms, pinning him down. The tyrant exerted its brute strength, forcing Ragnar to the ground, and loomed over him, raising its bone sword in triumph. Yet, suddenly, its keen senses detected a sound, the chainsaw axe roaring once more. Turning to catch a glimpse of the incapacitated Lancelot, the tyrant's eyes widened in shock as Lancelot pulled the embedded axe from the stone and struck the tyrant squarely in the face. The roaring axe buried itself deep into the tyrant's visage, spewing forth a torrent of blood and shattered armor. The tyrant howled in agony, releasing its grip on Ragnar, who collapsed to the ground as the beast angrily kicked him aside. The tyrant staggered back, yanking the axe from its face, and, in a fit of rage, crushed it underfoot. The tyrant raised its head, its mutilated visage turned towards Lancelot, roaring with fury. It brandished its bone sword, glaring down at the knight who sat exhausted on the ground. Yet Lancelot's gaze remained resolute, devoid of fear, leaving the tyrant perplexed. Suddenly, it seemed to realize something. Swinging its head around in search of attackers like Ragnar. Above, a voice called out. The tyrant looked up, startled, as a blue figure descended from the heights of the rocky steps. The blue giant landed with a thud, driving its blade through the tyrant's skull, causing both the giant and the beast to crash to the ground. The figure, draped in crimson robes, stood tall, pulling its sword from the shattered face of the tyrant. It turned to Lancelot, asking if he could still stand. "My brother of glory," it extended a hand. Lancelot smiled faintly, grasping the offered hand to rise once more. "I have long heard tales of the bravery and fearlessness of the son of Lion, and now I see it to be true," Michael affirmed. Lancelot dusted off his sword, nodding respectfully to the captain. "This honor belongs to you, Captain." "No, my brother, it belongs to us all." "Ah, the father above, my axe is broken again." Ragnar approached, gazing at the mangled chainsaw axe at his feet, and Michael chuckled, patting Ragnar's shoulder. "We shall find you a new one." But for now, Michael and the two warriors turned their attention to the chaotic swarm. With the tyrant's demise, the entire horde descended into turmoil. The Tyranids lost all semblance of control, turning on one another or fleeing in panic. Their collective reasoning, which had rested solely upon the tyrant, was now shattered with its death. The vast swarm disintegrated, and the Astartes and the Astral Knights, alongside the Mechanicus, began their relentless pursuit to slay as many of the creatures as possible. "We must strive to obliterate more of the swarm. Come, brothers. Today shall be a day of glory," Michael declared, brandishing his long sword as he charged forward. "Courage and glory. For Macridge, we march." Ragnar laughed heartily, drawing his dagger and shouting, "For Russ and the father above." He charged forth, quickly dispatching a nearby creature. Lancelot, too, smiled, flexing his arms as he raised his knightly sword. Repent. Your time has come. For the lion. For the emperor. The longsword of the Caliban knight swept through the air. Chapter 44. The Empire's Frontier. A dire situation. Countless anti-aircraft shells soared into the sky from the nest as Chimera anti-aircraft guns, ground-based heavy artillery, and laser artillery arrays ignited the heavens. The entire nest was shrouded in this ominous cloud of death, the fiery clouds illuminating the upper levels and outer structures, with every grand edifice's glass and pristine exterior reflecting a crimson glow. Within the oval hall of the administrative court, flickering flames danced upon the dome and the vast fan-shaped windows, yet the individuals present were far too preoccupied to notice. Everyone here was engaged in a frenetic flurry of activity, operating at full capacity. A myriad of mechanical instruments and communication devices responded ceaselessly. As people surged through the semicircular hall, they hailed from all essential units, the Planetary Defense Force, the Astral Army, the Imperial Navy, and the Mechanized Repair Guild, among others, crammed together, relaying messages in a cacophony of voices and curses. Those coarse and almost savage terms transmitted vital updates on the battlefield, with data clerks swiftly recording them to project onto the Victoria Global War Status Map. Every plea for assistance, troop deployment, and frontline condition was displayed with crystal clarity, fluctuating in tandem with the rising tide of curses as the warfare both on the ground and in orbit intensified. At the opposite end of the hall congregated another group, comprised of personnel from the Ministry of Administration, the Ministry of Justice, and the Nest government, diligently striving to maintain order amidst the chaos. A task no less formidable than the warfare outside the walls. The Nest's interior and exterior were engulfed in battle. The fierce conflict extended far beyond the city walls. According to Vito's generator operational results, hundreds of billions of souls were amassed within the colossal Nest, their basic needs for food, water, and sanitation becoming pressing issues. The specter of war and the rapid depletion of resources had precipitated grave security concerns, leaving the Ministry of Justice beleaguered, while the Ministry of Administration scrambled to provide sustenance and shelter for the populace. Vito gazed at the main screen in the arched hall, which displayed a comprehensive overview of the planet's status. Countless markers and signals flickered across the three-dimensional surface, while a dense constellation of lights twinkled in orbit. His eyes danced between the deluge of information as torrents of data surged before him. Several mechanical aids had already succumbed to the strain, replaced in the process, and the situation showed no signs of abating. A vast array of data was coalescing. The sounds of artillery reverberated outside the hall, shaking the outer walls of the Nest's headquarters. The colorful stained glass panes rattled ominously, as if they were on the verge of shattering. Vito turned his gaze towards a captivating figure seated nearby, Olivia, perched on the command chair of the Galactic Governor, a throne-like seat that bestowed an air of regality upon her. Though she was not truly a queen, for the Empire had but one ruler, the Emperor, Olivia lacked a crown or imperial robe. Instead, she donned a fitted white lace-trimmed blouse and a black corset, her expression one of anxiety and fear as she surveyed the global data from her gilded seat. Vito offered a reassuring smile as he placed his hand upon her shoulder. Olivia looked up at him, clad in the red robes of a judge, a pendant emblazoned with the letter I symbolizing the court hanging from his chest. Standing beside her like a king, Vito exuded calm and authority as he commanded and coordinated the immense influx of data. Each regiment and fleet fell under his stewardship, and thus far, the city had not succumbed to the onslaught over the past 3 days of conflict. However, the situation was far from favorable. Olivia could distinctly observe the holographic map revealing numerous fallen districts. The outer city of the Nest had entirely succumbed, crimson markers encroaching upon the core. Several districts had vanished, their populations swiftly consumed, mirroring the fate of over half the planets within the Victoria system. Olivia recalled the heart-stopping terror she felt upon first witnessing this data, a fear that pierced her very soul. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. Whenever Vito stood beside her, his hand upon her shoulder, an inexplicable sense of safety and trust enveloped her, as if no adversary across the vast galaxies could possibly rival his strength. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself, her rising chest gradually descending. "Have you encountered worse situations before?" she inquired softly. Her voice nearly lost amidst the clamor of the hall, yet Vito heard her clearly. The judge smiled, glancing back at the global data map. "Believe me, my dear, if you have fought as many battles as I have in this galaxy, you would grow accustomed to it. This is not the worst we have faced." As he spoke, He pulled a segment from the data map, revealing a cascade of figures, and pressed a communication icon at the corner of the projection. With a tone imbued with authority and undeniable gravitas, Vito declared, "I shall issue commands, Judge." After a brief silence, a sigh escaped. "I will ensure that, my lord. Live as long as you can in service to the Emperor. As his will dictates. Severe losses, Judge. 4 out of 10 of my regiments have been decimated. 2 entirely obliterated. Though the Astartes have repelled Tyranid assaults, we must abandon the outer defenses and reorganize along the city walls." Vito nodded slightly. "Regarding the battle line depicted on the data map, I have already ordered the Vostronian forces to retreat. Part of them should rendezvous with you. The Tyranids will soon reorganize their offensive. Reinforce the defenses promptly." "Understood, my lord." Vito dismissed the data panel, activating the communicator on his wrist. "Hello, Cole. How goes your situation? Is the cookout proceeding smoothly? If you refer to the Tyranids' cookout and their intention to use us as lunch, then they are on the verge of success. How much longer can you hold out?" "Uncertain. The Navy and Astartes fleets have temporarily halted the swarm, but their numbers are overwhelming. In a war of attrition, we will surely lose. Thankfully, our prior retreat and the timely destruction of some resources have prevented the Tyranids from receiving sufficient biomass. If the Emperor favors us, we may deplete them before they seize the planet. What of the ground situation? Half the nest is lost. We are organizing defenses at the core. Fortunately, not a single Tyranid spore pod has yet breached our position. We must find a solution, Vito, or it will inevitably lead to our demise. I am aware. You have a plan, do you not? I can discern the tone of your voice. Are you so certain? We have been partners for over a decade. I know when you are confident and when you possess a plan that is fraught with danger." Cole sighed. "Do you believe your plan is feasible?" "I do. Best of luck, my friend." "Good luck to you as well." Olivia observed Vito resting his hand upon his arm, the judge lowering his gaze to meet the anxious eyes of the governor. He smiled, gently caressing her porcelain cheek. "Do not fret, dear. This is not my first time fighting such a battle. I have engaged in many city defense conflicts, and on one occasion, it was particularly harrowing. More so than this. More severe? Yes, the circumstances then were more precarious, yet I had friends assisting me, 3 of them, to be precise. Together, we held the city and ensured that all was not lost." Vito, with a swift gesture, slid the data panel aside. Olivia gazed out at the tumult of cannon fire. The foundational turbo laser cannon discharged once more, its crimson light illuminating half of the command hall. The red glow caressed Vito's visage. Yet the adjudicator's expression remained as composed as ever. Olivia watched the fading brilliance of the red light outside, momentarily enveloped in silence. "What was it like the last time you battled with Tyran?" "The last time? At Markulag. That was the Empire's first encounter with Tyran. I fought alongside the extreme warriors against the swarms. Commander Karga and everyone else held steadfast at the polar positions. It was far more brutal and desperate. Several times, I believed the position would fall, especially during Karga's duel with the tyrant, after he was gravely injured and sent to a ship in orbit. All command fell upon my shoulders. At that moment, I was left with only Michael and Sikalios, the 2 remaining commanders directing the Arctic defense. Just as it is now, the heavy foundational laser cannons continued their relentless fire, while Tyran struck our position like a tsunami. It was a war steeped in despair, at least as we perceived it then. But you all survived. You're still here, including the commander. Indeed, we all lived to tell the tale, even Sikalios. By the Emperor, he managed to survive as well." Olivia tilted her head, a hint of surprise in her gaze. "You seem regretful. Aren't you pleased that the 2nd lieutenant is still alive?" Vito offered a wry smile. "My dear, if you were to spend a few days with Sikalios, you would likely contemplate delivering him a bullet to silence his incessant chatter. But ultimately, yes, we triumphed. Markulag did not fall. Through a series of gallant sacrifices and decisive battles, we emerged victorious. Thus, my dear, we shall not perish here today." He smiled, placing a reassuring hand on Olivia's shoulder. "The Emperor does not intend for me to meet my end just yet. Many are in the same boat, so victory shall be ours." Olivia, returning his smile, nestled her head against Vito's waist as he gently cradled the governor's head in his hands. She closed her eyes, seemingly casting aside the cacophony of war and turmoil, leaving only their shared world. "How many years have you lived amidst war?" Vito sighed deeply, a myriad of thoughts flickering in his eyes. "To be honest, I have forgotten. I've even lost track of my age. How could that be? My dear, if you, like me, have endured for centuries, or even longer, time loses its significance. You see, Once your life extends beyond a century, the details begin to blur. Olivia smiled with her eyes closed, a genuine smile finally gracing her face. So, I am sharing a bed with a man of several centuries? Vito chuckled. Old. I still consider myself quite youthful, at least in my own eyes. Regardless of how time flows, my spirit and optimistic nature remain forever young. Indeed, Olivia replied with a laugh. Vito then turned his attention to a newly appeared data panel, displaying a series of crimson lines, the migration and evacuation routes of refugees. Survivors had gathered within the inner walls of the nest, awaiting either redemption or annihilation. There was a new marker denoting an arriving crowd, moving at a painfully slow pace, and, regrettably, it appeared to include some of the planetary defense forces. If Vito recalled correctly, he had commanded this unit to hold their ground. Well, that is not entirely surprising. Morale is shattered, and hearts are scattered. Vito remarked with a hint of jest as he dismissed the data panel. He playfully patted Olivia's head, her enchanting eyes opening to meet his gaze. My dear Governor, we ought to uplift their spirits. Uplift? You mean? No, I do not intend to use explosive weaponry for motivation. I am not like my peers. Vito took Olivia's hand, and she rose from her throne, looping her arm around his. Vito smiled as they gazed out at the chaos of artillery fire. Shall we take a stroll? Your choice of rendezvous location and timing is, as always, quite unique. Indeed. Vito chuckled as he and Olivia made their way to the rear doors of the command center, while outside, explosions continued to flicker amidst the clouds. Yes, this was hardly a favorable moment for anything. Here, too, the throng was dense, yet not with faith and devotion, but with dread, utter dread. These panicked refugees were gathered here, vociferously cursing, huddled together like sardines with their meager belongings and children. Exacerbating the situation, the armored vehicles constricted the already limited space. These armored vehicles, which should have been on the front lines, were parked here, their horns blaring incessantly, demanding that the crowd disperse. Armed soldiers were brutally shoving aside any refugees who obstructed their path. The people loudly denounced their weakness and treachery, but the desperate soldiers paid no heed. They were fleeing towards the heart of the hive city. The leading officer, stationed atop a Chimera armored vehicle, waved his arms and bellowed, urging those in the way to clear a path, but they were unable to comply, as everyone sought entry into the core city. Explosions echoed intermittently in the vicinity, and the burning sky flickered above the crowd. This, coupled with the fear, engendered chaos, and the soldiers began to advance more aggressively. A guardsman, wielding a lost gun, forcefully shoved a pregnant woman with the butt of his weapon. She lost her balance and stumbled backward, but was caught by someone. Thank you. See. The pregnant woman turned to express her gratitude, but her words caught in her throat as she beheld the pendant on his chest, an eye crafted from rubies. Vito assisted the pregnant woman, then gestured for her to step aside. She and the other refugees promptly cleared a path, allowing Vito to confront the terrified soldiers directly. They gazed at the Inquisitor with a look of pure terror. The Governor-General stood beside him, the two of them without bodyguards or escorts. Yet the Inquisitor alone exuded the presence of an entire legion. He approached, scrutinizing each of the fearful soldiers. Their inner trepidation was etched upon their faces. The Inquisitor's cold gaze felt like a razor scraping across their hearts. Lieutenant, do you recall the history of Victoria? Vito inquired, standing before the Chimera. The lieutenant, no longer overbearing, stammered, unable to utter a coherent word. Vito smiled and addressed the surrounding soldiers and refugees. Then allow me to refresh your memory. The first colonists of Victoria were descendants of the heroic legions who reclaimed a significant portion of the Ultima Segmentum from the Greenskins during the Beast Wars. Your ancestors, centuries ago, fought against the greenskin tide that swept across the galaxy, battling under the command of the Primarch Vulcan, the Lord of Drakes. Guided by the light of the Emperor, consigning countless greenskin foes to the galactic junkyard. Vito observed the faces before him. The soldiers exchanged glances, while the refugees murmured amongst themselves. And you, their descendants, stand here, members of the Guard who are supposed to protect the people of this planet, pushing, cursing, and nearly causing harm to an unborn child. Vito drew the bolt pistol from his belt, instantly eliciting screams from the crowd. The lieutenant and the guardsmen before him turned ashen. As an Inquisitor, my duty dictates that I should execute you cowards, here and now. Vito's finger rested on the trigger as he surveyed the craven soldiers and deserters. But Vito's expression abruptly turned grave. He swiftly raised his pistol and fired a shot. A violent burst of bolt gunfire erupted overhead, and a figure crashed into the crowd. As one of the nearest individuals approached to investigate, the creature suddenly raised its head and, with a roar, tore the person to shreds. Screams and terror exploded through the crowd as people scattered in all directions, many falling to the ground and being trampled to death. Countless unfortunates were instantly killed, their blood and flesh splattered across the walls and road. The monster rose and turned towards Vito, roaring incessantly. "What is that monster?" a soldier shouted, raising his gun to aim. Vito grabbed his shoulder. "Ricket, get out of here." Vito shoved the soldier aside, but not everyone was as fortunate. Ricket charged forward, his claws instantly tearing apart several soldiers who were firing at him in a panic. A Tyrannid lictor, a deadly assassin of the swarm, had silently traversed the defenses and arrived in the war zone. Its purpose was singular, as with all assassins, to eliminate the leader. The lictor struck at Vito with lightning speed, its claws aimed at his face. But Vito swiftly drew his chainsword. The roaring, gold-red chainsword clashed against the claws, sending sparks flying. Vito blocked the lictor's right claw with one arm. Vito rolled aside, evading the Tyrannid's sweeping claw attack. The Inquisitor raised a small, almost imperceptible shield, deflecting the Tyrannid assassin's slashing blow. To onlookers, it appeared as though the Tyrannid's claw had simply been blocked by the chainsword. But the Tyrannid looked at Vito in surprise and retreated a few steps. Olivia cursed and drew her last pistol, but Vito loudly rebuked her. "Don't waste ammunition. It won't kill it, only enrage it. Darling, do me a favor and evacuate these refugees." Vito drew his chainsword and slashed at the lictor's wrist. Fragments of bone armor sprayed in all directions, but it leaped backward, maintaining distance before its flesh could be cut. The lictor's body crawled on the ground for a few steps before gradually turning transparent. Its form vanished completely, eliciting gasps and screams from those nearby. "It can turn invisible." "Stop shouting, Olivia. Get them out of here." Vito raised his chainsword, as if knowing the lictor's location, and precisely blocked the assassin's descending blade. Olivia immediately began directing the soldiers to evacuate the refugees. Everyone began to flee in haste, but Olivia fired a shot into the air, halting them. "Stop running around. Corporal, organize a retreat. All you idiots with guns, raise your weapons and form a line. What are you looking at? Move." Vito watched as the soldiers, spurred by Olivia's shouts, began to organize a defense. They formed a cordon, organized the refugees to retreat, and directed the armored vehicle drivers to block the road. Everyone began to move in an orderly fashion, and Olivia continued to shout and direct. Vito watched her with satisfaction. "Indeed, my good girl." Vito turned and swung his chainsword, deflecting an invisible attack. The chainsword, emblazoned with the Imperial Aquila, struck the lictor's blade, sending sparks flying across the blood-soaked ground. The lictor's face appeared before Vito, its forked tongue writhing. Then, suddenly, the lictor leaped backward and vanished completely. Vito stood calmly before the chimera, chainsword in hand. His eyes showed no fear. The lieutenant on the armored vehicle, however, was terrified, brandishing his las gun and looking around like a madman. The monster moved silently, without sound or impact. Its massive body and claws left no trace on the ground, as if it were a spectral phantom. Vito narrowed his eyes, as if searching for something. Then, he suddenly turned and pointed his bolt pistol towards the lieutenant. "Get down, now." The lieutenant obeyed the command, almost instinctively leaping from the armored vehicle. The explosive round roared, striking directly at Licket's face. In that moment, the monstrosity emerged within the realm of visibility, crashing against the armored vehicle, roaring fiercely before swiftly rising and leaping down, its massive form overwhelming Vito. Licket collided with the front side of the chimera, crashing into the muzzle of the coaxial machine gun. Vito gestured abruptly, causing the cockpit hatch to swing open, revealing the bewildered operator beneath. Vito pointed and shouted, "Fire." The operator immediately squeezed the trigger, and the coaxial machine gun erupted with thunderous roars, unleashing a barrage of explosive rounds upon Licket until a horrifying gaping hole was blasted through its chest. The beast continued to roar, lifting its head, its long, slender, forked tongue protruding grotesquely, when suddenly, its head exploded. Dark purple brain matter spraying everywhere and coating the front of the chimera. The viscous brain matter splattered onto the driver, who, in terror, gazed at Vito through the windshield, his wrist extending towards a plasma cannon, crackling with arcs of ion lightning dancing along his arm. The judge surveyed the smoking corpse of the creature before him, its face reduced to a puddle of plasma, entirely dissolved and shattered, leaving behind a pitiful corpse. Suddenly, the communicator on Vito's wrist crackled to life. He raised his wrist, and the voice emerged immediately. "My lord, Tyran from the underground street is calling. We can barely hold on. The Emperor is coming. We need reinforcements. Right now?" "Understood, Major. Have your men hold their ground. I'll bring my forces shortly," Vito replied. "As you command, my lord. May the Emperor protect you. He should be protecting you now," Vito remarked as he switched off the communicator. As the sounds of battle faded, refugees and soldiers emerged from either side of the armored vehicle, making their way to the center of the avenue, astonished by Lickett's lifeless body. They whispered among themselves, while Olivia approached from the crowd, gazing at the mangled corpse. "Are you injured?" she inquired. Vito smiled and gently touched her face. "First, concern yourself with your own safety and the others." Climbing atop the armored vehicle, he stood upon the turret of the Chimera, surveying the gathering crowd below. Among them was the lieutenant, who had readjusted his cap and approached, while the tank crew emerged from the front hatch, seated on the sloped armor, gazing up at Vito. "This is Tyran biology. You see it now. And as you can see, it is dead," Vito stated, pointing at the monstrosity. "This abomination can be killed. Those outside can be slain as well. Yes, their numbers are vast and boundless, and your bullets may not match their quantity." Vito looked at the crowd, their eyes fixed upon the judge, filled with hope and admiration. Gazing upon a hero. For 10 millennia of the Empire, every battle has been fought this way, against countless monstrous fiends for 1,000 years, and opposing them are humans. You, mere humans, not the Astartes outside. Vito proclaimed loudly. "We are fragile, weak and ineffectual, our flesh crumbling before great power, yet we have held our ground. We have defended the Empire for 10,000 years. Damn it, a full 10,000 years. We have triumphed. If you wish to run, then flee. Each of us shall perish, whether today or in days to come. But consider, when you stand before the Emperor, will you bow your head in shame, telling him you accomplished nothing? Or will you stand tall among the countless heroes of the Empire and declare, 'I died like a hero'?" All eyes were fixed on Vito. The judge raised his chain's word to the sky. "Damn the aliens. Who will join me in kicking their asses?" With a resounding cheer, countless guns and fists were raised. The roar of applause thundered, and Olivia stood amidst a crowd of exhilarated soldiers and revitalized refugees, gazing up at Vito on the vehicle's roof, her smile blossoming as she looked at him. "This is my king, our hero." Chapter 46. The Empire's Frontier. Section 44. The Hunter and the Prey. The searing red beams from laser guns swept across the streets, illuminating the dark lower levels of the Hive City with an array of laser flashes. Scarlet beams erupted continuously from the barrels of the weapons, as the retreating soldiers of the defense forces fired their triggers in a frantic bid to survive. They fled towards the colossal archway at the end of the enclosed street, some rolling and crawling in their desperate attempts to escape. Behind them, a barrage of laser beams and Tyran biological projectiles rained down upon the fleeing figures. Those struck tumbled to the ground, their agonized cries silenced as they were devoured by the flesh-eating beetles. At the opposite end of the street, the Genestealer cultists, armed with Imperial weaponry, advanced alongside their filthy kin. The roaring Tyran creatures surged towards them, breaking forth from the tunnels, with the armored Tyran beasts leading the charge, trampling the panicked soldiers in their wake. The monstrous beasts burst forth from the archway at the street's end, nearing the orbital elevator's position within the underground hall. Two soldiers emerged from behind sandbags, hefting a rocket launcher as they aimed at the approaching beasts and pulled the trigger. The roaring rocket struck the creature, yet the Tyran beast pressed on through the explosion, countless laser beams and plasma blasts striking its armored form. Its black carapace melted and was perforated by the relentless assault, transforming its body into a colossal hive of destruction. With its last ounce of strength, the beast collided with a supporting pillar, sending the towering stone column crashing down upon a roaring dual laser cannon. Thick smoke billowed instantly, and amidst the swirling dust, countless Tyran soldiers surged forth, flooding out from the haze. Their overwhelming numbers swiftly engulfed the frontline positions that had yet to react. Sandbags were toppled, and soldiers were mercilessly slaughtered. The survivors began to flee, but their speed was undeniably outmatched by the specialized Tyran organisms. At the final defense line of the orbital elevator, heavy explosive machine guns roared to life, obliterating a significant number of Tyran soldiers. However, from the still thickening cloud of dust emerged a massive beast, roaring with a swirling maw, its jaws snapping ominously as it charged forward. The defense forces, in desperation, unleashed all their firepower upon the beast. Yet its specialized armored head withstood the explosive rounds and plasma fire. As the creature bore down on their position, despair washed over the soldiers as they beheld its approaching maw. Just as the machine gunners braced themselves to face death, a horrific roar resonated before them. The soldiers peered over their sandbags at the creature, which writhed in agony, its crown of armor ignited by blue flames. Another plasma round struck its back, searing through flesh and causing it to bellow in pain. The soldiers glanced at a work ladder against the wall, where planetary defense troops emerged from a circular elevated platform. These militia fighters, fueled by immense courage, charged forth with potentially explosive plasma and thermal weapons. Without hesitation, they set up their arms and opened fire, unleashing a torrent of fire from above that rained down upon the hall, causing the tyrant beasts to fall like autumn leaves. Plasma and thermal fireballs erupted amidst their ranks, while rockets soared skyward, trailing plumes of smoke. The sound of the Planetary Defense Forces elevator echoed through the hall as it descended steadily, the gates opening amidst flashing warning lights. Yet, before the gates could fully open, laser beams shot forth from within. The squad leader observed a large group of planetary defense soldiers pouring out, rapidly dispersing to unleash a ferocious assault upon the oncoming tyrant horde. Laser beams sliced through the air like a torrential downpour, striking the tyrant swarms and their shameful kin with relentless fury. The squad leader rose, laser gun in hand, watching the heroic local militia advance fearlessly from the platform. Their battle cries surged, drowning out the roars of the tyrant beasts. Among them, a figure emerged from the elevator, a man draped in a crimson cloak. The squad leader's expression shifted to astonishment as he immediately stood at attention, saluting the esteemed adjudicator. "I did not expect the regiment to send you to our aid. You have other matters to attend to. The entire lower hive has been breached by these vile creatures. I must ascertain the location of their mastermind," Vito declared as he stepped down from the platform, joining the squad leader. He gestured towards the machine gunner, indicating the tunnel exit ahead. Vito tilted his head slightly before waving his hand, prompting a soldier with a rocket launcher to appear at his side. The rocket soared through the battlefield's dust, crashing into the tunnel, followed by a deafening explosion that plunged everything into silence. The soldiers ceased firing, and the tide of beasts emerging from the dim tunnel came to an abrupt halt. Yet, everyone understood that the Tyrant were merely regrouping, not vanquished. Can you believe it? Wiping out the Tyrant is as fanciful as drinking counterfeit wine, Vito mused, surveying the hall strewn with Tyrant remains, their corpses and shattered carapaces littering the ground. Vito shrugged slightly, drawing his explosive gun. He waved his arm forward, signaling everyone to follow. The defense soldiers complied, and soon the orbital elevator completed its task, reopening the gates. The squad leader watched in astonishment as another entire squad of defense soldiers emerged, some even clad in civilian attire, but armed nonetheless. "Adjudicator, how many reinforcements have you brought?" the squad leader inquired, while Vito moved towards the tunnel entrance, leading a large contingent of soldiers. "All who are retreating. It is time for us to counterattack. Will you join me?" Vito asked, brandishing his explosive gun. Boots adorned with silver plates traversed the cold bodies of the fallen tyrant. These fearsome creatures now lay lifeless, their vitality extinguished. The flash of the explosive gun flickered briefly as the large caliber round shattered the torso of a gun beetle, splattering blood onto the leg of the shooter, who irritably brushed it off. Vito stood amidst the carnage, surrounded by his soldiers scavenging the weapons of the fallen. The resilience of the tyrant was formidable, with nearly all exhibiting considerable regenerative capabilities. Thus, one must ensure their complete demise. Vito glanced at the squad leader, raising an eyebrow. "So soon?" "Indeed, sir. Our forces have counterattacked swiftly. I suspect the tyrant believed further assault was futile and chose to retreat, based on our experiences in Gravelex. The tyrant retreat when the biomass lost in an offensive outweighs the biomass gained," the squad leader explained. Vito paused, observing the tyrant corpses lining the underground street. One of the knife beetles riddled with massive blood holes, its death a ghastly sight. He turned to regard the empty tunnel, using the stock of his explosive gun to scratch his chin before retrieving an ornate silver pocket watch from his breast pocket, glancing at the ticking mechanical clock within. Before Vito could finish his thought, a shriek pierced the air. The squad leader immediately raised his weapon, aiming towards the rear as several hulking bipedal beasts surged from the pile of tyrant corpses, wielding bone blades and slaughtering the surrounding defense soldiers with ferocity. The ventilation fan blades above the underground street crashed to the ground, shattered by the beasts that leaped from above as they rapidly swiped their claws, cutting down any soldier who dared to resist. In a mere few seconds, all the soldiers accompanying Vito perished, leaving only the squad leader alive. In a state of panic, he raised his laser gun to aim, but the beasts barely flinched. The beams of the laser merely polished the black-purple exoskeletons. "My Lord Judge, we have been ambushed," the squad leader exclaimed. Yet, Vito shrugged nonchalantly. "Yes, I am aware it is an ambush. Frankly, I am surprised we ventured so deep before encountering it." "What?" the squad leader queried. Vito casually shook his explosive gun. "You see, I was ambushed by a lycat on the surface. That beast failed. It charged directly at me, undoubtedly signaling the Terran fleet's intention to decapitate the local Imperial head in a bid to dismantle the core of the Empire's defensive forces. And after the lycat's failure, they will surely attempt again, possibly in places I would rather they not appear, such as the governor's bedroom. I am not accustomed to slaughtering vermin while exposed before charming ladies, so I decided to grant them a chance to confront me in a locale of my choosing. And here we are." As Vito spoke, he closed his eyes, compelled to do so as the remnants of the squad leader's exploded head smeared half his face. Sighing, Vito wiped away the blood and flesh. "Could you allow me to finish?" he said, exasperated, glancing at the colossal entity drifting through the tunnel. It was a creature with severely degenerated limbs, yet possessed a long tail. Its massive head drooped upon its shoulders, verging on deformity. But do not underestimate this creature due to its grotesque appearance, for arcs of electricity flickered across its form, the cause of the squad leader's demise. Vito whistled, observing the insect-like creature with interest while disregarding several Terran warriors poised to strike. "Ah, Brainbug, you do hold me in high regard. It seems your fleet's creatures are aware of my psychic abilities, yes? I do appreciate your capacity for information sharing. Were it not for the proximity of the untouchables, which gives me a headache, I would almost wish to take one along." Vito sighed, rubbing his neck in resignation. "This is why I prefer to engage with adversaries capable of rational thought. At least they allow me to finish my thoughts. Well, perhaps not always, but certainly the psychic race does, even if I find their riddles tiresome." As Vito raised a finger and gave it a slight shake, suddenly, the bone knife in the warrior's hand slipped free, and the warrior stared in disbelief as it plunged into his abdomen. The bone knife, controlled by an unseen hand, moved on its own, cleaving the warrior in half. After the warrior collapsed, the knife continued to batter his face until it was a bloody pulp, finally clattering to the ground. Several Terran warriors exchanged glances, retreating a step while raising their bone knives, issuing furious roars. The brain bug emitted a shrill scream, unleashing a brilliant arc of electricity from its head. The lightning surged towards Vito, but suddenly collided with a barrier just 2 steps away, erupting in a flash and enveloping Vito in a cascade of crackling energy. The blinding light obscured all vision, and in that moment of blindness, a claw lunged from the radiance. Vito regarded the claw and swiftly used his psychic energy to sever it. The warrior screeched in agony. Yet another warrior appeared from the opposite side, brandishing 2 bone knives aimed at Vito's neck. However, Vito merely glanced at the warrior, and an invisible fist struck it, shattering its hardened exoskeleton. The beast was sent flying, crashing into the wall. Multiple warriors emerged simultaneously, launching a whirlwind attack with knives and claws. Yet their sharp strikes halted precisely inches from Vito, all deftly suspended in midair. Drawing his chainsaw sword, the moment the blade glinted, Terran heads tumbled to the ground, their towering bodies collapsing in a cacophony. "Do you comprehend how difficult it is to wash away the sin of blood? Do you realize I have a wartime date tonight?" Vito remarked, walking towards the brain bug, stepping over the corpses along the way. The brain bug emitted a piercing shriek, but Vito chuckled, hands clasped behind his head. "Didn't he expect this, did you? It's only when I must eliminate a formidable foe that I employ my psychic abilities, so consider it a compliment." With that, Vito's eyes glowed with a golden light, and a wave of psychic energy crashed against the brain bug's protective shield, illuminating it entirely. The brain bug flailed its nearly useless forelimbs, screaming in distress. A barrage of white lightning struck towards Vito, yet he strolled calmly toward the brain bug, the bolts disintegrating upon impact with the chaotic ground before him. The earth shattered, and a shockwave surged forth, obliterating every corpse in its path, be they Terran or human, into mere chunks of flesh. Nevertheless, the force was swiftly dismantled by the shield, scattering the corpses around Vito. The brain bug screeched, bombarding Vito with various psychic attacks. All in vain. He approached the shield, traced a small sigil with his finger, and then flicked it against the shield's surface. In an instant, the entire barrier shattered explosively. The brain bug let out an infantile wail, its horrifying scream capable of instilling dread in anyone, but Vito merely rubbed his ears in annoyance and raised a hand, swiping downward, causing the brain bug to crash to the ground like a meteor. Vito pressed down firmly on the brain bug's massive head, pinning it to the earth, and smiled at the creature, which gazed back with its tiny eyes. You see, I used myself as bait to catch a fish, and the quality of the bait determines the caliber of the catch. I consider my offering capable of yielding fine prey. Ah, of course, not you. Do not get excited. I refer to the queen currently watching the show inside your head. Vito then withdrew a shimmering purple crystal from his pocket, a radiant gem twinkling with peculiar dust, each particle flickering like a star. Or perhaps, they were indeed stars. Oh, dear Lily, I hope your sister. Damn, is she your sister, or yourself? Ah, never mind. I hope your promise regarding this trinket holds true. Vito crushed the crystal, and the stardust swiftly infiltrated his ears and nostrils. His eyes sparkled, mirroring the golden glow in the brain bug's eyes as it continued to scream. Vito's consciousness surged into the Terran's network of wills, a vast, distorted, and eternally ravenous entity, as immense as the galaxy itself. Amidst the endless consciousness and the relentless howls of the beasts, Vito tore through the crimson veil, ripping a small opening in the colossal will's surface. He beheld what lay beyond, a singular, pure white Terran, possessing a massive ovipositor, countless arms thrashing and howling as they gazed at Vito through the curtain. I found you, he whispered, and in an instant, the curtain closed. The myriad tendrils of the massive Terran consciousness lunging toward Vito. As the first tendril neared him, a multitude of shimmering star fragments erupted around him, encasing him like a diamond-shaped mirror. The tyrant brainworm screamed as its head erupted instantaneously, resembling a grotesque flesh bomb that sprayed blood all over Vito, drenching him in crimson. Damn it, Vito cursed, retreating several steps while staring at his blood-soaked attire, pondering how long it would take to wash this off. He vociferously cursed again and delivered a fierce kick to the corpse of the brainworm. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his head, prompting him to instinctively press his temple. Damn, it hurts like hell. This thing can't even numb the pain? What a shoddy product. At least I reaped a significant reward. He crouched down, gazing into the eyes of the tyrant warrior with a smile. Don't worry, by the way, I happen to know where your queen is. She'll be coming to rendezvous soon. The tyrant let out a fierce howl, and Vito rose to his feet, drawing his explosive round gun and shattering its head with a single shot. Chapter 47. The border of the Empire. The end approaches. A tumultuous sea of beasts churned beneath the city walls, while the towering bastion of the citadel stood steadfast and resilient. The void shield generators on its surface fortified the walls against the relentless onslaught of the Tyranid catastrophe. Day and night, the orbital weapons stationed atop the walls unleashed a barrage of firepower, their concentrated artillery raining destruction upon the land. Once, from this vantage point, one could behold the vast architectural marvels beyond, towering spires and Gothic edifices that reached towards the heavens. Yet now, all of that had vanished. Crimson earth stretched to the horizon, shrouded by an ocean composed of nightmarish beasts that surged against the protective barriers like a relentless tide. Colossal war beasts mounted continuous assaults, battering the shield with their massive forms and biological artillery, causing the void shield to flicker with ominous light above Olaf's head. The old wolf's grizzled beard and hair were illuminated by the array of colors as he gazed into the inferno below. Not far off, automated turrets stationed along the walls were firing in unison, while the thunderous roars of colossal fortress cannons echoed through the air. Despite the valiant efforts of the Imperial forces and the countless munitions produced by the Mechanicus, they could not vanquish these beasts. They came in endless waves, and no matter how fiercely they fought, the soldiers could inflict no meaningful damage. Beyond the galaxy, far from the Emperor's light, innumerable swarms of these monstrous fleets were advancing, their insatiable tendrils stretching into the darkness, heralding inevitable destruction. This was a grim reality. Anyone who learned of it and grasped the horror of the Tyranids would succumb to despair and collapse. Yet the Astartes would not. They were the Emperor's angels of death, unacquainted with fear. Is everything well? Asked Olaf Bell, stepping forward, blood splattered across his armor. Though it was not unusual for a medic to be stained in such a manner, Olaf knew that the blood on Bell was not from healing his brethren. The extreme warrior medic approached Olaf, both gazing down at the tumultuous tide of beasts. They beheld the gray-red frenzy, witnessing the roars and howls of the tyrannid monstrosities. Whenever I contemplate the formidable adversaries encircling the Empire, my brother, I cannot help but feel apprehensive for our fellow humans, Olaf remarked, his white beard fluttering in the warm breeze. The galaxy was fraught with peril. A millennium had passed, and we still stood at the forefront, battling the Emperor's foes. Yet tranquility and peace seemed perpetually out of reach, as the galaxy was consumed by eternal war and destruction. Perhaps, brother, but there has never been a truly peaceful era for human civilization. Since the ancient Terra, our species has been intertwined with conflict, Bel replied, removing his helmet to reveal a strikingly handsome visage, an undeniable son of Macrich. We slay one another, we fight against external enemies, yet through war, human civilization has thrived and grown. For thousands of years, this has been our path. Indeed so, my glorious brother, affirmed Captain Michael, who approached with his centurion helmet in hand, flanked by the bloodied Lancelot and Ragnar. Although the galaxy was riddled with warfare, and death and destruction seemed omnipresent, there were pockets of resilience. At this moment, our homeland of Macrich was recovering from the tyrannid catastrophe, and the greater Ultramar sector was flourishing. Captain Michael gazed at the gray-red tide, raising his iron arm to point towards the horizon and the distant cosmos. As we endure the tyrannid assault, countless imperial worlds are advancing. Our suffering and warfare serve as the foundation for their progress. Civilization, art, and reason persist within the Empire, tenaciously sprouting despite their fragility. I believe they shall flourish and, one day, enable humanity to attain the heights envisioned by the Emperor. It is precisely for this reason that we, the Emperor's Iron Guard, shall forever wage war across countless worlds. Do not doubt or despair, my battle brothers. It is through our struggle and sacrifice that the ember of hope continues to burn within the Empire, allowing it to thrive in the myriad worlds that remain peaceful. Michael's voice resonated with conviction, reminiscent of a learned scholar. As the captain of the extreme warriors, he was evidently well-versed in various fields, unlike other chapters. As the extreme warriors placed great emphasis on spiritual cultivation, though not all favored such an approach. Ragnar growled impatiently, swinging a makeshift chainsword. I detest such flowery rhetoric. We need only to grasp our purpose. The Emperor demands us to combat the myriad foes. Yet we must not forget our purpose and our reason for existence. Bel replied sternly, raising his arm. It is precisely because some brothers have forgotten our objective and what the Emperor truly requires of us, that rebellion and treachery arise. We cannot forget that our superhuman forms are pledged to the Emperor's grand endeavor, and his demands have never wavered, to seek the welfare of humanity as a whole. You must not lose sight of this, Ragnar. If I recall correctly, this truth originates from the great draconic Lord Vulcan. Indeed, Captain, as the Emperor's sons have declared, came the reply. Olaf, also from the Wolf chapter but far more composed, nodded in agreement, casting an approving glance at his battle brother. Ragnar, however, scratched his head in boredom. I can't fathom you lot. I'll focus on slaying enemies while you ponder philosophy. Before Ragnar could finish, an object hurtled from the sky, crashing heavily onto the streets behind the walls. Several Astartes approached the edge of the battlements to investigate. Meanwhile, a few soldiers of the Planetary Defense Force, who had been resting, cautiously approached, weapons drawn. Two of them peered into the massive crater, only to recoil in terror, raising their lost guns and firing wildly below. In an instant, they were torn to shreds by dozens of tyrannid beasts that emerged from the pit. A swarm of tyrannid creatures surged forth, and countless spore pods plummeted from the sky, birthing an unending tide of tyrannid monsters, akin to newborns breaking free from their shells. Yet these newborns swiftly descended into frenzied slaughter, overwhelming the streets near the inner walls with chaos, gunfire, and screams that echoed throughout the city. Bel stared in shock at the turbulent sky above, where fiery spore pods streaked down like meteors amidst the dense, ominous clouds. Despite the anti-aircraft guns firing furiously, their sheer numbers rendered them ineffective, revealing the grim truth of the situation. The space battle had been lost. The swarm had escalated its deployment. Bel immediately deduced the dire circumstances, but this was not a concern for Captain Kymel at this moment. The captain donned his Centurion helmet and activated his communicator. This is Captain Kymel. All Astartes and valiant warriors, heed my command. Abandon the walls and outer defenses. Retreat to the inner city. Quickly. After receiving swift confirmation, the captain nodded affirmatively to his brothers, who promptly began moving along the battlements, as spore pods screamed down from either side. Their writhing tendrils and immense bodies crashing through buildings, some even colliding with the walls themselves. The surviving mortal soldiers joined their ranks, arriving at the ground level via an elevator that flickered ominously with a red glow. As the hatch of the orbital lift opened, they found themselves plunged into yet another hellish landscape. The street was teeming with tyrannid beasts, voraciously gnawing and tearing at the corpses of the fallen. A cacophony of anguished cries and screams echoed through the air, and it was not long before the tyrannids took notice of the newcomers emerging from the lift. Chimere was the first to raise his explosive pistol, firing with precision. The explosive round shattered the skull of the first tyrannid, prompting Astartes and mortals alike to unleash a torrent of firepower. Their swift onslaught felled dozens of beasts almost instantaneously. Yet, from the far end of the street, hundreds of tyrannids surged forth, wreaking havoc and destruction in their wake, leaving only death and blood in their path. Move. Advance. The sergeant bellowed, continuing to fire as he drew his power sword and led the charge. The champion swordsman's keen blade danced between the creatures, dispatching them with lethal grace. The others swiftly followed, with Ragna and Lancelot at the forefront, utilizing chains words and power swords to carve a path through the chaos. The mortal guard pressed close behind, firing as they advanced, though some fell victim to the ravenous, flesh-boring beetles, while others were unexpectedly overwhelmed and torn apart by the knife worms. Yet they pressed onward, bolstered by warriors from every corner joining their breakout team. Fighters from Vostroya, Valhalla, and local regiments melded into the throng, the colors of gray-green and crimson dominating the ensemble. At the forefront and flanks, the various battle brothers of the Astartes responded to Chimere's call, advancing with iron resolve, their explosive firearms and chainswords roaring in unison. The death angels of the Emperor moved with remarkable efficiency, guiding the mortals through the onslaught. Everywhere, tyrannid beasts descended from the skies, attacking all living things on the street. Residents and soldiers alike were subjected to a gruesome slaughter, as the massive horde engulfed the makeshift barricades erected by the enforcers and guards. In a nearby CAF, a throng of panicked refugees screamed, witnessing the tyrannids clawing at the door, their scythe-like talons tearing into the wood, ravenously seeking to consume the survivors within. Several relatively strong men strained to barricade the entrance, but their strength was no match for the tyrannids. The door was relentlessly battered, monstrous heads thrusting inside, their cavernous maws roaring, spraying saliva across the floor. The women shrieked in terror at the sight of the creature. Just as the door seemed on the verge of giving way, the monster was suddenly yanked back, falling silent after a scream. The door burst open, and the men bracing it were thrown to the ground. The occupants of the CAF beheld a giant standing at the entrance, wielding a bloodied chainsword, surveying the terrified crowd. "What are you waiting for? Move," the black-armored warrior commanded, dispatching another tyrannid with a swift stroke of his weapon. He beckoned the people to escape, and they scrambled past him in a panic, finally realizing he was an Astartes and casting aside their doubts. The refugee column joined the retreating force, their incessant screams impeding their progress. Lancelot cursed as he turned, raising his explosive pistol to bring down the relentless tyrannid swarm pursuing them. "Ragna, bringing these refugees with us will doom us all. I must save them. I cannot abandon the Emperor's subjects. Can you not prioritize? Is this truly the time for the Emperor's compassion? I say it is. Enough. Silence." Olaf barked, unleashing a psychic shockwave that hurled several tyrannid beasts into the ruins, where they were swallowed by the debris. "Cover the refugees and mortals as we retreat to the inner city gates. Form a defensive line." The old wolf, clad in towering priestly armor, shouted. Sergeant Michael halted abruptly, gazing at the slowly opening second gate of the hive city's inner walls. They were close. "Everyone, organize a defensive line. Now." At the sergeant's command, a dozen Astartes immediately took position, forming a living barrier behind which the mortals could take shelter, their bodies absorbing the incoming fire from the beasts. Flesh-boring bugs gnawed at the armor, leaving no mark on the adamantium shell. The Astartes raised their explosive firearms in unison, unleashing a storm of projectiles upon the swarm. Blood and flesh erupted across the street, splattering the walls, but suddenly, a green plasma bolt shot from across the street, striking an Astartes. His armor sizzled and corroded under the searing energy, his flesh quickly dissolving. Olaf spotted the tyrannid monstrosity at the street's end, brandishing a biocannon. roaring as countless smaller Tyranids surged alongside it toward the gates. The mortals have yet to complete their evacuation. We must hold our ground, Ragnar yelled. But Lancelot shouted in despair as he witnessed another brother disintegrated by plasma fire. We must protect our brothers. We are the Emperor's blade. We cannot falter here. We cannot abandon the mortal subjects. Be reasonable, Ragnar. Their lives are of value, just as ours. You speak nonsense. A towering statue of an angel collapsed in the chaos. The golden figure crashing to the ground, sending dust and ash swirling, obscuring everyone's vision. The plasma fire ceased, but an icy dread pierced their hearts, causing even the dogs and cats to freeze, instinctively targeting the unseen enemy lurking in the mist. The sounds of the creatures grew ever closer, and all Astartes tightened their grips on their triggers. Suddenly, a crimson beam of light shot overhead, cleaving through the fog, unleashing a chorus of screams and wails. A broken Tyranid carcass fell before Lancelot. They turned to see a massive figure emerging from the haze. "I am his blade. I am his divine weapon," a voice echoed. In that instant, the warriors looked up to see a flickering ion beam slicing through the street, followed by the thunderous crash of a colossal figure collapsing beyond the mist. "I am Delancius. I am his angel." The towering war machine stomped through the debris-laden streets, its deadly arsenal roaring to life. Plasma cannons, laser guns, automatic turrets, and missile pods all unleashed devastation upon the landscape. Destructive fire rained down across the street, shattering ornate street lamps and storefronts, while the Tyranid beasts were torn apart, their blood and guts splattering the ground. The war machine raised its right arm, molten fire spewing forth, dissolving the nearest Tyranids in their screams. But a few still leapt onto its back, attempting to rend open the sacred casing. The war machine retaliated, crushing the attackers with a brutal force, its massive feet trampling the horde, cutting through their ranks. "Retreat, brothers, retreat," the war machine commanded, as the storm of fire compelled the Astartes to swiftly withdraw into the exquisite gates of the inner city, nearly artistic in their design. "Delancius, now is not the time for your glorious demise. Your battles are not yet over. The Emperor's enemies have not perished. I shall obliterate the Emperor's foes," the machine declared, its gauntlet smashing through a cluster of Tyranid soldiers. "The Emperor needs you alive. Only then can you fulfill your duty. Now, obey my command, my brother," Mikhail remarked. After a brief moment of silence, the Indomitable began to retreat slowly, firing fiercely as it withdrew. The Astartes and the mortals at the city gates also commenced a vigorous barrage to cover the Indomitable's retreat. Dozens of Imperial Guard soldiers collaborated to drag a twin-linked laser cannon into position. As soon as it was set up, the gunner promptly took his seat and began firing. A tempest of firepower combined with that of the Indomitable, almost instantaneously obliterating the Tyranid horde that had infested the street. In that fleeting moment, the Indomitable passed through the city gates, which resoundingly slammed shut behind it. Olaf and Bel lifted their gazes to the heavens above the towering edifices, relieved to find no spore pods descending, indicating that the anti-air defenses were still capable of managing the current threat. "The final hour approaches," Olaf stated, acknowledging that they had nowhere left to retreat. Bel nodded affirmatively, hoping that Vito had a solution. No sooner had Bel's words left his lips than Vito's voice crackled through the communicator. "If you four are still alive, come to the command post, Mikhail as well. Do you have a plan?" Olaf inquired anxiously. "Perhaps, but it's not a good idea," Vito replied. "Huh, when have you ever had a good idea?" Ragnar quipped, to which Vito chuckled in agreement. His transmission ended, and the Astartes exchanged glances, surveying the despondent mortals and soldiers around them. The five giants and the Indomitable made their way toward the administrative hall at the heart of the city. The fate of this planet was about to be decided. Chapter 48, The Frontier of the Empire. Divine Assistance. The Swarm Fleet has launched a full-scale assault. Vito, if you have any plans, now is the time to act. "I am already in motion, Cole." The communicator buzzed in Vito's ear as he walked down the deserted street. Ironically, this street was once the favored avenue of the upper echelons of the upper nest, but now it was emptier than anywhere else, even more so than the lower nest. A stark reminder of the devastation wrought by the tyrants. It is not difficult to comprehend. Although the upper nest typically enjoyed a position above the noxious fumes of the mechanical factories and the unpleasantness that accompanied them, as well as a pleasant view and fresh air, during wartime, such privileges became far less enjoyable. Why? Quite simply, because the upper nest's elevation made it a prime target for enemies attacking from space, and at this moment, that elevation brought little satisfaction. Thus, The magnates of this place fled below. Vito felt no concern for their quality of life in the middle nest. Perhaps it was not much better, but he did not care. In truth, he had never held a fondness for the people of the upper nest, so if their situation was dire, they could only hope for a swift response from the Ministry of Justice. As Vito traversed the desolate street, the luxurious villas lining either side stood vacant, and the once perpetual queues had vanished entirely. The eerie silence of the street sent a chill down his spine, with statues and angelic street lamps looming over him, while the gray sky was suffused with the dust and debris of artillery fire, rendering everything profoundly unsettling, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. And perhaps this apocalypse was not merely figurative, it was indeed approaching. Vito raised his gaze to the heavens, where brilliant flashes and striking explosions intermittently illuminated the firmament. Fragments of warships and tyrant wreckage streaked across the sky like meteors. It was a torrential meteor shower, with countless airborne fungal pods igniting and exploding. Remnants of battles raining down from above, engulfing the sky in flames, while the fires of war drew ever closer from the cosmos beyond. How much longer can you hold out? Not for long. I cannot intercept the swarm's air drops, and to be frank, I even doubt we can last a day longer. Only a third of the fleet remains. Vito observed a blazing meteor, faintly recognizing the colossal cannon and the emblem of the celestial hawk. The battle was more intense than I had anticipated. I would not utilize mere words to describe our current predicament. The judge chuckled softly, lowering his head and placing his hands in his pockets as he walked through the desolate street. He turned a corner and entered a narrow alley, where patches of green flowers and foliage emerged between the walls. Yet, in the current light and ambience, their beauty had been entirely lost. There is indeed one solution to our predicament, although it may lead to greater losses. You truly understand me. Cole's voice faded, and Vito gazed at the desolate building. He noticed the sign at the entrance, Shaman Club, smiled, and approached. The guards seated on sandbags at the entrance noticed Vito, raising their weapons warily to regard the approaching figure. However, when their captain scrutinized the man more closely, he immediately signaled for everyone to lower their guns. "Hello, Captain. How have you been?" Vito inquired with a smile, but the guard captain revealed a look of confusion and doubt. "Your Honor, why are you here? Shouldn't you be organizing the defense of the nest?" "Of course, but I have no objection to trying something better when the opportunity arises." It was evident the captain did not grasp the implication, but Vito had not expected him to. He gestured towards the captain's pink door. "Is your boss inside, Mr. Phyllis?" "Yes, he is." "Interesting. While the wealthy have taken refuge below, he remains here, quite confident." Vito chuckled softly and then looked toward the door, raising his chin as if to inquire, "Would you mind if I paid a visit?" The captain hesitated for a moment before promptly shouldering his weapon and opening the door. As Vito stepped through the grand mahogany door, he found the interior rather desolate, particularly in comparison to his previous visits. The once crowded booths and dance floor were now completely empty, save for abandoned glasses and shisha pipes. The entire hall was eerily silent, and the only patron sat at the bar, sipping a drink. "You seem oddly comfortable, Mr. Phyllis. Have you not noticed that a horde of gluttons is about to devour us?" Vito leaned against the bar, and Phyllis glanced at him, slightly surprised, but soon regained his composure and poured Vito a drink. "Panic is futile. If destruction is destined to arrive, I choose to accept it with tranquility." Quite a reasonable perspective. Vito took a sip from his glass and surveyed the drink with interest. "Is this Dong Ji Dong or Saint Faioli?" "The latter." "Impressive. You serve such fine wine to entertain me?" "If we are to meet our doom tomorrow, wealth and fine spirits hold little value. We cannot take them to the afterlife." "Where do you believe you will go after death?" Vito asked, taking another sip. Phyllis paused for a moment, then shrugged slightly. "The Golden Throne? Like you? I do not believe we will reach the Golden Throne. Rather, I suspect our destination is far from pleasant." Vito swirled his glass. "The realm of sin is hardly suitable for retirement." Phyllis faltered for a moment, his fingers turning pale against the glass. Yet he pretended nothing was amiss as he took another sip. "As a judge, is it appropriate to discuss such matters? And as a local gang leader, is it wise to amuse the followers of chaos?" Vito replied with a smile, leisurely sipping his drink. Phyllis regarded him in silence for a moment before sighing, seemingly too fatigued to argue further. "What is there to dispute? Being shot by the judge or devoured by the tyrants? I find the former more palatable. At least it is swift." Yet Vito harbored no murderous intent. He drained his glass and placed it before Phyllis, who looked at him in surprise. Vito gestured to the glass, indicating it should be refilled. "Do you wish to die?" Not particularly. Coincidentally, I also wish to live. So I am here to ensure we need not contemplate the matter of interdimensional travel just yet. Vito lifted his glass, and Phyllis gazed at him, perplexed. What means do you possess to deal with those above? I do, but I require your assistance. What assistance? Take me to the altar of the sinful believers. I know it is in your possession. As I stated, Phyllis showed no intention of evasion or pretense. Even while conversing with the judge, he poured himself another drink and downed it in one go. Very well, perhaps I shall call for, Vito murmured, but quickly pretended nothing was amiss as he took another sip. Phyllis rubbed his neck and sighed. If we survive, will you execute me afterward? No. Why should I trust you? Can you afford not to? Vito and Phyllis exchanged smiles, both amused. Indeed, was there any other option? If one did not trust, they could always seek the swarm fleet for their thoughts. Phyllis sighed, leaning against the table, rising to his feet. Under normal circumstances, I would think myself a fool for this decision, but I cannot be bothered. Follow me. The judge drained his drink in one gulp and adjusted his explosive holster to follow Phyllis. He trailed behind the king of the club into the depths of the most popular establishment, arriving at a courtyard adorned with stone-carved murals. One exquisite mural depicted the primordial forms of life, where naked men and women danced joyfully by a beautiful stream within a forest. Phyllis then pressed down on a relief, and as the tactile point was activated, a section of the wall abruptly recessed and slid downward, revealing a series of descending steps. Wow, this is quite scandalous. Aren't you afraid that one day a young lad might press it down and send all the women here to one side? I would choose the beautiful ones first, then the less attractive ones in the corner, mused the judge. As Phyllis descended the steps, Vito, with a mischievous grin, followed. They made their way down, and it must be said that the decor on either side of the staircase was quite remarkable, with purple accents and golden wainscoting complemented by plaster moldings throughout the space. Brightly lit skull-shaped lanterns illuminated the otherwise dim corridor. Vito had encountered many enclaves of the followers of debauchery, yet he discerned a hierarchy even among the chaotic adherents. Those in the lower and middle tiers of debauchery could never compare to the entertainment levels of those in the upper echelons. Quite frankly, debauchery suited humanity remarkably well. Phyllis chuckled. I am neither illiterate nor a fool. I understand the consequences of following chaos. Those affected by it may not notice the grotesque distortions of their bodies, but I can. So yes, I do not indulge in debauchery. But you still provide them a haven, risking being labeled a traitor by your peers? You see, my lord judge, aiding them has two advantages. Firstly, they are a bunch of wealthy scoundrels. To evade our pious and upright grand arbiter, they are more than willing to pay a reliable person for a venue where they can revel without fear of being apprehended by the enforcers, thus allowing me to amass considerable wealth for other endeavors. Secondly, I gain leverage over them as followers of debauchery, along with various peculiarities. Such dirt is often exceedingly useful. Vito chuckled lightly and shrugged. Smart move, collaborating with chaotic followers for profit, is it? Huh, I am no ordinary judge. It was evident. They reached the lowest hall, where Vito beheld a massive statue illuminated by a purple flame, half man, half woman, each hand wielding enormous pincers, truly a guardian of secrets. Vito smirked before stepping onto the altar at the center of a white stone column. Phyllis stood by, observing as Vito surveyed the surroundings, seemingly confirming something, then nodded in satisfaction. He turned to Phyllis, drawing a small dagger. Thank you, Mr. Phyllis. Now, please take your leave. Phyllis nodded slightly and departed, unwilling to dispute, for he understood that anything associated with chaos was inherently perilous. Even without a judge to execute him, it was best not to meddle. Vito watched Phyllis leave, then rolled his shoulders and lifted his sleeves. He used the dagger to make a small incision on his wrist, allowing crimson blood to drip onto the pure white scales of the serpentine altar, the droplets seeping and spreading through the scales' crevices. The dagger was sheathed, and the judge inhaled deeply before snapping his fingers. The surrounding flames dimmed, leaving only the spot where Vito stood illuminated by a beam of white light. The flames flickered rhythmically, flashing 6 times in succession, as the 6th flame blazed fiercely but showed no sign of diminishing. It leaped from the braziers and struck the ground before Vito. The purple flames rapidly coalesced around him, forming an intricately patterned magical array. With the formation complete, the flames surged upward at the center. A figure emerged from the fire, appearing as if freshly bathed, her flawless purple skin devoid of any blemish or wrinkle, capable of driving any woman to madness. Her face transcended mere beauty, captivating any man who beheld it. Cascading silver hair shimmered like a waterfall, sparkling with starlight as she raised her enchanting gaze to Vito, a beautiful succubus smiling as she traced her finger across her lips. In an instant, her form flickered and reappeared in Vito's embrace. He instinctively wrapped his arms around the succubus, smiling at the demon before him. She leaned in and bestowed a deep kiss upon him. "Ah, my dear Vito, have you missed me?" Her voice, melodious as a haunting song, inquired. Vito smiled, her tail sliding down from his shoulder and teasingly swaying against his chest. "Of course, Lilith, I missed you." "Such a lie. You seem to be enjoying yourself with other women," she teased, her delicate fingers gliding along Vito's neck. "Truly, Lilith, I did miss you." "Me too." Lilith pressed her lips against Vito once more, then sniffed his scent, revealing a displeased expression. "Did you engage in a tussle with Talon? You do realize your soul could be devoured, correct? Then I must commend you for that soul crystal you provided. It was quite effective. Otherwise, what? That item was crafted from the souls of several spirit race prophets, and you squandered it. I intended for you to use it to ensure your soul wouldn't be taken by anyone other than me. Not a problem, as long as I remain alive, right?" Vito jested. Lilith sighed, rolling her eyes before wrapping her arms around Vito's neck. "So, why did you summon me? Are you lonely?" "No, not at the moment. But I wouldn't mind meeting again. Just please refrain from using your chaotic energy during our intimate moments. Last time, my mind felt like it was caught in a sandstorm." Lilith's beautiful smile returned. I found it rather amusing. "But now, tell me, what do you need? Help me create an opening in the shadow of the subspace to let reinforcements through." Lilith's smile faded as she gazed into Vito's eyes. "You know that's quite difficult, right? Battling against another divine will. I understand, but please, my dear, could you at least try for me?" Lilith sighed, leaning against Vito's arm. "I can't do it alone. You are a great demon, quite literally. A great demon is still a demon, not a god. While I may be considered half a god, I cannot confront Talon's will directly. Opening a portal in the shadow of the subspace is already a considerable feat, then why not ask your sister?" At this suggestion, Lilith's eyes suddenly filled with malice. Vito chuckled wryly, shaking his head. "I'm just asking your sister for a favor. What's the difficulty in that? Just give that wretched creature a piece of my mind." "Huh? Why don't you go with her instead?" No, you're just fine. Seriously. Could you please ask your sister to spare a moment from her busy schedule of devouring more spirit race souls to assist me? You know she doesn't help without a price." "I know, so I'll owe her a favor and I'll repay it later." "Of course. You two favors will do wonders." Lilith gazed at the man before her and sighed in exasperation. Subsequently, she leaned against him, her long legs illuminating the dim space around them. With her arms crossed, she regarded him and said, "All right, I shall convey your message to her." "I knew you would assist me," he replied. Lilith smirked, then pondered for a moment before leaning closer to Vito, whispering, "What is Abaddon up to lately?" "A significant move." "Abaddon? What does he intend to do?" Vito inquired. Lilith chuckled softly, waved her hand dismissively, and sauntered away, saying, "I will inform you during our next meeting. Best of luck." With that, the alluring demoness vanished a few steps away, her form transforming into purple flames before disappearing entirely. Vito let out a long sigh, rubbing his temples. Just when one issue is resolved, another arises. He then proceeded down the lengthy corridor. "Where is Vito?" Ragnar entered the command center, surveying the bustling hall. The arrival of the 5 Astartes drew everyone's attention, causing all to halt and kneel in reverence. "Please, continue your work, everyone. No need to mind us." Captain Michael addressed the crowd, and soon the command center resumed its activity. The 5 Titans regarded the Lady Governor, Olivia, who appeared somewhat flustered in their presence. "Madam, where is the adjudicator?" Olaf inquired politely. Olivia shook her head slightly, clearly unaware. "I am not certain, my lord. He left not long ago," stating he had matters to attend to, without explaining why. "What? Didn't he inform his latest companion? He must be off to meet his glorious end," Ragnar declared resolutely, only to have an apple thrown at the back of his head. Everyone turned to see Vito at the entrance, adjusting his collar as he strode into the hall. "I am not yet prepared to report to the Golden Throne for retirement." "And where have you been?" Lancelot asked, while Vito approached the 5 Titans, arms crossed, declaring, "To save the world." "What?" Ragnar exclaimed, picking up the apple and taking a bite. "You 4 board the Blue Shark Thunderhawk. Michael, I need you to command the Hive City's defenses in my stead." "What are you planning to do, adjudicator?" "Take them with you," he said, "to kick that old wench Tyrant's backside. Vito replied, striding purposefully toward the command center exit. You four, hurry and start the aircraft. We have little time. And where are you going? Ragnar's head peeked out from behind the door, shouting, and soon 3 other heads followed suit, watching Vito race away. To launch my ship. I hope those fools Haven T scratched it. The 4 Titans exchanged glances before dashing out, leaving Olivia and Captain Michael in an awkward silence, both letting out a resigned sigh. Chapter 49. The Frontier of the Empire. Moment of redemption. The cockpit of the Eagle's Talon was shrouded in gloom and silence. This shuttle, a veritable work of art, boasted exquisite taste both inside and out. The plush, russet leather pilot seat was smooth and inviting, while the well-placed LCD displays were scattered across the dashboard. On either side of the control stick, 2 unique spherical 3D interfaces awaited interaction. The shuttle's design seemed far removed from that of Imperial craftsmanship. Its aesthetic was more akin to the elongated vessels of the Spirit clan. Yet it elegantly incorporated numerous Imperial elements, such as skull motifs and shimmering decorative threads. Vito dashed through the swiftly opening cockpit door, nimbly vaulting into the pilot's seat and promptly activating the dashboard. One by one, the screens flickered to life, and the 3D operating system projected an expansive array of controls. With practiced ease, Vito tapped and swiped, swiftly completing the preparations for takeoff. The shuttle emitted a faint humming sound as he pushed aside the holographic interface before tapping on the cockpit's glass. After a flash of light, the darkened glass revealed the scene ahead. Come, my beauty, it is time for adventure. With a firm grip on the armrest, Vito increased the engine thrust, and the vector thrusters at the shuttle's rear belched forth crimson flames, lifting the craft smoothly off the ground and into motion along the hangar's runway. Why would I expect them to remain steadfast at their posts? Perhaps I should refrain from indulging in epic tales, as they tend to portray humanity as overly selfless. Vito maneuvered the control stick, and the shuttle surged forth, slicing through the air as it burst from the hangar and soared over the war-torn streets of the nest. The inferno of the burning city casting dazzling reflections upon the shuttle's surface. Like silver droplets, the ship glided between the towering buildings, where Vito observed the burning streets below and the swarming Tyranids racing above. Suddenly, he veered sharply, the vector engines adjusting with remarkable efficiency as the shuttle executed a rapid turn before a crumbling structure. The Eagle's Talon deftly navigated the debris-strewn landscape, Vito performing a series of daring maneuvers amidst the urban ruins, as if taking a leisurely stroll through a garden. The shuttle shot forth from the jagged gaps at the edge of the nest, almost immediately beginning its ascent. The vector exhaust flames transforming into a brilliant blue as it pierced the atmosphere. Vito skillfully dodged between airborne fungal spores, his fingers pressing down on the laser cannon, unleashing a relentless barrage that obliterated every spore in their path. Yet, before long, the Eagle's Talon broke free of the atmosphere, emerging from the deluge of purple-brown spores. The fiery embrace of the atmosphere extinguished, leaving only the cold, stark light of space illuminating its form. Suddenly, a barrage of fire illuminated the ship's hull, and Vito gazed through the cockpit at the exploding Imperial warships. Imperial destroyers detonated one after another, their brilliant flames lighting up the backdrop of the galaxy. "Judicator," came Bell's voice. Vito turned his gaze to the corner of the arched cockpit glass, where he glimpsed the blue Thunderhawk appearing behind him, its atmospheric flames just extinguished. "Excellent. It seems we are all accounted for and ready to depart. Can you inform us of our destination? If we're headed to our demise, I would prefer to know where it will occur." "Certainly, we are going to find the Tyranid Queen." "The Queen," Ragnar exclaimed, his voice betraying a mix of excitement and dread. Vito, however, remained unfazed, dismissing the commotion with a nonchalant remark about merely seeking out their rear. "How do you know the Queen's location?" Olaf inquired. "The Tyranid fleet boasts thousands of ships. How can you pinpoint her position?" Vito smiled, his gaze fixed on the vibrant battlefield ahead, where warships transformed into plumes of flame, the cold expanse of space illuminated by blood and fire. "Speak," came the command from the Infinite Frontiers Bridge, where Cole stood resolutely, surveying the chaos of cannon fire as countless Imperial warships succumbed to destruction, the Tyranid fleet descending upon him like a storm. Cole sighed deeply, then pounded his fist upon the control panel. Suddenly, the captain rose, radiating unparalleled authority and courage. He addressed the bridge crew below, pointing toward the advancing Tyranid fleet. "All Imperial warships, heed my command. Forward, into the fray. Provide cover for the Judicator and the Astartes." The crew exchanged glances, but upon meeting Cole's steadfast gaze, they resolved to follow his lead. Roars and curses erupted, a cacophony of chaos and ancestral exclamations. As the first officer began to turn the ship's helm, the propulsion array of the Infinite Frontier ignited, unleashing a torrent of flames. The battlecruiser surged forward, with the remaining Imperial vessels following suit, a dazzling display of fire converging into a radiant sun. The Imperial Navy charged ahead, their light lances and heavy artillery roaring into action, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the Tyranid fleet. Waves of torpedoes rained down from the Imperial ships, igniting explosions within the Tyranid ranks. Explosions erupted among the Tyranid vessels, yet the beasts pressed on undeterred, the destroyer formations at the forefront colliding with the Tyranid ships. Brilliant flames illuminating the bridge of the Infinite Frontier. Excellent, Vito shouted, his voice seemingly transmitted across the frigid void of space. He thrust the control stick forward, and the Eagle's talon surged forth like lightning, weaving through the chaos between Imperial warships and Tyranid vessels, the Thunderhawk closely following, its pilot executing evasive maneuvers, dashing and firing. The thunderous roar of the turbo-boosted cannon echoed as they tore through the space between the two fleets, obliterating the swarming aerial creatures. Vito piloted the Eagle's talon past an Imperial cruiser, which sailed parallel to a Tyranid ship. The broadside cannons roared in unison. As Vito and the Deathwatch raced beneath the explosive firepower, the detonations flaring incessantly beside them, the close quarters battle unfolded with visceral intensity. The Imperial Navy piercing into the heart of the Tyranid fleet, yet their numbers were insufficient, yielding catastrophic losses and casualties. The wreckage of warships and the debris of fallen Tyranid vessels drifted through the void, as the Eagle's Talon and Thunderhawk maneuvered through this cosmic meat grinder. The Thunderhawk ascending closely behind the Eagle's Talon. Tyranid biocannons pummeled one side of the Imperial warship, the void shields faltering under the relentless assault of dozens of biovessels. The warship disintegrated in a violent explosion, flames erupting around the two ships as Gothic structures crumbled in ruin, the broadside cannons detonating, severing the very vessel in two. Cole observed the encroaching biovessels, monstrous creatures assaulting from all directions, their tendrils and biocannons battering the void shields of the Infinite Frontier. The flickering shields, after absorbing a barrage, suddenly failed, and the Tyranid bioprojectiles struck the hull directly. The violent explosion rocked the entire warship, sending Cole crashing against the side of the bridge, many others tumbling to the floor. Leaning heavily against the railing, Cole pounded the surface in frustration. The astropath's anguished cries echoed through the chaos. And Cole's gaze turned toward the bridge's exterior, where numerous subspace rifts materialized above them, threatening to unravel their sanity. They were being driven to madness. The influence of the subspace manifesting violently. Was it the Chaos Fleet? No. From the fissures, warships suddenly emerged, heralding the arrival of a colossal space fleet, each vessel adorned with a black cross. The Black Templars. Cole shouted, "No mercy, no remorse, no fear. In the name of Dorn, we shall unleash the wrath of thunder." The Black Templars' fleet immediately commenced a tempestuous assault, with countless heavy artillery, energy lances, and bombardment cannons ruthlessly raining down upon the battlefield, dismantling and collapsing the Tyranid fleet under the onslaught from above. On board the Eagle, Vito glanced up at the fleet, a smile gracing his lips. "Thanks, Lily," he murmured, executing a roll to maneuver the Eagle beneath a biological ship. He piloted the fluid longship through the chaos, charging toward a seemingly unarmed biological mothership, with the Thunder following closely in pursuit. Vito abruptly squeezed the trigger, and two small proton torpedoes erupted from the sides of the Eagle, howling as they struck the biological vessel's carapace, creating a modest breach in the exoskeleton. Seizing the opportunity, Vito surged forward, directing the ship straight into the biological monster, once more pulling the trigger as molten energy beams converged from several launch ports, targeting the flesh beneath the breach. The Eagle plunged into the molten cavity, with the Thunder resolutely following suit. Cole was right. This was indeed a foolish decision. Chapter 50. The Empire's Frontier. The Battle of Jumping Helpbear gazed at the crimson flashes illuminating the entire cockpit. The thermite projector ahead radiated a sun-like red glow, its searing light pouring from both sides of the Eagle of Heaven, casting a bright light upon the surrounding flesh tunnel and the Thunderhawk itself. As the fiery beams suddenly extinguished, a dark red hue penetrated the cockpit, revealing that the Eagle of Heaven had surged ahead into the depths of the bloody tunnel. "We have entered," Prepare for battle at any moment, Bear declared, gripping the control stick as the Thunderhawk maneuvered to follow the eagle of heaven beneath the vast, fleshy dome of the Tyranid. The vector nozzles of both aircraft belched forth scorching flames as they navigated through the organic vessel's arteries. The enormous biological structure indicating organ sizes far beyond imagination, the blood vessels were nearly as wide as a main thoroughfare, interwoven with countless capillaries forming a dense network of flesh. The Thunderhawk and the Eagle of Heaven deftly traversed this jungle of flesh, weaving through gaps between organs, the ends of bronchi, and large muscular structures. Bear manipulated the control stick, guiding their vessel through the writhing biological mass, while the Judicator's ship led the charge, continuously severing dense networks of capillaries with its laser cannons and automatic guns, carving pathways through the tunnel. They soared over the intricate bronchial lattice, passing above the massive, pulsating heart of the beast, the dark blood surging beneath them, flowing from each blood pump hub into the entirety of the organism, resembling a rushing underground river. The Eagle of Heaven launched missiles, blasting a substantial hole in the fleshy wall, and both aircraft penetrated deeper into the biological vessel, encountering numerous skeletal structures, muscles, and unfamiliar pulsating organs, enveloped entirely by the writhing flesh and crimson biological components. Bear felt as if he had arrived on a planet tainted by decay. Reminiscent of worlds they had visited before, transformed into grotesque living organisms, filled completely with writhing flesh and rotting skin. It was a nightmarish experience, and regrettably, Bear found himself in a similar place once more. Their previous incursion into such a realm had aimed to eliminate the blasphemer at the planet's heart and obliterate its core to induce a catastrophic explosion. This mission appeared equally mad in its ambition. The Eagle of Heaven slowed its pace as Vito located a fleshy surface to land upon. Bear piloted the Thunderhawk down onto the sanguine platform. The silver, droplet-like hatch of the Eagle descended slowly, and Vito stepped out, donning a breathing mask. Observing the four Astartes who disembarked from the Thunderhawk, all wearing sealed helmets, the four giants converged with Vito between the warship and the fighter. Bear raised his head, noticing the toxic gas suffusing the air. Judicator, a single breath would spell our swift demise. Precisely why we wear breathing masks. I dare say this is the first time in history that humanity has breached the interior of a Tyranid, Vito proclaimed proudly, gesturing around at the fleshy barriers. Ah, it seems I have achieved a record of sorts, he mused. I do not consider this a boon, Judicator. We find ourselves isolated within the Tyranid, with no knowledge of the location of the Hive Tyrant. Vito shook his finger, subsequently pointing at Olaf. The three warriors turned their gazes toward the old wolf, towering ahead above them, standing silently, his condition appearing far from favorable. Old wolf, my readings indicate your brain activity is particularly intense, especially in the left hemisphere, Bear remarked. Olaf sighed, patting his brother's shoulder. It's nothing, Bear. I sense a shadow of subspace power. If I am not mistaken, the Hive Tyrant should be nearby. Indeed, it is here, not far from us. Let us pay it a visit, Vito said, gesturing for the others to follow. Ragnar and Lancelot immediately complied. Does anyone have a thermite bomb? I do. Ah, my good old wolf cub. That's the spirit. Bear turned to Olaf, who merely shook his head slightly before stepping forward. They traversed the fleshy terrain, emerging from the end of a blood-soaked hall into a vast cavern. The writhing walls pulsating actively around them, muscles and blood vessels intertwining in every visible direction, infusing the colossal beast with immense biological power. Lancelot struck the wall with his sword, causing the muscle barrier to convulse violently, ruptured tissue spraying blood across the giant's feet. Ugh, Lancelot grimaced, stepping through the blood pool. They proceeded along the fleshy corridor until they reached a bridge composed of unknown muscle structures. To call it a bridge was a stretch, as it seemed more like a connecting organ. Nonetheless, it served as a passageway. The group stepped onto the bridge, crossing over the writhing chasm below. Bear leaned over the edge, peering into the abyss where pulsating muscle structures were continuously moving, seemingly providing locomotion for some massive organ. Bear could not ascertain what that organ was, as no one had ever ventured inside a biological vessel before. They had indeed made history in various senses. Perhaps he could author a tome chronicling and studying their experiences, leaving it for future generations to research and combat these nightmarish extraterrestrial beings. Bear halted, activating the recording function of his helmet to document the unfolding scene. However, just as the recording commenced, he lifted his gaze, hearing a thunderous sound from the muscular structure. The group turned to see blood-soaked entities sliding down from the ruptured wall at the end of the bridge, each one standing up slowly, dripping with crimson blood. their swirling mouths filled with grinder-like teeth. One by one, these pure white creatures were expelled from the blood vessels, crashing to the ground before rising, brandishing long knives and claws while fixating on the figures on the bridge. "What are those?" Lancelot shouted, raising his knightly sword, while Vito wasted no time, drawing his explosive pistol and blasting the head off one of the creatures. "White blood cells. Who cares? Shoot the bastards." Bear raised his explosive pistol and began firing fiercely toward the left side of the bridge, the creatures charging forward unimpeded. Relentlessly shot down and sent plummeting into the writhing mass of flesh below. Yet, their sheer numbers pushed through the explosive barrage with ferocity akin to wild beasts. "Forward! Ragnar! Lancelot! Clear the path!" Ragnar bellowed, leading the charge, his chainsword carving a bloody path through the monsters on the bridge, while Lancelot followed closely behind, wielding his knightly sword. The group surged ahead, cleaving through foes with rapid swings of their chainsword, casting all enemies off the bridge. They plummeted into the depths below, the jumping help squad charging along the flesh-laden cliffs and rocky steps. Explosive fire raged around them, reducing all who dared obstruct their advance into a pulp of flesh and bone. Vito observed hordes of these pure white creatures climbing up from the depths of the sanguine chasm, surging forth like monkeys, attempting to block their advance. However, those attempting to ascend were immediately torn to shreds by the roaring chainsaw axe and power sword, or blasted apart by the explosive pistol. As the group charged forth like ancient warriors of subterranean legends, Lancelot leapt down the uneven steps, hastening forward to sever a towering synaptic vein with a swift stroke of his sword. The massive wall of the blood vessel crashed to the ground, transforming into a grand bridge that spanned the chasm. The group ascended onto this bridge, crossing the divide, and upon reaching the end, Ragnar did not hesitate to kick the blood vessel bridge into the abyss, sending a throng of cellular entities plummeting into the depths. They continued their relentless assault until they reached a dead end, confronted by a colossal wall of flesh and blood that obstructed their path, a veritable cul-de-sac. "Judicator, I believe we've entered a dead end," Lancelot exclaimed, drawing his explosive firearm towards the monstrous creatures scaling the wall, which surged from all directions towards the beleaguered squad. The Space Marines leveled their weapons and unleashed a barrage of fire, the explosive rounds tearing through the pale foes, splattering blood and gore in their wake. Despite the carnage, the relentless tide of adversaries continued to pour forth. Amidst the flashes of gunfire, Vito brandished his plasma gun, aiming at the far end of the fleshy barrier. With a single shot, the plasma seared through the wall, revealing a massive vein. "Jump in," Vito shouted. "What?" Ragnar gasped, but Vito pointed insistently at the vein's entrance. "Get in, now." Without hesitation, the four giants leapt into the gaping orifice, followed by Vito himself, who plunged into the sanguine flow, cascading down the vessel. He removed a grenade from his belt, disengaged the safety, and hurled it upward. Moments later, an explosion erupted nearby, the force of the blast, akin to hydraulic pressure, expanded outward and subsequently contracted, rupturing the middle of the vein. Propelled by the shockwave, Vito was ejected from the vessel, landing heavily on the ground, bloodied and sprawled out amidst the surrounding Astartes. The giants cursed as they rose to their feet, and Vito, still cursing, climbed up as well. "Next time, we must take the stairs. This is utterly absurd. By the way, how far are we from the creature's brain?" "We have arrived, Judicator," Bell's voice interjected. Vito stood and followed the gaze of the four giants. Beneath the immense dome of flesh, at the far end of the vast space, a colossal brain pulsed, connected by countless sinewy cables, one of which tethered to a gigantic, pallid creature. This being, with its grotesque lower body seated beneath the brain, dwarfed the comparatively diminutive body above, which was adorned with numerous writhing arms and elongated claws. Vito gazed at the eyeless creature as it flicked its twisted tongue towards the intruders, flanked by two imposing tyrants. "It seems we have arrived," Vito remarked with a smile, aiming his weapon at the distant monstrosity. "In the name of the Emperor, prepare to meet your demise." Chapter 51. The Empire's Frontier. The Swarm. "I am deeply sorry, my brother." A voice suddenly emerged, and all sounds began to blur and fade into silence. The chaotic cacophony gradually subsided, leaving only a pure darkness and an eerie stillness, accompanied by a new rumble. "Judge, Vito, Vito, Constantine," the voice cried out. Vito opened his eyes, and, for a fleeting moment, he seemed to glimpse golden armor in the depths of his dark pupils, but it quickly vanished, revealing a scene of apocalyptic devastation. A flood of beasts charged towards them, while four giants battled fiercely with explosives and chainsaws in his vicinity. In an instant, Vito drew his explosive pistol and, without hesitation, fired upon an approaching knife worm, obliterating its head in a violent explosion, black ichor splattering onto its companions. Yet the relentless march of these nightmare demons continued unabated. The thundering tyrannid swarm surged from all directions, and the Astartes fought valiantly amidst the sea of insects, countless corpses and blood staining the ground, turning the crimson hull even redder. At the far end of the ocean, the hive tyrant roared, waving its claws, as innumerable tyrannid beasts surged forth from either side, akin to white blood cells and phagocytes launching a ferocious assault, flooding towards the small clearing in the swarm. "Cover me," Vito shouted as he charged forward. Without a moment's hesitation, Ragnar redirected his gun to unleash a barrage upon the mass of tyrannids before Vito, tearing a bloody path through the swarm. Vito plunged into the fray, weaving between the tyrannid forms, the explosive rounds roaring as they shattered every tyrannid creature in his path. With his chainsword in hand, he executed a bloody slaughter at close quarters. Vito's agility was astonishing. He darted between the monstrous tyrannids with lightning speed, his chainsaw swinging like a bolt of lightning. Blood and limbs splattering around him, yet not a speck of gore touched his form. Lancelot rushed in from the side, intercepting a knight's bone sword aimed at the judge, while Vito continued his relentless charge. The Astartes surged forward, clearing Vito's path against the enemies that sought to impede him. The judge dashed between the giants, his speed so great that he left afterimages in his wake, rendering his reflexes nearly unimaginable. Tyrannid creatures seemed to slow down, as if in slow motion, while Vito glided through them like a phantom, leaving only a trail of splattered blood and gushing gore behind. He advanced swiftly through the swarm, skillfully maneuvering around towering tyrannid foes, as agile as a dragon diving into the sea. Leaping atop a tyrannid's head, he propelled himself with an impossible strength, soaring over a vast expanse of the swarm, landing atop the head of a massive beast. Standing atop this creature, Vito unleashed devastating firepower from his explosive pistol, raining destruction upon the encroaching tyrannids, explosions erupting around him and reducing beasts to mere pulpy remnants. The judge stood upon the floating island above the swarm, confronting the seemingly endless tide of tyrannid beasts that crawled up like ants. The hive tyrant summoned its massive horde to charge at Vito, fully aware of who posed the greatest threat on the battlefield, not the four giants, but this unassuming mortal. Vito danced atop the beast's head, firing explosively at the relentless swarm, the roar of his weapon echoing until the last bullet was fired. Casting aside the explosive pistol, Vito transformed his right arm into a plasma gun and shot through the thick carapace atop the giant beast's head, the plasma melting a gaping hole through its skull. The creature collapsed, crashing to the ground as swarms of insects rushed forward, surging towards the judge like a tidal wave. Vito aimed his plasma gun at them, but before he could fire, a barrage of explosive rounds detonated among the tyrannid beasts, rapidly reducing a large group to a splatter of flesh. Vito turned to see the source of the firepower. Ragnar and Bel were unleashing a torrent of fire in his direction, their explosive rounds decimating the approaching tyrannid foes. Yet it was merely a drop in the ocean, for the beasts were endless, and a large group was advancing towards them as well. "Ragnar! Thermite bomb!" Vito shouted, raising his hand. Without hesitation, the space wolf hurled the thermite bomb, which soared gracefully over the swarm, tracing a perfect arc through the air. Vito leaped, seizing the bomb mid-flight. He descended into the swarm, and immediately countless battle beasts surged towards him, overwhelming him in a relentless tide. A brilliant golden light erupted from between the beasts, and in an instant, all the creatures were sent flying. They crashed to the ground, their bodies steaming from scorching burns. As the hive tyrant shrieked in fury, commanding the swarm to charge at the man whose eyes blazed with golden light, Vito charged towards the hive tyrant, unleashing a surge of psychic energy that shattered groups of tyrannid beasts with powerful shockwaves emanating from his arm. The judge raced towards the hive tyrant. Countless beasts attempted to impede him, but he advanced like an unstoppable force, his chainsaw sword cleaving through the oncoming foes, tearing apart swathes of them with either chainsaw or psychic force. The four Astartes were preoccupied, battling the overwhelming hordes of beasts, unaware of the turmoil unfolding around Vito, which presented the perfect opportunity for him to unleash his full might. He could now unleash his powers without restraint, unparalleled psychic energy manifesting as golden lightning and beams that struck out in all directions, the golden arcs dancing between the battle beasts, incinerating them into bloody mist, while the beams, like razor blades, sliced through groups of creatures with precision. Vito drew closer to the hive tyrant, which roared in response. As two Tyranid warriors wielding biocannons aimed at him, firing streams of bioplasma. Clearly, the surrounding Tyranid units were expendable in their eyes, mere ammunition in their assault. The plasma struck Vito, the green lightning spreading outwards, instantly dissolving the nearby beasts. Yet, as the green plasma dissipated, the swarm was astonished to see a shimmering shield, behind which Vito crouched. He smiled slightly, striking the ground with his fist. The shield collapsed in on itself, then exploded outward, the shockwave annihilating the newly advancing beasts, their bodies disintegrating amidst the golden lightning, with several warriors reduced to mere fragments. As the surrounding beasts were scattered, Vito surged forward, cutting his way through the enemy ranks until he stood before the hive tyrant, which unleashed a swift bolt of white lightning in retaliation. Vito halted, conjuring a shield to block the lightning, yet the force of the impact forced him back a considerable distance, the shield dissipating moments later. Just as Vito prepared to rise and attack, a colossal figure suddenly loomed before him, the Tyranid tyrant. The resurrected Tyranid tyrant swung its blade down upon Vito, and although he blocked it with his chainsaw sword, the force still bore him down. Through the shower of sparks, Vito gazed up at the tyrant, its gaping maw poised to devour him. He swiftly aimed his plasma gun at the tyrant's face, ready to retaliate. Yet, with equal swiftness, the tyrant Tyrone wielded his bone blade with lightning speed, severing Vito's entire forearm, fragments and blood spraying forth from the wound. Vito beheld the scattered remnants before him as the tyrant roared and raised his bone blade, poised to deliver a final blow. However, with a fierce glare, Vito unleashed a laser blade from the gaping wound of his severed arm. The tyrant was cleaved in two and collapsed with a thunderous crash, while Vito knelt upon the ground, expelling a copious amount of blood from his mouth. The judge lifted his gaze towards the distant broodmother, who frantically waved her claws to summon her guards, though she would have no further opportunity to do so. Vito discarded the chainsaw sword and, with his left arm, seized a thermite bomb, fastening its strap in his mouth as he charged forward. He maneuvered through the oncoming beasts that sought to obstruct him, leaping onto the broodmother's body. The grotesque creature unleashed a surge of psychic energy, and the two forces collided at an incredibly close range, a blinding white light instantly engulfing the entirety of his vision. Yet, when the radiance dissipated, Vito found himself directly before the broodmother. He planted a foot upon her jaw, forcibly prying open her massive maw. The broodmother screeched, flailing her futile little claws in a desperate attempt to fend him off. Vito hurled the thermite bomb directly into her gaping mouth, its display screen ticking down the countdown to devastation. Upon the bomb's entry, Vito immediately leaped backward, executing a backflip to land on the ground. He raised his head to witness the broodmother, now flailing her diminutive claws in a frantic effort to retrieve the bomb. Frankly, she ought to venture outdoors more often rather than becoming so rotund that she could scarcely reach her own mouth. Boom, Vito whispered, and in an instant, the entirety of the broodmother's visage swelled and erupted. The thermite flames expanded from within her head, obliterating her face in a catastrophic explosion, her flesh shattering and evaporating, leaving her upper body reduced to a cloud of ashes. The four giants turned their attention toward this direction, gazing at the towering explosion. As the surrounding swarm of insects descended into chaos and fratricide, these frenzied beasts scattered in all directions, and the vast horde disintegrated in an instant, shaking the very fabric of space as though the world were on the brink of collapse. Vito, Olaf shouted, as the judge rose to his feet and waved his arm, urging them to run toward the ship. Quickly, they've done it, Cole exclaimed, eyes wide at the collapsing swarm outside the bridge. The insect horde began to splinter, the immense swarm fleet retreating in disarray. The remnants of the Imperial fleet and the Black Cathedral fleet launched a vigorous pursuit, the formidable Black Expeditionary Force piercing through the central axis of the swarm fleet, reducing the fleeing alien beasts to floating remnants in space. Vito, get the hell out of there, Cole shouted, fixating on the light spears and cannon fire from the Black Cathedral fleet, as colossal void beasts were shattered under the onslaught. The disorganized creatures, now devoid of unity, rapidly faced annihilation under the relentless assault of the entire fleet. This also meant that the judge and his companions within their bellies were nearing their doom. Where the hell are you? Cole bellowed, a cacophony of static emanating from the communication channel amidst their escape. Where? In the damn throat. They ascended from the depths of the trembling throat. Vito laboriously maneuvering the controls to execute a sharp turn at the throat's apex, the vector thrusters propelling them with immense G-force, pinning him firmly in his seat as he gazed out at the cockpit. With a sudden thrust, the engine roared to life, launching them forth. The Thunderhawk following closely as they surged into the cavernous maw that glimmered with starlight. The two aircraft sped from the closing jaws of the beast. And as they exited the mothership of the swarm into the cosmos, a whirlwind torpedo struck the creature, accompanied by a violent explosion and a barrage of cannon fire that silenced the mothership's anguished demise. "We did it. Emperor bless us," Vito exclaimed, raising his sole arm in triumph. Amidst the cheers of Ragnar and Lancelot echoing through the communication channel, their ecstatic shouts filling the air. Cole, with a resigned smile, slumped into the captain's chair, watching the devastation outside, listening to the jubilant uproar incited by the trio of lunatics. Emperor bless us, they have triumphed. Chapter 52. The Frontier of the Empire. The end has begun in the 41st millennium. The Empire is steeped in despair. Legends tell that the holy effigies of the Emperor in every star sector and galaxy weep blood, mourning for their kin. Initially, the populace was oblivious to the significance of this sorrow, their hearts filled with hesitation and uncertainty, until the first calamity struck, revealing its true meaning. This millennium is one of suffering. Humanity once believed that after the tumult of heretical wars, civilization would usher in hope and redemption. Indeed, there was a glimmer of such promise. But countless adversaries in the galaxy soon launched their assaults, and a desperate war unfolded throughout the Empire. The invasion of Tyranids, the onslaught of the Orcs, and the dark expeditions of chaos brought forth terror, transforming countless worlds into infernos. Civilization and hope have long since become distant memories, leaving only profound fear and despair within this dark galaxy. Yet, not all is lost. The ember of hope remains potent and resilient. Even when the corporeal forms of humanity have withered, the flames of psychic energy continue to blaze fiercely, igniting the fire of hope anew. Though this millennium is marked by despair, humanity endures. Amidst innumerable trials, we have survived, repelling various foes and struggling for existence in overwhelming adversity. We have achieved success, albeit fleeting. Perhaps humanity's greatest stance is this. Even when aware that only darkness lies ahead, we stubbornly seek out the light. And light, along with hope, has never truly departed. It merely lies hidden, awaiting our discovery. Vito traversed the grand marble archway, flanked by towering statues of sword-wielding angels, their golden eagle wings still soaring, radiating a brilliant glow. Banners emblazoned with the Empire's will descended from the lofty walls, and after the long night, the eagle of the Empire continued to flutter at the edge of the galaxy, destined to soar on. The busy airfield bustled with transport and fighter aircraft, tirelessly shuttling between the surface and the warships in orbit, their blue contrails shimmering against the clear sky. Vito gazed up at the vast azure expanse. The storm clouds had finally dissipated, and the fires of war faded into distant memories. Standing on the airfield, he felt the warm breeze caress his cheek. A breath of life, the most exquisite fragrance after devastation. Lowering his gaze, Vito made his way to the center of the airfield, where he was to meet Captain McHale and Marshal Amric amidst the thrumming of aircraft and countless landing pads. The Grand Marshal of the Black Sanctum nodded affirmatively, his resolute visage adorned with 4 gold studs. As the captain has mentioned, Inquisitor, I have heard of your courageous exploits in infiltrating the Tyranid hive ship and slaying the Tyranid Prime. Please accept my respects. Such a hero is rare even across the galaxy. I regret that we arrived too late. Had we come sooner, perhaps the losses on this planet would have been less severe. Its people will require many years to rebuild their homeland. Marshal Amric nodded in agreement. Indeed, Inquisitor. The Emperor's will has cleared the shadows of the subspace, allowing us to arrive here to partake in this final glory. We shall not depart again. Vito smiled and nodded in affirmation. My lord, the Emperor shall not leave us again, and we will ensure that his will is upheld throughout the galaxy. Together, Amric and Vito gazed skyward, where countless warships gathered in orbit. The remnants of doom had not tarnished the pride of the Empire. After the Great War, they would carry forth new glory to join the ongoing conflict within the galaxy. What are your plans, Inquisitor? Will you accompany us to Cadia? Marshal Amric inquired suddenly. Vito looked into the Grand Marshal's eyes and gently shook his head. I have heard rumors. The Plague Fleet and the End Times have appeared at Cadia, bringing endless destruction to the surrounding star systems. The Emperor's light is beginning to flicker dimly. I would be honored, yet I must regretfully decline, esteemed Marshal Amaric. I must investigate certain matters that require clarity, but I assure you that our endeavors are aligned. Amaric raised his chin slightly and nodded affirmatively, his black armor reflecting a cold sheen in the light, yet his steadfast demeanor radiated warmth, a resolute expression of unwavering faith in his path. So it shall be, Inquisitor. I believe we shall meet again. The sons of Dorn and the sons of Sigismund will stand with you whenever needed. I too shall stand alongside the sons of Dorn in glory, no matter the place, Vito replied. Amaric placed his iron fist upon his chest in salute and then rested it upon his black sword. There are many battles yet to be addressed. We shall depart immediately. May the Emperor guide us to a future reunion. May the Emperor bless our paths ahead. Until we meet again, Grand Marshal. With that, Amaric turned and strode towards the distant waiting Thunderhawk, while Mikhail nodded farewell to Vito. I must take my leave as well, my friend. It has been an honor to fight alongside you once more. This shall not be our last encounter, Mikhail. Until next time, Vito replied. Until next time, Vito, Mikhail echoed. Vito watched as Mikhail approached his own Thunderhawk. He then turned to see the approaching Governor Olivia, who walked towards him from the entrance. Her dress flowing as the wind tousled her long hair, while she gazed at the ascending Thunderhawk. Are you leaving as well? Yes, I must depart. There are many matters awaiting my attention. Vito observed as the two Thunderhawks soared towards the warships in orbit, preparing to embark on the next battle called for by the Emperor. Promise me one thing, Vito. What is it? Do not forget me. Vito smiled, taking Olivia's hand. I shall not forget. Even if the stars burn out and the universe falls into ruin, I will always remember the enchanting companion I had on the planet Victoria. Olivia smiled back at the man before her, reaching out to caress his slightly rugged face. I will not forget you either. Never. Not even as my life comes to an end. Both shared sincere smiles as a Thunderhawk ascended from the lower hangar, circling the edge of the airfield. Vito sighed softly. I must take my leave. Farewell, my king. Farewell, my princess. Vito gently kissed Olivia on the lips before making his way to the Thunderhawk. He climbed aboard, grasping the handrail, watching her from the aircraft. The Thunderhawk moved outward, ascending towards the lofty heavens, while Olivia stood on the runway, gazing up at the immense warship, its glorious length illuminating the bright contrails behind it. Beyond the crimson veil of its tail, an eye of terror flickered with a blood-like glow, fixated upon the tangible universe, its inky pupil gradually widening. At the conclusion of this dark 40 millennia, the flames of the end times have already been ignited. Chapter 53, The Twilight Era, Dream of the Starsea Imperial Calendar, Terra Standard Year 998. 41K in the Nebulous Star Domain, within the Faucon Twin Star Cluster. The Mars-class battlecruiser has been traversing the dark expanse of the galaxy for an extended duration. The pendulum of time, measuring the symmetries between the physical universe and the subspace, ticks rhythmically, while time itself is infinitely elongated and extended, accompanied by the long trail of the thruster's flames, casting a crimson glow that illuminates the rear architectural ensemble of the warship. These structures, a harmonious blend of red and black, epitomize the perfect fusion of mechanical faith and imperial doctrine, symbolizing the vibrant red of the god of all machines, intertwined with the golden and black hues representing the Emperor, forming the majestic silhouette of this grand spacecraft. Gothic spires and stained glass windows are fully aglow, as the distant light from the stellar system pierces through the depths of the galaxy, rendering the massive hull even more imposing under the starlight. Silent cannons point towards the dark abyss of the galaxy, their brilliant reflections shimmering off the steel surfaces like a delicate layer of frost. Behind the towering statue of the Archangel atop the warship stands a magnificent cathedral-like structure, soaring high and nearly enveloping the upper half of the vessel. Layer upon layer of obsidian edifices align along the ship's central axis, housing countless weapon launch arrays that lie dormant beneath the starlight. It is not only the machine spirits that slumber, the entire vessel rests in tranquility. According to the navigational clock, it is the night of standard Terra time, and a serene stillness blankets every corridor and hall. In the hangar, the divine instruments of the god of all machines silently dock upon the deck, with squadrons of thunder and lightning fighters lined up, their supplies and weaponry piled in the corners. Chimera armored personnel carriers and Rhino all-terrain vehicles are also stationed here, while soulless servitors drag their rigid forms across the deck. The entire warship lies in slumber, with sailors peacefully resting in every chamber. Even the sentinels in their posts remain eerily silent, as if the vessel itself has transformed into a drifting space wreck amid the galaxy. In a spacious room adorned with sheer curtains and sea blue, milky white marble, the decor features numerous vaulted arches, Roman reliefs, and plaster moldings, reminiscent of the opulent chambers of ancient Roman and Greek nobility on Terra. A large artificial hot tub is also present for bathing. A wooden writing desk is positioned by the window, where starlight spills over the aged surface, cluttered with numerous books and scrolls, most of which are ancient documents and manuscripts, alongside some personal writings of the owner. In truth, I would rather classify them as tomes, as the volumes are remarkably thick, with diaries and manuscripts resembling dictionaries in their substantiality, their slightly yellowed pages exuding a profound sense of antiquity. A steel plate rests atop an unfinished manuscript, its corner pressed down by an inkpot, casting its title into view under the dreamlike radiance of the starlight. The Unfortunate Guardian, The Tale of the Midnight Wraith. Conrad Kolz. The pages are filled with a plethora of text, much of it inscribed in Gothic script. Yet some characters belong to an archaic form of Gothic not used in the Empire today. These ancient letters, clearly of human origin, exhibit a grammar and structure that are nearly the forerunners of modern Gothic, with the author extensively employing these long-forgotten scripts. A red cloak and coat hang behind a screen, while a chainsaw sword leans quietly against the headboard, accompanied by a stack of explosive guns and their corresponding parts on the bedside table. Defend the Eagle Gate. Hold the walls. Amidst the cacophony of cannon fire and tumultuous noise, a chorus of voices erupts, the cries of countless individuals straining to be heard. Before him, flashes of fire and shadow flicker, massive figures clash in a brutal melee, giants grappling with one another in a blood-soaked arena. For the warlord, advance. A voice commands, causing Vito's brow to furrow, his breath becoming heavy and rapid. Son of Dawn, hold the line. Where is Captain Sigismund? Another voice bellows. As the deafening roar of explosive guns and chainsaw swords reverberates in Vito's mind, the sight of spilled blood and flying debris overwhelming him. We must defend this position. We cannot retreat. A golden figure wielding a long spear declares, flanked by countless identical golden silhouettes, resolutely marching towards the distant glow. The shattered silhouette of the city flashes before Vito like a revolving lantern, debris and rubble cascading like leaves in a tempest. As a frenzied crimson giant brandishing a chainsaw axe charges into the throngs, blood and death swiftly engulfing the world. Jabacon, charge. Block their path. The roar of motorcycles thunders forward, and Vito gasps for breath, witnessing the clash between two titans, a golden giant as formidable as a fortress, and a behemoth adorned with a hydra motif, their blades and chainsaws colliding violently. Fleet after fleet of identical warships engage in chaotic battle amidst the cosmos. Explosions and flames engulfing them, colossal vessels from a single factory, sharing the same design and weaponry, tearing at one another, as one ship belches forth a torrent of flames. Plunging into planetary orbit, launching the first orbital shell. Traitor! The cries echo amidst the cannon fire, again and again. Vito grits his teeth, seemingly enduring an unspeakable agony. His expression contorted in struggle. He has betrayed us, betrayed the warlord. Honor the blood of St. Gillis. Wolf God! Wolf God! The screams and battle cries rise and fall. Vito's breath comes in sharp gasps, as he seems to witness something. Painful, twisted moments that inflict a horrifying torment upon his soul, defying description. Let the galaxy burn. What have you done? A sun-like figure demands, wielding a holy sword that blazes with light. The voice booms like thunder, shattering the dream, and Vito jolts awake. Sitting upright in bed, panting heavily, returned from the abyss of torment. He touches his forehead, gazing at the disheveled sheets, exhaling a deep sigh. As if this nightmare is not a new occurrence. You have had that dream once again, my friend, a voice remarks. Vito turns to see a figure standing by the grand floor-to-ceiling window, holding a long staff as he gazes into the resplendent nebula. In a sudden motion, Vito seizes the explosive gun from the bedside, aiming it at the man's head. Rising from the bed, the sheets slipping away, he stands by the edge, his scarred body exposed, staring at the man with his back turned, finger poised on the trigger. Who are you? Your friend, the man replies, turning his head, pointed ears catching the starlight that streams into the room. Vito's expression shifts to one of astonishment. Adorado Surian? Chapter 54. Author's note: having written extensively, I find it opportune to elucidate certain aspects that may leave some readers perplexed. Firstly, regarding the theme of time travel. This narrative does not center around a protagonist who traverses time. While I did contemplate crafting a story featuring a time traveler, given its broader appeal and the enjoyment it brings to readers, I ultimately opted to portray an indigenous protagonist, influenced by numerous considerations. I do not wish to feign ignorance of this significant disparity, nor to create an awkward time traveler character, as is commonplace in many lighthearted novels that disregard logical coherence. My aspiration is to pen a thoughtful narrative. Moreover, I yearn to weave a tale with greater depth, rather than one that merely offers fleeting pleasure. Hence, I conceive the character of Vito, as I believe an indigenous protagonist integrates more seamlessly into the worldview, story, and backdrop, facilitating the creative process. My personal reading preferences also play a role in this inclination. I have never been particularly fond of the prevailing aesthetic of contemporary Japanese light novels. Although they are easy and enjoyable reads, I find them akin to fast food, lacking in substance. I acknowledge that many readers appreciate this genre for its entertainment value, and I do not oppose it, yet I wish to remain true to my artistic vision. It is not to say that I may not write a time travel narrative in the future. Should readers express discontent with indigenous stories, I would be willing to compromise. After all, self-indulgence is not a virtue, and I hope that readers will appreciate the current work. Regarding the firepower of the Chow Do gang at the beginning, I am aware that its intensity is somewhat exaggerated. However, my understanding of storytelling prioritizes crafting a compelling narrative over strict adherence to established norms. I am reluctant to compose a novel as rigorously meticulous as an academic paper, as that would be cumbersome and exhausting. In truth, official Warhammer novels seldom address gang warfare, primarily because it is rather mundane, akin to petty thugs brawling for a rank, with weaponry lacking in intrigue. In many respects, I have amplified the firepower within the Warhammer universe considerably, as noted in the Star Wars setting guide. Once again, I hope readers enjoy this book and kindly ask for your support in promoting, collecting, and voting for it. Thank you for your readership. Chapter 55, The Twilight Era, The Prophet's Prophecy. The prophet of the Spirit Clan gently shook his head beneath the resplendent starlight. In your dreams, my friend, I have brought you from the depths of nightmares to this place. Vito offered a bitter smile as he tossed the explosive rifle onto the bed. It was of no use anyway. He poured himself a glass of liquor from the bottle on the nightstand and drank deeply, grateful that even in dreams he could savor the taste. Taking a deep breath, he approached the floor-to-ceiling window, standing beside Ada Raid as they gazed at the distant nebulae. Countless stars flickered and congregated within, giving birth to myriad imperial worlds. Though the galaxy may be engulfed in darkness, witnessing this scene always brought him a measure of solace. He knew the Empire still endured and humanity continued to survive. I come to deliver a warning, my friend, Ada Raid said, gripping his staff, his voice as calm and profound as the starlight itself. I know you speak of Abaddon. I am aware that Ezekiel intends to take action. Someone has conveyed the words of prophecy to you. He can see the threads of fate. Indeed, Lily, Ada Raid replied, his brow furrowing with seriousness as he regarded Vito like a stern mentor. The spiritual energy of the great prophet shimmered around them, accompanied by tiny arcs of light amidst the brilliance of the stars. The twin sister of the god of joy. She has shattered the coherence of fate and extinguished the flickering hope of my kin. You should not trust her, Vito Constantine. If you consider me a friend, Ada Raid, refrain from using my full name. Such forms of address are not befitting of friends, Vito retorted, turning away, the starlight illuminating his face and drawing forth the golden glimmer from his eyes. Ada Raid gazed at that golden gaze, his hands gripping the staff tightly. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. Vito, we are indeed friends, dear friends, which is why I caution you to be wary of Lady Phantom. Though she possesses great power, she embodies the essence of the god of joy and knows nothing of love. She is devoid of it, driven only by a thirst for the unknown. But she has informed me of Abaddon's intentions. I believe you have come for this matter rather than to lecture me on my romantic affairs, Vito said, shifting his gaze towards the dark rift among the nebulae, where a ghostly light erupted from the abyss. The Eye of Fear, people call this entrance to the subspace. Ada Raid O'Shuran sighed softly, turning his gaze towards the great chasm, which stood as an eternal tombstone for the ancient Spirit Clan Empire, symbolizing the cataclysmic collapse of a once mighty civilization that had towered amidst the galaxy. In the present day, its remnants were few. Some remained in decadent hiding within ancient webways, their arrogance and pride failing to mask their fear of the Lady of Joy. Others took refuge on ancient planets, forsaking all traces of civilization, merging with nature, struggling to survive in the dark fringes of the galaxy, hoping to endure a long and fearful existence. Meanwhile, some sailed the arcs, eternally drifting through the galaxy, seeking to preserve the embers of civilization amid the despair of annihilation. Aeterade was one of them. The Son of Destruction will bring an end to the ancient war, shattering this millennia-long stalemate. In the prophecy, I have seen destruction and a sea of fire. Cadia will burn, he stated calmly, starlight reflecting on the face of this ancient remnant. Are you suggesting that Abaddon will once again launch a dark expedition against Cadia? Vito inquired, still gazing at the Eye of Fear, observing the ominous signs of destruction tearing at the edge of the galaxy. The millennia-long stalemate will be broken. The ancient sun will return to reshape the future of the galaxy, Aeterade affirmed, placing a reassuring hand on Vito's shoulder. We all made a vow to him. Vulcan even sacrificed his life to uphold our oath, to protect and safeguard human civilization, not to rule over it. You have gazed upon the galaxy and fate for many years. My friend, you are well aware of the changes that occur when the balance is tipped. It has already toppled, and the scales of fate must be reset. Vito remained silent, his eyes reflecting the starlight, for he already knew the answer. Aeterade Oshuran could perceive the truth within that gaze, still holding his friend's shoulder as they both stared into the distant night. The golden scales had long since exited the stage. His descendants had vanished into the galaxy. The storm of destruction was upon them, and a decision was imperative, the final scale. With a long sigh, Vito turned to Aeterade, his eyes filled with sorrow and regret. I once believed we could forge a future, Aeterade. But alas, brothers slay one another, and friends betray each other. The Spirit Clan prophet met Vito's gaze, the latter's eyes shimmering with golden light, remaining silent for an extended period before he again looked towards the galaxy, observing the nebula filled with countless worlds. Suddenly, Vito opened his eyes wide, pressing his hand against the glass as he beheld the galaxy. His gaze darted to a corner of the darkened expanse, where a beam of light emerged against the profound backdrop of the galaxy, shining like a brilliant lighthouse. That was the light of the star beacon, the direction of Tyra. Finally breaking his silence, Vito shattered the prolonged stillness. What is the plan? To find the ancient artifact, forged in the golden age before the stars burned out, created by the hands of my people's greatest adversaries. We must locate it, seeking the destined object beneath the shadow of fate. Must we still speak in riddles? Vito replied succinctly. Locate the ancient gem, a necromantic artifact safeguarded by my people after the war in heaven, stored on a planet called Seer Vaclius, which was once the home of the necromancers, Aeterade explained, conjuring an image of the dimensional cube, a quintessential creation of necromantic technology. Vito regarded the green imitation with a slight tilt of his head, his arms crossed as he examined what this artifact could achieve. Its purpose remains unknown to me, but I have seen it in the prophecy. It will play a crucial role in the fate of humanity. I trust in your prophecy, Aeterade. Yet I have one question. Who knows where this object is? Vito asked. A necromancer's planet, one of their home worlds, holds memories from millennia past. The war in heaven occurred eons ago, let alone the history of the realm of the undead. I can assure you that Aeterade knows little of it. For even the Spirit Clan knows scarce details of the necromancer's past. Aeterade recognized Vito's belief that he was uninformed, and indeed, this was true. He did not intend to feign knowledge or evade the truth, but the prophet raised his head as a profound oracle ought to do. There exists one who knows. Or rather, one who persists. His flesh has long since perished, transformed into an eternal, cold vessel. Yet, he would be willing to converse with you. Your bond transcends flesh and steel, intertwining your fates. Vito was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he chuckled helplessly, rubbing his forehead. Tarasin, the Endless One possesses vast knowledge and treasures. He will furnish you with the clues and answers you require. I shall also provide the final answer to my journey. The Endless One resides on Suvith, where he attempts to borrow a cherished memory, while the transformed humans, who have turned into cold bodies, are engaged in conflict with a reawakening necromantic dynasty. Vito let out a bitter smile, sighing in resignation. It appeared that the mechanists had once again stumbled upon some rather unpleasant discoveries in their relentless quest for technological advancement. Honestly, why did those fools always fail to employ their intellect? Their obsession with creating devices that any sentient being would recognize as self-destructive was baffling. Yet, it seemed I must lend them a hand once more, for the Emperor above. I shall awaken fate, thought and decision. My friend, your time is limited. Ada. You Vito began, turning to gaze at the seer, only to be met with an empty chamber. He chuckled helplessly and rubbed his forehead. You always do this. Disappearing before I can finish my thought. The ethereal, how amusing. As he spoke, Vito turned his attention to the Eye of Terror amidst the nebula. The fiery galactic eye that had brought forth countless devastation and suffering over the millennia. He closed his eyes, immersing himself in the primordial dream. Outside the window, beyond the veil separating dreams from reality, waves of destruction surged violently within the rift of the Eye of Terror. At the intersection of the material universe and the ocean of souls, the Blackstone Fortress was being slowly drawn forward by countless vessels. A colossal black entity slicing through the ocean of souls beneath the Eye of Terror. At the heart of the Annihilation Fleet, surrounded by innumerable massive ships. A black longship spewed flames like blood, the planet killer advancing steadily within the Doomsday Armada. Upon the bridge of that ancient warship, the warlord Abaddon opened his crimson eyes. The galaxy shall burn. Chapter 56. The era of twilight. Purple and blue stardust cascaded from the corridor of the Martian-class warship, casting a silvery glimmer upon the gray-white floor. Countless dreamlike hues enveloped the silent side corridors of the vessel. The galaxy is a spectacle of beauty, unmatched by any creation of man or beast. Even the powers of the subspace, Lilith and her sister, despite their tireless efforts in their realms, could not rival the magnificence of the galaxy itself. The radiant backdrop of the Milky Way soared beyond the warship, starlight gliding through the seams and edges of the hull, as if the vessel were truly sailing amidst the sea of stars. Beneath the ship, vast architectural complexes traversed the clouds of stardust, and shimmering starlight stirred magnificent ripples. The elongated exhaust flames of the thrusters trailed a luminous streak, merging with the starlight as their boundaries expanded. Cole had joined the Imperial Navy out of a fervent love for such vistas, enrolling in the Naval Academy founded by the Solar Lord himself in his hometown of Macarian. Venturing into the cosmic expanse, navigating through countless wonders. Many had embarked upon their cosmic journeys for similar reasons. Their pursuit of the infinite unknown and breathtaking scenery woven throughout the fabric of human civilization. From the launch of humanity's first wooden ship to the colossal starships traversing the galaxy today, the quest for the unknown had remained unchanged. Vito walked through the corridor, gazing at the magnificent starry sky beside him, where a myriad of colors converged to create a beauty beyond words. The silver-studded boots echoed softly against the ground. Illuminated by a dreamlike blue-violet glow, his footsteps resonating in the starlight, distant and ethereal, as if still enshrined in a dream. Yet Vito knew it was not a dream. He had just passed the barracks of the Astartes, hearing the rumblings of Ragnar and the coarse dreams spoken in Fenrisian, followed by Bel's elegant curses in the Maculag tongue after being roused. So indeed, he was not dreaming. With his fingers resting on his belt, his eyes reflected the expanse of stars. Despite the passage of time, he still reveled in the sight, finding each day's nebula to be unique. Each observation a fresh experience. The starlight, gathered from millions of light years away, intertwined, revealing a breathtaking tapestry of the starry sky before him. The depths of his dark eyes sparkled with endless brilliance, his face illuminated by the celestial glow. He remembered the first time he gazed upon the stars. Mount Sinai was an ideal vantage point for stargazing. Amidst the sound of jingling camel bells and the hymns of cathedral worshippers, Vito had looked up at the sky, moved by the scattering of light across the heavens. From that moment, he longed to enter that sea of stars, and ultimately, he had achieved that dream. He felt the warmth of sunlight on his face, birds flitting and singing around him, the rustling of animals emerging from the woods, enveloping him in the embrace of nature. A distant echo of ancient memories. Vito opened his eyes, where immense star clusters twinkled across the dark expanse. The ominous glare of the Eye of Terror seeming distant and almost non-existent. Yet he knew the rift lay there, watching all this beauty from the other side of endless starlight. As he walked, he arrived at the mural section at the end of the corridor, where the walls depicted grand scenes, the emperor and his loyal progeny standing majestically on one side, adorned with countless patterns and hymns of utmost praise. Yet, Vito could not help but smile wryly, observing the faces sculpted by the artisan, rendered so lofty, steadfast, and pure, it bordered on the absurd. Lehman Russ, Vito murmured, tracing his fingers over the surface of the sculptures. Course, Cork, St. Gilliman, Ferris Manus, he spoke, passing before the colossal figures, each giant bathed in starlight like sacred deities. though Vito knew they were not gods. A smile gradually graced his face, his fingers gliding over the statues, shimmering in the starlight. Leman Ors, Shagatai-Khan, Robaldorn. His footsteps echoed through the space, yet his gaze remained fixed upon their faces. Vulcan, Robut Gilliman, he continued, finally encountering the last figure. The most magnificent and towering of them all, surrounded by throngs. A halo of sunlight burned and shimmered behind his head, the sculptor having crafted that halo from a single smooth block of gold, which sparkled beneath the starlight as if truly ablaze. Vito stood before the giant, whose eyes gazed into the infinite sea of stars. He smiled faintly as he walked past, continuing toward the end of the corridor, still tracing the walls. Whispering names, each a name deemed cursed by many. Conrad Kurz, Perturabo, Ongron. With each step, the names escaped his lips: Fulgrim, Mortarion, Magnus, Lorger, Alfarius, Omega. Horus Lupercal. Upon uttering the last name, Vito halted, as if his heart had been pierced, a long sigh escaping him. Yet he spoke not a word, merely continuing forward. Passing beneath a grand door, a deep brown solid wood portal, its robust frame leaning like a city gate, seemingly long prepared for his arrival. Vito entered, the light gradually dimming. He walked across the magnificent chapel floor, where multicolored stained glass windows cast a kaleidoscope of soft glimmers, yet the overall ambience remained somber. The colossal statue of the emperor standing in the alcove, overseeing the hall. He held the sacred sword, pointing toward the heavens. The chapel's architect had designed a long glass skylight in the dome, allowing the emperor's sword to direct its gaze toward the endless sea of stars, silently proclaiming the grand ascent of human civilization. Vito found a bench and sat, exhaling deeply, his head bowed in prolonged silence before he lifted it again. He gazed up at the emperor's statue, a bitter smile forming. I never expected to grow accustomed to calling you emperor. Is there still hope for our kin? After all this time, can the flame of hope truly ignite? Vito whispered, his eyes fixed upon the silent statue, its grandeur decorated with exquisite adornments, seeming almost divine. I still remember the days of joyous revelry, unreserved conversations. I even recall Lehman laughing. Truly, he laughed. Vito lowered his gaze to the marble floor, its dim surface dark and devoid of light. The silence lingered for a moment, a myriad of thoughts flickering in his eyes. I do not know if I should intervene in humanity's fate. I do not know if I am still willing to take responsibility for it all. Will the light of truth shine once more? Amidst his musings, a glimmer appeared on the ground, a flickering flame illuminating the space before him. The judge lifted his gaze to see a figure passing by, clad in white robes. Father Huss? Vito asked, slightly taken aback. The priest silently approached the emperor's statue, lighting a candle beneath the altar, the flame casting light upon his profile and illuminating a small portion of the emperor's statue. Chapter 57. The Epic of Twilight. I did not expect to find you here, Father, Vito remarked, seated in the front pew. Father House held a candle, drawing its flickering light closer to the silent candlestick. As the flames converged, the candlelight brightened, and Father House methodically ignited the candles beneath the altar. His movements were deliberate, each gesture akin to a prayer, his expression serene as he gazed upon the burning wicks. The light illuminated his weathered face, yet even so, his dark eyes reflected the flame's glow, embodying the fervent faith that burned within him. One by one, the candles beneath the emperor's altar ignited, their flames gradually dispelling the surrounding darkness, while the golden icon of the emperor radiated a dazzling brilliance in the flickering light. I did not anticipate your presence here, Judge. Father House's aged voice intoned as he swept away the remnants of a burnt candle, the fragments falling to the ground, soon whisked away by a hovering servitor's skull, which then departed. Casting a sidelong glance at the silent Vito, the priest turned to retrieve a new perpetual candle from within his robe, anchoring its base firmly in the candlestick before personally igniting a new flame. You are harboring doubts, Judge. You question certain matters, the priest observed, his tone devoid of reproach. Vito understood Father House well. He was not one to admonish or lecture others, but rather a respected sage, distinct from many of his compatriots in the state religion. Yet such a scenario was hardly surprising. The infinite frontier harbored many like him, individuals who were anomalies in their former realms, but here aboard the judge's vessel, they did not appear so peculiar. Vito sighed heavily, gazing upwards at the starry sky through the overhead window. He contemplated the endless stardust, the resplendent Milky Way traversing above, resembling a bridge of stars connecting distant corners of existence. Indeed, Father, You ponder whether humanity still possesses a future and hope, House stated, stepping forward to ignite the candlestick on the opposite side of the altar, while Vito continued to gaze at the heavens. It seems you have heard my thoughts. A feat not easily accomplished, especially given your lack of implants, Vito remarked casually, resting a hand on the back of the pew. Father House chuckled softly, shielding one side of the flame to ensure its steadfast and resilient burn. I believe my life is a gift from the God Emperor, who alone shall determine my return home. Who shall summon me to the golden throne? Vito lowered his gaze, looking upon the visage of the Emperor, while House ignited all the candles and dipped into the golden holy water basin beside the altar, gently sprinkling the shimmering, silvery liquid across the altar's surface. The holy water flowed over the milky marble, glistening as it caught the candlelight. Why do you doubt hope, Judge? House inquired as he prepared for the next step. Using a pre-prepared religious cloth to wipe the altar, the holy water began to spread, the marble surface gleaming not from its inherent luster, but from the reaction of the holy water under the candle's glow. This holy water was not merely ordinary. The state religion infused it with silver powder, or as they termed it, the sacred dust. They believed that incorporating this symbol of purity would cleanse the water of impurities and impurities. Though it may sound foolish, secret silver weaponry indeed possesses the capability to slay demons, and Grey Knights typically wield secret silver-powered weapons, augmenting their psychic abilities to combat the malevolent forces of the warp to the greatest extent possible. For a millennium, Father, it seems our people have drifted ever further from truth, reason, and enlightenment. I have witnessed similar moments long ago. You believe humanity has lost its chance to pursue the future, House continued, remaining focused on his tasks. You think that after losing the Emperor's guidance, we have embarked upon a dark path, a path devoid of light. In truth, even while the Emperor still led us, there were many issues we overlooked or deemed ignorable. I encountered this in a tome, a very ancient text. What did we overlook, Judge? The emotions of humanity, Vito replied, gazing at the Emperor's icon, a visage that was no longer familiar to him, as if the sculptor had exaggerated its features unduly. Though the Emperor may manifest the most perfect image to each individual, Vito felt himself unaffected by such perceptions. In those times, we believed that reliance on truth, reason, and boundless power would guide humanity on its journey, as the Emperor envisioned. Yet his monumental endeavors led him to neglect the emotions of his progeny, to overlook their hopes. Humanity's emotions are fragile. We are envious, greedy, and yearning. Often, it is these very sentiments that allow malevolence to infiltrate the hearts of even the mightiest, even those deemed demigods. House's eyes reflected the flickering flames, and he nodded slightly, affirming the judge's words. Indeed, the whispers of chaos seep into the heart, and the seeds of jealousy yield bitter fruits. How many in the Empire are not thus? Look at those bureaucrats, even those upon Terra. No, especially those upon Terra. Vito scoffed. Several times I have contemplated eliminating them, ridding us of these parasites. Why have you not done so, Judge? House inquired, seemingly unfazed by Vito's treasonous rhetoric regarding the High Lords of Terra, fully absorbed in his preparations. Vito offered a wry smile, rubbing his temples. What significance would that hold? Who would replace them? The master assassin Vangrith attempted it. He assassinated all the High Lords, consolidating power for himself. Initially, it proceeded smoothly, addressing the systemic issues, but what was the outcome following the Beast War? This represents humanity's limitations, the limitations of the individual. Collectively, a lack of proper guidance would eventually lead to scenarios reminiscent of the High Lord's failures, straying far from the initial purpose of their establishment. Of course, there are also the Adeptus Custodes, those golden-armored guardians who could have intervened at any moment, preventing the Empire's descent into the abyss of destruction. They had done so at the end of the Age of Apostasy. They led the Space Marines into the palace, persuading the Sisters of Battle to execute the traitors. They could have continued this course of action, yet they did not. Constantine once vowed to be protectors, not rulers. It seems the Custodes have upheld the collective oath made at the outset, to be guardians of humanity, rather than its rulers. Vito chuckled, a smile tinged with irony. He often embodied such contradictions, at times starkly realistic to an uncomfortable degree, yet at others, possessed ideals that bordered on absurdity. He exhibited an incomprehensible dichotomy of thought, simultaneously disbelieving in humanity, yet harboring faith in it. Well, perhaps this is merely a collective flaw of theirs. Can you judge? House queried. Vito's expression stiffened momentarily, yet he remained silent, uttering no words. You have resolved and purged many planets of traitors, heretics, and incompetent leaders. Subsequently, you have appointed trustworthy individuals to succeed them. The Emperor's eye is aware of your capabilities, Judge. Why do you not act? I promised my friend to serve as a guardian, not a ruler, Vito murmured softly, while House shook his head slightly, arranging the origin parchment with care. No, Judge, though you harbor thoughts of upholding your oath as a guardian. Refraining from meddling in the mundane affairs of humanity, you nonetheless interfere in it all. You are a paradox. Your innermost thoughts and contemplations are fraught with contradiction. Judge, while your words proclaim that humanity is devoid of hope and light, deep within, you continue to believe that hope and light endure within humankind. It is precisely for this reason that you intervene and assist diverse realms. Huss hung a new prayer strip upon the altar, seemingly originating from a sailor. He facilitated its delivery to the Emperor, praying for aid on behalf of this devotee. Were you devoid of belief, you would not hold the title of judge, nor would we ever have crossed paths again. Huss, with his aged voice, articulated each word with profound resonance, despite its quietude. Vito remained silent, his head bowed in contemplation, pondering the words of Huss, questioning whether doubt and belief can coexist. Huss caressed the prayer strip, silently reciting the sacred phrases from the scriptures, his frail fingers gliding gently over the parchment, delicate yet tender in touch. How would your friend wish for you? With doubt or with belief? Huss inquired. Vito lifted his gaze to the statue of the Emperor, its visage illuminated by the fervent flames of candles. Starlight cascading upon his brow as if radiant beams from the celestial realm. Trust in my judgment. Then, do you trust in yourself? Vito remained silent. Huss turned, slowly approaching Vito, gazing at the profile of the judge. His hands were tucked within the expansive sleeves of his robe, which flowed to the ground like a silver waterfall. Who are you? Huss asked. Vito paused for a moment, responding, the judge. What is a judge? The guardian of humanity. What does it mean to be the guardian of humanity? To watch over the night and seek the light. What is your duty? As Vito rose, he smiled at Huss. You remind me of an old friend. Who? Cinderman. With that, Vito strode toward the grand entrance, but just a few steps away, he was called back by Huss. He turned to face Huss, who glanced at the statue of the Emperor. The flames and starlight together illuminated the majestic figure. He smiled, then waved his hand as he continued toward the door. I shall. Chapter 58. The End Era. Capital punishment weapon sparks erupted from the welding gun's scorching flow, illuminating the skeletal structure and supporting steel beams of the enormous vessel's lower deck. The expansive area bustled with activity. Countless indicator lights and illumination fixtures casting a glow across the vast space. Amidst the fervent, temperatureless sparks, the mechanical priest collaborated with his colleagues to repair and pacify the engine's spirit. Fragments of sparks drifted downwards, while incense burners on either side of the operation platform emitted fragrant wisps, enveloping the dome and the steel deck in a delicate haze. Not all was mechanical. As soulless automatons tugged fuel tanks in tow behind the ground crew, the naval maintenance personnel diligently working under the guidance of the mechanical priest. The immense space was alive with the crackle of sparks and the rhythmic clanging of metal as antiquated machinery and steel components were dismantled. Modified heavy-duty automatons transported steel beams and hefty parts, their lifeless forms adorned with an array of data tubes, nutrient hoses, and various mechanical apparatus faithfully trailing behind the priest. Transport vehicles and trucks traversed the expansive deck, their towering tires rolling over the ground crew and mechanized workers. Crimson vehicle lights illuminating the metallic space where assembly and maintenance were underway. Vito marveled at the sailors' remarkable coordination. Amidst the flurry of transport vehicles, forklifts, and flatbeds, not a single person had been struck. They glided seamlessly through the throng, delivering parts, fuel, and tools, alongside boxy vehicles carrying automatons weaving in and out of the deck. The diamond-shaped transport vehicles arrived at the bustling worksite, where ground crew expertly pulled levers, extending mechanical arms that released several automatons from their restraints, allowing these soulless workers to descend to the ground. On the cool blue and fiery steel deck, the ground crew casually gestured for the automatons to follow. As several arms, cut and replaced with welding equipment, obediently trailed behind, akin to ducklings following their mother. Vito looked upward, watching a cascade of sparks raining down, where technicians, secured by safety harnesses, completed various welding tasks, dismantling panels and fiddling with bizarre wires and instruments. The lower deck operated with organized chaos, the mechanical priest, soulless automatons, and naval ground crew working in close harmony. Under the interplay of sparks, holographic projections, and electronic displays, the entire space thrummed with the divine creations of machinery, functioning in an orderly and efficient manner. Particularly noteworthy was the colossal platform transport vehicle, which Vito observed as it slowly made its entrance. Towering 2 stories high and brimming with heavy tracks, its massive form nearly bridging the expansive deck supported by intricate networks of steel beams. As it passed, everyone stepped aside, the yellow warning lights flashing incessantly at its lower edge, with personnel wielding signaling wands to guide the driver onward. The heavy tracks rumbled over the deck, the roar of the 4-engine monstrosity reverberating through the air as hydraulic structures and drive belts propelled the behemoth forward, bearing a gigantic missile that spanned nearly half the corridor. This missile was absurdly large. While the Empire's naval munitions were generally substantial, this specimen was exceptionally so, measuring over 100 meters in length and several meters in height, concealing within it an unimaginable force. On the opposite end, naval personnel busily prepared for docking at the launch site, maneuvering gantry cranes and super-heavy mechanical arms into position. Heavy support platforms swiftly traversed the overhead tracks, their gear structures interlocking, pushing the massive platforms forward. Vito smiled with satisfaction at the sight of the missile, its Imperial Eagle insignia gleaming with golden brilliance, while the iron rings bore inscriptions of sacred prayers in High Gothic. Although Vito found it incomprehensible to expend such decorative effort on something destined to explode, it was evident that the mechanical priest relished the endeavor. Cole stared at the gargantuan object in disbelief. "What do you intend to do with the whirlwind torpedo? Practice?" Vito jested, to which Cole muttered an expletive, gesturing towards the massive launch site where the sealed sliding doors began to open one by one, the docking apparatus rotating into position. The platform vehicle arrived before the launch site. Heavy mechanical arms above began to descend, massive iron clamps securing the missile from both ends. The gantry crane attached to the destruction device's top anchor point, slowly lifting the missile amidst the heavy mechanical hum. "What are you ordering them to bring out the extermination weapon and load it for?" Cole inquired sharply, bright sparks falling around him and Vito. Standing in the shadows of the bustling space, the judge turned slightly, shrugging. At that moment, the death penalty weapon, potent enough to obliterate an entire planet, commenced its insertion into the launch site, mechanical arms deftly maneuvering the missile into the circular chamber. The mechanical priests operated the equipment with precision, the arms and data terminals working in seamless concert as the Imperial Eagle and the mechanical skull of the priesthood entered the launch tube. The torpedo preparing for its combat position. Cole fixed his gaze on Vito, showing no signs of yielding. He knew Vito was up to something, and it seemed he was not inclined to feign innocence. This was genuine, for Vito understood that Cole was not easily deceived, especially not by him. Well, at least not in times like this, Cole thought. Vito shrugged lightly as the missile fully entered the launch tube, signaling the sound of locking mechanisms engaging, indicating that every safety anchor had secured and the whirlwind torpedo was poised for immediate deployment. "I might need to obliterate a planet, so I got it out," Vito said nonchalantly, while Cole facepalmed in disbelief, leaning against the railing beside Vito. "Have you lost your mind? What planet are you planning to blow up?" "Sisterver," Vito replied. "That's why I said you've gone mad. That planet is currently under the mechanical priest's technological archaeology. Are you really going to fly over there and blow up both them and their archaeological findings?" Vito sighed helplessly, his stern features illuminated by the shimmering sparks. "Am I just twiddling my thumbs here, provoking those grease monkeys? They awakened an entire dynasty of space necromancers while digging, and now they're busy fighting those space lunatics." Cole furrowed his brow, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. The mechanical priesthood accidentally awakened a dynasty of space necromancers. By the Emperor. Why haven't we received any reports? Because those binary idiots want to handle it themselves. They don't intend to let the Empire or the other factions of the mechanical priesthood snatch away their archaeological findings. So these short-circuited fools are embroiled in battle with the necromancers, completely unaware that if they lose, the necromancers will descend upon dozens of Imperial worlds. Vito leaned against the railing, arms crossed, sparks cascading down his back, illuminating his dark hair, while Cole let out a resigned sigh, rubbing his neck. "How did I end up in such a mess from the start? Just months ago, we had just finished battling the Tyranid Hive fleet, and now we're gearing up to fight necromancers? Well, you might want to ask the Emperor why we're in such a predicament." Vito smiled as he gazed at the launch port, where the torpedo had completely entered. The launch cover promptly descended from above, followed by a rush of negative pressure and a vacuum jet. The spiral stabilizing bolt on the hatch began to rotate slowly, emitting a deep, resonant rumble. Cole's communicator on his wrist chimed, prompting the captain to rise and activate the holographic communicator, projecting the first officer's half-figure before Vito and Cole. "We are approaching the combat zone. The mechanized teaching fleet is engaged in fierce combat with the harvesting vessels." Cole glanced at Vito with a look of resignation, while the adjudicator shrugged nonchalantly, patting Cole on the shoulder before striding toward the side of the suspension ladder. Cole exhaled deeply, turning his attention back to the first officer. "All hands, prepare for battle. Charge the void shield. Load the macro cannon spear." "Aye, Captain." The first officer's image vanished, and Cole turned to observe the platform vehicle that had completed its loading and was now slowly departing. He sighed heavily at the sight of the fully sealed torpedo launch tube before making his way to the nearest hatch. The propulsion array of the Infinite Frontier began to decelerate gradually, the flickering light of the void shield enveloping the exterior of the battleship. This void vessel surged forward, belching forth flames as it raced towards the battlefield, heading for the illuminated Sawaster star, aglow with green arcs of electricity and beams of laser. Chapter 59. The End Era. Preparations for departure. The mechanical servants diligently executed their orders, while soulless laborers approached, bearing thick energy hoses. Following the directions, or rather, the curses, of the ground crew, these mindless attendants connected the energy conduits to the interface at the rear of the Blue Thunderhawk, initiating the infusion of elements into the vessel's fuel chamber. Omega moved around the Thunderhawk, his mechanical eyes flickering with green scanning beams, as a fragrant censer hung from the mechanical arm on his back, burning and wafting the soothing hymns of machine spirits. A gentle haze of incense smoke billowed from either side of the Thunderhawk's fuselage, the mist cleaved by the blue steel, while the heavy dual-barreled explosive guns oscillated, the sound of loading echoing from within the barrel. This starfaring warbird was poised for action. Its deadly passengers were also preparing. Lancelot sat atop a nearby container, a censer hanging from his finger. Did you think this censer was small? Its diminutive appearance was merely a testament to the vastness of the Astartes. Around Lancelot, transport vehicles and flatbeds sped across the deck, while ground crew members busily readied a fleet of Lightning fighters and Valkyrie transports for takeoff. Beneath the swaying censer, fragrant smoke cascaded onto the power sword resting across Lancelot's knees, its cold blade glimmering ominously in the incense mist. The green wings of the Dark Angels unfurled at the hilt, resembling a fierce raptor poised to swoop down upon its prey. The tech priests passed by Lancelot, their servo skulls orbiting him like loyal attendants, their peculiar binary language failing to capture his attention. Lancelot's gaze remained fixed upon an inscription etched upon the blade, written in the ancient Calibanite knightly tongue, a language and meaning long forgotten by humanity, known only to the last sons of Caliban, who dwelled upon its colossal cliffs. "Blade of the Lion, Sword of the Emperor, grant me your divine might." Lancelot murmured the Warband's litany, his expression grave and solemn. Each Astartes performed such final inspections before battle. Even Ragnar, who meticulously examined his chainsword axe, its gray-blue blade adorned with the visage of a roaring dire wolf. Fenrisian's son Ragnar scrutinized his gear with utmost seriousness. He did not recite any hymns or litanies, seemingly placing complete trust in the machine's spirit in his hands, which required no soothing or comfort, having already merged with him, transforming into the Emperor's immortal weapon. Meanwhile, his war brother, the aged Olaf, clutched the dual-handed warhammer of a priest, softly intoning, "All-knowing Father above, protect your flock, guide your wolves. I am Leman Russ's son, Fenris's wolf. I offer my life and oath to you. Lead us through the icy paths, all-knowing Father." Lancelot raised his gaze to Olaf, nodding appreciatively, admiring the elder's steadiness. The old wolf had endured countless battles, making him the most venerable and resilient warrior present, with 5 golden studs on his brow serving as a silent testament to his honor. A 500-year veteran, he commanded respect in any war band, their lengthy lives devoted to the Emperor and the grand mission of the Astartes. Lancelot stood, sheathing his knightly sword in the ship's bridge, handing the censer to a waiting servitor and donning his winged helm. The Calibanite knight approached the Thunderhawk's boarding hatch, observing the approaching Inquisitor. Vito strode over from the far deck, his belt adorned with explosive guns and chainswords, his waist laden with various weaponry and ammunition pouches. He had shed his crimson cloak for a fitted black jacket. You wonder why I'm not in armor? My friend, when faced with the disintegration beams of the Necrons and Gauss weaponry, what difference does it make between wearing armor and going bare? Vito arrived at the cockpit deck, nodding to several Astartes. Lancelot and Olaf returned the nod with solemn respect, while the ever-animated Ragnar offered a cheeky grin. Lancelot, it appears your battle readiness is complete, Vito remarked with a smile. The Calibanite knight nodded slightly, tapping his chest plate. In the name of the lion, in the name of the Emperor. And you, old wolf, still spry enough to move? He jested. Olaf, understanding the humor, chuckled softly. Indeed, I can still fight for the Allfather for several more years until he calls me to the throne. Then your retirement plans may be delayed for quite some time. It seems the Emperor is in no rush to summon you. The old wolf's hearty laughter resonated. One day, he will call for me. And I hope it will be the most glorious battle, the greatest of battles. I am certain it will be. Vito turned his attention to Ragnar, whose youthful exuberance shone through a broad smile, revealing a set of wolfish teeth. And you, Ragnar? I hope you haven't spent too much time on the drink. Praise the Allfather. Another chance to fight so soon. Ragnar bellowed, raising his chainsword axe and exhaling mist through his fangs. Vito chuckled, hands on his hips, regarding Ragnar. Are you prepared with your weapons for the Necrons? I trust you already know without needing a briefing? Of course. If it's not green light, it's definitely red. It's bound to be Necrons. Ragnar laughed, unsheathing his meltagun and affixing the chainsword axe to his belt before drawing a plasma pistol, brandishing both guns with flair. His beaming smile silently conveyed his readiness, prompting Vito to glance at Lancelot, who affirmed with a nod after patting his explosive gun, "We are prepared, Inquisitor, awaiting your command." Vito walked past them onto the deck, Ragnar turning to the Inquisitor with a puzzled expression, pointing to the fixed position by the hatch. That spot was considerably smaller than the surrounding mounts, clearly intended for a mortal. Your place is over there. What are you doing? And the cries of despair. Inside the cockpit of the Thunderhawk, Bell was adjusting the instruments, seated in the broad Astartes chair, with a smaller seat for a mortal beside him. Clearly, this Thunderhawk had undergone versatile modifications, enabling both Astartes and mortals to pilot the beast into the stars, unleashing the Emperor's wrath upon their foes. The machine's spirit is calm. It has reached optimal status. Omega's voice resonated from the communication platform. Bell observed the tech priest, tirelessly checking and soothing every part of the warbird. Bell manipulated the control stick, the thrust nozzles at the rear responding to his wrist movements, flickering with pre-ignition flames. He systematically checked the data terminals. Ammunition, fuel, and takeoff preparations were all confirmed. Just as Bell was about to call his brothers aboard, he turned to see the Inquisitor entering the cockpit. Vito approached the pilot's seat, kicking Bell's greaves. "Move aside. I will take the controls." Vito cast one last glance at Ragnar, whose expression was akin to one experiencing gastrointestinal distress. A slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he suddenly activated the engines, the roar of the thrusters erupting forth. Allfather above," Ragnar complained as he turned to leave, while Lancelot and Olaf boarded at that moment. Lancelot observed Ragnar hurriedly securing himself in his seat, a look of astonishment crossing his face. He sensed the gravitational pull as the Thunder Eagle lifted off the ground, and he beheld Bell, who had assumed his position as Vito commanded. With the Emperor above, we were destined to endure. Lancelot swiftly took his place, securing himself tightly with the locking mechanism. Olaf also completed his pre-launch preparations, while the Astartes were already stationed in their designated positions. Amidst the incessant complaints of Ragnar mingling with the roar of the gunship's engines, Vito grasped the control stick, and the Thunder Eagle gradually ascended from the ground. Gliding forward out of the hangar, the blue field shield enveloped the aircraft, and the Thunder Eagle emerged into the void of space from the lower belly of the Mars-class battlecruiser. From the cockpit, Vito gazed upon the chaotic battlefield ahead, where artillery, blue beams, and green arcs of electricity flickered incessantly across the cosmos, and explosive flames adorned the orbits of distant planets. "Buckle up," Vito bellowed, thrusting the thruster power to its maximum. Instantly, the four Astartes in the cabin were flung to one side. Had they not been secured, they would surely have collided with the bulkhead. The thruster engines reached their peak power, igniting with the fury of the sun, propelling the Thunder Eagle to a supersonic sprint in the blink of an eye. Before them, a brutal cosmic melee unfolded between the Mechanicus and the Necrons. Chapter 60, The Era of Twilight. Through the sea of flames, the colossal cannon, with a caliber smaller than that of the Imperial Navy, unleashed a deadly torrent of fire. Above the broadside cannons, crimson automatic guns discharged ferociously, their fully automated weaponry weaving a dense array of projectiles into a meteor shower traversing the galaxy. Countless artillery shells erupted from the mechanical cult battleship, their rapid, terrifying, and ferocious firepower astonishing any Imperial captain. These starships, unparalleled in the Empire, rapidly constructed an intricate web of fire. The massive cannon roared, while the automatic guns unleashed a deluge. The rapid-fire cannon batteries illuminated the cosmic backdrop, sending a rain of projectiles hurtling through the orbital paths of planets, aimed at the fleet on the opposite side of the massive celestial body. The space-faring necromantic vessels surged forward at incredible speeds, their dark hulls gliding across the galactic surface as smoothly as curling stones sliding on ice. The torrential barrage struck the Black Fleet, explosive tremors engulfing the swiftly advancing vessels. Yet after the flames subsided, the necromantic ships continued their relentless advance, their obsidian surfaces bearing no sign of damage. The uniquely shaped necromantic vessels, seemingly disregarding fluid dynamics and material science, soared through space at unimaginable speeds. Dark green lights flickering around their hulls, stretching and elongating due to their rapid motion. The green luminescence trailed behind the necromantic fleet like an eerie starfield. The star-shaped necromantic harvesters, accompanied by several smaller vessels, charged headlong into the mechanical cult fleet. Where the array of energy spears and bombardment cannons collided violently with the necromantic hulls, a torrent of projectiles cascading through the galaxy. Brilliant flashes erupted amidst the necromantic fleet. Yet these resilient black vessels pressed on at high velocity, green arcs of electricity emanating from their weaponry, striking the mechanical cult's escort ships, causing their void shields to flicker under the electric onslaught. With the arrival of a second arc of electricity, ships were obliterated almost instantaneously, flames erupting from their gun ports and structures. The shattered red edifices crumbled and fractured, flames surging from the ruptured seams as the broken vessels tilted and bent, resembling decapitated beings spewing forth blood-like fire. Large mechanical cult battleships altered their course, golden skeletal heads below new star cannons charged and converged, unleashing blinding beams upon the oncoming necromantic vessels. Explosions and green lightning erupted from the shattered black hulls, with fragments of steel cascading like a torrential downpour. The mechanical cult ships exhibited astonishing bravery as their smaller vessels accelerated forward, using themselves as shields to absorb incoming arcs of electricity. The escort ships exploded in succession, their fiery remains illuminating the planet's atmosphere, adorning the dark galactic background with vibrant blossoms of flame. The dense barrage and beams of laser fire crisscrossed the battlefield, while Vito piloted the Thunderhawk, darting through the tumultuous downpour of projectiles. It was as though he were navigating through a torrential rainstorm, untouched by even a single raindrop. However, should he be struck by even one shell or a laser beam, the Thunderhawk would swiftly disintegrate. Yet, Vito plunged into this sea of death. His maneuvers and trajectory shifting at breakneck speeds, the flames from the exhaust nozzles appearing almost linear due to the rapid motion. As if drawn upon a canvas with half-curved and straight lines, Vito danced through the hail of shells and projectiles, as if truly performing amidst a storm while remaining unscathed. His eyes scanned the chaotic battlefield rapidly, the explosive flames illuminating his face, reflected in his dark eyes. The Judicator's wrist moved with incredible speed, guiding the Thunderhawk through the fray. "Ragnar, cease your howling," Vito shouted, only to be met with a barrage of curses from Ragnar and Fenrisian. "Next time, I'd rather be shot from a cannon than ride your ship," Ragnar bellowed, his voice strained, while Vito chuckled, tightening his grip on the controls. "You'd better start praying their LLBia next time." From the small window on the side of the Thunderhawk, Bell observed the tumultuous sea of fire outside, even hearing the vibrations from the torpedo engines as they zipped past at close range. It was undeniable that they were literally dancing on the edge of the Grim Reaper's blade. A mere miscalculation could turn them into a fiery blaze vanishing amidst the stars. Yet they persevered, even as Ragnar continued to howl. They remained alive and were navigating through the battlefield. Bell was convinced that if the Empire had a ranking system for pilots, Vito would undoubtedly be the finest among them, perhaps even the only one. However, Bell was puzzled as to how Vito managed to accurately gauge and perceive the incoming fire from all directions within the limited field of view of the cockpit, as if he anticipated where the next barrage would come from and how long before it would arrive. "By the All-Father, Ragnar, for the Emperor's sake, stop howling," Lancelot cursed loudly, clearly uncomfortable, yet Olaf appeared remarkably calm. Lancelot glanced at him in surprise. Old Wolf, you didn't happen to be a battle group pilot, did you? No, but before becoming a Death Watch, I was a member of the Storm Wolves. What do you mean? I used to pilot combat motorcycles. Oh, Lancelot nodded, recalling the reckless habits of the speedsters during their engagements with the Eldar on Luff. Torpedo warheads, glowing red, screamed forth from their launch tubes, as each mechanical cult battleship unleashed a dense net of torpedoes. Vito maneuvered the Thunderhawk at high speed through the whistling torpedoes, threading between them with surgical precision. The torpedoes soared towards the necromantic fleet, yet the dark vessels retaliated with green arcs of electricity, the dancing lightning obliterating a multitude of torpedoes, transforming them into brilliant sparks against the backdrop of the starry sea. The vast network of torpedoes detonated in rapid succession, small sparks blossoming into a sea of flames, obscuring the necromantic fleet's outline and trajectory as the towering inferno surged forth, nearly reaching the Thunderhawk itself. The blue wings were scorched by the intense heat, blackened surfaces spreading from the edges. Vito piloted the Thunderhawk through the violent turbulence, leaping through the fiery clouds. Yet, as he traversed the radiant flames, a dark metallic structure emerged from within the billowing clouds. The necromantic warship burst through the fire, hurtling forward at tremendous speed. Vito saw the crescent-shaped vessel approach rapidly and yanked the control stick upward, thrusting the engines downward to propel the Thunderhawk backward. The gravitational force from the maneuver exceeded 10G and approached 20G. Were it not for the Astartes' superhuman enhancements, they would have succumbed to unconsciousness long ago. But Vito had no time to consider this. He abruptly dove the nose downward, shooting past the side of the harvesting ship just before its massive form collided with the Thunderhawk, diving through the flames like a dragon plunging into the sea. Amidst the dazzling fire clouds and raging inferno, Vito again rolled the aircraft to evade the oncoming necromantic vessels as green arcs of electricity flickered through the sea of flames. Vito operated the controls of the Thunderhawk with relentless precision, weaving through the gaps between colossal warships as he executed rapid maneuvers. As he advanced, the fiery clouds dissipated swiftly, extinguished after exhausting their oxygen, revealing the dark expanse of the cosmos, which was almost immediately engulfed by fresh explosions and flames. The Mechanicus battleships continued their relentless barrage in retaliation, yet the vanguard of the Necron fleet surged into the ranks of the Mechanicus forces. Close-range arcs of electricity struck, shattering the hulls of the Mechanicus vessels, while flames erupted, swirling over the wreckage of both friend and foe. Vito piloted the Thunderhawk into a steep dive, where the Mechanicus and Necron ships clashed violently ahead, debris from exploded hulls whirling past him. He deftly adjusted speed and angle, navigating through the floating remnants in the weightless void, the shattered remains illuminated by the fire of both fleets. Vito plunged downward at high velocity, the jet's exhaust trailing behind him in a straight line, as the blue predatory craft veered sharply to the side, skimming past a Mechanicus cruiser. Just as they passed, a full salvo of massive cannons fired, the shockwaves colliding violently against the Thunderhawk's fuselage. The aircraft lost its equilibrium, spiraling like a leaf caught in the wind. Vito's vision blurred amidst the dizzying rotation, yet he gripped the control stick with fierce determination. "Ah," Ragnar cried out, clearly unaccustomed to such tumultuous rides. Vito mused. "Judicator, we must adjust our angle," Bell shouted with calm urgency. Vito slammed his fist onto the control panel, and suddenly, the Thunderhawk's internal thrusters ignited with vigor, the powerful engines consuming fuel at an exponential rate, stabilizing the craft with an intense thrust. After a prolonged free fall, the thrusters propelled the ship in a counterclockwise direction with overwhelming force, nearly ejecting Vito from his seat. Nevertheless, he maintained his grip on the controls, managing to steady the Thunderhawk. His eyes reflected the myriad of flames as he gazed through the cockpit at the harrowing scene outside, Mechanicus war machines crumbling and collapsing, their fiery blood illuminating the galaxy. The Astartes observed this grim tableau from the cockpit, their gaze extending beyond the open hatch, witnessing the carnage unfolding outside. Vito reached to open the communication channel, his eyes still fixed on the battlefield of death. "Cole, instruct this band of fools to retreat. All units, withdraw." "Understood, Judicator." Cole's voice crackled briefly before falling silent. With a heavy sigh, Vito recalibrated the aircraft to align with the planet below. The Thunderhawk surged downward, trailing a sea of flames as the blood of the machine god stained the orbital path of the planet.